In Tingfeng City's theater, Su Anshan, clad in green robes, was mounted on a flamboyant young man with an imposing bearing, raining punches and kicks upon him. The beaten young man gritted his teeth, head held high. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? My father is Sun Xiangdong, the Grand Chancellor of the Highland dynasty. The Highland monarch is my father's sworn brother. You dare hit me? You've got a death wish." With a bang, Su Anshan grabbed the plate of strawberries and smashed it down. Blood splattered. "Say it again. Who is your father?" Su Anshan grabbed the Chancellor's son by the collar and picked up a stick from the ground. "Speak." The Chancellor's son, face covered in blood, dared not utter a word for a long time. The entire theater fell into dead silence. Su Anshan, pinning the Chancellor's son down, glared. "I represent public order in Tingfeng City. 3 years ago, I enacted a law harassing women is strictly prohibited in Tingfeng City. You dared to lay hands on that girl right in front of me. Tired of living? They'll cut off your balls. And you dare mention your father. My master is Mei Jiji. I'd beat your father too, even if he came. A Grand Chancellor of Highland, what a joke. Get lost." After violently kicking the flamboyant young man, Su Anshan settled into his exclusive, fur-covered armchair. 2 courtesans knelt on cushions beside him, feeding him strawberries by hand. "What are you all standing around for? Continue the music, continue the dance." The audience returned to their seats, and the performers on stage struck up their instruments again. Su Anshan leaned back comfortably. Suddenly, a portly merchant, all smiles, hurried over. "Peak Master Su." Su Anshan lifted his eyes slightly. "I was just about to look for you. What kind of theater is this? Someone harasses your female attendant, and you do nothing." "Peak Master Su, that was the Chancellor's son," the merchant said with a wry smile. "He's nothing." Su Anshan's eyes were full of disdain, and he clasped his hands toward the east. "My master is Mei Jiji." The merchant smiled without comment. Su Anshan glanced at him again. "Also, your theater should change the repertoire. These tunes are boring." Su Anshan reached up and pressed his neck. The 2 courtesans' fair, delicate hands immediately placed themselves on his shoulders, massaging away his fatigue. "Didn't I give you a couple of DJ dance tracks last time? Get the party started. Also, the dancers are wearing too much. If they cover up that much, what are the gentlemen in the audience supposed to look at it?" The merchant nodded and bowed. "Peak Master Su is right. The dance tracks are already in rehearsal, and the costumes are being custom-made. Put some effort into it." Su Anshan shot him a glance. "If you have any difficulties, go to Wanla Hall and find my senior sister. If she's not there, contact the steward and tell them it's my request." "Understood. Then why are you still standing here?" The merchant's face was full of hesitation. After a long silence, he pulled out a dirty girl from behind him. "Peak Master Su, could you take this child back to your 10,000 swords sect?" Su Anshan remembered. This was the girl who had been bullied by the Chancellor's son earlier. If he hadn't come to listen to music and witnessed it, who knows what she would have suffered. "Ding. Mission released. The idle peak is underpopulated. Please recruit a disciple or take a concubine. Upon completion, you will receive a grand reward. Data panel unlocked." Is this the legendary system? Su Anshan looked around. Luo Hongyu, age 19, realm below, standard talent, no spiritual root traits, affectionate, loves music, adept at playing the Shao, appearance 89. Shui Wan, age 20, realm below, standard talent, low grade, with spiritual root traits, gentle skin, like cream, exquisite handiwork, appearance 90. What is this, a data panel? Very precise. Luo Hongyu is indeed unmatched at playing the Shao, and Shui Wan's handiwork is exquisite. But when did this system appear? "Buddy, I've been bound to you for 5 years, bound for 5 years, and Su Anshan didn't even know. Then why didn't you say something? You never called me either." The system wanted to cry. Other hosts would ask system, "Are you there?" as soon as they arrived, but this host just ignored it and listened to music. 5 years. For 5 whole years, Su Anshan never thought about the existence of the system. He couldn't hold it in anymore. "Host buddy, let's stop this and get to business," not taking it. He didn't need a system anyway. His master was Mei Jiji, known as the Red Dust Immortal. His senior sisters were overlords in all directions. All he needed was to listen to music in pleasure houses, take no stupid missions, and live a carefree 100 years. His life would still be splendid. Why won't you accept it? Don't you want to become invincible? Do you know my lineage? Yes, I've lurked for 5 years and seen the terribleness of your lineage, but I still chose to come forward instead of silently unbinding. Do you know why? Don't care. What did that have to do with him? Say that you care. Why is it getting angry? He heard that systems can self-destruct. If he provoked this guy too much, would it blow him up and kill him? Fine, I care. Go ahead. Su Anshan hadn't enjoyed himself enough, though being blown up by a system would be too unlucky. I am not afraid. I admit your lineage is indeed strong, but if I activate the Highland Bloodline and contend with heaven and earth wielding a dragon-slaying blade that makes even the system rules flee in fear, how would my might compare to your lineage? 19 split. You won my lineage 9. The system suddenly went silent. Are you there? You're not plotting anything nasty, are you? Su Anshan asked with some unease. I freaking am the top dog in the system, circle the boss. You insult me. Let me emphasize again, I am a system. At least give me a try. I am a system. A system? Buddy ding, do you understand the weight of that? I won't try. My master is Mei Jiji. Arg, buddy, how about this? Let us become sworn brothers. In the future, we don't seek to be born on the same day, nor die on the same day. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several immortals descended outside the theater riding swords. Seeing the immortals, the guests instinctively made way, watching them rush to Su Anshan. Little master uncle. Su Anshan ignored the system and looked up at the bright-eyed young man for a moment. Six, why are you here? Little master uncle, have you forgotten? Today is the day our sect recruits disciples. All peak masters are present except you. The sect leader personally sent me to find you and bring you back to preside. They came looking for him. He had already escaped to Tingfeng City to listen to music. Couldn't the sect leader brother just let him be? Why did he need to go to the disciple recruitment assembly? Better to just listen to music. Buddy, look at me. Are you troubled by not being able to recruit disciples? I can help. What your lineage can do, I can do. What your lineage cannot do, I grit my teeth and do for you. I know you might not believe me now, but let's give each other a chance. Truly try me. I am a system, am really easy to use. Please give me face, try me. From now on, I call you brother, you call me little brother. Let us brothers unite and achieve great things. Use me. I am literally kowtowing to you. Was it really necessary to go this far? He's even kowtowing now. A system reduced to such a state is truly rare. Bro, I swear I'm not lying. This system of mine is ruthless, the top dog in the circle. It's completely different from other systems. They're just underlings before me. Give me a try, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Su Anshan's heart softened after all. Seeing the system pleading this much, he couldn't bear to refuse. But you issue missions. You've known me for 5 years, don't you know my temperament? Withdraw immediately. Ding, mission withdrawn. How about it, satisfied? I've withdrawn the mission for you, bro. From now on, the two of us will just go with the flow, no more damn missions. What proper host runs around doing missions all day? Just be carefree, just listen to music. If there are no missions, I can give you a trial run. Good taste, Sor. I've got your back, Shanbao. Fly with confidence. Your system will follow forever. Su Anshan. Must you be so disgustingly affectionate? Little did he know, during Su Anshan's silence, Luo Baiyi's white robes were already drenched with sweat. Why is the young master not speaking? What happened? Was it something he said that displeased the young master? Or was the very fact that he came here displeasing? The problem is, this was the sect leader's order. He had no choice. Luo Baiyi was truly panicked. Everyone in the 10,000 sword sect knew Su Anshan was like an ancestor. One mention of his master Mei Jiji. The entire Luhua prefecture would tremble. Oh, anyone who heard that name would shake in terror. More importantly, ancestor Mei truly doted on him. Whoever upsets him, she truly stands up for him. Young Master Six didn't mean to disturb your leisure. It was my master who insisted on sending me. White began shifting the blame. You know that old ox-nosed master of mine. He has such a foul temper. If I didn't come, he would have beaten me. Seeing Luo Baiyi's pitiful look, Su Anshan's heart softened. Ah, he's soft-hearted. What functions do you actually have? Su Anshan, leaning back in his seat, whispered inwardly. Everything you could want. Whatever function you need, I can have that function. All right, then. Su Anshan turned his gaze back to the young girl from before. You want to come back to the mountain with me? I want to follow you. Jiang Baihui shyly twisted the hem of her clothes. I have nowhere to go. My parents are gone. Please let me follow you. I can do anything. The brothel keeper said, I've angered the chancellor's son, and only you can protect me. The merchant nodded with a flattering smile. Su Anshan sighed softly. Ah, he's soft-hearted. The chancellor's son meant nothing to him, but to these common folk, he was indeed trouble. After a moment's thought, Su Anshan fixed his gaze on Jiang Baihui. Jiang Baihui, age 17, realm unranked, talent medium grade, with spirit root traits, golden ratio, docile, tender, orphan, blessed fortune, celestial beauty, divine beast constitution, hidden skin, like cream collarbone, holds fish attractiveness 84-97. Su Anshan. Do the traits need to be this detailed? Considering you might take a concubine. Am not taking any damn concubine. I don't even have a wife yet. Doesn't matter. Is this a legitimate system? Depends on you. Su Anshan remained silent for a long while. The members of the 10,000 sword sect waited quietly, not even daring to breathe. Jiang Baihui bit her lip, her delicate face full of anxiety. All right, you can come with me then. But let me warn you, I'm not a good person. If you hang out with me, be mentally prepared. Jiang Baihui nodded vigorously. 6. Did you bring the flying boat? Hearing that Su Anshan was willing to return, Luo Baiyi's heart was thrilled. Yes, uncle. Master specifically ordered the top-grade flying boat. Inside are your favorite mink furs and strawberries. And look, Luo Bai pointed to several accompanying disciples. They are disciples of Senior Tianxiang's 100 Flowers Peak. Senior Tianxiang personally selected 2 from the inner disciples to attend to you on the journey back. Zhou Hanxian, age 19, realm Qi condensation layer 1 talent supreme water spirit root traits delicate body gentle and refined attractiveness 90. Meng Anha, age 20, realm Qi condensation layer 3 talent high grade water spirit root trait skin like cream divine beast constitution attractiveness 92. What is divine beast constitution? Azure dragon white tiger vermilion bird black tortoise. She belongs to the white tiger side. Oh, and Zhang Baihui. Her too. Senior Tianxiang is truly a loyal person. Su Anshan nodded. Yes, yes. Luo Bai smiled in agreement, but muttered inwardly. How could he not be loyal? That's your senior sister's close friend. Her peak was originally called Below Peak, but it was forcibly renamed 100 Flowers Peak, and it only accepts female disciples with water spirit roots. All prepared for you. Though he thought this, Luo Bai smiled and said, Greet the uncle. Uncle, ah, so sweet. Su Anshan, listening to the soft voices of his 2 grandnieces, squinted with joy. No need for service. Su Anshan suddenly shook his head with righteous seriousness. They are all disciples of our 10,000 sword sect. They came to the sect to cultivate immortality and one day shatter the void, not to serve others. Su Anshan rarely played the role of a gentleman, but the 2 grandnieces were flustered. Uncle, we can do it. They had been given a strict order. They must serve Su Anshan well. It is a must. Don't think about taking shortcuts at such a young age. You are both in the prime of your youth, gifted in talent. Look at the swords in your hands. They are for vanquishing demons and protecting the righteous. Your hands are meant to wield the sword. No one had expected this. Su Anshan, who had spent his days in pleasure houses, unexpectedly showed such moral integrity. His words echoed like heavenly music. Luo Bai looked at Su Anshan for a long time, regretting his previous misjudgment of the young master. Although the young master frequented pleasure houses, his character and morality were far superior to many within the sect. Young master, then, who will attend to you on the way back? Me. Zhang Baihui raised her little hand eagerly. You? Luo Bai frowned slightly, looking at Zhang Baihui's dirty little hands and face. Anha cast a cleansing spell on her. A faint blue light shimmered. Zhang Baihui, standing there, didn't even know what happened before the blue light washed over her. Wow. Zhou Hanxian covered her mouth in surprise. Even Meng Anha, after casting the spell, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Even Luo Bai was slightly taken aback. As expected of the young master, what an eye for detail. What happened? Zhang Baihui blinked in confusion. When she saw her own delicate white hands and the dust on her clothes vanish, she froze. This is immortal magic. So wonderful. After a brief moment of astonishment, she noticed Su Anshan was also looking at her. Zhang Baihui, age 17, realm unranked talent medium grade, with spirit root traits golden ratio docile tender orphan blessed fortune celestial beauty divine beast constitution skin like cream collarbone holds fish attractiveness 97. Holy crap. In all his years of frequenting pleasure houses, Su Anshan had rarely encountered anyone with such high attractiveness. Want to take a concubine? Not cool, bro, you're like 2-1. What a fine cauldron top scram. Oh, sir, is there something strange about me? Suddenly Zhang Baihui's timid whisper reached Su Anshan's ears. No, I'll leave it to you then. Su Anshan smiled slightly. 6, bring out the flying boat. Don't make the sect leader wait too long. I can't stand his foul temper either. Right, young master, we're truly on the same page. Luo Bai's eyes shone with the excitement of finding a kindred spirit. He then pulled a small wooden boat from his bosom and tossed it. Whoosh. The moment the wooden boat hit the ground, it transformed into a full-sized flying vessel. Puffed. This counts as an aerial vessel. Your sect is pathetic, host. If you're so good, you do it. Why are you barking? Fine, I'll do it myself. Ding. You have received a system gift, 10,000 pythons bowing to the dragon. Really giving it. Su Anshan was somewhat surprised. Bro, I'm all about being real. You're my kind of person too. This little trinket is just a greeting gift. Use it to return to the sect later. Don't be too shabby as my host. Su Anshan silently gazed at the small flying boat in his hand. That's it. Humph, just try it. Though skeptical, Su Anshan watched as the boat was tossed into the air, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Luzi, put it away. Uncle Master, you're not backing out, are you? Luo Bai clutched Su Anshan's leg tightly. No, you can't go back on your word. Give your disciple a way out. You know what my master is like. Luo Bai was a mess of tears and snot with none of the elegance of a white-robed sword immortal. Get up quickly, your 2 junior sisters are watching. I won't. I'm going back. Who said I wouldn't? Su Anshan said softly. It's just that your master's boat is too low grade. Let your uncle master take you on something far more impressive. Huh. Luo Bai, still clinging to Su Anshan's leg, stood up dumbfounded. Too low grade. That flying boat was his master's most treasured possession, rarely used for daily travel, only for grand occasions like intersect councils or showing off at gatherings. And your little uncle master thinks it's low grade. Watch this. Whoosh. Su Anshan hurled the 10,000 pythons, bowing to the dragon that the system had just given him, into the air. Rumble, thunder roared across the void. Though the sky had been clear, it darkened in an instant with lightning crackling through the clouds. Suddenly, a phantom azure dragon coalesced in the sky, followed by tens of thousands of half-dragon pythons slowly appearing behind it. They bowed to Su Anshan. After the first bow, the azure dragon and pythons surged into the flying boat, the dragon as the head, the pythons as the body. The clear sky returned. Even Su Anshan, seasoned by many storms, couldn't help but gasp. Keep a low profile. Luo Bai was stunned, and his two junior sisters with water spiritual roots stared at Su Anshan in utter disbelief. Uncle Master, this flying boat of yours, is it a bit more advanced than your master's? Su Anshan smiled. A bit more advanced? Father. Oh no, Uncle Master. Was this just a bit more advanced? It completely crushed my master's worn-out boat. Compared to Su Anshan's flying boat, his master's vessel was nothing. Luo Bai had once hoped to inherit that boat when his master ascended, knowing it would take centuries to afford one of that caliber. But now, seeing Su Anshan's, he felt his master's boat was a pile of shift. Jiang Baihui, however, remained composed, not fully grasping its significance. To her, it was just incredibly cool. Cultivation is so cool. Board the boat. Su Anshan stepped onto the shadow cast by the descending boat, leaving Luo Bai and his junior sisters stunned once more. Such intelligence. Truly a top-tier flying boat, unlike any ordinary one. The boat's interior was vast. Su Anshan guessed it could hold hundreds of thousands. The entire vessel was majestic. He casually sat on a python-shaped chair, finding it surprisingly soft and perfectly fitted to his back despite the lack of fur cushions. Jiang Baihui instinctively came to massage him, while Luo Bai and the others explored the boat like country bumpkins in a grand manner, eyes wide, hands hesitant to touch. Touch if you want, explore if you want. Your Uncle Master doesn't mind. Thank you, Uncle Master. With permission, the juniors' eyes sparkled as they admired the boat. The boat hovered high in the air. Suddenly, Su Anshan realized a crucial issue. Bro him at the blood refining stage. Blood refining, bone tempering, chi gathering, foundation establishment, sea breaking, spirit returning, soul dividing, void insight, tribulation, transcendence, ascension, immortal flight. The blood refining stage was the most basic for cultivators. To activate a magical artifact, one needed at least chi gathering. What I gave you doesn't need your own activation. What do you think those pythons and dragons are for? They're your chariot. Just say the word. That works. Su Anshan pondered and tested softly. Return to 10,000 swords sect. Ayo! A piercing dragon roar echoed. The flying boat switched to full autopilot mode. Awesome. Keep a low profile. Tell your bro if you need anything. He'll get it for you or steal it if I must. Just remember, as your host, it'll make you soar. Awesome, awesome. Su Anshan had thought his master Mei Jiji was unbeatable, but this system bro of his was no pushover either. Meanwhile, at the 10,000 Swords Sect's triennial recruitment assembly, youths under 16 could participate in the awakening ceremony. Those with high-grade spiritual roots could join as outer disciples, inner disciples, or even personal disciples. Personal disciples, especially those of peak masters, were the most coveted. Countless youths waited eagerly, dreaming of the honor and status it would bring. But hours passed. From dawn to noon, the scorching sun beat down, making the youths in the assembly hall feel like they were in a steamer. Sect leader, when will this assembly begin? A middle-aged man with a mustache and a Taoist topknot frowned. It's been 3 hours. Some of these kids arrived at high hour, and even the latest came at Mao hour. Now it's noon. Can't we keep waiting just because Su Anshan isn't here? Qingshan peak master, that's not fair. Junior brother Su is still a peak master. Qingshan, I know you're close to Su Anshan's senior sister, so you always take his side. But the point is, he's delayed us long enough. He's out having fun while these kids suffer. What about them? Cultivation is inherently an act against heaven. A middle-aged man with graying temples spoke softly from the center of the group. If they can't endure this small trial, they're not fit to enter our 10,000 Swords sect. And though junior brother Su is late, this serves as a test for these youths. Look, I can see several promising ones here. Indeed, sect leader. That sturdy, bright-eyed boy catches my fancy. A bare-chested strong man laughed. He's clearly a top-tier fire spiritual root. I teach fire, don't fight me for him. Tianhua peak master, you're already claiming disciples. This isn't claiming. He'll put it plainly. I only want him. He'll take no one else. Are you satisfied? Fellow brothers and sisters, Tianhua peak hasn't had a high-grade spiritual root in 9 years. Let old Hua have him. He's truly pitiful. You're all picking disciples, but I feel sorry for these kids. The mustachioed Qingshan Peak Master shook his head. All because of Su Anshan they have to suffer. Ahem. Suddenly a soft cough drifted from above, gossiping about me behind my back. All eyes turned toward him. Su Anshan stood half a head taller than the rest, his face alight with cheerful amusement. This is Wendafing Peak. Legend has it that the first sect master himself established this peak and left behind immortal tier formation arrays. No flying vessel may soar here. Otherwise Su Anshan would surely have arrived aboard one. With no choice but to land at the mountain's base, Su Anshan had intended to ascend on foot. Yet Luo Bai insisted on carrying him up, refusing all his polite refusals. Su Anshan relented at last. Senior brother Su the Peak Masters greeted him warmly as he approached. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Su Anshan sprang lightly down from Luo Bai's back and bowed with easy affable charm. Even Qingshan the Peak Master of Qingshan Peak, who had earlier spoken ill of Su Anshan, appeared momentarily flustered. Senior brother Su. Senior brother Qingshan. Su Anshan smiled, hands clasped in formal salute. Brother, gossiping behind someone's back is hardly becoming. If you have words, speak them plainly, to my face, not like some gossipy old auntie. Senior brother Su, you misunderstand. I only feel for those young disciples. Who believes that? Every peak master of Wanjian sect knows Qingshan's true nature. A master of calculated self-interest. He wouldn't so much as blink, even if those youths roasted under the sun for hours or perished outright. He was merely seizing this pretext to brand Su Anshan with disgrace. Su Anshan saw through it clearly, yet chose not to expose him, simply watching with a faint knowing smile. Senior brother Qingshan, as a peak master your cultivation is peerless. Surely casting a simple cooling charm upon them would be effortless, for even now they suffer beneath the scorching sun. As he spoke, a luxurious sable fur chair materialized midair. Su Anshan settled into it effortlessly, while an attendant stepped beside him, fanning him with quiet reverence. Senior brother Su certainly knows how to live well. Qingshan changed tack, avoiding the prior barb with veiled sarcasm. Carried up the mountain by Bai, and now seated while others fan you cool. Envious. Su Anshan grinned at Qingshan. What, pray tell, should I envy? At least Luo Bai is among our sect's brightest new generation. Yet here he is bearing you like some lowly mountain laborer. Pitying him. He isn't my disciple. Why should I pity him? Precisely. He isn't your disciple. So why meddle in what isn't your concern? Su Anshan cast him a calm, piercing glance. Our sect master hasn't spoken, but you rush forward like an overeager eunuch while the emperor remains silent. You. What you? Su Anshan retorted, unflinching. Accept my courtesy while it's offered. Yet you keep pressing line after line. Do you truly believe the other peak masters indulge you, and that I do too? His words carried no restraint. He had already shown extraordinary forbearance, ignoring Qingshan's whispered slanders among the other peak masters. Yet now Qingshan pressed on relentlessly. Did he truly think Su Anshan was made of pliant dough? I've long found you insufferable, pretending compassion like some saintly sage, sighing I feel for those young disciples. If you truly cared, why not take them all in yourself? They've journeyed far across mountains and rivers, yet haven't even entered our sect's gates. Isn't that more pitiful? Will you take them in? Qingshan Peak accepts no weaklings, unlike certain other peaks. Arms crossed, Qingshan stood aloof, arrogance laced with quiet mockery. Which peaks? Su Anshan leaned back, one leg draped casually over the other, eyes fixed upon him. Come then, senior brother Qingshan, name them. Which peaks have taken in the so-called weaklings you scorn? In Wanjian sect, where talent blooms like rare orchids, every disciple admitted is a prodigy beyond compare. So tell me, which peak dares such leniency? Qingshan was rendered utterly speechless. Can't speak. Su Anshan smiled sweetly. Then allow me to name them for you. I suspect it is you. What say you? What did you say? Qingshan's voice tightened with fury. Qingshan, cultivation realms vary even within the Breaksea realm. Don't presume your mediocre mid-grade spirit root goes unnoticed just because you rarely draw your sword. Su Anshan. Qingshan hissed. So furious, senior brother. Do you wish to fight me? My master is Mei Jiji. At those 5 words, half Qingshan's rage evaporated. The other peak masters exchanged uneasy glances. None dared intervene. Who was Su Anshan? The cherished protege of Elder Mei. Half a year ago, Elder Mei had shattered the senior elder of a rival sect over Su Anshan, proving herself without question the supreme dual cultivator of body and sword across the Luhua continent. Her flying swords cleaved flesh, her fists struck faces. All who witnessed trembled. Only the sect master himself intervened to broker peace. Junior brother, the disciples are watching. Let us not wound fraternal harmony within our sect, the sect master said, smiling broadly. Senior brother Qingshan, you claim to pity those youths. Then let us begin the assembly without delay. As the sect master commands. Qing Shan offered a stiff bow. Junior brother. I have no objection. Very well, very well. The sect master wiped cold sweat from his brow with a relieved smile. At last the feud between the two peak masters was defused, and he signaled discreetly to a nearby elder. That elder too kept wiping his brow with his sleeve. Thank heavens the sect master had stepped in. Otherwise Qing Shan Peak might well have changed masters that very day. Taking a deep breath, the elder strode forward toward the gathered youths. The awakening ceremony begins. Vibrant prismatic light shimmered ceaselessly around them, while the peak masters watched intently, ready to claim any exceptional talent for their own peaks. Brother, I sense Qing Shan Peak Master bears you ill will. Su Anshan glanced sideways, only to lock eyes with Qing Shan, who gave him a strangely knowing crooked smile. Indeed, he bore ill will. After knowing the old man for years, Su Anshan couldn't recall ever seeing him smile at him before. That sly grin could only mean treachery. Ignore him. Su Anshan remained unruffled. Even ill will held no weight. 5 characters alone were enough to crush Qing Shan. My master is Mei Jiji. Would you like to strike him once? Why did this system always speak so oddly? He's a peak master. I'm still in blood refinement. Would I risk my head against him? Su Anshan murmured inwardly. Look, the problem arises. Your master's invincibility is undeniable, but you possess no realm. Carving her name onto your back grants only intimidation, not strength. Ouch, brother, that stings. Su Anshan truly faced this dilemma. Born without a spirit root, cultivation was impossible. So what am I to do? Brother, I'm right here. I'd flatten him like a side dish. Remember this, in all the world none stands more firmly behind you, not even your master herself. So, do you want to strike him once? Yes. Qing Shan had mocked him countless times, yet Su Anshan couldn't retaliate. Without cultivation, he lacked the power to confront him directly. Want it? Brother, I'll ensure you rise triumphant. Any conditions? Take a concubine. Deal. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance drifted past his nose. Su Anshan looked up into the bewitchingly beautiful face of Bai Hua Peak Master. Su Tianxiang. Age unknown. Realm Breaksea 9th layer. Spirit roots, Saint tier water, supreme tier wood. Traits, fox form, manifestation, divine beast physique, celestial demeanor, exceptional grace. Appearance 98,100. Fox form manifestation. Is senior sister Tianxiang a fox spirit? Impossible. My senior sister could never be a fox spirit. Take a concubine. Take a concubine. The spirit fox condensed into form. It must be a fox spirit, no doubt about it. That's right, the system confirmed it, so his senior sister being a fox spirit was practically set in stone. Learning that Su Tianxiang was a fox spirit did shock Su Anshan, but he figured some within the sect must have known. At least her master was certainly aware. The 10,000 Swords sect must have had its reasons for letting her stay. Su Anshan couldn't be bothered with sect affairs. He just wanted to know how enticing she truly was. Su Tianxiang's eyes bloomed like peach blossoms. Their soul-snatching gaze seemed to pull one's very soul into her embrace. Little junior brother, why keep staring at me? Senior sister is beautiful. Su Tianxiang let out a silvery laugh, her slender fair fingers lightly tapping Su Anshan's head. You sure know how to sweet talk. Heh, Su Anshan grinned, but muttered inwardly. What's going on? This senior sister Tianxiang gets more beautiful the more he looks. He never noticed she was this captivating before. Was it because he knew she was a spirit fox giving her a buff? Host, do you want a wife? Just say the word, and I'll get you a wife, one with a foxtail. Do you have nothing else to say? Let's talk it over. Too lazy to waste words with this lecherous system. Su Anshan looked up at Su Tianxiang. Senior sister, what brings you to my place? Su Tianxiang crossed her arms slightly, supporting her heavy assets. What's there to fight over? What's mine can't be taken, and what's not mine I can't make mine no matter what. Look at that confidence. In the entire 10,000 Swords sect, only she could speak like that. Besides, I don't clash with the other peaks. The whole sect knows I only accept water spiritual roots. Those who come to seek apprenticeship know that water spiritual roots have the brightest future only under my tutelage. So senior sister, why are you here? With everyone scrambling for disciples, Su Tianxiang coming to him now must mean she had something to discuss. I came to ask you, don't you like those 2 girls under my tutelage? Su Tianxiang asked softly, her eyes like silk, her smile gentle. What do you mean? I asked them just now, and they said you didn't favor them. Su Tianxiang said softly. Tell senior sister what's wrong, and I'll discipline them for you. Senior sister, this is the 10,000 Swords sect. I know. Then why does it sound like the Union of Pleasure sect with all this discipline talk? You'll have to ask your senior sister about that. Su Tianxiang spread her delicate hands, a look of helplessness in her eyes. Your carefree peak, you're the only disciple. Your master and senior sister are waiting for you to expand your family and strengthen your peak. I'm close with your senior sister, so I naturally want to help with her worries. Are you sure? Leaning back in his inclined grand chair, Su Anshan chuckled with a look of seeing through fate. Tell me the truth, how many spirit stones did my senior sister give you? Junior brother, you can't see me that way. Su Tianxiang opened her small mouth. What, how many? We're fellow disciples, not so mercenary. 30,000. I'm truly worried for your senior sister, and I also worry for Uncle Mei. Though I'm not from Carefree Peak, I'm half a member, and I care for you. 50,000. Seeing she couldn't hide it, Su Tianxiang cleared her throat. 100,000. What? 100,000. Su Anshan nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Does the sect leader's annual salary even reach 100,000? 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The 10,000 sword sect leader's salary was only 20,000. Peak masters got 10,000, elders, at most 5,000, and outer sect elders, or guests, even less. For disciples, even a peak master's personal disciple only got 200. He knew his fifth senior sister was raking in wealth through business covering most of the sect's expenses, but he hadn't realized she was that rich. That 100,000 isn't easy to earn. Su Tianxiang spread her hands, her face full of worry. You only get it if you have a child, no payment. Otherwise, why would I scheme so much? ID, just line them up and send them to your peak. A child? Su Anshan frowned. Senior sister, did you misunderstand something? Huh. I Su Anshan don't do that sort of thing. Having a child, how terrifying. Then what do you do? Su Tianxiang frowned. Those two were already among the best on my peak. If they're not enough, why not stay at my 100 Flowers peak for a few days? Forget it, junior brother, let's not talk about that now. Su Tianxiang put her hands on her hips. Senior sister won't hide it from you. I'm really short on spirit stones right now. Think of a way to squeeze some from your fifth senior sister, just 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. Listen to yourself, is that a reasonable thing to say? 300,000 top-grade spirit stones was enough for the entire sect's annual expenses. My 100 Flowers peak is yours for the taking. You're still not satisfied. I have 3,000 female disciples there. Su Tianxiang blinked. If not, what about senior sister herself? Do you fancy me? Su Tianxiang placed her hand on Su Anshan's shoulder, then let out a melancholy sigh. I suppose you wouldn't fancy me, I'm too old. You should seriously consider my 100 Flowers peak, all young female disciples, all water element, you know what I mean. Buddy, take her as a concubine, I'll pay for it. Take her, I think she's good, looks like she can bear children, are you crazy? They'll pay double, take her. My fifth senior sister has money, I don't need yours. They'll pay 10 times. She's my senior sister, so what? Can't you take a senior sister as a concubine? I didn't say I couldn't. Then go for it. I mean, the price has to be right, say that earlier. 100 times, just take her as a concubine. You said it. I said it. Then I'll take her. 10 million top-grade spirit stones, enough to found a sect. For the sake of Carefree Peak, he was willing to sacrifice himself. Senior sister deal? Su Anshan waved his hand grandly. Su Tianxiang was overjoyed. Junior brother, have you decided who you want? Or shall we go to 100 Flowers Peak and pick one by one? He'll set up a private room for you, no one will find out. You? What about me? Su Tianxiang responded instinctively, then suddenly realizing the implications stared wide-eyed at Su Anshan for a long while, her expression gradually turning flustered. Well, senior sister is too old. Cultivators share the heaven's lifespan. Junior brother, this matter needs some thought. Su Tianxiang laughed. This is too sudden, I'm not quite ready. Of course, if you need 100 Flowers Peak, just contact me anytime. I just spotted a top-grade water element disciple. He'll take my leave now. Chickening out. It seems senior sister Tianxiang was all talk. Knew she was just bluffing? You knew and still told me to take her. Just wanted to see if you had the guts. Looks like you do. Take a concubine soon, buddy. Spread the family line, lots of rewards. Are you a concubine system? I can be. Ha ha. Suddenly a loud laugh rang out from the questioning peak. Top-grade Earth spiritual root. Disciple, come to my heavenly rock peak quickly. From today you are my personal disciple. Come into your master's arms. Top-grade Fire spiritual root. My treasure, your master is here. Disciple, look here. Look here, disciple. Your master has waited so long for you. On the questioning peak, many peak masters began vying for disciples with high-grade spiritual roots. Su Anshan watched his mouth twitching. He could understand the heavenly fire peak master. Their peak only accepted fire element, and top-grade fire spiritual roots hadn't appeared in years. Getting one was naturally exciting. But other peak masters got several every year. Was it really necessary? Were they all that desperate? Young man, would you join my Green Mountain Peak? An authoritative voice rang out from the questioning peak. Su Anshan turned to see it was the Green Mountain Peak master, his gaze fixed on a proud, cold-looking youth. Mu Linson, age 16, realm bone tempering, second layer. Talent top-grade with spiritual root, top-grade fire spiritual root. Traits skipped, appearance inferior to you, behind the screen, dual top-grade spiritual roots, wood and fire. A natural alchemist. The cold youth slowly looked up and immediately knelt. This disciple is willing. Good. From this moment you are a true disciple of Green Mountain Peak. The Green Mountain Peak Master waved his hand and tossed out a jade token. Having secured a disciple with dual top-grade spiritual roots, he wore a smug expression. He even glanced deliberately at Su Anshan. His eyes held a trace of mockery and a hidden malicious smile. Lucky bastard. Su Anshan rolled his eyes. Don't panic, just 2 top-grade spiritual roots. They'll help you slap his face hard. What are you going to do? Ding. System is on its way to a duel. Please wait patiently, Su Anshan. A duel, eh? Buddy, don't be impulsive. This system seems to have a fiery temper. A direct duel. Su Anshan called out in his heart for a long while. Without any response, it seemed his buddy had gone out on business and wouldn't be back anytime soon. Is the system circle so competitive now? Resources to be seized. During this time, other peak masters and elders were also searching among these disciples for those who could become their own students. Ha ha ha, look my apprentice. The Tianhua Peak Master kept showing off his precious gem to the other Peak Masters. 9 years. Do you know how he got through these 9 years? At every assembly, he would watch enviously as other Peak Masters and Elders found proud disciples, yet he specialized solely in fire element techniques, though other spiritual roots were but a waste of talent to him. He waited and waited until today. Heaven helps those who help themselves. He finally got his chance. If he didn't reclaim all the grievances from previous years, he would feel he had been shortchanged. The other Peak Masters and Elders knew that the Tianhua Peak Master had been holding back for too long, and endless flattery poured forth, easing the bitterness in his heart. Only the Qingshan Peak Master looked haughty. The Tianhua Peak Master's joy in gaining a beloved apprentice is worth celebrating, but among us Peak Masters, the one who gained the most this time must be the Qingshan Peak Master. A Peak Master noticed the Qingshan Peak Master's expression and chuckled. Indeed, dual extreme grade spiritual roots. In truth, many Peak Masters coveted those dual extreme grade spiritual roots. Wood and fire dual spiritual roots. With a bit of nurturing, they would become a top-tier alchemist. Just luck, just luck. The Qingshan Peak Master chose to be modest at this moment. All Peak Masters have reaped abundantly. It must be said that this batch of disciples is indeed exceptional, with many extreme grade spiritual roots. But some Peak Masters have come up empty-handed, haven't they, Junior Brother Su? Instantly, the smiles vanished from the faces of all Peak Masters and Elders. Qingshan Peak Master, you truly have no fear of death. If you've found a good apprentice, just quietly return to your peak. Why must you provoke that ancestor Su Anshan? Even if Su Anshan's cultivation level is inferior to yours with his backing from Martial Uncle Mei and his senior sisters, if just one of them returned to the sect to teach you a lesson, the weeds on your grave would be 2 meters tall by next year. Is it worth it to indulge in such momentary verbal sparring? Su Anshan, who had been lounging in his seat yawning slowly, raised his brow. Are you just looking for trouble, eh? Junior Brother Su, that's not quite right, the Qingshan Peak Master said with a slight smile. Look, all the Peak Masters at this assembly have taken on disciples, yet your peak's direct inheritance remains vacant. Could it be that even extreme-grade spiritual roots don't catch your eye yet? The disciples who had been accepted as direct inheritors were all astonished. A Peak Master. The 10,000 Sword sect actually had such a young Peak Master. Even if cultivation slows down aging, Su Anshan looked no more than 20 years old. To become a Peak Master at such a young age, what kind of talent must he possess? A sacred-grade spiritual root. Those newly initiated disciples looked at Su Anshan with eyes full of admiration. Heh! Su Anshan finally understood the ill intent. They were setting a trap for him. You've hit the mark. I really haven't taken a fancy to extreme-grade spiritual roots. Su Anshan squinted with a smile. For someone to be my apprentice, they must at least have a sacred grade or divine grade spiritual root. Ding! Your system has changed the dual route. Please wait patiently. What's going on? Why did my buddy take a detour? Hearing Su Anshan's bold words, the direct inheritors on the peak marveled inwardly. Sacred grade, divine grade. Such high standards. Even in the entire Luhua continent, such a level of spiritual root would be rare once in a century. Ding! Your system is currently dueling. Please wait patiently. Whoa! My buddy's fighting. Seeing Su Anshan speak so calmly and boldly, the Qingshan Peak Master's expression shifted slightly. Shameless. Sacred grade, divine grade. Why not just say you want an immortal emperor as your apprentice? You don't even have a spiritual root yourself, yet you dare to speak such grandiose nonsense. You like to show off, so today, they'll make you lose face in front of these disciples. Truly worthy of being the youngest Peak Master of our 10,000 Swords sect, your standards are indeed high. The Qingshan Peak Master smiled. But your peak is too desolate, Junior Brother. Sacred grade and divine grade are things of chance not to be sought. If they don't appear, will you never take on a disciple in your lifetime? None of your damn business. Old Qingshan, you're always meddling in others' affairs. Just mind your own little patch of land. A grown man with such a loose tongue, like an old gossip. If you don't need that pair of weights, give them to me. I'll use them as a drinking snack to feed the Bashankuan in my Wuxia Peak. The entire peak fell into silence. The disciples who had been looking at Su Anshan with admiration changed their expressions upon hearing the words Wuxia Peak. For anyone in Luhua continent with thoughts of cultivation, the first choice was the 10,000 Swords sect. Speaking of the 10,000 Swords sect, one peak that had to be mentioned was Wuxia Peak. Everyone knew that the peak master of Wuxia Peak had obtained his position by risking his life, and his strength was even inferior to the outer disciples of the peak. No spiritual root, unable to cultivate at all. Master, is he really the peak master of Wuxia Peak? A delicate jade-like girl nestled in Su Tianxiang's arms asked with curiosity in her eyes. Yes. What a pity he's so handsome. This girl was the extreme-grade water spiritual root that Su Tianxiang had just snatched. Many peak masters wanted to take her in, but once Su Tianxiang stepped forward, the others paled in comparison. Su Tianxiang heard her disciple's words, and her face lit up. Do you like him? Who doesn't like a handsome man? Then how about you go and bear him a child? For one child, master will give you 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you have twins, master will give you 50,000. Su Tianxiang whispered in a low voice. Shui Yao, disciple, think it over. If you agree, you'll be the chief disciple of our Baihua Peak, and master will pass on all my lifelong teachings to you. Master, may I ask a bold question? This is the 10,000 Swords sect, right? Yes. You are Su Tianxiang, the peak master of Baihua Peak, right? Yes, that's good. Shui Yao gently patted her not-sosmal chest. I was almost afraid I'd been tricked, thought I'd run into a pimp. Su Tianxiang. Master, you're not a madam, are you? The other disciples who had been accepted as direct inheritors also whispered with their masters. Their expressions varied as they looked at Su Anshan. The disciple taken in by the Qingshan peak master Mu Linsin even showed a look of contempt. Worthless. Occupying a position without doing anything. How could such a person be a peak master? The 10,000 Swords sect must be blind. Feeling the gazes from all around, especially noticing that brat with dual extreme-grade spiritual roots daring to show him disrespect, Su Anshan's anger flared up. You little brat, you're already on the path to having your weights removed. No. Judging by the scale, it should be a little bell. You dare to take my weights. The Qingshan peak master glared. Su Anshan looked at him twice. What, you don't have any? Su Anshan, your grandpa is right here. Su Anshan put his hands on his hips. The Qingshan peak master's face turned pale and red with rage. You're all talk. Do you dare to have a real fight with me, blade to blade? Really? So confident? Can your little bell be a match for my 100 kilograms weight? Su Anshan grinned cheekily. Let's put both our weights on the scale. It'll be 2 ounces heavier than you. So you thief, do you dare to duel me? Old gossip, losing your cool. Su Anshan grinned, muttering inwardly. Buddy, you'll give you one chance to strike. Ding. Your system is currently dueling. Please wait patiently. Can you do it or not? Fighting this long. Can't even be the ringleader. Can't even stand your ground. And you want to compare with my master? Ding. Your system has finished dueling. Coming, buddy. Don't doubt it, buddy's love for you is as deep as the sea. Ran into a few small fries earlier, took some time. From now on, don't go easy on him. Go all out. If buddy lets you lose face, he'll never hang out in the system circle again. You said it. I said it. All right. Lu Qingshan was very anxious. Struck directly in the heart, he simply couldn't bear it. Su the villain. Do you dare to fight me to the death? Stop your noise. If I actually agreed, would you really dare to strike me? Su Anshan looked at him calmly. Before you even made a move, the sect had already prepared your coffin. For a moment, Lu Qingshan was stunned. It seemed. That was true. I'm soft-hearted. Everyone in our peak knows that although your weight is a little light, you are indeed a cornerstone of the sect, having rendered illustrious service for our 10,000 Swords sect. Lu Qingshan's expression softened slightly. Who doesn't enjoy hearing nice words? He actually bore no great grudge against Su Anshan. It was just that Su Anshan, as a peak lord, neglected his duties, spending his days in pleasure houses, which greatly tarnished the reputation of the 10,000 Swords sect. This made him, who regarded the sect as a sacred ground, feel extremely indignant. Huh, wait, who the hell has a lightweight? Su Anshan spread his hands. Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile and be friends with you all, but you kept pressing me. Since that's the case, then watch closely and see what a disciple with a sacred spirit root is like. A sacred spirit root. Junior brother, such big words. The Qingshan peak lord snorted. Across our entire Luhua prefecture, how many sacred spirit roots are there? Even on our Baishan continent, they are numbered, each one in those sacred sects and empires. Could it be that junior brother Su intends to ask Uncle Master Mei to snatch one for you? Too naive. My master searched far and wide across the states and brought me back to the sect to become the true disciple of this generation of Wuxia Peak. Do you really think Master took a liking to my handsome looks? Too superficial. Su Anshan sighed and shook his head, then stood up, supporting himself on the armrests of his chair. Does a sacred spirit root need to be snatched? Then Su Anshan directly opened his right hand. The Peak Lords had no idea what he meant by this. They stared at his right palm for a long time, but could discern nothing. Ahem. Understood, Ding. You have received the system's gift, sacred spirit fruit. If there is no sacred spirit root, then I shall bestow one upon my disciple. Whoosh. A five-colored fruit materialized in Su Anshan's hand without warning. The moment the fruit appeared, the assembled Peak Lords on Windafing went mad. Sacred spirit fruit. A rare treasure of the ages that when consumed awakens a sacred spirit root. Junior Brother Su actually possesses such a treasure. What is Junior Brother Su going to do? Is he going to forge a sacred spirit root right before our eyes? The Peak Lords were dumbfounded, their eyes locked on the sacred spirit fruit, filled with longing. A fruit capable of coalescing a sacred grade spirit root. Cultivating with a sacred grade spirit root is simpler than breathing. Even among these Peak Lords, few possessed a sacred grade spirit root. They would willingly become Su Anshan's disciple for that fruit. A master. Suddenly a voice called out from Windafing. Everyone looked over. It was the elder presiding over the awakening ceremony, staring longingly at the fruit in Su Anshan's hand. Master, please take me as your disciple. I am willing to be your student. I am willing to. And me? The Peak Lords held back out of concern for face, but the inner and outer sect elders did not care. Becoming Su Anshan's disciple meant obtaining a sacred grade spirit root. They would be willing to be his disciple, even his grandson. The many disciples below who had not yet left were utterly bewildered, wondering why so many elders were vying to become disciples of the Wuxia Peak Lord. Hadn't the rumors said he was a cripple without a spirit root? Could the rumors be false? The personal disciples on Windafing were even more stunned. What was happening? What was it that the Wuxia Peak Lord had taken out that caused a host of elders to want to become his disciple? Master, what is that? Shui Yao asked, extending her small hand. Su Tianxiang looked at the sacred spirit fruit in Su Anshan's hand and swallowed. It wasn't that she coveted the sacred grade spirit root. She possessed a dual spirit root, one of which was a sacred grade water spirit root. What she cared about was the spirit stones. 30,000. This fruit could be worth dozens, even hundreds of times that. If I were to send a voice transmission to Junior Brother now saying I was willing, could he give me this fruit? Then she could sell it for 30 million and people would surely fight over it. 30 million, a lifetime of endless spending. Master, seeing Su Tianxiang silent for a while, Shui Yao called out again. Oh, what is it? Su Tianxiang snapped back to reality, still pondering the matter from before. What is that thing in the Wuxia Peak Lord's hand? Why did so many elders suddenly want to become his disciple? And I see the Peak Lords also look very eager. Shui Yao said in a sweet, delicate voice. That is a sacred spirit fruit. What does a sacred spirit fruit do? Swallowing it can directly coalesce a new sacred grade spirit root. What a... Shui Qingyin, who had always been gentle and soft, was so shocked her mouth fell open. Damn, what fortune had I missed out on? A sacred grade spirit root. Damn it, I'm going to cry myself to death. The personal disciples of the other Peak Lords also learned the news, and without exception stared wide-eyed at the glowing fruit in Su Anshan's hand, drooling. Hey, Master, look at me. Shui Yao stretched out her small hand and waved at Su Anshan. Master, look at your disciple. You go back up there. What, your master? That's my master. A girl who looked like a young lady despite being in her teens stepped forward. The Wuxia Peak Lord is my master. He's mine. He's mine. He's my master. All of you get lost. Ahem. Amidst the clamor of people vying to become Su Anshan's disciple, a Peak Lord slowly walked out. Junior Brother Su Anshan, what do you think of me? They've gone mad. Everyone has gone utterly mad. On the entire Windafing, from the newly accepted personal disciples to the elders, they all desperately rushed to within 2 meters of Su Anshan, recommending themselves with all their might. The disciples below were even more confused. How come even the personal disciples with top-grade spirit roots were starting to fight for a master? Hadn't they already been chosen by a Peak Lord? Wait, why was a Peak Lord himself trying to become the Wuxia Peak Lord's disciple? The Wuxia Peak Lord really is a big shot. The rumors outside were false. The Qingshan Peak Lord's face was ashen. He had never imagined Su Anshan could produce a sacred spirit fruit. Why? He was a cripple without a single spirit root, so why did Uncle Master Mei show him such favor? A sacred spirit fruit. He wanted it too. If he didn't know Su Anshan would absolutely never give it to him, he would have shamelessly asked to be his disciple. What's wrong with a Peak Lord being a disciple? A sacred grade spirit root. With a sacred grade spirit root, as long as one doesn't die young, they can at least reach the Guiling realm. That was a realm countless cultivators at the Poseidon Sea realm dreamed of. a barrier that many experts at the Poseidon Sea realm could never break through in a lifetime, yet possessing a sacred grade spirit root could easily pierce that window pane. To step into the Guiling realm, Su Anshan just quietly watched the crowd before him. I gave you all a chance. We were blind. An elder exclaimed. Su Anshan, no master, look at me. Although I am over 200 years old from now on, you are my biological master. I am younger, master. I am only 170. I am even younger. I am only 17. From the peak lords to the true disciples of the 10,000 swords sect, their eyes burned with fervor, all fixed on the fruit in Su Anshan's hand. Su Anshan looked at them calmly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Baihui. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Baihui, dressed in simple clothes, ran up timidly, raised her little face, and stood before Su Anshan. Master, eat this fruit, and show them what a sacred spirit root truly is. Jiang Baihui obediently responded. She had no idea what the fruit was for, but the fervent gazes of those around her told her it was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Even if it weren't, she would still consume it without hesitation if Su Anshan told her to. Crunch, crunch. A single sacred spirit fruit was devoured by Jiang Baihui. In an instant, a deep purple radiance erupted from Jiang Baihui's body, shooting straight into the heavens while thunderclouds gathered over the questioning peak. Rumble, crack. The peak masters and elders stared in awe at the scene. They were witnessing the condensation of a spiritual root. Sacred grade. Jiang Baihui involuntarily closed her eyes and spread her arms as countless bolts of lightning surged around her, yet the raging thunderous power could not harm her in the slightest. She was the darling of lightning, the thunder of the heavens themselves clung to her affectionately. The phenomenon lasted for over 10 minutes with countless onlookers beholding the sight. Only when the thunderclouds above dissipated did the lightning around Jiang Baihui reluctantly leave her. Sacred grade, lightning, spiritual root. The peak masters fell silent for a brief moment, then their eyes blazed with irrepressible fervor. If they couldn't take her as a disciple, they would steal her as one. Lightning affinity, be my disciple. Seconds ago, they were vying for the sacred spirit fruit. The next, the peak masters were scrambling for the disciple. At this point, they had cast aside any regard for Su Anshan's status. A sacred grade spiritual root could drive anyone to madness. Come to my Tianhai Peak, and I will devote all our resources to nurture you, letting you soar through the seas. The peak master with purple hair shouted, even taking a moment to bow apologetically to Su Anshan. Junior brother Su, forgive me. A sacred grade spiritual root. I cannot let it be ruined in your hands. Young lady, come to me. I specialize in lightning, the perfect match for you. Come to me, and I'll cover all your resources until the return to spirit stage. Come to me, and I'll abdicate immediately. You'll be the next peak master, equal to all of us. Chaos, utter chaos. From the moment the sacred spirit fruit appeared, these pillars of the 10,000 swords sect had lost all their usual dignity. Jiang Baihui looked at the peak masters in bewilderment. No matter how eloquently they spoke, she understood none of it. She knew nothing of cultivation. She had only come to the sect because of Su Anshan. She had heard of immortal sects before, but they were too distant for her, and she had never sought to understand. All she knew was that Su Anshan was her benefactor, and she would obey him in everything. Young lady, come to me. Su Anshan could understand the other peak masters trying to take her. A sacred grade spiritual root. They truly couldn't contain their excitement. The problem was, he hadn't expected the Green Mountain Peak Master to also dare to steal his disciple. Old Green Mountain, your weight may be small, but your face is enormous, Su Anshan laughed. I fed the sacred spirit fruit, I brought her back to the sect, and you still want to take her as a disciple. You're really something else, opening my eyes wide. You may have fed her the fruit, but do you have the ability to teach her? My master is Mei Jiji. A sacred grade spiritual root can determine the rise or fall of a sect. With you, you'd only waste her talent. Su Anshan, I advise you not to embarrass yourself and yield this disciple. My master is Mei Jiji. I'm discussing the matter with you. Why do you keep bringing up Senior Mei? Are you brainless? Su Anshan frowned. With my master Mei Jiji here, what need have I of you? If I can't teach her, I'll have my master do it. Su Anshan. Your grandpa's here. Su Anshan's smile remained undiminished. You still want to steal my disciple? Greedy, aren't you? Su Anshan chuckled and glanced sideways at Jiang Baihui. Baihui, go slap that brat and tell them. Who is your master? Su Anshan pointed directly at Mu Linsin, who possessed dual extreme spiritual roots. A newcomer dared to show him disdain. Mu Linsin. Senior, are you really this vengeful? Jiang Baihui glanced at the direction Su Anshan indicated, and without a word walked straight up to Mu Linsin. How dare you? Mu Linsin glared, but Jiang Baihui didn't even blink. She raised her hand and delivered a slap. Mu Linsin's cheek burned from the blow, while Jiang Baihui had already clasped her hands and bowed eastward. My master is Su Anshan. Having done this, Jiang Baihui scampered back to Su Anshan's side. Well done. Su Anshan gently tapped her little nose. What a fine seedling. She had observed just once and remembered, oh, she was fit to be a member of his nothingness peak. You dare hit me. Mu Linson clenched his teeth, his hand over his cheek. Jiang Baihui remained expressionless, standing by Su Anshan's side and bowing. My master is Su Anshan. I challenge you to a duel. Mu Linson shouted. Before coming to the 10,000 Swords sect, he had already displayed astonishing talent. His bone-tempering stage showed he was far ahead of his peers. Being slapped in public was a humiliation he had never endured. Jiang Baihui, my master is Su Anshan. Step forward, oh, let us spar as peers. My master is Su Anshan. You have a sacred grade spiritual root, I have an extreme one, or are you afraid of me? My master is Su Anshan. Can you stop invoking your master? My master's master is Mei Jiji. Every time Mu Linson raged, Jiang Baihui would clasp her hands and call out Su Anshan's name crisply. When she finally mentioned Mei Jiji, even Su Anshan couldn't hold back his laughter. What a talent. This was definitely a disciple sent from heaven. Too awesome. He had initially pitted Jiang Baihui and thought of bringing her back as a little maid, but she had given him such a pleasant surprise. This trip to Tingfeng City was truly worthwhile. The peak masters were equally stunned. This girl was indeed Su Anshan's true disciple, cut from the same cloth. The way she bowed, her expression, her tone. If they hadn't seen it before, they wouldn't have believed she hadn't been trained. Mu Linson's face flushed red. Master. Seeing his disciple bullied, the Green Mountain Peak Master could not stand idly by. Su Anshan, don't go too far. My master is Mei Jiji. You bully a disciple, who aren't you ashamed as a peak master? My master is Mei Jiji. Su Anshan, I'm talking to you. Stop mentioning Senior Mei. My master's master is Wu Rend. Several peak masters chuckled wryly. The Green Mountain Peak Master was truly unlucky to have provoked such a nemesis. Hey, who is Wu Rend? The name sounds familiar yet. The peak masters laughed, then suddenly felt the name Su Anshan mentioned was somewhat known. Senior Mice Master, don't you remember? That rogue cultivator who was so protective he annihilated a demon sect for Senior Mei. What rogue cultivator? He was originally from our sect. He quit as sect leader without even choosing a successor and just ran off. The sect nearly fell apart back then. Junior brother Su seems more formidable than we imagined. The sacred spirit fruit was probably given by the ancestor. The peak masters were initially surprised that Senior Mei could obtain a sacred spirit fruit and give it to Su Anshan, but now it seemed likely it came from Ancestor Wu. This nothingness peak lineage was truly not to be trifled with. Su Anshan. The Green Mountain Peak Master's face turned green. I don't care who your master or grandmaster is, you must give my disciple an explanation now. What explanation should I give him? He showed no respect for his elders. I was just teaching him a lesson. Su Anshan spread his hands. A mere disciple dares to scorn a peak master. In time, hell overturn the heavens and tear down our sect's ancestral hall. You, old Green Mountain, forget your disciple for a moment. Tell me, do you want mine? Su Anshan suddenly grinned, his eyes twinkling. The previously furious Green Mountain Peak Master felt his anger dissipate at these words. He stared at Su Anshan for a long time without speaking. A disciple with a sacred grade spiritual root. Of course he wanted one. You? What do you mean? Hey, race the deal. Your disciple disrespected his elder, and I don't like it. Give him a slap, and he'll give you my disciple. Su Anshan grinned. Before the Green Mountain Peak Master could respond, other peak masters chimed in. Don't do it, brother Anshan. Let me have this good fortune. Let me do it. I have a strong hand. Mu Linson. Why not just kill me outright and skip the formalities? Mu Linson looked pleadingly at his master, but saw the Green Mountain Peak Master's hand twitching eagerly as he looked at him. Disciple, your master truly desires a sacred grade spiritual root. Disciple. Will you grant your master this wish? This was only what the Green Mountain Peak Master thought in his heart, but he knew full well that Su Anshan would never yield Jiang Baihui. He was just doing this to mess with him. Enough. The Green Mountain Peak Master finally restrained his desire for a sacred grade spiritual root disciple and fixed his gaze on the other peak masters. This is my disciple, all of you don't overstep. Seeing the Green Mountain Peak Master angered, the other peak masters shrugged and stepped back. Su Anshan, don't use your petty tricks on me. I won't harm my disciple. The Green Mountain Peak Master squinted. But I despise your conduct. Do you dare to duel with me? Oh, who do you wish to spar with? Suddenly an icy-faced immortal maiden stood aloft in the void holding a long sword. My junior brother. Above the void, the sword-wielding immortal maiden stood proudly. Sh Shengwan Jing. The Qingshan Peak Master stared at the fairy before him, unable to utter another word for a long while. Su Anshan also revealed a smile. He instinctively wanted to embrace her, but suddenly recalling that his senior sister cultivated the heartless maiden Dao and was always cold, and aloof he silently withdrew his hand. Senior sister. The immortal maiden nodded, slightly a hint of desolation in her heart, as she saw Su Anshan's anxious expression. Little junior brother truly does not like me. If it were any of the other junior sisters, little junior brother would surely rush to embrace them. Though her heart was lonely, the fairy cast a cold, sidelong glance at Lu Qingshan. You wish to spar with my little junior brother? Lu Qingshan's face drastically changed. What kind of day is this? How could this formidable lady suddenly return to the sect? I sense your aura is flourishing. Oh, why not let me spar with you instead? What say you? Shangguan Jing narrowed her eyes slightly, and Lu Qingshan was so terrified he nearly wet himself. If his senior sister truly made a move, Lu Qingshan would be reborn 18 years later. He was merely lustung, not deserving of death. This incident with Lu Qingshan made Su Anshan realize one thing. There were likely others in the 10,000 Swords sect like him, only they weren't as reckless as Lu Qingshan. Seizing this opportunity, Su Anshan decided to quell the undercurrents. Seeing the senior sister about to draw her sword, Su Anshan waved his hand grandly. Senior sister, no need. I am enough. Ding. The system is en route to the duel. Please wait patiently. Hey buddy. Why are you off dueling again? Weren't you just telling me confidently that you wouldn't let me down? Turns out you only went to fetch a holy spirit fruit. You're not quite up to par with my master. Ding. The system begins the duel. Holy crap. Such astonishing efficiency. Half an hour later. Did you hear? The Wusher Peak Master and the Qingshan Peak Master are going to spar at the Jiyuan Peak. Are you sure it's Wusher Peak? No way has the Qingshan Peak Master lived long enough. Brothers in Feng Shui studies, it's time to show your skills. Be sure to find a prime burial spot for our Qingshan Peak Master. The 10,000 Swords sect. The news that Su Anshan was going to settle scores with the Qingshan Peak Master spread like wildfire through the sect. Everyone who heard it first doubted, then was shocked, and finally marveled at what kind of strange pill the Qingshan Peak Master had swallowed. Was victory important? Not at all. What truly mattered was that the Qingshan Peak Master picking a fight with Su Anshan was akin to a birthday star eating arsenic, simply tired of living. Who didn't know who Su Anshan was? Who didn't know who Su Anshan's master was? Who didn't know who Su Anshan's grandmaster was? Countless disciples dropped what they were doing and rushed toward the Duan Yuan mountain, afraid to miss this spectacular sparring match. Not just the disciples, but even some old eccentrics in the sect who had been using cultivation as an excuse to avoid sect affairs emerged from seclusion in unison. For a time, the entire 10,000 Swords sect was in turmoil. Atop the Duan Yuan mountain peak, Su Anshan reclined in a chair, yawning. On either side, disciples of the 100 Flowers Peak held parasols to shield him from the sun, and Jiang Bai, who had just awakened a sacred grade thunder spirit root after consuming the holy spirit fruit, stood by his side. Across from them, the Qingshan Peak Master stood proudly. Really going to spar, huh? The disciples from various peaks who had rushed over were dumbfounded at the sight of the Wusher Peak Master and the Qingshan Peak Master on the stage. Jiyuan Peak. Its original name was Duan Yuan Peak. As the name implied, it was the place for inner disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect to settle their grievances. Yet unexpectedly, after this peak was established, internal grudges only grew heavier. The victors mocked relentlessly, the losers fumed in anger. Instead of resolving conflicts, they only grew more incensed. What might have started as a mere quarrel often ended with both parties looking at each other like mortal enemies. Thus, Duan Yuan Peak earned the name Jiyuan Peak. Above the void, the Peak Masters stood on their swords observing. All of them silently marveled at the Qingshan Peak Master's audacity. A true man. Whether to be a hero for a second or a coward for a lifetime. Clearly, the Qingshan Peak Master had chosen the former. He wanted his life to be brilliant. Tianxiang, what exactly is Su Anshan's background? The Mingdao Peak Master sidled up quietly. Among all the peaks, your 100 Flowers Peak has the closest ties with Wusher Peak. Give us the inside scoop. What is there to tell, eh? Why did Su Junior Brother suddenly agree to spar with the Qingshan Peak Master? Is he hiding his strength to establish his authority, or is Uncle Mei planning to replace the Peak Master? Why did Shangguan Jing return to the mountain? How would I know? Su Tianxiang couldn't be bothered with the other Peak Masters. Her mind was entirely occupied with whether she should trade herself for 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. If anyone else offered that many spirit stones for dual cultivation, she would surely cut them down with a single sword strike. But with the little junior brother, it might not be so bad. Jiyuan Mountain was packed with people. Since the peak's founding, it had never seen such a crowd. Looking at the dense sea of figures, it seemed the entire 10,000 Swords sect had gathered. What do you think the Wusher Peak Master is thinking? He has no cultivation realm, while the other Peak Masters are solidly at the sea-breaking realm. Sparring with the Qingshan Peak Master. Isn't he just asking for a beating? He's got backing. Haven't you seen Su Shishu's senior sister Shangwan Jing watching from above? Would the Qingshan Peak master dare to make a move? If he so much as twitches, senior sister Shangwan could spin his head right off. Did you hear? The sect's carpenters are already making a coffin. What if Su Shishu has been hiding his true strength all these years? Maybe he's a supreme master who deliberately kept a low profile waiting to make a stunning debut on this Duan Yuan mountain. Wake up. Do you think Su Shishu could even beat one of the sect's 8 fragrance chickens? No one in the 10,000 Swords sect believed Su Anshan could win, just as no one thought the Qingshan Peak master would come to a good end. The onlooking disciples murmured among themselves. Even with the scorching sun blazing overhead, they bore no complaints. This was a battle of the ages. They were willing to wait not just an hour, but even 2 more hours if needed. The disciples were patient, but the Qingshan Peak master grew anxious. Su, junior brother, when shall we spar? He needed to get this over with and escape quickly. With Shangwan Jing standing up there, he felt like he had a thorn in his back, a fishbone in his throat, and was sitting on pins and needles. He simply wanted to die? Eager to get beaten, are you? Your skin must be itching for a tightening. Should I have my senior sister take a turn? Shall loosen you up more thoroughly. Su Anshan raised an eyebrow. The Qingshan Peak master immediately panicked. No, please. Su Anshan's face broke into a smile as he stretched lazily. Look at you, scared stiff. Don't worry, beating you doesn't require my master or senior sister. I am enough. The Qingshan Peak master wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fine, fine, fine. At that moment, Lu Qingshan found Su Anshan quite agreeable. A lifesaver. Su junior brother was truly an honest man. For this act alone, he would never speak ill of him again. But he was truly in a hurry. Shangwan Jing up there was absolutely terrifying. Her spiritual sense had been locked onto him. It was spine-chilling. Junior brother, if we could start this sparring match sooner rather than later, would that be acceptable? Su Anshan raised a finger. Lu Qingshan dared not say a word, bowing and scraping. Shu. Ding. Your system has finished the duel. I'm back, buddy. Sorry for the wait. It wasn't that long, but my hands are itching to punch someone, Su Anshan muttered, cracking his knuckles. So who did you duel? It took nearly an hour. I almost thought you'd been killed and I'd have no system buddy left. It was a bit tricky, took some time. I'll be more careful next time. Alright, his system buddy sure had a good attitude. Next time you duel, give me a heads up, so I have some idea. If you hadn't come back, I was about to call my master and senior sister. Getting beaten was absolutely out of the question. Su Anshan had dominated his entire life and would never suffer humiliation. Why call them? I've got your back, just as well. Let me reiterate, I'm no less reliable than your master or senior sister. In fact, I'm even better. I'll trust you on that just a little. What goodies did you bring? My senior sister is watching from above. Don't embarrass me. Nothing too overpowered, just something to turn that Qingshan Peak master into a wall painting. Just you wait, you have received a system gift, Spirit Returning Strike. The Spirit Returning Strike. Su Anshan felt a flicker of confusion. At that moment, Lu Qingshan sensed a chilling draft creeping up the back of his neck. What a calamity! Which deity had he offended today to be plagued by such misfortune? Shangwan Jing had not returned to the sect since she left 4 years ago. During her absence, though, he often harbored grievances against Su, and he only occasionally made snide remarks. But today perhaps he had taken the wrong medicine before leaving. He ended up clashing with Su Anshan. The problem was he lost that clash too. Before Su Anshan arrived, he was the unrivaled master of verbal sparring in the 10,000 Swords sect. After Su Anshan came, he could only settle for second place. Not only did he lose the verbal duel, but Shangwan Jing also overheard him. Her gaze from above made him truly panic. The pressure was overwhelming. He could only pray that Uncle Mei wouldn't find out. Shangwan Jing alone was more than he could handle. If Uncle Mei were to return, he might as well dig a hole right there and bury himself. The Qingshan Peak Lord seems to be trembling. With Shangwan Jing standing there, you'd tremble too if you were in his place. She's second only to Uncle Mei in the Wuxia Peak. If you ask me, Qingshan should just take a beating from junior brother Su and scram. Speaking of which, Shangwan Jing is as icy as ever. Indeed, the other peak lords exchanged glances. Standing in the void, Shangwan Jing's face was cold, giving off an air of aloofness. Yet inside her heart was in turmoil, uncertain of what to do. Junior brother, what exactly are you trying to do? Lu Qingshan is a peak lord after all. If something goes wrong during this spar, that old codger Lu Qingshan is doomed. The safest course is to warn him. His life isn't worth as much as my junior brother's. Old codger, don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare lay a hand on my junior brother, you're dead. Do you hear me? Shangwan Jing, standing in the void, transmitted her voice with a piercing gaze. Lu Qingshan's body trembled like a tiger. He looked up at the void on the verge of tears. Did you even need to say that? Even if you weren't here, I wouldn't dare touch him. What's this all about? Just because I'm old and had a moment of hot-bloodedness, do I deserve to be bullied like this? A man over 200 years old. Meanwhile, Su Anshan leaned back in his chair, murmuring inwardly. What was the spirit returning strike for? Obviously, it's a strike at the spirit returning realm. Just one strike. You think it's not enough? The system seemed a bit hesitant. No, it's fine. Can the spirit returning strike be used continuously? No, but don't worry, buddy has a but. If you really like it, he'll snatch some more for you later. Consider this a trial card for you to test out. Alright, that's generous of you. Su Anshan didn't like trouble. Being a one-punch man was definitely the best outcome. Of course, buddy said it. My love for you is no less than your master or senior sisters. I've seen how they treated you these past 5 years, and he'll do better than them. Why do you always compare yourself to my master and senior sister? It was strange. Su Anshan felt that his system buddy had been subtly comparing himself to his master and senior sister many times. What was he trying to do? Seeking favor. 5 years of enduring hardships, all for the sake of becoming a pillar by Su Anshan's side someday. He sure had a lot of leisure. Su Anshan didn't dwell on it. He had little interest in being invincible. All he wanted was to live freely and comfortably. He wouldn't bully others without reason, and they shouldn't bully him. When he wanted to bully someone, he would do as he pleased. That was enough. Su Anshan let out a light cough from his seat and stretched lazily. Whoosh. The Mingfur seat was retracted. On the entire Duan Yuan mountain, all eyes were on Su Anshan as he waved his hand grandly. All of you step back. The 2 disciples of Baihua Peak holding umbrellas obeyed and left. Jiang Baihui raised her delicate face. Master, go for it. Jiang Baihui clenched her little fist in encouragement and ran off the stage. Seeing her descend, many female disciples from various peaks gathered around her, chattering incessantly. Some had come to befriend her after learning she had awakened a sacred-grade thunder spirit root. Others were sent to poach her. There were definitely peak lords who were unwilling to give up. A disciple with a sacred-grade thunder spirit root, once properly trained, would become a powerful ally. Jiang Baihui responded with a cheerful smile, but her eyes never strayed from Su Anshan's back. It seems junior brother Su is ready. The Qingshan Peak Lord's face lit up with joy. Let's get this spar over with quickly. His only thought now was to leave this place of trouble. I suppose so. Then please, junior brother Su, summon your artifacts and flying sword. On this platform, fists and feet are blind. The Qingshan Peak Lord smiled. Of course he'll hold back during the spar and won't harm your life. As a sign of sincerity, he'll suppress my cultivation too. The Qingshan Peak Lord paused, rubbing his hands. What level should he suppress to? Give me a signal for heaven's sake. Blood refining realm, first layer. Suddenly a transmission echoed in the Qingshan Peak Lord's sea of consciousness. He immediately straightened his chest solemnly. I can suppress to the blood refining realm, first layer. As soon as he said it, he felt something was off. Blood refining realm, first layer. Wasn't that a bit too fake? Forget it. Let it be fake. The Peak Lords would understand implicitly. As for the disciples, he would use plenty of flashy spells during the fight to make it look spectacular. They wouldn't notice a thing. Unexpectedly, Su Anshan's eyes widened. Old Qingshan, are you insulting me? Blood refining realm, first layer. What do you take me for, a mountain pheasant? Lu Qingshan's head was full of question marks. Who insulted you? Ancestor, that was your senior sister's idea, not mine. Think about it. Do I have any will of my own right now? Why don't you discuss with your senior sister what level I should suppress to? He'll just obey. Why are you tormenting me? Lu Qingshan was truly bewildered, having no idea how to proceed with the spar. Junior brother finds that too insulting. Shangguan Jing transmitted softly, Bone Forging Realm, first layer, but you must not strike. My junior brother will deliver one blow and you must fall. Falling with one blow. That's too fake. Lu Qingshan transmitted back. Just do as you're told. The IC transmission felt like the abyss of the 9 netherworld, sending a chill down Lu Qingshan's spine. Little junior brother, how about the Bone Forging Realm, first layer? Lu Qingshan asked cautiously. Unexpectedly, Su Anshan let out another scoff. Old Qingshan, are you still asleep? You wouldn't actually try to hit me, would you? Su Anshan looked at him incredulously. If you really injured me, my master would beat half your life away. The Qingshan Peak Lord felt an inexplicable urge to cry. Blood Refining Realm, first layer. Insulting you. Bone Forging Realm, first layer. Afraid of hurting you. Then what do you want? Hess, Su Anshan grinned. They'll hit you. The Peak Lords all chuckled to themselves, thinking that junior brother Su truly had a nature that wouldn't tolerate being wronged. Even Shangguan Jing, who had kept a stern face, had a faint smile curl at the corner of her lips before she turned icy again and transmitted agree to it. The transmission echoed in his sea of consciousness, and Lu Qingshan didn't hesitate for a second. Fine. You hit me. Come on. So straightforward. The agreement from the Green Mountain Peak Master was so quick that even Su Anshan was taken aback. Knowing his temperament, how could he swallow such a bitter pill in silence? Then Su Anshan suddenly understood. Got it. He is afraid of the senior sister. Bro, If I equip this returning strike and deliver a punch to Lu Qingshan, who has suppressed his cultivation to the bone-tempering stage, could I kill him outright? That's not really possible. Although the Green Mountain Peak Master has a sharp tongue, he doesn't deserve death. Within the 10,000 Swords sect, he had rendered great services. Even the master once praised Lu Qingshan, saying he was a man of great perseverance to have cultivated from a mid-grade spirit root to the sea-breaking realm. Junior brother, come on. The Green Mountain Peak Master spread his arms, his eyes filled with urgency. Hurry up and hit me. I've already stirred up my blood energy. With one punch from you, I'll surely spit blood. Absolute authenticity. Please hit me quickly. The Green Mountain Peak Master was so anxious he wanted to kneel and kowtow to Su Anshan. Then why not use some defensive techniques? Su Anshan frowned. We're cultivating immortality here. You're not a street thug. Use that spell of yours. Can I use it? The Green Mountain Peak Master cautiously glanced sideways into the void. Listen to my junior brother. Swiftly at the mountain peak, the Green Mountain Peak Master formed hand seals, conjuring a small tortoise spirit shield. Not enough, form more. Still not enough. His tortoise spirit shield was remarkably defensive. Although unclear about Su Anshan's intentions, Shang Wanjing had said to listen to her little junior brother. Form. Not enough, form more. Form more. Form more. Layer upon layer of defensive spells enveloped the Green Mountain Peak Master, leaving the Peak Masters in the void utterly bewildered. What are they doing? One might think the Green Mountain Peak Master had encountered a formidable enemy at the returning spirit realm. These spells were piling up like a tortoise shell. Even a peak sea-breaking cultivator would find it hard to shatter these spells with a single strike. What exactly does junior brother Su intend to do? Even if it's a fixed match, does it have to be this blatant? Is Uncle Mei using this to let junior brother Su establish authority within the sect? His impression in the sect is deeply rooted after all. Was Lu Qingshan in on it from the start as an actor? Possibly. Why else would he provoke junior brother Su? Was he that tired of living? Spells enveloped him. The Green Mountain Peak Master had devoted nearly all his cultivation to defense. Junior brother Su, is this enough? The Green Mountain Peak Master was even frightened by the countless spells around him. In all his years, he had never taken defensive techniques to such an extent. I've already formed 19 spells. The watching disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect were all astonished. 19 spells. They had seen the Peak Master continuously forming seals, but never imagined he would go this far. And all at the behest of Uncle Su. What was Uncle Su planning? Unexpectedly, Su Anshan asked again. No more. He was genuinely afraid of killing the Green Mountain Peak Master with one punch. Junior brother, these are all my techniques. The Green Mountain Peak Master was on the verge of tears. Losing was one thing, but did he have to lose so utterly? How could he ever hold his head high in the 10,000 Swords sect again? All right. Su Anshan reluctantly agreed, frowning slightly. He'll hold back a bit. Ding. Returning strike equipped. Bro, I won't kill him, will I? If you won't kill him. Fine. With that assurance, Su Anshan slowly approached the Green Mountain Peak Master, stopping only when half a meter separated them. Junior brother, please strike. The Green Mountain Peak Master could hardly wait. As you wish. Su Anshan said with a light smile, swinging his right fist in an unremarkable motion. This punch was far too gentle. Watching Su Anshan's featherlight strike, the Green Mountain Peak Master was already plotting how to fake the impact convincingly to avoid suspicion from the watching disciples. But before he could react further, ah damn it, a searing pain shot through his body as the Peak Master standing on the summit let out a startled cry. He watched helplessly as his tortoise-shell defenses shattered one after another until the violent force finally slammed into his chest. A thunderous boom echoed from Duanyuan Peak. The Green Mountain Peak Master shot backward like a cannonball, instantly crashing into a distant mountain. He was embedded there like a mural. Duanyuan Peak fell into dead silence. Whether watching disciples or the Peak Masters and elders in the void all swallowed hard. Oh, I think I saw a big black blur fly out and hit our mountain. That's the Green Mountain Peak Master. Junior brother Su punched him into Wuhen Peak. How is that possible? How did the Green Mountain Peak Master become a mural? Was this a fixed match? With 19 defensive spells, even a peak sea-breaking cultivator couldn't shatter them with one punch. But junior brother Su broke them all with a single blow. Is he at the returning spirit realm? Sect leader. The Peak Masters turned to the sect leader in disbelief. Junior brother Su. The 10,000 Sword sect leader let out a slow breath, his eyes still filled with astonishment. He must have already stepped into the returning spirit realm. The sect leader's words confirmed Su Anshan's status as a returning spirit cultivator. Junior brother Su is at the returning spirit realm. The Peak Masters and elders were struck speechless. None had imagined that Su Anshan, whom they had always dismissed as a mere blood-refining waste, was actually a master of the returning spirit realm. They had all thought it was a scripted performance. Shangguan Jing stood in the void, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Lu Qingshan's acting was incredible. How had he managed to fly off so smoothly? Could it really be her junior brother's doing? That punch might have killed the old man. Shangguan Jing peered into the distance. On Duan Yuan Peak, Su Anshan also shaded his eyes to look. What a fierce punch. He had tried his best to hold back, yet he still sent the Green Mountain Peak Master flying into the mountain. Bro, he won't die, right? Probably not. Several Peak Masters flew on their swords to where the Peak Master was embedded. Even with their combined strength, it took them half a minute to pull him out. On the mountain, a lifelike human imprint was left behind. The Heavenly Fire Peak Master supported the Green Mountain Peak Master as they landed on their sword. Seeing Su Anshan, the Heavenly Fire Peak Master nodded slightly in respect. The Green Mountain Peak Master, with a complex expression, stared at Su Anshan in disbelief for a long time. He thought he was an actor, but it turned out he was a real punching bag. No one could feel the impact of Su Anshan's punch more directly than he did. 19 spells shattered in an instant. A torrent of power crashed into his chest. In this battle, he was defeated with complete conviction. I lost. With a single punch, victory and defeat were decided. At this moment, the Green Mountain Peak Lord had shed all his former arrogance, and when he looked at Su Anshan, there was even a hint of fear in his eyes. One punch had shattered 10,000 techniques. He had lost without a word of complaint. Losing is not terrifying. What is there to fear in losing to me, Su Anshan? Su Anshan lightly patted the Green Mountain Peak Lord's shoulder, then with a solemn expression, he cupped his hands and said, "My master is Mei Jiji." The Green Mountain Peak Lord gave a bitter smile. At this moment, he could only sigh in admiration. Master Mei had truly taught her disciple well. The other Peak Lords also descended from the void, their eyes now holding a newfound respect as they looked at Su Anshan. The world of immortal cultivation was a place where strength reigned supreme. Knowing that Su Anshan possessed the realm of spirit return, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Fellow senior brothers, do you still have any thoughts about my disciple? Junior brother Su is joking. To possess the realm of spirit return at such a young age, it is an honor for a sacred grade spiritual root to receive your guidance. Many Peak Lords wore bitter expressions. The realm of spirit return. The entire Duan Yuan mountain buzzed with exclamations, and all disciples stared blankly at Su Anshan's retreating figure, replaying in their minds the peerless elegance of that single punch. No one had expected that the master of the no-action peak of the 10,000 Swords sect was a hidden master. He was a powerhouse of the realm of spirit return. I never imagined senior brother Su had inherited Master Mei's true essence of body cultivation, shattering 10,000 techniques with one punch. Admirable. Master Mei truly has an excellent eye. Junior brother Su, my earlier attempt to snatch your disciple was purely out of fear that a sacred grade spiritual root would go to waste. Please do not take offense. The Heavenly Sea Peak Lord smiled apologetically, his eyes full of regret. The sight of the Green Mountain Peak Lord embedded in the mountain from a single punch was still vivid in his mind. He had no desire to suffer a similar beating. I understand. I, Su Anshan, am not an unreasonable man. Su Anshan grinned. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my no-action peak. Go slowly, junior brother. The Peak Lords cupped their hands, and Su Anshan turned to look at Shangguan Jing with a smile. Senior sister, would you like to come back to the peak for a visit? No, thank you. Whoosh. Shangguan Jing shot into the sky on her flying sword, only to clench her fists once she reached the void. What am I doing? My junior brother invited me to the peak and I refused. This time he will surely dislike me even more. How annoying. Su Anshan silently watched Shangguan Jing's disappearing figure, sighing inwardly. The senior sister was truly cold. He pursed his lips and shook his head, then turned his gaze to Zhang Baihui. Baihui. Zhang Baihui ran up to him with a lively step, her eyes brimming with admiration. Back to the mountain. Junior brother Su, take my flying boat back. The sect leader chuckled as he brought out his treasured flying boat, while Luo Bai, beside him, kept coughing incessantly. What are you coughing about? The sect leader frowned, but Luo Bai kept winking frantically. Master, why can't you understand me? Don't bother bringing out that flying boat of yours. Compared to little master's, yours is nothing but a piece of junk. Forget it, I'll ride my own flying boat back. Su Anshan smiled faintly, produced the 10,000 Python Dragon Ascent flying boat, and tossed it into the void. Rumble, roar. A celestial dragon roared, and 10,000 pythons bowed in worship. Such an extraordinary phenomenon caused the Peak Lords on Duan Yuan Mountain to change color. Then they saw the roaring dragon and pythons transform into a flying boat, and Su Anshan rode a beam of light ascending into the distance. Gulp. The Peak Lords couldn't help but swallow hard. Was that Senior Brother Zus' flying boat? Damn. If I'm not mistaken, those 10,000 giant pythons probably all have strength at the peak of sea breaking, and that dragon is even above that. What are you saying? Those 10,000 pythons are all above the peak of sea breaking. Was this flying boat also given by Master Mei? Sect leader senior brother, compare your flying boat to senior brother Zus. The 10,000 swords sect leader's face darkened, and he glared at Luo Bai. Why are you looking at me? I was coughing just now to give you a signal. Luo Bai looked aggrieved. You just didn't catch my meaning. The Green Mountain Peak Lord also stared at the 10,000 python dragon ascent flying boat, somewhat dazed. Pseudo-dragon pythons avoid inside Azure Dragon. They all willingly served as Su Anshan's flying boat. Junior brother Zus realm might be more than just spirit return. Green Mountain, you've been bested by the no-action Peak Lord this time. How can you blame me? Who knew he was at the realm of spirit return? If I had known he was that strong, why would I have provoked him? The Green Mountain Peak Lord glared. He had always looked down on Su Anshan because he thought the man had no real strength, yet occupied the position of Peak Lord, always invoking Master Mei's name at every turn. It was infuriating. If he had known Su Anshan was at the realm of spirit return, not only would he have allowed him to put Master Mei on a pedestal, but even if Su Anshan had held Master Mei in his arms, he would have applauded and called them a perfect match of Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Green Mountain, hurry back and tend to your injuries. The Heavenly Fire Peak Lord whispered softly. Others may think this sparring ended with a touch of restraint, but your trials have only just begun. Green Mountain, may fortune be with you. I've already been beaten like this by the no-action Peak Lord. He wouldn't come looking for more trouble, would he? He certainly won't. Then there's nothing to. Before the Green Mountain Peak Lord could finish his sentence, a thought struck him, and his face turned ugly. I really brought this suffering upon myself. Everyone, I have gained some insight from the battle just now, and plan to enter secluded cultivation immediately. If anyone comes to visit, please inform them that I am in seclusion. Whoosh. The Green Mountain Peak Lord grabbed Mu Linson and leaped onto his flying sword, while the other Peak Lords, unaware of the situation, watched his hasty retreat to his peak. Why is the Green Mountain Peak Lord going into seclusion so suddenly? Did that one punch give him a breakthrough? Oh, you actually believe that? Clearly he's trying to avoid a calamity. Calamity? In an instant, several Peak Lords showed expressions of sudden understanding as they gazed at the departing figure of the Green Mountain Peak Lord. Green Mountain Peak Lord, may you rest in peace. Having left Duan Yuan Peak, Su Anshan returned to his own peak. By the way, from now on you are a disciple of the no-action Peak, my true disciple. There aren't many people on our peak, but plenty of houses. You can live wherever you like. Su Anshan stretched lazily. Jiang Baihui responded sweetly, her eyes filled with curiosity as she approached a stone tablet. The stone tablet exuded an ancient aura. A closer look revealed a soul-shaking pressure emanating from it. Master, this is the peak tablet of our peak. Su Anshan smiled. Your Grandmaster said that this tablet was left by the first master of the no-action Peak, the founding patriarch of our lineage. Passed down through the lineage, it is to bully others by relying on power. Jiang Baihui softly read the inscription on the tablet. Exactly. Now let me tell you the rules of our no-action Peak. Su Anshan stood before the inscription, and Jiang Baihui listened attentively. Our peak rules are very simple, just one sentence. When trouble comes, name drop. If name dropping doesn't work, call for backup. Huh. Jiang Baihui looked confused. Is it that hard to understand? It's literal. Didn't you do it quite well just now? My master is Su Anshan. Exactly. Su Anshan ruffled Jiang Baihui's hair. Being a person of the no-action Peak means this kind of freedom. We don't start trouble, but we're never afraid of it. If anyone ever bullies you in the future, you just, my master is Su Anshan. Clear-headed. Su Anshan smiled with satisfaction. Go look around. Our peak is neither too big nor too small. I'm feeling a bit tired and going to take a nap. Okay, Jiang Baihui obediently agreed. Su Anshan couldn't help but marvel at her compliant nature. She did exactly as told, so worry-free. Stretching lazily, Su Anshan returned to his residence. Collapsing onto the soft bed, he suddenly remembered he hadn't claimed his reward yet. His disciple recruiting task should be complete by now. Buddy, isn't it time to give me my reward? Ding. Your system is currently in a duel. Please wait patiently. What? What now? It's dueling again. Was his system a honey badger, always either fighting or on its way to a fight? A bit reckless. Is the system circle really this chaotic? Just fight. All resources and rewards are snatched by fists. Then let his buddy handle the fighting. His buddy claimed he used to be the top enforcer in the system circle, so he must know some martial arts. Suan felt a bit drowsy and decided to take a nap. Little did he know, at that moment in the Kanglan dynasty, I'm taking your princess to my sect for cultivation. Any objections? A cold-looking elegant woman leaned against her seat, a silver flying sword hovering above her, shimmering with icy sharpness. How could I object? To become a disciple of fairy mice lineage is my daughter's blessing. A majestic man in a dragon robe full of authority forced a fawning smile. He was none other than the sovereign of the Highland dynasty. Good then. The cold and elegant woman nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I'll take her back to the mountain directly. Esteemed immortal, won't you stay a few more days? The Highland sovereign ventured in a low voice. The cold woman shook her head. My junior brother is waiting for me at the sect, so. Suddenly a jade slip in her bosom flickered. Once she saw the message's content. That bastard Peak Lord of Qingshan dares to bully my little junior brother. You're really asking for death. The cold woman cursed loudly, startling the Highland sovereign so much his face turned pale. Highland sovereign, there's trouble at the mountain. Farewell. Whoosh. The cold woman, holding a delicate jade-like young girl in her arms, stepped onto a flying sword and shot through the sky. Only after her figure vanished from his sight did the sovereign of this dynasty exhale in relief and sink back into his seat. Mother, that scared me to death. Your Majesty, did you just let her take the little princess like that? A burly man in heavy armor stepped forward. She comes and goes as she pleases, showing no respect for our Highland dynasty. She's from the Wuxia Peak of the 10,000 Sword Sect. So what? Even if the 10,000 Sword Sect is a great immortal sect, our Highland dynasty is no pushover. We have countless enshrined cultivators, why should we fear them? Her master is Mei Jiji. Even if, stop spouting nonsense with me. The Highland sovereign glared and cursed, utterly lacking kingly dignity, as he craned his neck. If you're so capable, why didn't you say a word just now? Are you dead? This general. General, my ass. Your Majesty, mind your language. Bad news, Your Majesty, terrible news. A city guard rushed in from outside the main hall, dropping to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty, disaster. Vice-Chancellor Sun Xiangdong. The Highland sovereign frowned. Before the cold woman arrived, Vice-Chancellor Sun Xiangdong had come to him with a complaint saying that someone from the 10,000 Sword Sect had bullied his son, beating him black and blue. That was his only son, and he wanted the sovereign to seek justice. The Highland sovereign's scalp tingled at the mention of the 10,000 Sword Sect, and his face turned green at the words Master Mei Jiji. Justice? What justice could he possibly seek? He made an excuse and sent the man away. He was already troubled enough. The little princess was betrothed to a neighboring dynasty, and now his daughter had been taken to the 10,000 Sword Sect to become a disciple of that Wuxia Peak Lord. Everyone knew his precious daughter had fallen into a tiger's den. If the neighboring kingdom demanded an explanation, what was he to do? And now the vice-chancellor was stirring up trouble again. What now? The sovereign's eyes were filled with worry and a hint of anger. The vice-chancellor. He took his son and a few retainers from his mansion to the 10,000 Sword Sect. The city guard shouted in terror. What a... The sovereign and the generals in the hall gasped in shock. When did he leave? By my estimate, about an hour or two ago. Why didn't you report this sooner? Your Majesty, you said an important guest was here, and I shouldn't disturb you. I've been standing outside for an hour, my legs are numb. The guard rubbed his calf. Sun Xiangdong, that bastard. The Highland sovereign's face darkened. Your Majesty, mind your language. Mind my ass. The Highland sovereign cursed, losing all decorum. Quickly send men to chase him. No, first issue an order relieving him of his post, and send a notice to the 10,000 Sword Sect. I'll lead the troops myself. We must catch that bastard Sun Xiangdong. Rage turned the sovereign's lips white. Seeing the generals frozen in place, he roared, what are you waiting for? Rally the troops. If we delay that hothead, we'll do something reckless. Hurry. Su Anshan stretched lazily, waking from a satisfying slumber. The nap was just perfect. Full of energy, he yawned and stretched as he walked out of his dwelling. Almost instinctively, he found a corner to relieve himself. After all, the entire mountain was his alone except for a few 8 aroma chickens, so he didn't care. Suddenly, Su Anshan remembered he had taken on a disciple not long ago. He looked around but didn't see Jiang Baihui, so he sighed in relief. But just as he was about to proceed, he saw a delicate jade-like young girl squatting in front of him. The girl's big eyes sparkled with innocent light. Holy shit. Su Anshan stared at her in shock. Who are you? Master, what's wrong? Jiang Baihui seemed to have heard his shout and came running over with small steps, holding a spiritual sword. Master, what happened? Jiang Baihui blinked, then smiled when she saw the squatting girl. Mingyue, what are you doing here? You know her? Su Anshan was surprised, pointing at the jade-like girl. We just met. Jiang Baihui pursed her lips. Senior Aunt Fang Hanyan brought her. She said she's a new disciple for you, so she's my junior sister. Jiang Baihui's face was full of joy. Having just joined the sect, she suddenly became a senior sister. Though she didn't know much about cultivation, the title senior sister inexplicably delighted her. Third senior sister is back at Wuxia Peak. Su Anshan frowned slightly, glancing at the spiritual sword in Jiang Baihui's hand. Did she give you this sword? Yes, senior aunt said it was a welcome gift. Jiang Baihui smiled sweetly. Su Anshan took a closer look at the sword. A 5th-grade spiritual sword. His senior sister was as generous as ever. This was a sword meant for the sea-breaking realm, and outside, countless cultivators would fight to the death for it. And she gave such a sword as a welcome gift to someone at the blood-refining realm. Something seemed off. Su Anshan frowned and looked at Jiang Baihui again. Jiang Baihui, age 17, realm bone tempering 1st layer. Talent middle grade with spirit root, sync grade, thunder spirit root traits, golden ratio, obedient, gentle, inconsiderate, lonely, and orphan, boundless fortune, celestial beauty, divine beast physique, skin like congealed fat collarbone, can hold fish, looks 97. What did she do to reach bone tempering so quickly? When she first came up the mountain, Su Anshan saw she was barely a mortal. Just a few hours later, was a saint-grade spirit root really this terrifyingly efficient? Or was it the heavenly lightning tempering her body when she condensed her spirit root? Either way, a saint-grade spirit root was truly fearsome. If only I had one too. Ding! The system is on its way to a duel. Please wait patiently. Hey buddy, you're back. Well, at least make a sound. This system buddy was absolutely elusive, silent, and stealthy. 4 or 5 years since binding, Su Anshan had no idea it existed. He woke up from sleep and it didn't say a word. But it truly got things done. Su Anshan greatly appreciated this system buddy that worked in silence. Buddy, stay safe. Su Anshan murmured in his heart, then his gaze fell upon the exquisite young girl before him. The disciple arranged for him by his 3rd senior sister. Xue Mingwe, age 16, realm 5th layer of bone tempering. Talent supreme, wind spirit root, supreme water spirit root, supreme with spirit root traits, alluring bone, mischievous, scheming, illustrious lineage, appearance 96. Damn. 3 supreme spirit roots. Even in a sect like 10,000 Swords sect, such spirit roots were unprecedented. Where did his senior sister snatch her from? Little brother. Suddenly Xue Mingyue, squatting on the ground, blinked her eyes with an innocent look and reached out to point at Su Anshan. What was that just now? Su Anshan. Brother, what was that? What was that? Can you show Mingyue again? Xue Mingyue jumped up giggling as she wrapped her arms around Su Anshan and looked up. What thing? Jiang Baihui asked curiously. He. Xue Mingyue's face was full of sly smiles. Jiang Baihui was also bewildered. What happened? What's going on? What was this little junior sister sneering about? Remembering that only the master and the junior sister had been here, Jiang Baihui involuntarily glanced at Su Anshan. Su Anshan. Why look at him? Could he say that just now, when he was about to relieve himself, this even younger disciple had stumbled upon him? Ahem. He cleared his throat to change the subject. You're Mingyue, right? Where's my senior sister? Ah, you mean that big sister? Xue Mingyue giggled and pointed outside the mountain. She said she had to go handle something and would be back soon. Handle something? What could she have to do? If others didn't know what Fang Hanyan was like, Su Anshan certainly did. A thug, infamous throughout Reed Flower Continent. When it came to bullying others, she surpassed even Su Anshan. She was a true tyrant. She'd beat up anyone she didn't like. Once before Fang Hanyan left the mountain, the Peak Master of Misty Smoke Peak was in a hurry, overtaking her on a flying sword. She chased him for 2 days and 2 nights. She ended up beating the Misty Smoke Peak Master black and blue. She was definitely the terror of 10,000 Swords sect. If she said she was handling something, it meant she was going to beat someone up. Fang Hanyan's life was either beating people or on her way to beat people. That explosive temper made everyone tremble at the sight of her. I don't know, that big sister just said that. Before leaving, she muttered something about Lu Qing courting death and deserving a beating. Xue Mingyue said with her finger on her lips. Little girl, when you talk, why do you keep saying big? He emphasized big loudly, then suddenly lowered his voice. Because that big sister really is a big sister. Xue Mingyue blinked and said with a giggle. Damn, understood. This girl was scheming. But to be fair, she was indeed big. Su Anshan had to admit that. In 5 years of frequenting pleasure houses, he had never encountered anything of that scale. Wait, Su Anshan, lost in thoughts of Fang Hanyan, suddenly froze and looked at Xue Mingyue in horror. You just said my senior sister muttered about Lu Qing. Was it Lu Qing Shan? Yes, that seems to be the name, Xue Mingyue said with a smile. Little brother, is really amazing to know that. Su Anshan, what was this brat saying? Insulting him. Little brother, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Xue Mingyue blinked and said with a grin. It's not because I called you little brother, is it? Suddenly Su Anshan remembered her trait. Scheming. Su Anshan immediately smiled, looking at her with narrowed eyes and casting a glance downward. How could that be, little girl? Creak. Xue Mingyue's smile vanished completely. Seeing her deflated expression, Su Anshan found it oddly amusing. He lazily stretched and walked to the stone table in the outer pavilion, leisurely scattering fish food into the lake below. Yet he couldn't help murmuring inwardly, "Old Qingshan, your time is up." Outside Green Mountain Peak, a cold, aloof woman stood in the air on her flying sword. Fellow cultivator, aerial flight is forbidden within Green Mountain Peak. Scram! A furious shout laced with anger came from the flying boat. Got it, is Lu Qingshan inside? Yes. Whoosh! The flying sword shot through the air. In the span of a breath, the cold woman reached the mountain peak. The cultivators training in the mountain were astonished that anyone dared to fly over Green Mountain Peak. Lu Qingshan, get your ass out here. The furious roar was like a thunderclap. The people of Green Mountain Peak were stunned. Who was this challenging them on their own turf and calling the peak master by name? When they got a clear look, all their anger dissipated. Mu Linsen's face flushed with rage. When he came to 10,000 Sword Sect, he had learned that Green Mountain Peak was among the top peaks, which was why he agreed to become the Peak Master's disciple. Now seeing someone come to provoke and the senior brothers and elders staying silent, he, as a true disciple, couldn't stand it. Who dares to cause a ruckus on Green Mountain Peak? Seeing this, the people on the peak were dumbfounded. Who is this? How dare he challenge Senior Fong? He seems to be the Peak Master's new true disciple. Then someone stop him. It's fine if he gets beaten half to death, but don't drag us into it. Fong Hanyan, still in the air on her sword, furrowed her brow. Who are you? I am the true disciple of Green Mountain Peak's Master Mu Linsen, with dual supreme spirit roots. Mu Linsen said with pride, but Fong Hanyan smiled upon hearing it. So you're Mu Linsen? Yes. Mu Linsen looked arrogant, thinking that dual supreme spirit roots were indeed remarkable. Someone had already learned his name in such a short time. In time, he would surely have a place in the vast heavens. I was just looking for you, Fong Hanyan said with a laugh. Looking for me for what? I've already sworn allegiance to Green Mountain Peak's master. If you want to take me as your disciple, give up. Though my talent is extraordinary, I am a man of unwavering loyalty. Mu Linsen raised his head proudly. Seeing the smile on Fong Hanyan's face, he understood. This person was likely after him. Dual supreme spirit roots were rare in the cultivation world, and Green Mountain Peak's master taking him as a disciple would inevitably attract rivals trying to steal him. It was all the fault of his talent. Oh, Mu Linsen, how could you be such a genius? Fought over by all the seniors. But to his surprise, Fong Hanyan burst out laughing. Take you as a disciple? What? Didn't you come to find my master to snatch me away? Mu Linsen said arrogantly. Give up, I won't go with you. All the people of Green Mountain Peak immediately slapped their foreheads and exchanged glances. Go dig a grave. This kid needs to be buried. Ignorance breeds audacity. To utter such words in the presence of Fong Hanyan was akin to an old man seeking death by consuming arsenic. Mu Linsen was utterly oblivious to this truth. He still flaunted his arrogance, his natural talent emboldening him, his eyes brimming with unbridled pride. Ignorant whelp, you court death. With a swift whoosh, the flying sword hovered aloft, its oppressive aura striking terror into Mu Linsen's heart. The person before him intended to kill him. Sensing the undisguised murderous intent, Mu Linsen's legs trembled. Just as the flying sword was about to pierce his brow, Lu Qingshan, clad in a blue robe, appeared before him in an instant. Fong Hanyan isn't striking a junior so harshly, going too far. If I hadn't, how could I have lured you out? Fong Hanyan smiled faintly. Lu Qingshan, I thought you planned to hide in your cave, dwelling like a coward forever. It seems you still possess a shred of backbone. Lu Qingshan was speechless. He had sensed her aura the moment she entered the mountain. He had feigned death in his cave. Yet he had been constantly monitoring the situation outside. Only when Fong Hanyan was about to kill Mu Linsen did he feel compelled to reveal himself. In hindsight, he had been far too hasty. After all, Fong Hanyan would never truly bully a junior. Her actions were merely a ploy to force him out of his cave, which was laden with countless formations. Since he had already emerged, Lu Qingshan couldn't bear the shame of retreating back. What do you want? You know perfectly well. Fong Hanyan chuckled. In all of the 10,000 Swords Sect and the entire Reed Flower continent, who dares to provoke the people of the No Worries Peak? Only you, Lu Qingshan. How many times have you bullied my junior brother? My junior brother is kind-hearted and too lazy to argue with you. Do you think the rest of us on the No Worries Peak are easy to bully? This matter is not as you imagine. Lu Qingshan's eyes were filled with bitterness. Spare me your nonsense. I've returned to back my junior brother, not to reason with you. They'll give you 30 breaths to cast all the defensive spells you can. Take one punch from me, and this matter is settled. Wait, the countdown begins now. At the No Worries Peak, Su Ainin sat leisurely in the pavilion enjoying strawberries and occasionally feeding a few to the fish in the pond. A thunderous boom echoed. The deafening sound reverberated through the entire 10,000 Swords Sect. Jiang Baihui, who was massaging Su An's shoulders, and Xue Mingyue, who had been staring at her own chest, both looked toward the source. Thick smoke billowed. What a tragedy. That punch must have scattered old King Shan's bones. Suan clicked his tongue, then saw a graceful figure flying toward him on a sword. It was none other than Fang Hanyan. As she landed, Suan grinned and ran over. Senior sister, standing before her, a data panel appeared before his eyes. Fang Hanyan, age 46, a realm divine, separation 3rd layer. Talent Saint grade Earth Spirit Root, Supreme grade Fire Spirit Root. Trait skin like curd beauty that topples cities, surging waves plus. Charm 98. Astonishing. That plus was quite suggestive. Suan found the charm score of 98 reasonable. His senior sister, despite her ruffian nature, was flawless in appearance. Fang Hanyan, who had been as cold as ice, while flying, softened her gaze with a gentle smile upon seeing Suan. Junior brother, you're awake. I was afraid that punch was too harsh and would disturb your rest. Is the Green Mountain Peak Lord all right? Suan asked. He's perfectly fine. Fang Hanyan's expression darkened. He likes to hole up in his cave, doesn't he? This time he'll have a good 3 months to stay put. But Lu Qingshan seemed injured, so I didn't use my full strength. He's still quite hurt. I wonder who beat him. Could the eldest senior sister have returned? Suan chuckled without a word. I can't be bothered with him. He bullied my junior brother, so he deserved the beating. Fang Hanyan's eyes narrowed. To dare bully someone from the No Worries Peak, he's truly tired of living. Indeed, the No Worries Peak specialized in throwing its weight around. They were always the ones bullying others, and no one had ever heard of anyone bullying the No Worries Peak. Don't worry, the 2nd senior sister and 5th junior sister will be here soon. That old Qingshan will have plenty to deal with. Suan was bewildered. What's this? It's really not necessary. If all his senior sisters return one by one, even if each only threw 1 punch, they'd beat him to death. Senior sister, maybe we should let it go. Impossible. Fang Hanyan's brows rose sharply. This is about the face of the No Worries Peak. If we don't properly teach Lu Qingshan a lesson, word will spread that the No Worries Peak is a pushover. I know you're kind-hearted junior brother, but leave this to us. Your senior sisters know what we're doing. Did knowing mean leaving him with a breath of life? Enough of that. Fang Hanyan smiled, her gaze shifting to Jiang Baihui in the pavilion. Junior brother, who is that young lady? You know who she is. She's my newly accepted disciple. You even gave her a spirit sword. Suan replied calmly. Is she a disciple or a sister-in-law? Fang Hanyan teased with a wink. You've never brought anyone to the No Worries Peak all these years. Suddenly bringing back such a delicate little sister, you can't tell me you have no feelings for her. The whole peak is just the 2 of you. A lonely man and a woman, a perfect recipe for passion. Senior sister. Su An's expression was earnest. She really is my disciple. Don't try to fool me. A disciple? What could you possibly teach? Fang Hanyan scoffed. Suan was speechless. Damn, that was harsh and heartless. Senior sister, you're not giving me any face. Why can't I take a disciple? If you thought I couldn't, why did you bring me one with triple supreme spirit roots? Obviously, I brought her back to be your wife. Fang Hanyan said bluntly. What else could it be? I originally planned to save face for you at the assembly. I felt that Green Mountain Peak Lord had ill intentions last time. After saving face, the 2 of you here on the No Worries Peak would naturally, Senior sister. Junior brother, don't be reserved with me. You are the only man on the No Worries Peak. Master and your senior sisters are all waiting for you to expand our family. You carry all our hopes. Then why don't you do it yourselves, eh? Suan exclaimed in astonishment. Your senior sisters have no time for that. We seek the vast sea of stars and the thrill of righteous vengeance. We have no time for such trivialities. Fang Hanyan said solemnly. Then Shu. Fang Hanyan pressed a finger to his lips. Junior brother, stop right there. Anyway, I've captured a wife for you. That Xue Mingyue is a princess of the Highland dynasty. Her status is a match for you. And I quite like that Baihui sister-in-law. She seems very gentle and will surely be a virtuous wife. Strive to fill the No Worries Peak with children soon. Before Suan could argue further, he was left utterly helpless. What was this? He had become an immortal, yet his senior sister was still pressuring him to have children. Buddy, you're back. How did the duel go? Mission accomplished. So it seems you've gained quite a lot this time. Absolutely. Just wait until you see it. It will absolutely stun you. Just you wait. Oh, I almost forgot, junior brother. I also brought you a gift this time. Fang Hanyan slapped her forehead, then produced a golden sword. Wait for me to go out again. Huh. Nobody don't go out to duel again. There's no need to be so competitive. Take a rest. I'm really afraid you'll get yourself killed out there. System buddy, your temper is too fierce. Obviously, seeing that the gift from senior sister crushed his, he felt he had lost face and wanted to go out and fight again. Actually, there was no need. For a long while the system remained silent, and Fang Hanyan softly murmured, this is an 8th grade spiritual sword I refined a few days ago. His senior sister was truly a master of artifact refining. Though she was still in the divine separation stage, she had already forged a spiritual sword of the cave void stage. Amazing. Buddy, don't overthink it. I'm not throwing shade at you, Su. Anshan gently soothed the system's feelings in his heart, reaching out to take the spiritual sword from Fong Hanyan's hand. As the blade touched his hand, it felt like a bloodline bond. Strange. He was only in the blood refinement realm. How could he possibly activate an 8th grade spiritual sword? Does it feel like this spiritual sword is connected to your bloodline? Fong Hanyan said with a smile. Second senior sister has inscribed a formation on it, so even you in the blood refinement realm can use it. If anyone dares to provoke, you just cut them down with this sword. Her gaze fixed on the direction of Qingshan Peak. Fong Hanyan placed her hands on her hips, brimming with malicious intent. Oh no, the system buddy was struck again. He had already told him not to compete with his master and senior sisters. They were no ordinary folks. One was wealthy, one renowned across the world, one a refining master, one an alchemy fanatic, one a formation grandmaster, and one a talisman giant. Though the system could fight, he couldn't take them all on. Take it easy, buddy. Perhaps the system needed some time to adjust. Su Anshan held the spiritual sword, his eyes filled with delight. No level restriction. In the past, his senior sisters had given him plenty of resources, but at the blood refinement realm, he couldn't use them. He could only occasionally play with a few life-saving talismans. Now with this levelless cave void flying sword in hand, his confidence soared. Thank you, senior sister Su. Anshan grinned widely. Seeing his deep affection for the flying sword, Fong Hanyan felt a sense of satisfaction and waved at Xue Mingyue. Little Mingyue, big sister. Xue Mingyue let out a sweet laugh. From now on, he is your master. Fong Hanyan pointed at Su Anshan and said, your task is simple. Obey your master's words, follow his commands, and adhere to his rules. Do whatever he asks. Any questions? Xue Mingyue looked up, her bright eyes blinking as she smiled sweetly. No questions. Mingyue is the most obedient. I've said all I need to. I won't stay long. Fong Hanyan spoke, and Su Anshan raised an eyebrow. Senior sister, won't you stay a few more days? I can't. Fong Hanyan narrowed her eyes. The Green Wolf gang has been provoking my faction. Without my presence, trouble might brew. I squeezed out some time to return to the peak, but I must rush back to oversee things. I don't want you to leave, senior sister. I don't want to leave you either. Fong Hanyan gazed at Su Anshan for a moment, then pulled him into an embrace. This Wuxia Peak is in your hands. Don't disappoint master and us. Senior sister, I can't breathe. Su Anshan waved his arms. Too big. It was suffocating. Fong Hanyan finally released him, a faint blush rising on her icy cheeks. Off she soared into the sky on her sword, coming and going in haste. Su Anshan watched her departing figure, then turned his gaze to his two disciples. Master, what do we need to do now? Xue Mingyue's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Anshan always kept a cautious eye on this sly girl. What do you want to do? They'll listen to you, master. Big sister said we must obey you. Really? Anything you're willing to do. All right, then go clean all the houses on Wuxia Peak. Su Anshan glanced at Jiang Baihui and said, Baihui, you keep an eye on her. They'll check in tonight. Xue Mingyue's eyes widened, staring at Su Anshan, speechless for a long time. She a princess of the Highland dynasty. Doing labor? Why are you looking at me like that? You're not backing out, are you? Didn't you just say you were the most obedient? Su Anshan said with a grin. Get to it. If it's not done by nightfall, you'll be punished. Xue Mingyue bit her lip and clenched her small fists. Fine, I'll do it. Xue Mingyue stomped out angrily. Jiang Baihui glanced at Su Anshan before following her. Sly? Su Anshan enjoyed taming such sly little girls. Leaning comfortably against a pavilion seat, he toyed with the flying sword in his hand. Buddy, you there? What's the matter? Is it that serious? Let me see what goodies you've brought me. Not bad, huh? Looking at the gifts from his system buddy, Su Anshan blinked, then noticed the last item, a 6th grade spiritual sword. He guessed that was what had upset him. Do you think this spiritual sword is inferior to my senior sisters? You really don't need to compare yourself to them. My master and senior sisters are indeed intimidating. System buddy, to be honest, you're already amazing, humph. Hey buddy, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Su Anshan said softly, my dream is just 100 years of carefree leisure. You know my situation. Let's just enjoy life, you and me. Buddy, are you insulting me? Why was he getting so worked up? What was going on? Su Anshan swore that everything he said was true. He wasn't throwing shade or being sarcastic. He genuinely thought the system buddy had done well. He wondered if this system of his might get depressed. He was really worried about its mental health. Buddy, I've lurked for 5 years and seen how terrifying your master and senior sisters are, but I still chose to step up. Do you know why? You are fearless. That's right. But the thing is, my master, Shu. Remember, buddy, I am the master of my fate, not the heavens. My host, I will protect him. Wait for me. The system is attempting to challenge the rules. Please wait patiently. Huh? The system buddy was serious. He went to fight the rules. Was it really necessary? Su Anshan was already satisfied with the resources from the system. He had seen the power of the soul-returning strike. The Holy Spirit fruit could condense a holy grade spiritual root. He didn't know the exact effect of the title, but just one 6th grade flying sword being outshone had sent his system buddy into a meltdown. Though he didn't understand the system's circle while challenging the rules must be tough. Negotiation begins. Negotiation fails. Duel starts. Your system is in high spirits activating Highland Bloodline. It has won the duel. What? Warning, your system is now on the wanted list. What? System gift sacred artifact, demon breaking sword. Take that. Stunned. The system was all about being real. This was too real. Had it just shattered the system's own rules without a second thought. Take it and use it. From now on, this holy weapon is yours. If my host had to use some 8th or 9th grade weapon, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? If other systems saw this, they'd think my host couldn't afford a holy weapon. Use only holy weapons, nothing less. Messages from the system poured in one after another, and Su Anshan's mouth twitched slightly. Bro, you're wanted. Wanted. Everyone in the circle has a record. Don't worry about it. Just use this holy weapon with peace of mind. What I give you, no one can take away. Impressive, truly impressive. With that said, all Su Anshan could say was impressive. Don't just stand there, take it out. Oh, before long, Su Anshan found a similar golden sword in his ring. This golden sword had a golden dragon coiled around its blade. As Su Anshan took out the holy weapon and grasped it, he felt an instant bloodline connection with immense power surging through his arm. Booming thunder rolled across the void as thunderclouds churned. Even the scene of Jiang Baihui condensing a holy-grade thunder spiritual root paled in comparison. Su Anshan looked up and saw a deep, dark vortex forming in the void above his head. Within it, azure lightning flickered as if it had already locked onto him. Throw the sword out. A holy-grade spirit weapon must be tempered by heavenly thunder to truly transcend into sainthood. Su Anshan did not doubt the system. He threw the blade into the air. Without any spiritual energy to support it, the sword stood upright in midair, proudly awaiting the heavenly thunder's tempering. Crack! Suddenly, azure thunder crashed down. A world-ending force of lightning poured into the blade. The holy weapon demon-slaying sword stood firm, facing the thunder heathen. It let the thunder vent its fury upon it. This is causing quite a stir, Su Anshan muttered, watching the churning thunderclouds over his Wuxia Peak. How many rounds of heavenly thunder tempering are there? 9 rounds. Crack! Almost as the system spoke, another azure thunderbolt fell from the vortex. The thunder shook the world. The entire 10,000 sword sect heard the deafening roar of thunder. What on earth is happening? Cultivators on countless peaks within the sect looked up at the sky. The dim heavens brought an indescribable sense of oppression to all. Whoosh! On the main peak, the sect leader gazed at the sky with narrowed eyes. Other peak masters also flew over on their swords. Sect leader, you're watching too. Several peak masters furrowed their brows. This thunderous power is terrifying. Even the lightning, when junior brother Zust's disciple condensed her holy grade spiritual root, is nothing like this. Could it be an elder of our sect undergoing tribulation? The thunderclouds seem to be gathering over Wuxia Peak. Should we go take a look? If we get caught in the tribulation thunder, we'd be reduced to ashes. What harm is there in observing from afar? Sect leader, what do you say? All the peak masters turned to the leader of 10,000 swords sect. Let's go take a look. Whoosh! The peak masters all flew on their swords toward Wuxia Peak. On Qingshan Peak, a tall woman barefoot pressed her delicate fair foot against the face of the Qingshan Peak master, separated only by a layer of cloth. Her pupils contracted sharply as she stared at the churning thunderclouds over Wuxia Peak. Little junior brother. Lu Qingshan, I warn you. My little junior brother is kind-hearted and doesn't bother with you, but the rest of us on Wuxia Peak are not. If I find out you've been bullying him again, it won't just be my foot on your face. Shooting a cold glance at the Qingshan Peak master, the tall woman stepped onto her flying sword and headed straight for Wuxia Peak. Heavenly thunder fell one bolt after another. Each bolt felt like it could shatter Su Anshan to dust, yet the demon-slaying sword stood proudly in the void. With each tempering, its blade grew purer and more translucent. Suddenly, a dark red bolt of lightning fell from the vortex. Crack! The lightning poured entirely into the blade. Is this the last tribulation lightning? Su Anshan murmured, staring intently. Watch closely, there's a surprise coming. Huh. Getting a holy weapon wasn't surprise enough. What else could his system brother have in store? Su Anshan was puzzled. He looked up at the holy weapon suspended high in the air. The dark red lightning coursed through it for nearly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Suddenly, Su Anshan saw cracks appear on the blade. The sword is cracking. This holy weapon is about to shatter. Yet at this very moment, the system said nothing. Su Anshan frowned deeply, staring at the demon-slaying sword in midair. As the heavenly thunder's baptism continued, more and more cracks spread across the blade. Until, bang, the sword shattered. Bro, the holy weapon you gave me is broken, Anshan exclaimed inwardly. Is that so? Isn't that a good thing? What kind of talk was that? But before Anshan could complain further, he saw a graceful figure forming from the shattered fragments of the blade. She landed before him and knelt on one knee. Master, Anshan stared at the woman before him in confusion. Sword spirit of the demon-slaying sword. Age unknown. Realm unknown. Talent unknown. Traits protector spirit manifestation. Appearance rating 96. So is this surprise enough for you? Only then did the system brother chime in. The difference between a holy weapon and other spirit weapons is its ability to transcend into sainthood. Heavenly thunder tempering is the necessary condition for manifesting a spirit. Now your demon-slowing sword has truly condensed a sword spirit. Who goes there? The kneeling sword spirit furrowed her brow, pressed 2 fingers together, and slashed a sword aura toward the void. The sect leader of 10,000 Sword Sect and several peak masters emerged from the void. They landed on Wusher Peak on their flying swords. Congratulations, Junior Brother Su, on obtaining a holy weapon. Looking at the sword spirit guarding Anshan like a personal attendant, the sect leader and all the peak masters felt a pang of envy. So it's the sect leader and fellow peak masters, Anshan said with a smile and a cupped fist salute. My apologies for troubling you all with the unusual phenomena on my peak. Don't say that. The sect leader smiled and shook his head, gazing at the sword spirit beside Anshan. Witnessing a holy weapon manifest its spirit is a rare lesson you've given us. Such a spectacle is something many would long to see. Anshan smiled without a word, and the sect leader gave a slight smile in return. Since all is well on your peak, we shall take our leave. Farewell. The peak masters flew back into the void, sighing as they returned to their respective peaks. A holy weapon. Did Senior Sister Fong give it to him? When it comes to artifact forging, Senior Sister Fong is the most accomplished in the entire sect. Giving away a holy weapon just like that, Junior Brother Su, is truly blessed. Isn't it absurd that Senior Sister Fong became a holy grade artifact forger at such a young age? Isn't it even more absurd that Junior Brother Su reached the Guiling realm in just 5 years? And that girl Bai Hui with her holy grade thunder spiritual root will also enter Guiling in time. Thinking about it, Wusher Peak is full of monsters. It's suffocating. Whoosh. As the peak masters spoke, the tall woman on her flying sword appeared before them. You're all coming back from Wusher Peak, right? Is my junior brother all right? Senior Sister Lee. Seeing her, the peak masters all respectfully cupped their fists. All is well on Wusher Peak. Why have you returned to the sect at this time? To see my junior brother. Whoosh. The woman on her flying sword vanished from before the peak masters. Watching her retreating figure, they murmured. What is Senior Sister Lee going to give Junior Brother Su this time? Senior Sister Fong gave a holy weapon, and Senior Sister Lee. Don't even think about it. Senior Sister Lee is immensely wealthy. Nothing she gives would be surprising. Let's just focus on our cultivation and teaching our disciples. We can't compare to Wusher Peak. Everyone, I somehow feel like becoming a disciple of Wusher Peak. Even being Junior Brothers Us student would be fine. Dream on. Go back to sleep. Sacred spirit fruits and sacred spirit weapons. These were holy treasures countless cultivators yearned for, but could never obtain. Yet on Wusher Peak, they were within easy reach. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. They were so jealous they could grind their back molars to dust. Good, just the right pressure. Anshan lounged lazily in his chair, while the demon-slaying sword spirit stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. So bro, are you happy being my host? Happy? Humph, just remember, even if your master's background is impressive, I'm not one to be trifled with either. Little junior brother, before the system could finish, a tender voice came from the void. Anshan, leaning back in his chair, looked up at the newcomer and broke into a smile. Fifth senior sister. Little junior brother. Fifth senior sister. Little junior brother. Fifth senior sister. Are they all right? Shueming Yue, arms crossed, watched Anshan and Li Lingru from afar, looking utterly exasperated. A mere 10 meters, yet they had managed to imbue it with the sentiment of a farewell between life and death. I'm not sure. Jiang Baihui pursed her lips and shook her head, then her expression turned worried. Mingyue stopped staring off. Master ordered you to clean every single dwelling, and you haven't even touched one yet. I'm not cleaning anything. Shui Mingyue hugged her shoulders, her face scrunched up. I am the princess of the Highland dynasty, and you want me to do hard labor. How is that possible? While you're the princess of the Highland dynasty, Jiang Baihui exclaimed. Yeah, that sister Fong Hanyan just now ran into our palace and snatched me away right in front of my father. Shui Mingyue shrugged. So weren't you snatched away too? Jiang Baihui shook her head. I came here willingly with master. Really? Xue Mingyu's face was full of disbelief. Don't you know who the master of Wushi Peak is? How could you come with him willingly? Master is my benefactor. Zhang Baiwei said softly. Benefactor? Mm. Zhang Baiwei nodded firmly and recounted the story of how she had met Su Anshan. What, that little brat son, and dared to bully you? Xue Mingyue put her hands on her hips. Don't worry, senior sister. When we have time, we'll go down the mountain, and he'll slap him a few times right in front of his father. How dare that little brat bully my senior sister? Mingyue, don't call me senior sister. I'm just a farmer's daughter. So what? Xue Mingyue shrugged carelessly. Senior sister, don't overthink it. I, Xue Mingyue, never care about origins. You entered the sect first, so you are the senior sister. And I like having you as my senior sister, hee. Zhang Baihui's face reddened, not knowing what to say. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm telling you, next time we see Sun, and we'll give him a good beating. I've got your back. But what about these dwellings? Who cares? Master said he would punish you. Then let him come. Xue Mingyue gave a sly smile. I'm really looking forward to Master's punishment. How about you join me, senior sister? It'd be more fun with 3 of us. Off. While Xue Mingyue and Zhang Baiwei were talking, Su Anshan and Li Lingru finally crossed the 10-meter river of time and embraced. 5th senior sister, Li Lingru, age less than 100 years. Realm 3rd level of sea-splitting. Talent Saint grade metal spirit root. Traits boundless wealth, immensely rich chopstick legs, A4 waist. Appearance 96. Little junior brother. Li Lingru gently tapped Su Anshan's nose with her slender finger. Did you miss your senior sister? It's been half a year since I last returned to the mountain, hasn't it? How could I not? Su Anshan grinned. 5th senior sister, you're a bit late. If you had come earlier, you could have met 3rd senior sister. She just left not long ago. I know. You two kept in touch. No. Li Lingru shook her head. I just came back from Qingshan Peak. When I got there, Lu Qingshan looked like he'd just been beaten up, and it was purely physical damage. I figured it was 3rd senior sister's doing. Su Anshan. Our peak really never changes, does it? Li Lingru looked around, and Su Anshan couldn't help but laugh. Wushi Peak has always been like this. It hasn't changed in hundreds of years. Junior brother, you know what I mean. Li Lingru clasped her hands behind her back and leaned forward. When are you going to bring some new life to our Wushi Peak? Su Anshan looked helpless. Senior sister, speaking of which, did you strike a deal with senior sister Tianxiang? 100,000 spirit stones for a child. How is that possible? Hearing this, Su Anshan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, that's more like it. 100,000 for a child was way too absurd. I told her 200,000. What a... Su Anshan's eyes widened. Su Tianxiang, you treacherous woman, after all that talk you still cut it in half. At Baiwa Peak. Su Tianxiang reclined on her bed, draped in a sheer robe, her skin faintly visible. Achu. She raised her hand to rub her delicate nose, then pressed her fingers to her forehead. What's this? Why am I sneezing? Am I really that weak? Su Tianxiang pursed her lips, gently massaging her temples with her fingertips. 300,000 spirit stones. Am I really going to sell myself for 300,000? The little junior brother is indeed handsome, and his strength at the Guiling realm isn't bad either. Maybe. He'll just accept it. Su Tianxiang bit her lip, raised her arm, and a robe draped over her shoulders. You all cultivate on your own. I'm going out. Yes, Peak Master. Su Anshan was genuinely shocked. He thought 100,000 was already absurd, but he never imagined his senior sister would offer 200,000. Speaking of which, didn't Su Tianxiang try to set you up with some female disciples? Li Lingru frowned suspiciously. She thought her offer was already generous. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones could buy a 6th-grade spiritual sword. She did. You didn't like them? It's fine. There's a matchmaking fair in our Luzhou region in 3 days. Li Lingru took a jade token from her bosom. I've already handled the registration for you. Su Anshan. Matchmaking. Su Anshan was dumbfounded. He never imagined that even in a cultivation world he would be pressured into marriage and on top of that forced into a matchmaking event. Senior sister, I'm only 20 years old. So what? In the mortal world, plenty of people marry and have children at 17 or 18. At 20, you're practically late. Li Lingru stared at him intently. The participants in this matchmaking fair are all peak masters and elders from famous sects. Finding a Dao companion there for dual cultivation would be immensely beneficial for you. My dear senior sister, you just said they're peak masters and elders. They must be hundreds of years old. For cultivators, we share the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Now you bring up same lifespan as heaven and earth. Anyway, you have to go to this matchmaking fair. If you don't, I'll cut off your allowance from now on. Li Lingru hugged her shoulders and tilted her head, looking at him. Ahem. Su Anshan coughed. On this matter, I am in complete agreement with your master. Unbelievable. Even here he had to go matchmaking. Su Anshan really wanted to resist, but his expenses were truly substantial. Final go. That's more like it, my good junior brother. Li Lingru pinched Su Anshan's cheek with a smile. At this matchmaking fair, it's different from our Wuxia Peak. They value realms and talents. To help my junior brother stand out, Tada. Li Lingru opened her fair palm, revealing 2 radiant fruits glowing in her hand. Su Anshan nearly choked on his saliva and muttered inwardly, "Bro, calm down." But Li Lingru with perfect timing drove the point home. Look, holy spirit fruits. These can condense a saint-grade spirit root. Your senior sister spent a fortune at auction to get them for you. 2 of them. Li Lingru's eyes sparkled with joy. Actually, I bought the first one a while ago. I didn't give it to you because a single saint-grade spirit root simply isn't good enough for my little junior brother. For you to condense a spirit root, it has to start with at least 2 saint-grade ones. Calm down. I can't calm down at all. Who are you insulting? The system had gone to battle again. Su Anshan silently reflected on how many times the system had fought this day alone, wondering if it too would beat its chest and stamp its feet in the dead of night. Why did it have to emerge and contend with Su Anshan's lineage? It wielded a 6th-grade spiritual sword. Su Anshan's senior sister presented him with an 8th-grade rankless blade. It obtained a single sacred spirit fruit. Su Anshan's senior sister brought forth 2 sacred spirit fruits. It wasn't that Su Anshan and his senior sisters deliberately schemed against his system brother. His lineage was indeed this absurdly formidable. The Wuxia Peak passed down its legacy through a single line. Su Anshan was but 1 generation in an untold chain. There were many above him. With such a fiery temper, how would his system brother ever manage? But truth be told, Su Anshan was rather curious. What would his system brother snatch for him this time? If he brought back 2 more sacred spirit fruits, wouldn't his 5 sacred spirit roots be complete? With the 5 sacred spirit roots, cultivation would be as effortless as a gentle breeze. Little junior brother, senior sister, I'm here. Actually, your 4th senior sister was planning to return as well, but a small mishap occurred, and she can't get away for now. Li Lingru explained softly. What happened to 4th senior sister? Su Anshan grew concerned, but Li Lingru shook her head with a smile. Don't worry. She encountered some alchemy matters. On her way here, she heard of a secret realm where a spiritual herb was appearing, so she went there. She asked me to pass these on to you. Li Lingru flipped her hand and produced a pile of bottles and jars. These are 5th-grade spirit coagulation pills. Each bottle contains 20 pills. There are 10 bottles in total. 4th senior sister said she specially flavored them like fruit, so you can eat them like candy. The medicinal power is gentle, even safe for the blood-refining realm. The moment the pills appeared, Su Anshan swiftly and deftly stowed them away. 5th-grade spirit coagulation pills. Even experts at the sea-breaking realm coveted them. Each pill could enhance their strength, and any single one was priceless, let alone 200 in total. The system must not see them. With his brother's explosive temper, if he caught sight of these pills, he'd surely blow his top. Ding! Your system has altered its dual route. Damn, had found out anyway. System brother, I beg you, stop tormenting yourself. I'm terrified. A few bottles of pills are really not worth it. It seems little junior brother likes them very much. Seeing Su Anshan stash the pills away in an instant, Li Lingru smiled gently. When I return, I'll tell 4th senior sister to refine a few more cauldrons for you to snack on. Shoo. Su Anshan quickly raised his hand to cover Li Lingru's mouth. Senior sister, don't say any more. If you keep going, my system brother will fall into depression. Junior brother, what are you doing? Li Lingru, her mouth tightly covered, felt their bodies pressed close, and a blush crept across her face. Su Anshan also noticed how his earlier excitement had nearly merged him with his senior sister. He quickly released his hand and cleared his throat. Walls have ears. Ridiculous. Who would dare eavesdrop on Wuxia Peak? Li Lingru snorted, her gaze sharpening. Who's listening? Show yourself. Lingru, it's me. Suddenly, Su Tianxiang, standing on a flying sword in the void, appeared with an awkward expression. Li Lingru, damn, there really was someone. She had only shouted on a whim, never actually detecting anyone eavesdropping. Little junior brother, how did you know? Li Lingru's eyes were filled with shock. Su Anshan. How would he know? He meant the system when he said walls have ears. Who'd have thought there was a Baihua Peak master hiding in the void above? Caught eavesdropping, Su Tianxiang landed awkwardly on Wuxia Peak with a forced smile. Lingru, you've returned to the peak. I just got back not long ago. Lu Qingshan started trouble for no reason, so I came to see what's going on. Has that Lu Big Head gone mad, or taken the wrong pill, daring to bully our little junior brother? Li Lingru planted a hand on her hip. I'm even considering cutting off the stipends for his entire peak. That might not be necessary. Su Tianxiang murmured. Necessary, absolutely necessary. Li Lingru squinted, her hand on her hip, her face full of anger. That Lu Big Head is truly courting death. The sect's stipends come from Wuxia Peak. The sect's resources come from Wuxia Peak. The cultivation manuals are all snatched from other sects by our master, and he still dares to discuss someone from Wuxia Peak. Tell me, isn't he asking for it? The 10,000 Sword Sect's funds were provided by Li Lingru. The magical artifacts were supplied by Feng Hanyan. The pills were furnished by Qiu Xianqiao. The secret techniques were plundered from other sects by Master Mei Jiji. The entire 10,000 Sword Sect was essentially sustained by Wuxia Peak. Oh, that's just how he is, Su Tianxiang laughed in agreement. If little junior brother had let it slide before, fine. But this time I'm going to make sure he remembers this lesson well. A cold glint flashed in Li Lingru's eyes. She was truly furious this time, determined to make Lu Qingshan feel real pain. About half a minute later, Li Lingru softened her gaze and turned with a smile. Qingshan, what brings you to Wuxia Peak all of a sudden? I know you must be here for me. Li Lingru grinned, wrapping her arm around Su Tianxiang and giving her a pinch. You're still the softest. What are you doing? Little junior brother is right here. Oh, holding Su Tianxiang, Li Lingru raised her brows. Junior brother, I'm going to senior sister Su's Peak for a bit, then he'll head straight back to Wanla Hall. All right. With that, Li Lingru and Su Tianxiang soared into the air. Tianxiang, are you really up to the task? Li Lingru frowned slightly in the void. My junior brother told me he doesn't like any of the female disciples on your peak. Su Tianxiang's face flushed crimson instantly. Really? Indeed. Li Lingru pursed her lips and sighed deeply. She had racked her brains to help Su Anshan expand the family line on Wuxia Peak. Why is your face so red? Nothing. Su Tianxiang cleared her throat. How long will you be back this time? You could visit my Baiwa Peak. It's not that I'm incompetent. Oh, every disciple on my peak is top-notch. I believe you, but my junior brother doesn't like them. Li Lingru crossed her arms. Tianxiang, our master, has always treated you well. Though you're not from Wuxia Peak, you're practically family. Anshan is a junior brother you've watched grow up. You need to put in some effort. Watched him grow up. Those words made Su Tianxiang's expression shift slightly. Yes, Su Anshan was someone she had watched grow up. I want to go to Baiwa Peak. In a few days, junior brother Anshan will attend the matchmaking gathering. Let's see if he finds anyone he likes. Li Lingru murmured. If he doesn't, Tianxiang, the burden falls on you again. Take some time to talk with Anshan, have deep conversations, find out what kind of person he really likes. All right, he'll head off then. I have too many things to handle. Li Lingru waved her hand and vanished into the air. Su Tianxiang, left standing in the void, gazed toward distant Wuxia Peak and bit her lip. A matchmaking gathering, huh? At that moment on Wuxia Peak, Su Anshan paced back and forth, his hands behind his back, calling the system. No response. He wondered how his system brother was doing. Flipping his hand, Su Anshan held a sacred spirit fruit, a treasure that countless peak masters and elders coveted, yet he possessed 3 of them. Since I've got nothing to do, why not have a taste? Su Anshan eyed the fruit and was about to toss it into his mouth. Stop! Spare that fruit. The fruit already in his mouth was forcefully spat back out. Brother, you're back. Humph, your brother returns in triumph. Can't you change that temper of yours? You should know only 2 senior sisters have shown up so far. I have 9 in total, plus my master, grandmaster's master, and grandmaster's grandmaster. You really don't need to. Say no more. Fine, his system brother was just stubborn. Since he said that Su Anshan would let him be. What did you bring back from this trip, eh? This time your brother went all out for you. Call out. Check in, system brother Anshan. Su Anshan stared wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of another system. Brother, on this trip, you went and bound a system for me. Holy shit. Was there anything his system buddy didn't dare to do? Had activated the Highland Bloodline and defied the rules. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't even be bothered to fight for resources. He just went straight to taking hostages. Sign in for my buddy. Ding. Sign in successful. Heavenly Spirit Fruit, X1. The Heavenly Spirit Fruit could condense a top-grade spiritual root. Not bad, Suin thought, nodding with satisfaction as he looked at the fruit that had fallen into his palm. He was a man easily content, and since it was all free, why should he be picky? But unexpectedly, while Su Anshan was satisfied, his buddy was not. Damn it. You bastard, trying to fob my buddy off with a Heavenly Spirit Fruit. I think you're asking for death. Ding. Your system is currently conducting moral education on the sign-in system. Su Anshan. Was the sign-in system getting beaten up? Buddy, say no more. Little punk, hurry up and draw again for my buddy. Sign-in system bro, I'm just following the rules here. Systems like mine are inherently random. What do you want me to? Stop hitting me, you'll redraw, okay? Sign-in system, what should I draw for brother Anshan? You're asking me. Just think carefully. His senior sister just gave him 2 sacred spirit fruits, and I lost face. Now you need to help me save face. Ding. Sign-in successful. Chaos True Fruit, X1. Sign-in system, is this okay? You're wise. Sign-in system, can I take back the Heavenly Spirit Fruit? The sign-in system can only sign in once a day. If the higher-ups find out, I'll lose my performance bonus. Take back? Screw you, get lost. Su Anshan just stared blankly at the stream of messages. Wasn't this outright bullying? His system was definitely the bully of all systems. Buddy, the Chaos True Fruit is pretty good, you can eat it. Sign in, are you okay? Him. Don't worry about him. That brat's been asking for a beating. When I politely asked him to lend resources earlier, he gave me attitude. Am I supposed to tolerate that? I just tied that bastard up. From now on, he's your auxiliary system. So should I eat the Chaos True Fruit now? I don't need the Sacred Spirit Fruit. The Sacred Spirit Fruit is nothing. Keep that stuff for your disciples or concubines. We don't bother with such trash. Hearing that, it seemed the Chaos True Fruit was extremely impressive. Taking out the fruit, it looked somewhat like a mangosteen. It didn't glow either. It seemed ordinary with nothing particularly special about it. Yet the system praised it so highly. Su Anshan didn't overthink it and took a bite. Instantly the sky and earth darkened. The entire Wuxia Peak seemed to fall into a state of chaos. Within the 10,000 Swords sect, numerous disciples with mid-grade spiritual roots prostrated on the ground, kowtowing towards Wuxia Peak. What is Junior Brother Su doing now? The sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect furrowed his brows. Standing in the void, he couldn't help but feel a desire to submit. After all, he possessed a sacred grade spiritual root. All the peak masters felt this celestial anomaly and stared at Wuxia Peak in disbelief. They all sensed that trembling sensation. Fortunately, their cultivation realms were high enough to withstand it. No, I will not kneel. Mu Linsun gritted his teeth, resisting the heavy pressure. He indeed possessed dual top-grade spiritual roots, but his cultivation level was too low. The moment the chaotic phenomenon appeared at Wuxia Peak, he felt a shudder deep within his soul. It was the trembling of his spiritual root, a fear of the chaos on Wuxia Peak. Within the peak, many disciples had already prostrated themselves. No. I am the master of my fate, I am the cap. Bang. Before he could finish his words, he knelt on the ground. No matter how he struggled, his legs seemed beyond his control, his soul forcing him to kneel, unable to move. Let me up. Mu Linsun roared at the sky. Hearing his cries, the Qingshan Peak Master hurried out of his cave dwelling. This was his precious disciple, the best he had ever taken in, with dual top-grade spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, the Qingshan Peak Master hadn't taken 2 steps out of his cave. Thud. He knelt down. Other peak masters at least had a top-grade spiritual root and could rely on their cultivation to endure, but the Qingshan Peak Master only had 2 mediocre mid-grade roots. Even as a Pahai cultivator, he couldn't withstand it. Master, you. Mu Linsun looked at the scene in disbelief. The Qingshan Peak Master was also stunned. What was happening? Why did he just kneel down? Damn it, how embarrassing. So dark. Xue Mingyue looked up at the void above. The heavy pressure made her breathing difficult, and her legs involuntarily trembled, wanting to kneel towards that chaotic land. Zhang Baihui, who possessed a sacred spiritual root, also instinctively bent down. Countless 8 fragrance chickens in the mountains trembled, lying on the ground. A few of the timid ones were so scared they foamed at the mouth. What the hell is Su Anshan up to? Does he think I Zhongshan Akun will yield? Impossible. I Akun will defy the heavens. One of the 8 fragrance chickens lying on the ground crowed upwards, flapping its wings desperately. Its body slowly resisted the pressure, standing up bit by bit. Bang! It collapsed again. Final lie down just this once. The 8 fragrance chicken lay on the ground, resigned to its fate. Even outside the 10,000 Swords sect, the oppressive chaos was felt. Commoners prostrated on the ground, trembling incessantly. Birds fell from the sky and beasts lay prone. Su Anshan, however, was as calm as if nothing had happened. He looked up at the celestial phenomenon above and stretched. How long will this last? Probably soon. In just a single day, how many celestial phenomena had the 10,000 Swords sect witnessed, all caused by Su Anshan? Even he felt a bit embarrassed. Minutes later, the celestial phenomenon dissipated and the pressure receded. On a mountain path, a group of cultivators who had been kneeling rose slowly as the pressure vanished. Father, good, quite the welcome from the 10,000 Swords sect. They give us a show of force before we even arrive. Sun Xiangdong, the vice-chancellor of the Highland dynasty, gritted his teeth. They truly show me no respect. Once I enter the sect, I will demand an explanation from them. The chaotic vortex calmed and countless motes of chaos condensed into a single seed, which shot into Su Anshan's brow with a whoosh. Is this the sensation of qi? The moment the seed surged into Su Anshan's brow, he felt his body begin to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. Each of his acupoints seemed to contain a chaotic vortex, frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual power. I can cultivate. Su Anshan was astonished. Suddenly, he saw his 2 disciples, Xue Mingyue and Zhang Baihui, prostrate on the ground. Xue Mingyue in particular was almost completely flattened into a spread eagle position. What's going on? It must be the pressure from your chaos spiritual root. Chaos spiritual root. Mine. What did you think? What you just ate was the chaos true fruit. It is a supreme spiritual root that surpasses even the divine grade. If you release the power of chaos, even those with sacred spiritual roots who are slightly lower in cultivation must bow and kowtow. Those with top grade or mid-grade roots will kneel directly. Haven't you heard the saying? What saying? When the chaos root emerges, all roots submit. The chaos root emerges. 10,000 roots bow in submission. Sounds imposing enough. Yet somehow when spoken by the system brother, this root doesn't quite sound like a proper root at all. Regardless, Su Anshan possesses a root unmatched among billions. A rarity so profound that anyone who beholds it would salivate with envy. Su inside inwardly awestruck. Stay low-key. As your system brothers host, such humility is only fitting. You are now a cultivator bearing the chaos root, a treasure unseen across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Henceforth you must embody its dignity. Oh, what do you mean by that? The chaos root, so coveted it haunts the dreams of countless cultivators. Surely you ought to carry yourself accordingly. Understood. Got it. You've grasped it. Understood. Put plainly, his system brother was subtly, and not so subtly, urging him to cultivate an air of supreme mastery and short to pose. The chaos root, the sovereign among roots. Profound mystery is its birthright. Indeed, after 5 years of quiet seclusion, he could no longer remain concealed. Were this remark overheard by disciples of the Wanjian sect, they'd curse aloud, low-key. In Luhua continent, who dares outshine you? Every sect, great or small, has heard the name my master, Mei Jiji, echoing across the land. Those 5 characters might as well be branded upon Su Anshan's forehead. Master. Feeling the oppressive aura dissipate, Jiang Baifeng dashed forward, followed closely by Xuan Mingyue, her expression sullen and reluctant. Utterly humiliating. She, a princess of an imperial realm, had sprawled flat on the ground in a grotesque, wide-legged posture, dust clinging stubbornly to every inch of her robes. Baifeng, you've arrived. A gentle smile softened Su Anshan's gaze. Jiang Baifeng met it with eyes bright as starlight. Master, what just occurred? Both Mingyue and I felt our bodies succumb, compelled to collapse. I held firm, but Mingyue's peerless spirit root proved insufficient against the might of this celestial omen. An omen? As you know, I have remained low-key for far too long, Su Anshan murmured, lifting his gaze toward the boundless void above. Too many have forgotten the terror of my dominion. Now the time has ripened. I must step forth once more. Terror. Surely it's your master who inspires terror, not Su Anshan, that rootless feeble wretch. Mingyue, why are you smiling? Am I a... Xuan Mingyue covered her mouth with delicate fingers. Nothing much, just a sudden delightful thought. Master, I'm curious. After all those years of quietude, why the sudden decision to emerge? A great calamity approaches. Su Anshan gazed upward into the fathomless void, his eyes deep and piercing, as though seeking to shatter the heavens themselves. Thump. Xuan Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. How could he possibly know? Once outside her father's private chamber, she'd overheard whispers of an impending great calamity. And her father, halfway to the hollow emptiness realm, was a peerless sovereign whose power even the sect's peak elders could not rival. Yet this calamity, glimpsed only by her father, how could Su Anshan possibly discern it? Did Elder Mei reveal it to him? Impossible. Elder Mei knew full well Su Anshan could not cultivate. Speaking of such tribulations to a mortal would only sow needless dread. Her boundless affection for him would never permit such a disclosure. Just moments ago, heaven and earth convulsed, an omen no ordinary mortal could conjure. Could it be? Why burden 2 young disciples with such matters? Su Anshan withdrew his penetrating gaze and smiled faintly. Should the sky collapse, your master will bear it. For now, live freely, relish life without worry. I wish a moment's solitude. Go about your affairs. Yes, master. Jiang Baifeng gently tugged Xuan Mingyue's hand as they turned to leave. Senior sister Baifeng, you entered the sect before me. Have you ever witnessed master's true strength? Xuan Mingyue, unable to suppress her curiosity, blurted the question. I too am newly arrived, Jiang Baifeng replied, blinking playfully. As for combat, I did see master fight once atop a mountain before you arrived. He sparred with Qing Shan Peak Lord. Peak Lord? A sparring match? Xuan Mingyue gasped. What on earth was happening? How dared Su Anshan challenge a Peak Lord? The Wanjian sect deliberately entrusted leadership to the younger generation, elders having long withdrawn from worldly affairs. To ascend as Peak Lord, one must first break through to the Breaksea realm, a cultivation stage granting ducal or royal titles within the Highland dynasty. And the outcome? Xuan Mingyue leaned forward breathless. Clearly our master prevailed. Jiang Baifeng spoke softly. I'm no expert in cultivation, But I saw the Qingshan Peak Lord summon countless artifacts, his body shimmering with radiant light. Someone nearby whispered he'd finally drawn upon his full power. Yet Master struck, just one punch, and sent him flying straight into the opposite mountain. Into the mountain. Xue Mingyue stood utterly dumbfounded. She understood artifacts meant spirit tools, shimmering light arcane techniques, and yet, even with the Peak Lord unleashing his utmost might, he'd been hurled like a stone into the distant crag. Yes, embedded in the cliff face like a living fresco. It took several Peak Lords nearly half a day to pry him free. Heavens above, Xue Mingyue felt light-headed, her breath catching. How could this be? Su Anshan was universally deemed Luhua continent's greatest failure, his arrogance sustained solely by his master's shadow. Yet he'd reduced a Wanjian sect Peak Lord to a mountain mural with a single blow. He'd also spoken of the great calamity, knowledge even her father guarded closely, and summoned a cosmic omen of staggering magnitude. Could all the rumors be false? Was Su Anshan in truth a peerless sovereign? Had her father truly sent her to Wufeng Peak to seek genuine tutelage? Perhaps yes. Her father's love for her was absolute. Would he truly cast her into a pit of despair? In that instant, Xue Mingyue's gaze upon Su Anshan shifted, subtly, irrevocably. She'd arrived, disdainful, mocking him as a dissolute wastrel, resentful, believing her father had sacrificed her to ruin. Yet she knew her father acted for the greater destiny of the Highland dynasty, and she'd accepted her sacrifice willingly. She never imagined. My master is a peerless sovereign. Mingyue, Su Anshan's voice pierced her reverie. Yes, master. Now aware of his true stature, her tone softened, her demeanor instantly more deferential. How fares the cleaning of your quarters? Should it remain unfinished by nightfall, you'll face consequences, you know. Xue Mingyue, this is a peerless sovereign. Since when do legendary masters speak with such mischievous levity? Ah, I see. You enjoy this tone, don't you? Oh, master, I'm so frightened. Xue Mingyue clasped her hands to her chest, blinking up with luminous, guileless eyes. How exactly will master punish me? Lecture. Xue Mingyue, hands on her hips, stared at the wall before her, tracing Su Anshan's face upon it in her mind. He was undeniably handsome, yet his mind was perpetually consumed by thoughts of union. Little junior sister, what are you doing? Zhang Baijie whispered, blinking her eyes. You should tidy the room quickly, or else master will punish you come evening. Let him punish me then. Xue Mingyue tilted her little head. He'll be punished along with you, Zhang Baijie said, her face scrunching up. How about this, we work together? There aren't many houses on Wusher Peak. If we clean quickly, we might just make it, Zhang Baijie suggested. Suddenly Xue Mingyue's expression shifted. She was not afraid after all. As the princess of the Highland dynasty, her father's influence meant Su Anshan might not force her if she resisted. Her pity, however, lay with this senior sister before her. With such striking features, being taken advantage of would be dreadful. Senior sister, rest assured, I will protect you, Xue Mingyue declared with firm resolve. Trust me, with me here no one can force you. What are you saying? Oh, you wouldn't understand. Just stay with me after nightfall. Let me tell you in secret, I possess a triple supreme spirit root that Lu. Suddenly Xue Mingyue froze. Moment, please. Senior sister, you just told me that our master turned the Qingshan Peak Lord into a wall painting. Let me confirm this truth once more. Did he really turn him into a wall painting? You're not fooling me, are you? Disaster. Even with her triple supreme spirit root, the difference in their realms meant she was no match for him. If his primal urges took over, both Zhang Baijie and she would be lambs to the slaughter. What to do? Xue Mingyue's little mind churned, yet she could devise no solution. Zhang Baijie, utterly perplexed, tilted her head and watched her own thoughts consumed by how best to complete the task master had set. And this little junior sister was so strange. Su Anshan remained unaware that his disciple had already branded him a lecher, even if he knew he would not care. After all, he truly was one. Why else would he constantly frequent the pleasure houses to listen to songs? Though the title needed correction, he was not a lecher, but a gentleman. System buddy, how was my performance just now? Did I capture the essence? Passable. Rest assured, when it comes to feigning profundity, I am second to none. Su Anshan stretched languidly with a smile. I believe you. But that new disciple of yours seems to have a rebellious streak. She needs to be disciplined. Indeed, Su Anshan felt it too. He could sense that Xue Mingyue was unafraid of him. When he threatened punishment, she seemed utterly indifferent. Su Anshan was not bluffing. She would truly be drenched in sweat. Moreover, Xue Mingyue's words always carried a hint of veiled sarcasm. If not properly disciplined, she might soon defy the heavens. Wusher Peak was a place that valued respect for the master. She needs to be disciplined. With that, Su Anshan produced 3 sacred spirit fruits. With the chaos root, even a supreme spirit root was of little importance to him now. Buddy, what do you think of using these? Su Anshan laid the fruits in his palm. Tonight, I'll give Baijie 2 more, and keep this one. Make her drool with envy exactly. Tossing the 3 sacred spirit fruits into his ring, Su Anshan then retrieved a single heavenly spirit fruit. The 4 greats, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, corresponded to Supreme, High, Mid, and Low. There was a free heavenly spirit fruit from the check-in system, but giving it to his disciple felt beneath his standards. To be his disciple, one must start with a sacred spirit root. This inferior spirit root was now useless. Ding! Your mountain's 8 fragrance chicken cultivates diligently. Your cultivation 1. What is this? Su Anshan was stunned by the sudden notification. The title I gave you a title earlier. Its effect is that any spirit, bird, grass, tree, or disciple under your command, any living being under your rule, will grant you cultivation when they train. This was also considering you can't keep refining blood forever. Now you've reached chi condensation. I've reached chi condensation. Su Anshan was somewhat surprised. Buddy with the chaos root, did you think it was a joke? Having the chaos root means all your acupoints will form devouring vortexes, constantly gathering cultivation for you. 247. How long until I reach the sea-breaking realm? At most 2 months. Reaching sea-breaking in 2 months would terrify any other cultivator if word got out. Yet, Su Anshan felt the efficiency was a bit low. You said that all living beings under my command would contribute their cultivation to me, right? Got it. They'll go have a talk with the 8 fragrance chicken. You have so many 8 fragrance chickens on your mountain, do you even know which one it is? I know perfectly well. Su Anshan stretched lazily and called out to Xue Mingyue, who was squatting by the wall with a twig. Mingyue, come here. Xue Mingyue, who was squatting by the wall devising a plan, stiffened. What? Is he calling me over before nightfall? Is he that impatient? Glancing at Jiang Baijie, Xue Mingyue gritted her teeth, but did not call out to her. She couldn't drag her senior sister into the fire. Mingyue. Suddenly Su Anshan's call rang in her ears again. Stealing her heart, Xue Mingyue clenched her little fists with an "if I don't enter hell who will" expression and strode fiercely before Su Anshan. Master, Mingyue, I was just about to tell you something. Su Anshan felt his shoulder ache and raised his arm to twist it, but Xue Mingyue abruptly leaped back several steps. I'm on my period. Huh? Su Anshan was taken aback, staring at his little disciple whose eyes were shut, fists clenched, and arms trembling, his mind full of question marks. I'm on my period. Xue Mingyue shouted again with her eyes closed. One day at a time. For now she could think of no other way but to use this excuse to buy time. Surely Su Anshan wouldn't be so desperate as to run a red light. Seeing his prolonged silence, she emphasized again, I'm on my period, I'm on my period, I'm on my period. I understand. Su Anshan nodded. Then why didn't you say anything, master? Xue Mingyu's face was anxious, but what she saw instead was Su Anshan's hesitant eyes. I was just thinking. Xue Mingyu's delicate body trembled. Thinking about what? Hey, don't tell me someone wouldn't let it go even during a period. Thinking about what? Su Anshan shook his head with a light laugh. Actually, it's nothing. I was just wondering, what does your period have to do with me asking you to catch a chicken? Catch a chicken? Xue Mingyue, her eyes tightly shut, suddenly lifted her head. Why else would I summon you? I need you to go to the back mountain and capture that 8-spice chicken with the blue cord tied around its leg. Su Anshan gazed at her for an unusually long moment. A grown young lady announcing her menstruation so loudly. Do you wish for your master to brew you a cup of brown sugar water? Xue Mingyu's face instantly flushed a deep purple, her lips pressed tightly together. No need. He'll go right now. Whoosh. Xue Mingyue dashed out as if her legs were fitted with fiery wind-fire wheels, her teeth biting hard on her lower lip during the run, leaving behind a clear row of imprints. What were you doing? Couldn't you have waited for Su Anshan to finish speaking first? Oh heavens, Xue Mingyue, you truly are foolish. Saying you've gotten your period. Ugh, you really are. As she ran toward the back mountain, wisps of hot steam rose from the top of Xue Mingyu's head. How mortifying. Su Anshan watched Xue Mingyu's fleeing back with a light smile. Little lass, she didn't come as she was bluffing. The smile on Su Anshan's face vanished instantly. Bro, our functions really don't need to be this perverse, he murmured inwardly. Whether a young lady has her period or not, that's hardly something you need to detect. But it's a built-in feature of mine, then don't tell me. Oh ding. Friendly reminder, Jiang Baihui hasn't gotten her period either. Are you insane? I said nothing. You know. It was the system that reminded you, not your bro here. Scram. Say that again, and he'll unbind you. Su Anshan watched helplessly as the earlier notification was forcibly retracted. The system's antics left him chuckling in spite of himself. How adorable. Catching the 8-spice chicken with the blue cord around its leg was a trivial task for Xue Mingyu's current abilities. Su Anshan stretched lazily and headed toward the kitchen. He set the wok and heated the oil. Master, what are you doing? Jiang Baihui arrived, drawn by the sound, her eyes filled with surprise at the wok full of sizzling oil. Since it's your and Mingyu's first time entering the sect, your master will make you some fried chicken to enjoy, Su Anshan said, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he leaned back in his mink-clad chair watching the puppets before him. Clearly, he had no intention of cooking himself. These puppets, forged by his senior sister, were specially designed for culinary tasks. The source core within each puppet was imprinted with tens of thousands of recipes. Su Anshan merely had to speak a dish's name. Their skill rivaled even that of the royal palace's chefs. I see. Zhang Baihui nodded slightly, then remembering her yet-to-be-cleaned quarters, asked timidly, Master, if my junior sister and I fail to clean our rooms properly, how would you punish us? Would you still make us sweat profusely night runs? Su Anshan answered without a second thought. A few laps around our mountain. Honestly, it's mainly for Xue Mingyue. You're obedient and have earned my favor, but that girl is a bit mischievous and needs some trimming. Besides, I can tell you both are somewhat lacking in physical stamina. For us cultivators, the first step is blood refinement, the second is bone forging, and the third is qi condensation, all of which are influenced by one's physique. Just night runs. What else could it be? I've already promised to make you sweat. What strange thoughts are running through that little head of yours? No, nothing. Zhang Baihui's face flushed as she lowered her head. We could also do squats, but that's too monotonous. Night runs will also help you familiarize yourselves with our mountain. Su Anshan spoke with a gentle smile. I see. Master truly thinks ahead. Zhang Baihui's eyes brimmed with admiration. It's only natural for a master, Su Anshan replied with a faint smile. Go check where Mingyue is. She should be back by now. Master, I'm back. Xue Mingyue burst into the kitchen holding a plump hen. While catching the chicken, she had channeled her shame and fury into strength. Spotting the hen with the blue cord around its leg, she unleashed her full power, grabbed it by the neck, and sprinted back. The captured hen, seeing the hot oil in the wok, stared with wide, terrified eyes, flapping its wings frantically in an attempt to escape. Stop flapping, you're filling the room with dust, Su Anshan said with a frown. He took the hen from Xue Mingyue, held it in his arms, and fell into a thoughtful daze. Zhang Baihui and Xue Mingyue exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on? The chicken was here, so why wasn't it in the pot? Yet after the time it took to drink a cup of tea had passed, Su Anshan still sat motionless, cradling the hen. Cluck cluck, cluck 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 cluck. Suddenly a swift chicken silhouette dashed into the kitchen from outside, charging in with fearless resolve. Seeing the hen in Su Anshan's arms, this 8-spice chicken glared with eyes blazing with fury. Another one has run in. Perfect, we can throw them both into the pot together. Su Anshan chuckled as he approached the oil wok, but the 8-spice chicken suddenly leaped into the air. Before the sword spirit could act, Zhang Baihui, sensing danger to Su Anshan, delivered a swift, crisp chop with her hand. Thud! It crashed to the ground in a pitiful heap. Oh my, am I really this strong? Zhang Baihui exclaimed, staring at her fair hand in surprise. The fallen 8-spice chicken looked at Zhang Baihui, its eyes filled with shock. But soon it saw Su Anshan carrying the hen toward the oil wok. Panic filled its eyes. Su Anshan glanced sideways with a smile. Are you sure you want to keep pretending? If you don't speak up, she's going into the pot. The 8-spice chicken was horrified. You, how did you know? Oh my god, the chicken talked. Zhang Baihui covered her mouth. Xue Mingyue stared at the chicken, utterly dumbfounded. A spirit fowl. Su Anshan, however, showed no surprise. He smiled warmly at the talking 8-spice chicken. Nothing on this peak escapes my sight, Su Anshan said, his eyes twinkling. You're quite ambitious, cultivating right here on my mountain. 30 years on the sunny side, 30 years on the shady side. Don't bully a mountain chicken when it's down. Ha ha. Su Anshan couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Do you dare to duel me, Zhongshan-kun, to the death? Zhongshan-kun puffed out its chicken chest. Thud! It was met with an unadorned kick. Zhongshan-kun was sent tumbling over a dozen meters, its head spinning when it finally stopped. It stared at Su Anshan in disbelief, unable to speak. Did you really think that reaching bone forging would allow you to challenge a peak lord? Zhongshan-kun's eyes were wide with shock. Don't you have no spiritual root? How could you suddenly become so powerful? That's impossible unless... A terrifying thought dawned on Zhongshan-kun. Have you possessed Su Anshan? They'll fight you to the death. It had been able to cultivate here in a way thanks to Su Anshan's kindness. Though Su Anshan had no cultivation base or realm, his character was beyond reproach. He would often send people to the back mountain to bring them high-level spirit food. If anyone dared to possess Su Anshan, Zhongshan-kun would be the first to object. Thud! It was once again met with that unadorned kick. Still not learning your lesson, Su Anshan looked at Zhongshan-kun calmly. I admit I'm no match for you, but don't get cocky. Zhongshan-kun glared with its chicken eyes. You'd better release Su Anshan now. His master is not someone to trifle with. Shall beat your brains out. Who would dare to possess me? Su Anshan said with an amused smile. You haven't been possessed. Zhongshan Akun paced back and forth in front of Su Anshan, wings folded behind its back. That's impossible. We've met before. I hit you with an Akun flying kick, Zhongshan Akun muttered to itself, but then saw Su Anshan holding the hen over the oil walk. It immediately prostrated itself. Peak Lord, I was wrong. Release Ashiang. I Zhongshan Akun am willing to be your beast of burden. Go catch me 2 8-spice chickens. Right away, whoosh. Zhongshan Akun dashed toward the back mountain, leaving Zhang Baihui and Xuem Mingyue utterly bewildered. This hen is his. Mate, Su Anshan explained with a smile as he set the hen down on the ground, patting its plump rear. The hen cast a sidelong glance at Su Anshan, a look of coquettish charm in its eyes, as if to say, "Oh, you naughty thing." Both disciples were dumbfounded. Zhang Baihui, unfamiliar with the cultivation world, was at a loss. Xuem Mingyue couldn't help but ask, "Are they spirit fowls?" "Not really. They're essentially just ingredients. Livestock," Su Anshan explained with a laugh. "It's just that the poultry on your master's mountain are particularly hard-working and manage to cultivate into spirit fowls. Then it must be quite nourishing." Xuem Mingyue licked her pink lips. "Mingyue, how can you be so cruel? It's cultivated intelligence, and you still want to eat it." Su Anshan looked at her for a long moment. "Didn't you hear it call itself Zhongshan Akun? It's a kuan. Aren't they meant to be eaten? On other peaks perhaps, but on my Wusher peak no." Su Anshan's eyes grew deep, his voice low and resonant. "It is the benchmark for all the poultry on this peak. Not only will I not kill it, but I will also reward it. I want every creature on this peak to know that as long as they are diligent, hard-working, and obedient, I, Su Anshan, will never treat them poorly." As he spoke, Zhongshan Akun burst in with 2 8-spice chickens. "Peak Lord, here you go. That's my koan. Efficient as always. These chickens, stolen from the neighboring peak." "Good thinking." Su Anshan nodded with satisfaction. "From now on you're in charge of catching chickens. But remember, only take them from Qingshan Peak. They have plenty with dedicated disciples feeding them, so they're nice and plump." "Don't worry, leave it to me, Akun." Zhongshan Akun puffed out its chest and thumped its wings against it with a series of thuds. "Peak Lord, if there's nothing else, could Ashiang and I return to Zhongshan now? Don't rush off. This Peak Lord greatly admires your refusal to be mediocre. You shall be rewarded." With that, Su Anshan took out the heavenly spirit fruit he had obtained from the system check-in. The moment the fruit appeared, Xuem Mingyue's eyes were glued to it. The heavenly spirit fruit. A fruit capable of condensing a supreme spiritual root. No way. Could it be? Was he going to reward Zhongshan Akun with the heavenly spirit fruit? No. That would be an utter waste of a heavenly treasure. Yet against all expectations, Su Anshan tossed it. She watched helplessly as the heavenly spirit fruit was thrown before Zhongshan Akun. Staring at the fruit that would make even idle cultivators salivate, she looked at Su Anshan, then back at the fruit, then at Su Anshan again. After repeating this several times, Xuem Mingyue could no longer contain her shriek. What? Feeding a heavenly spirit fruit to a chicken? A single fruit. Zhongshan Akun stared at it with his beady chicken eyes for a long moment. "Boss Su, I don't eat greens. You little rascal, granted such a heavenly fortune and you refuse to eat greens." Su Anshan said with a beaming smile. "This is a heavenly spirit fruit, a rare treasure of heaven and earth that can awaken an extreme-grade spirit root, a supreme artifact countless cultivators dream of. Look at my disciples' eyes. If you don't eat it, shed love to." I didn't want to eat it." Xuem Mingyue crossed her arms and turned her head away, yet the corner of her eye remained fixed on the heavenly spirit fruit. Was it real? A heavenly spirit fruit fed to a chicken just like that? Even in their Highland dynasty, one could only earn such a fruit through meritorious service to the dynasty. Had her master given it away simply because the chicken could catch other fowl? If word got out, countless cultivators across the entire Luzhou continent would be scrambling to catch chickens for him. Zhongshan Akun's eyes widened upon hearing this. Without a second thought, he opened his chicken beak and pecked rapidly like a woodpecker. Thud, thud, thud. Whoosh. Blazing flames erupted from Zhongshan Akun's body, turning his feathers a fiery crimson. Extreme-grade fire spirit root. Cluck, 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 cluck. Zhongshan Akun spread his wings, arched his shoulders, and crowed to the heavens. "I am invincible." It really was a heavenly spirit fruit. Xuem Mingyue stared in a daze. She had just been fantasizing that it wasn't a real heavenly spirit fruit, merely a counterfeit that looked similar. Yet unexpectedly, it was genuine. "Boss Su, from now on I, Zhongshan Akun, am your most loyal underling. Where your finger points is my goal, your whisper is the creed etched in my heart, you." Zhongshan Akun's fiery feathers flared. "I'm out of words." "If you're out of words, then get lost." Su Anshan chuckled and said, "Take our mountain's chickens and cultivate well. The carefree peak doesn't raise useless fowl. You can count on me." Zhongshan Akun puffed out his chest. With me Zhongshan around, our carefree peaks chickens will be the elite combat fowl of the entire 10,000 swords sect. Get lost then. This underling is gone right now. Zhongshan wobbled out, and as he left the kitchen, he raised his head high, gazing at the blazing sun above. One day this whole world would be trampled under his feet. Anshan watched Zhongshan retreating figure with a smile. Since he didn't know what to do with the heavenly spirit fruit anyway, giving it to the poultry on his mountain was just right. Then he looked down at the 8 fragrance chickens that Zhongshan had knocked senseless into the pot. The aroma of fried chicken filled the air. Anshan grabbed a chicken drumstick and took a bite, also handing one to Zhang Baihui and Xue Mingyue. Try it. Okay. Zhang Baihui smiled sweetly and took a small bite. Wow, this is delicious. Of course it is. Your master's spiritual puppet chefs are no less skilled than the dynasty's imperial cooks, Anshan said with a grin. I don't believe it. Xue Mingyue pouted, but Anshan said nothing, simply grabbing a drumstick and putting it into her mouth. The moment it entered her mouth, Xue Mingyue was captivated by the fried chicken's flavor. She devoured the drumstick in a few bites, licked her lips, and glanced cautiously at Anshan. Take what you want. There are only the 3 of us, master and disciples, on this mountain. No need to hold back. Then I won't be polite. Xue Mingyue reached out and grabbed a chicken wing. After finishing it, she felt it wasn't enough and took a few pieces of the breastbone. A dozen minutes later, Anshan, long accustomed to such delicacies, took a few simple bites and left the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhang Baihui and Xue Mingyue, the 2 young ladies, polished off both 8 fragrance chickens completely. Burp. Xue Mingyue licked her fingers, a look of utter contentment on her face, and let out a satisfied burp. So fragrant. Yes, I've never eaten anything so delicious. Zhang Baihui's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. A blessing in disguise. Following master back to the mountain was the wisest decision I ever made. He gave me a place to belong, awakened a sacred spirit root, and fed me this amazing fried chicken. Master is truly wonderful. Xue Mingyue was still pondering how her master could so casually give away a heavenly spirit fruit. Yet, Zhang Baihui's soft words nearly made her head explode. Sacred spirit root. Master awakened a sacred spirit root for you. Sacred? Senior sister, are you sure it's sacred? Xue Mingyue enunciated each word, showing just how shocked she was. It seems so. Sacred spirit root, lightning type. Zhang Baihui opened her palm, and arcs of electricity crackled between her fingertips. This sensation, it was truly sacred lightning. Xue Mingyue gulped, feeling the pressure of the lightning. Those who awakened a sacred spirit root were rare in their dynasty, barely one in a century. If someone with a sacred spirit root joined their dynasty, her father would immediately grant them a princely title. After a brief daze, Xue Mingyue's face tensed as she pressed further. Senior sister, did master awaken it for you, or did you test it out on the awakening stone yourself? Master awakened it for me, Zhang Baihui said softly. I'm just a farmer. How could I have any spirit root? This happened before master turned the Green Peak Lord into a mural. As for the specifics, Zhang Baihui pursed her lips, tilted her head, and recounted the situation to Xue Mingyue. Xue Mingyue listened in silence. Her mouth went from a to an O and finally to an O. What? He only takes disciples with sacred grade or above. When Zhang Baihui wasn't sacred grade, he made her so by feeding her a sacred spirit fruit. Was that possible? Was that reasonable? A sacred spirit fruit was a holy object capable of forming a sacred spirit root. What cultivator would get one and not use it themselves? Had all 5 of his spirit roots already reached the sacred level? Fake, all fake. She didn't believe it. Their Highland dynasty didn't even have one, and she refused to believe Anshan would so easily give such a holy object to someone else. I get it. Suddenly Xue Mingyue's eyes filled with understanding as she nodded repeatedly at Zhang Baihui. You're in cahoots with master. Huh. Senior sister, let's be honest with each other. Tell me the truth. Have you been with master for a long time, pretending to be a new disciple, acting as his wingman to win me over? Zhang Baihui looked at Xue Mingyue with confusion furrowing her brow. Her junior sister really had a strange way of talking. Hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Xue Mingyue's face broke into a fox-like grin. No, I just entered the mountain. We joined Carefree Peak less than half an hour apart, Zhang Baihui replied with sincere eyes. I don't believe it. Xue Mingyue waved her hand dismissively, then clasped her hands behind her back like an old cadre. I'd rather die than believe it. You just entered the mountain, did nothing, and master gave you a sacred spirit fruit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Xue Mingyue, am the great genius of the Highland dynasty. Do you think I'd fall for that? Zhang Baihui looked utterly helpless. Master gave a heavenly spirit fruit to that Zhongshan, and it hadn't done anything either. Xue Mingyue, anyway, I won't believe it. Xue Mingyue flicked her hand. A sacred spirit fruit. That's a sacred spirit fruit. A rare treasure obtained only through the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance. You must have awakened it yourself, senior sister. Don't try to fool me. We're good sisters, so let's be sincere with each other. Oh, but I'm telling you. Before Zhang Baihui could finish, Su Anshan walked in from outside the kitchen with a smile. What are you talking about? Master, I was telling junior sister Shui about my sacred spirit root, Zhang Baihui explained softly. I said you gave it to me. I did give it to you. Junior sister doesn't believe me. Su Anshan tilted his head and looked at Shui Mingyue, only to find the little girl lifting her chin, her eyes screaming the words like, I do believe you. Seeing this, Su Anshan smiled faintly. Master was actually coming to talk to you about this too. You awakened the lightning element before, but I feel that having just one sacred spirit root as my first disciple doesn't quite fit your status, so Master plans to give you a few more. What nonsense was he talking about? Sacred spirit roots, and a few more at that. Did he think they were cabbages grown by farmers? Shui Mingyue muttered to herself. No matter how eloquently Su Anshan and Zhang Baihui spoke, she had only 2 words. No, oh my god. Whoosh. 3 fruits appeared in Su Anshan's palm. The moment they materialized, Shui Mingyue's eyes were glued to them as if by a magnet, staring intently at the 3 fruits, her head nearly pulled forward by the sight. Su Anshan then directly took out 2 sacred spirit fruits. Right before Shui Mingyue's eyes, he placed them into Zhang Baihui's hands. Eat. Torrential rain poured down in sheets. The trees and grasses thrived with vibrant vitality. Dual saint spirit roots. Water and wood. Shui Mingyue's eyes were filled with terror as she watched Zhang Baihui condense 2 saint-grade spirit roots, a rarity seen only once in a century, right before her very eyes. Unbelieving. Having witnessed it with her own eyes, to still deny it would be nothing but self-deception, wouldn't it? Su Anshan truly possessed saint spirit fruits. Even throughout the entire Highland dynasty, such fruits were a rare treasure, yet her master held 3 of them in his hands. Among the cultivators across the heavens possessing a single saint spirit root already marked one as a dragon or phoenix among men. The return to spirit realm was well within reach. Having already acquired a saint-grade thunder spirit root was not enough. He still insisted on helping his disciple condense 2 more saint spirit roots, making 3 saint roots accompany her body. Was her master truly this formidable? Saint spirit fruits given away so freely. How could anyone else possibly compete? Even the 10,000 Swords sect, the premier sect of this reed flower continent, had it ever produced a prodigy with 3 saint spirit roots in its history. Even more absurd was that this was achieved artificially, forcibly stacked with saint spirit fruits. Shui Mingyue, who possessed 3 supreme-grade spirit roots, had always considered herself extraordinary, a true prodigy among the dynasty's ranks. Yet compared to her senior sister Zhang Baihui, she seemed like a mere firefly vying for brilliance against the radiant moon. Shui Mingyue felt her tender heart wounded. It would take a saint spirit fruit to heal it. A trap. A scheme. Even if all of this was indeed a trap, even if warning signs stood right before the pitfall, those cultivators would still leap without hesitation into the saint spirit root pit that Su Anshan had dug. Using a saint spirit fruit as bait, she would gladly take the bait. Moreover, Shui Mingyue did not believe she was worth tempting with a saint spirit fruit. Any saint spirit root could protect a sect for centuries, and she. What merit or virtue did she possess to warrant Su Anshan offering such a great price to lure her? Her master simply cherished his disciples as if they were his own children, and her master was an unparalleled expert. The saint spirit roots were condensed. Zhang Baihui, now possessing both water and wood saint spirit roots, seemed even more ethereal and exquisite. Master, Zhang Baihui revealed a sweet smile in her eyes. Su Anshan tossed the saint spirit fruit in his hand, and with each arc it traced through the air, Shui Mingyue's heart quivered. Her gaze never strayed from the fruit. If Su Anshan were to fumble and let the fruit slip, she would not hesitate to throw herself as a cushion to save the saint spirit fruit from peril. Not bad, having condensed 2 more saint spirit roots, now possessing 3. Su Anshan murmured softly. Shui Mingyue, however, subtly puffed out her chest and stealthily shuffled her little feet closer to Zhang Baihui. Master, look at me. I am your disciple too. Your little disciple still lacks a saint spirit root. Senior sister already possesses 3 saint spirit fruits in absolutely explosive existence within our entire cultivation circle. Could that saint spirit fruit perhaps be given to your little disciple? Your little disciple's love for you is as bright as the sun and moon. 3 saint spirit roots, barely passable after all. Su Anshan nodded slightly, then glanced at the fruit in his hand. But master still has 1 saint spirit fruit left. What should be done with it? Give it to Zhongshan Khan. Shui Mingyue's heart leaped into her throat. A saint spirit fruit for a chicken. No, no, no. Look at me, look at me. Feeding a chicken with a saint spirit fruit, though master does not mind, it would indeed defy heavenly harmony and waste a precious gift. Su Anshan sighed softly. If the heavenly Tao learns of this, it might affect Master's fortune. Master, you are truly wise. Xue Mingwei nodded fervently in her heart. Doing so would undoubtedly be a terrible waste. A rare treasure like this should by all means be used to feed a disciple. Senior sister has already eaten 3. Give one to your adorable little disciple too. Xue Mingyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Look at me, Master, look at me. Truly difficult for now. I don't know whom to give it to. Su Anshan sighed while holding the fruit. Baiju, what do you think Master should do with this fruit? This is Master's private possession. How could I? Before Zhang Baiju could finish, she suddenly felt as if 2 spotlights were shining beside her. She turned slightly and saw Xue Mingwei grinning at her. Senior sister, you wouldn't want your junior sister to have no saint spirit root at all, would you? He. Xue Mingyu's laugh resembled that of a lovesick fool. Zhang Baiju stared at her with terror for a long moment. Junior sister is truly frightening. Despite this, she could roughly guess Xue Mingyu's intentions. How about giving it to junior sister Mingwei? Zhang Baiju asked, cautiously biting her lip. Master said you only accept disciples with saint or divine spirit roots, but junior sister seems to lack a saint-grade spirit root. Hearing this, Xue Mingwei nearly burst into tears of joy. Senior sister, truly my senior sister. In truth, Su Anshan had long noticed Xue Mingwei. He had deliberately remained silent to tease her. Now that Zhang Baiju had brought it up, Mingwei, you don't have a saint spirit root. Su Anshan raised his eyebrows in feigned surprise. I thought senior sister would bring back a disciple with a saint spirit root. Mingwei, you really don't have one. Master, I don't. I have 3 supreme-grade spirit roots. Xue Mingwei bit her lip. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Anshan lightly tapped his thigh. I thought you had one, otherwise I would have given 2 to each of you and your senior sister. Now that Master only has this one left, it would seem I'm playing favorites. Are you hinting at me? Got it, damn. How did you pop up? I wasn't talking about you, a stand over there. Don't you think the saint spirit fruit is insufficient? Are you out of your mind? Dude, are you obsessed with dueling? Stand still. I'm training my disciple, what's your rush? Oh, then remember to call me, take a break. This system was a bit too cooperative to the point of being frightening. Xue Mingwei was anxious inside. What playing favorites? She didn't care. That's not important at all, Master. No. Su Anshan shook his head. How about this, Mingwei? Wait until Master obtains 2 more saint spirit fruits, then it'll help you condense your spirit roots all at once. No, don't. Xue Mingwei could no longer suppress her cry. Wait. She couldn't wait another second. Saint spirit fruits were creations of heaven and earth, not so easily obtained. By the time he acquired 2 more, she might already be 70 or 80 with half her body in the grave. Master, I entered the sect later and am not as obedient as senior sister Baiju. Xue Mingwei spoke softly. But I promise you from now on I will obey your every word. I will cultivate diligently and contribute wholeheartedly to our Wuxi Peak. A single saint spirit fruit is already a rare blessing for Mingwei. I dare not be greedy. Besides, without a saint spirit root, I would bring shame to you, Master. That reasoning does hold water. It wouldn't do for a disciple of mine, Su Anshan, to lack a saint spirit root. And the lodging I entrusted to you. They'll go right away. Xue Mingwei, as if conjuring a rag from nowhere, looked solemn. Please supervise me, Master and senior sister. Whoosh. Xue Mingyu's legs spun like windfire wheels as she rushed out in a fluster. Su Anshan watched her retreating figure with a smile and tossed the fruit into his ring. Got it. Baiju, Master, I'm here. Keep a close eye on Mingwei. Master intends to go down the mountain for a while. Su Anshan murmured softly. If I return and Xue Mingwei hasn't finished cleaning this saint spirit fruit, can't be given to her. Master, you're going down the mountain to listen to some music. The 10,000 pythons paying homage to the dragon soared into the void, and the myriad pythons and dragons churned the winds and clouds, changing the sky. Xue Mingwei, wiping the walls of the lodging, looked up at the departing 10,000 pythons paying homage to the dragon and murmured in her heart, my master is truly an unparalleled expert. At this moment, on the main peak of the 10,000 Swords sect, Master, another strange phenomenon has occurred at Wuxi Peak. Luo Bai cupped his hands in salute. The sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect also looked up at the celestial anomaly above Wuxi Peak. Water and wood dual saint spirit roots. Junior brother Su truly has a generous hand. Forget it. From now on there is no need to report any movements from Wuxi Peak to the main peak. The sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect sat on his cushion and spoke in a low voice. This sect leader was not worth being. As the dignified leader, he fared worse than a mere peak lord. Saint spirit fruits, sacred artifacts, 10,000 pythons paying homage to the dragon. Any one of these would make him weep with envy. Sect leader disaster. Suddenly a disciple in outer sect attire rushed into the cave dwelling. The assistant minister of the Highland dynasty has come to the mountain demanding an explanation from our Wuxi Peak. Are you a new disciple? The sect leader cast a faint glance at him. The reporting disciple was puzzled, but Luo Bai walked over to explain. Matters of Wushi Peak need not be reported to the main peak. But that assistant minister is charging in aggressively. Wushi Peak will handle it on its own. Oh, since the establishment of Wushi Peak, countless had come to demand explanations, yet in the end they all scurried back to the 10,000 Swords sect to apologize. Resolution was never needed from the main peak. Wushi Peak took care of everything. Watching the disciple depart, the sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect murmured softly. This seems to be the third one this year. Your junior uncle has been quite peaceful this year. Master, I don't think it's that junior uncle is peaceful, but rather that his reputation has already spread. Luo Bai explained softly. Within the Reed Flower continent, no one seeks trouble with junior uncle anymore. Still, there are those who aren't afraid of death, a dynasty's assistant minister. The sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect shook his head with a smile. He actually dares to come. The towering peaks stood like countless swords of awe-inspiring might. The Grand Chancellor of the Highland dynasty, accompanied by his retainers, traversed the mountain range. 10,000 Swords sect. Such arrogance. As a Grand Chancellor, I come to pay a visit, yet not even a guide is sent. A mere gatekeeper merely pointed me in a direction and told me to enter the mountain on my own. The Grand Chancellor muttered in a low, stern voice, glancing at his son's swollen face. Fear not, my son. Your father will avenge you soon enough. Grand Chancellor, though the 10,000 Swords sect is remiss in hospitality, is it truly wise to storm Wushi Peak and seek trouble so directly? A retainer spoke softly. I believe we should inform the sect first. By observing propriety before resorting to force, we will have a stronger argument later. I am the Grand Chancellor of the court. Roar! A dragon's cry dominated the heavens. The group in the mountains looked up to see a dragon-drawn carriage soaring through the sky, surrounded by 10,000 serpents. Such overwhelming pressure from that carriage, a retainer shuddered in awe. It seems coiled by an azure dragon, and that dragon must be at least of the guiling realm. Even the serpents pulling it could likely annihilate a small sect. The 10,000 Swords sect truly lives up to its name as the foremost sect of Luhua continent. How majestic! The retainers buzzed with discussion. The Grand Chancellor cleared his throat. What you said earlier has merit. Though the sect lacks manners, the Highland dynasty must not. Observe propriety before force. You two take my son to Wushi Peak. The rest of you follow me to the main peak for talks. Father. The Chancellor's son looked astonished. Do not panic. I will merely speak with the sect. With several retainers by your side, you will be safe. I will return soon. Whatever humiliation that servant inflicted upon you, you shall repay in kind. The Chancellor spoke with solemn resolve. Good. The Chancellor's son rejoiced. At that moment, Xue Mingyue, holding a small linen cloth, diligently wiped the walls of a dwelling on Wushi Peak. Far from any reluctance, she even hummed a cheerful tune. Why are you here? Suddenly a startled cry came from outside. Wiping the wall, Xue Mingyue craned her neck to look out. She saw Jiang Baihui, her eyes filled with panic and disgust, staring at the greasy-faced, piggish figure before her. How dare you bully my senior sister? Xue Mingyue raised her delicate brows, rolled up her sleeves, and clutching the linen cloth, dashed outside. Little wench, I didn't expect to find you hiding here, the Chancellor's son sneered viciously. I was just looking for you. See this face of mine. It's all you're doing. Seize her. Several retainers moved at once. Who dares? Xue Mingyue shouted, linen cloth in hand, her feet swift as wind as she stood defiantly before Jiang Baihui. Senior sister, fear not. With me here, no one will touch you. Xue Mingyue. Hearing her name called, Xue Mingyue frowned and looked at the swollen-faced Chancellor's son. She fell silent for a long moment. You know me. Who are you? I am Sun En. Sun En. Xue Mingyue paced around him, hands behind her back, studying him for a while before bursting into laughter. I thought a wild boar had become a spirit. So it's you. What are you doing at Wushi Peak? None of your business. Sun En glared with arrogant eyes, then sneered at Xue Mingyue. How ironic. The princess of the mighty Highland dynasty now holds a rag like a maidservant. Fallen so low after just a few days. Xue Mingyue flung the linen cloth directly into Sun En's face. Go to hell. You little brat, even your father wouldn't dare speak to me like that. How dare you spout nonsense before me? Xue Mingyue's eyes turned fierce. She glanced at Jiang Baihui and whispered, Senior sister, is it him? Daring to bully my senior sister. You're asking for death. You, what are you doing? Panic flashed in Sun En's eyes as he pointed eastward. My father is Sun Xiangdong, Grand Chancellor of the Highland dynasty. My father is Xue Shana, sovereign of the Highland dynasty. You, prepare to die. Xue Mingyue, gifted with 3 supreme spiritual roots, had grown up in the royal palace. Before entering Wushi Peak, she had studied numerous secret scriptures in the dynasty's treasury. Upon entering the mountain, she was already at the bone-tempering realm. She grabbed Sun En by the head and beat him mercilessly. She cared for nothing. As the reigning princess, beating a chancellor's son, without hesitation, would shame her father otherwise. Bullying my senior sister. They'll beat you to death, you little wretch. The retainers dared not intervene. Before them was the apple of the Highland sovereigns. Even the chancellor would say nothing. Stop! Stop! Sun En cried out in pain as he was pinned down. Shui Mingyue, as if deaf, continued beating him for another 10 minutes until her hands ached. Finally releasing him, she rubbed her wrists and scolded. Get lost. Daring to cause trouble at Wushi Peak. You must be tired of living. What are you all good for? Sun En, his face bloodied from the beating, roared. Didn't you see me being attacked? Killed him. Young master, that is the Highland sovereign's little princess. She is, but is that peasant? Sun En screamed hysterically. Seize her. Are you afraid of the sovereign, but not my father? The retainers frowned slightly. After a moment's thought, their gazes hardened as they turned to Zhang Baihui. What are you doing? Sensing the shift in their stares, Shui Mingyu's brow tightened. My father is Shui Shana. I am the princess of the Highland dynasty. Zhang Baihui is my senior sister. Who dares touch her? Little princess, forgive us. The retainers bowed lightly. Despite Shui Mingyu's words, Zhang Baihui was still a peasant. They only needed to seize the peasant. If they didn't, Sun En would report to his father, and they wouldn't bear the consequences. My father is Shui Shana. But no matter how loudly Shui Mingyue shouted, the retainers charged at Zhang Baihui as if deaf. Shui Mingyue furrowed her brows, shielding Zhang Baihui. My master is Su Anshan. Unexpectedly, just as the retainers advanced, and Shui Mingyue was at a loss, Zhang Baihui stood firm, raised her hand to the east, and cried out. Boom. The retainers, all at the Qi condensation realm, inexplicably fell to their knees with a thud upon hearing Zhang Baihui's call. Spiritual root suppression. Shock surged in the retainers' hearts. Such suppression required a difference of 2 grades, yet their strength far surpassed Zhang Baihui's. To suppress them, a gap of 3 grades or more was needed. They had mid-grade spiritual roots. That meant the girl shielded by Shui Mingyue possessed a saint grade or higher spiritual root. A saint spiritual root. In a century, the Highland dynasty could hardly find one. How could a peasant girl possess such a root? Impossible. Perhaps their young master had mistaken her. This girl might be a prodigy from some reclusive clan. Even Shui Mingyue, who had been protecting Zhang Baihui, was stunned. Why did they kneel? I don't know. I just called our master's name twice. Zhang Baihui said in bewilderment, then smiled. Our master is so powerful. Just saying his name made them kneel. Huh. Shui Mingyue looked utterly confused. Could a cultivator in this world possess such power? To make people prostrate themselves by mere mention of a name. What kind of supreme expert was her master? She had never heard of such a thing in all her years. See, I'll show you again. Zhang Baihui pursed her lips, stepped forward, and raised her arms solemnly, facing east. My master Su Anshan. Instantly, the spiritual pressure of the saint root surged forth. The kneeling retainers, unable to withstand the might of such a root, were nearly flattened to the ground. See, I told you. Our master is incredible. Zhang Baihui beamed. Shui Mingyue stared in disbelief at the prostrate crowd. Was this real? She felt her understanding of cultivation was being overturned. Gulping her eyes wide with incredulity, Shui Mingyue unconsciously imitated Zhang Baihui, cupping her hands toward the east. She murmured softly, My master Su Anshan. Boom. At that moment, Zhang Baihui's spiritual pressure reached Sun En a few meters away. As Shui Mingyue's whisper faded, Sun En thudded to his knees uncontrollably. Holy crap. It really works. Shui Mingyue, as if discovering a new world, turned to Zhang Baihui. My master Su Anshan. My master Su Anshan. Zhang Baihui giggled, also cupping her hands. Shui Mingyue's smile grew brighter as she shouted with laughter. Ha ha ha, my master Su Anshan. All the cultivators bowed their heads. Zhang Baihui and Shui Mingyue, shouting our master is Su Anshan, frolicked at the peak of Wushi Mountain, utterly delighted. How miraculous. Shui Mingyue had never heard of such a thing in all her years. Our master is truly formidable, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, her admiration for Su Anshan now rivaling that of Zhang Baihui. Indeed, Zhang Baihui replied, a smile in her eyes. In her eyes, Su Anshan was invincible. I must diligently learn from our master. Shui Mingyue's small face was filled with determination. In the future, when we go out, we must not disgrace our master. Led by Zhang Baihui's momentum, Shui Mingyue was completely won over. Having blasted the Green Mountain Peak Master into a mural speaking of the great calamity her father had predicted and possessing the sacred spirit fruit, but giving it to her disciple instead of using it herself. Her master was no ordinary person. The world had misjudged her master. Her master was a supreme expert. To err is human. Everyone has their little quirks. Her master simply enjoyed listening to music in pleasure houses, indulging in romantic affairs. So what? So what? Her master was so young and already this invincible. Couldn't he enjoy himself? If anyone dared to bring up her master's visits to the pleasure houses, she would give them a resounding slap. At that moment, where is that bastard Sun Xiangdou? Roared the monarch of the Highland dynasty. Leading a heavy army in a forced march from the dynasty's capital to the foot of the 10,000 Swords sect, he still hadn't caught up. Your Majesty, the deputy chancellor, seems to have entered the mountains. That bastard. The Highland monarch fumed, tugging at his beard, but inwardly he pondered. The great calamity was approaching. When Feng Hanyan sent him a visiting card, he had muttered in his bedchamber. Though anxious and reluctant, he still handed over his most beloved daughter. Thinking the calamity had passed, he never expected. Sun Xiangdong, you bastard. The Highland monarch shouted, his voice sharp. Behind him, the heavy army lowered their heads upon hearing their sovereign's curses. Your Majesty, what now? You're asking me. Chase him. The Highland monarch bellowed, eyes blazing. Even if we have to chase him to Wusher Mountain of the 10,000 Swords sect, we must drag that bastard back. The Highland monarch swept away his sleeves with several generals pressing the heavy army behind him. At the gates of the 10,000 Swords sect, the dozing gatekeeper felt the earth shake. Rubbing his eyes, he saw a vast dark crowd surging towards the sect. What's this? Does someone in Luhua Prefecture dare to attack the 10,000 Swords sect? Suddenly, a blurry afterimage appeared before him like a ghost. Such a terrifying aura. It rivaled even their sect leader. This was a cave void realm senior. You. Who are you? The gatekeeper's breath quickened with fear, but no one in the 10,000 Swords sect ever fled in battle. He was terrified, yet he could not disgrace the sect. I am the monarch of Highland. I wish to apprehend a criminal in your sect. I hope you can grant me this convenience. The Highland monarch showed none of his earlier fury, bowing with utmost elegance. Are you heading to Wusher Mountain? Yes. Then go ahead. The gatekeeper dashed into the sect with astonishing speed, raising even the Highland monarch's brow. No need to announce me. Did the sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect already know? Truly worthy of the 10,000 Swords sect. Even the gatekeeper possesses such skill. Then the Highland monarch waved his hand. Enter the mountain. The 10,000 Swords sect knows. We must reach Wusher Mountain before that bastard Sun Xiangdou. At the main peak of the 10,000 Swords sect, the sect leader reclined comfortably on a wicker chair, savoring fine wine, watching a curtain formed from spiritual energy, and tapping the armrest rhythmically. Master, is it wise to just drive away the Highland deputy chancellor like that? Who cares about him? The sect leader frowned. He came to our 10,000 Swords sect to cause trouble. I'd be generous not to give him a few sword strikes. Must I entertain him cheerfully? Who does he think he is? True. Master, what are you watching? Listening to music. The sect leader leaned back and shook his head with a smile. I must say your junior uncle certainly knows how to enjoy life. Listening to music in leisure time is truly delightful. The sect leader tossed a couple of grapes into his mouth. He never used to listen, but Su Anshan always went. Unable to contain his curiosity, he used a split soul to follow Su Anshan once. After listening, he became addicted and left a spiritual imprint in Tingfeng City, just for music. Bai, you've come at the right time. Those guest elders beside the deputy chancellor seemed quite skilled. Call a few elders to keep watch. Your junior uncle isn't on the peak, only his 2 disciples are there. If that deputy chancellor oversteps, have the elders expel them. Our 10,000 Swords sect is all about protecting our own. Some elders have already gone, Luo Bai said with a chuckle. The lineage of Wusher Mountain was about bullying with power, while the 10,000 Swords sect was about protecting its own. No matter how bad Su Anshan's reputation was on the peak, if outsiders sought trouble with him, they had to see if the 10,000 Swords sect would allow it. Good, they've gone. The sect leader stretched lazily and waved to Bai. Master Bai, you're close with your junior uncle. When you have time, tell him to urge Boss Chui in Tingfeng City to hurry up with the new program. The sect leader gestured toward the curtain. It's the same old songs, so dry and boring. I'm tired of them. Luo Bai. Did you hear me, damn it? The sect leader grew impatient when Luo Bai remained silent. I heard you, Luo Bai replied with a wry smile. Suddenly, sect leader, something terrible has happened. The gatekeeper rushed in, shouting urgently. The sect leader, who had been listening to music, frowned at him. What now? Highland. Didn't I say? Don't report matters of Wusher Mountain to the main peak. Let the Highland deputy chancellor do as he pleases. Just leave it. No. The gatekeeper's eyes were full of terror. The Highland monarch has come with at least 100,000 troops. He says he's entering the sect to capture a criminal. When I came, they were already heading to Wusher Mountain. Bang. The Highland dynasty, how dare you? The sect leader slammed his hand onto the wooden table. Bai immediately summoned all peak masters and elders to the main peak. I want to see where the Highland dynasty gets the audacity to come to my 10,000 Swords sect and arrest one of my peak masters. Disciple obeys. Luo Bai left with a grave expression. Learning of the Kanglan army's arrival, the sect leader lost his earlier leisure, his entire demeanor radiating authority. He was the sect leader. Within the sect, he could be an easygoing mediator, but if outsiders dared to enter and provoke, he became the sharpest sword of the 10,000 Swords sect. Sect leader. All peak masters and elders arrived at the main peak upon hearing the news. What has happened to summon us all? The Kanglan dynasty has brought a heavy army to cause trouble at the 10,000 Swords sect and is now heading to Wusher Mountain. The sect leader spoke softly, and upon hearing this, all the peak masters and elders were enraged. Courting death. Daring to cause trouble at our 10,000 Swords sect, the Kanglan dynasty has some nerve. Sect leaders say no more. Let's go to Wusher Mountain. The peak masters and elders shouted in unison, and the sect leader narrowed his eyes. No rush. We must be fully prepared. Heavenly Fire Peak Master, Yellow Spring Peak Master, hear my command. Here. Take your peak's elders and true disciples, and head immediately to the main cities of the Kanglan dynasty. If they insist on causing trouble, await my signal to destroy their foundations, but do not harm the common people. As you command. For directions, peak masters, hear my command. Here. Head to the capital city of the Kanglan dynasty and await orders. Orders received. As for the other peak masters and elders, the sect leader raised his brows slightly as a sword blade unsheathed itself. Follow me to Wusher Mountain to meet this Kanglan monarch. If he backs down, so be it. But if he insists on conflict, then the 10,000 Swords sect doesn't mind if Luhua Prefecture changes its dynasty. With a series of whooshing sounds, the citizens of Tingfeng City looked up to see countless white-robed cultivators riding flying swords as they streaked across the sky. What's happened to the immortals of the 10,000 Swords sect? So many of them are leaving the mountain. The 10,000 Swords sect neighbored Tingfeng City, and the townsfolk often witnessed its cultivators soaring away on their swords. Yet a sight of hundreds or even thousands of immortals departing at once was exceedingly rare. Su Anshan, lounging in his chair and listening to music, also noticed this spectacle. What in the world is going on? He had just glimpsed the Heavenly Fire Peak Master leading the elders and true disciples of his peak into the sky. From the looks of it, everyone above the chi condensation stage from that peak had set out. Had a secret realm emerged? Even so, there was no need for such a massive force. Wait, was that the Four Directions Peak Master? Weren't they supposed to be stationed within the sect's four guardian peaks? Why were they moving too? Elders and core disciples. Something had happened to the 10,000 Swords sect. Su Anshan could remain calm when the Heavenly Fire Peak Master led his people out, but the Four Directions Peak Master was a pillar of the sect, second only to the sect leader in status. Barring extraordinary events, they almost never left the sect. Old Lin. Peak Master Su. A pot-bellied merchant trotted over with a cheerful grin, rubbing his hands together. Give them the reward money after the performance ends. Su Anshan slammed a spirit stone onto the table. They'll pass on the music for now. They'll come back another time. After placing the spirit stone, Su Anshan left the theater. Looking up at the sky, he saw azure robes that seemed to blot out the heavens. What was this all about? What in the world was happening? Have you heard? The Kanglan dynasty is going to war with the 10,000 Swords sect. War? Indeed. Look at those sword immortals overhead. They're all from the 10,000 Swords sect. Not long ago, the Kanglan dynasty's monarch led over 100,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers to the sect. The Kanglan dynasty and the 10,000 Swords sect have always kept their distance. Why the sudden war? Who knows? As the townsfolk buzzed with speculation, Su Anshan hurried over and grabbed a vendor. What did you just say? The Kanglan dynasty's monarch led over 100,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers to the 10,000 Swords sect. The vendor, seeing it was Su Anshan, showed no fear. Though Su Anshan was flamboyant, he treated the stall holders with respect, reserving his arrogance for bullies and tyrants. Recognizing Su Anshan, the vendor's face filled with urgency. How can you still be here listening to music? You should go back and see. Just half an hour ago, the Kanglan dynasty's monarch led over 100,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers past Tingfeng City toward the 10,000 Swords sect. The Kanglan dynasty. How dare they cause trouble at our 10,000 Swords sect? Su Anshan took out the 10,000 serpents, bowing to the dragon, and tossed it into the air. A celestial dragon roared, and 10,000 serpents bowed in submission. Stepping onto a radiant platform, Su Anshan stood atop the dragon's head. To the 10,000 Swords sect. The Kanglan monarch could never have dreamed that the over 100,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers he brought to intimidate the Chancellor would be perceived by the 10,000 Swords sect as a hostile act. He hacked through the vines on the mountain path, cursing loudly as he went. Sun Xiangdong, you bastard. You're never this diligent during court sessions, but you're quicker than a rabbit when it comes to stirring up trouble for me. I've chased you all the way here and still haven't caught you. Your Majesty, we're almost at Wuxia Peak. Keep chasing, the Kanglan monarch bellowed furiously. When I catch that bastard on Wuxia Peak, I'll beat him to death. At that moment on Wuxia Peak, Jiang Baihui and Xue Mingwei stood proudly atop the summit. The Chancellor held Sun in his arms with a retinue of guests behind him. Chancellor, your son lacks discipline, so I took the liberty of teaching him a lesson. Xue Mingwei clasped her fists and saluted eastward. This is Wuxia Peak and my master is Su Anshan. This is no place for you. Take your son and leave immediately. Don't disturb my master's peace. I never expected the little princess to have come to Wuxia Peak. There's plenty you never expected. Xue Mingwei lifted her chin, her eyes brimming with pride. Little princess, I have no intention of offending you. But my son was beaten to a pulp by a peak master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Is it wrong for me to seek an explanation? The Chancellor said in a low, stern voice. Yes, it is very wrong. Xue Mingwei snorted outright. Do you know who my master is? For him to strike your son is an honor so great it should have your ancestors smiling in their graves. Instead of burning incense and kowtowing in gratitude, you come demanding answers. Chancellor, you have no sense of propriety. Xue Mingwei. Don't yell at me. My father is Xue Shanhe, and my master is Su Anshan. Master Su Anshan. He's nothing but a wastrel lost in pleasure. Do you really take him for a teacher? Chancellor's son, Xiangdong squinted. I won't waste words with you. Have Su Anshan come out. Is this how the 10,000 Swords sect treats its guests? The 10,000 Swords sect shows me no respect at all. You. How dare you speak ill of my master? Xue Mingwei clenched her teeth in fury, shaking her delicate little fist as she scolded. I'll have my father dismiss you from office. You think you can have the monarch dismiss me? The fact that he exiled you here shows how insignificant you are. Look at yourself now, clutching sackcloth and doing menial labor. The 10,000 Swords sect doesn't hold you in high regard either. The Chancellor narrowed his eyes. Tell Su Anshan to come out. Come out. The Chancellor was seething with rage. He hadn't even been allowed past the main peak's gate before being turned away. Returning to Wuxia Peak, he found Sun in battered and bloodied. He had been holding in all that fury. This was humiliating, utterly humiliating. Father in her. Sun, in still in his father's arms, pointed at Jiang Baihui. She's the one. I was beaten because of her. The Chancellor slowly raised his head. Xue Mingyu's eyes hardened as she stepped in front of Jiang Baihui. Sun Xiangdong, get out of here now. Princess, are you even still a princess? Sun Xiangdong's gaze was icy. Xue Mingwei gritted her teeth. My father is Xue Shanhe. No one can save you now. Pfft. Sun Xiangdong, you bastard. Boom. A towering figure descended from the sky. The Kanglan monarch, clad in a dragon robe, landed with force, his foot driving Sun Xiangdong deep into the earth, his ankle buried in the soil. Sun Xiangdong was nearly stunned senseless by the blow. He slowly looked up to see the Kanglan monarch standing before him. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, my ass, you bastard. The Kanglan monarch kicked him again, grabbing him by the collar and unleashing a torrent of blows. You idiot. Is Wuxia Peak a place for you to come? Huh? Father. Xue Mingwei stared in shock at her father, who had suddenly appeared from the sky. She touched her lips in bewilderment. What's going on? How did I summon my father? Shouldn't he be in the Kanglan dynasty's capital? Everything all right, my dear? The Kanglan monarch asked, stomping on the Chancellor's head like a game of whack-a-mole, while turning to smile at Xue Mingwei. Fine. Xue Mingwei puckered her lips and frowned. Come on. We only parted half a day ago. Why are you talking as if we haven't seen each other in years? Good. The Kanglan monarch smiled. Just then the Black Dragon army swarmed up from all sides of Wuxia Peak, fully armed with black helmets that left only their eyes visible, exuding an indescribable pressure. The Black Dragon army. They're just here to catch this bastard. The Kanglan monarch kicked Sun Xiangdong a couple of times, looking utterly perplexed. Don't worry about it. Do what you need to do. I'll handle this and be on my way. By the way, where is your master Su Anshan? My master. He's not here, Xue Mingwei said, blinking. Suddenly, the 10,000 Swords sect leader appeared in the sky, standing proudly on his sword. Kanglan monarch, what business do you have with my sect's peak master? Seeing the sect leader in person, the Kanglan monarch smiled and clasped his fists. Sect leader of 10,000 Swords, I have no particular issue with Peak Master Su. I just wanted to meet him and exchange a few words. Just to exchange a few words, you bring an army of over 100,000 to my sect's Wuxia Peak, the sect leader said, narrowing his eyes. And you claim to be hunting a wanted criminal. May I ask who this criminal is? What? Didn't your people let us in? I'm here to catch Sun Xiangdong, that bastard. Why did so many show up? Could this be a misunderstanding? Didn't the gatekeeper convey the message clearly? That gatekeeper has failed me. Just as he was about to explain, the Chancellor, already half buried in the ground, shouted out again. So you're the sect leader of 10,000 Swords. I, the Chancellor, came to visit in person, yet you wouldn't even let me through the Peak's gate. Do you have any regard for the Highland dynasty? For me, the Chancellor? Do I have no dignity left? And your Peak Master Su and Shan beat my son black and blue. You must give me an explanation, or else the Highland dynasty will. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flying swords tore through the air. The sound of countless swords rang out like sonic booms exploding near the ears. In an instant, the sky above the 10,000 swords sect was filled with azure-robed cultivators. Tens of thousands of sword immortals hung in the air, and even the Black Dragon army soldiers on the mountain showed astonishment. The sect leader stood with his hands behind his back, calmly gazing at the Chancellor in the pit. What is dignity? What is an explanation? And if I refuse, what will the Highland dynasty do about it? What a... Black armor pressed down upon the mountains while azure robes overshadowed the world. Before the sword immortals, standing upon their flying swords, even the Black Dragon army had lost all its luster. No matter how formidable the Black Dragon army was, it remained but a dynasty's army. The azure-robed sword cultivator, however, was an ascended immortal. The Highland monarch stared blankly at the sword cultivator in the void. What was he doing? The Highland monarch intended to send a telepathic message. Rejected. None of the cultivators in the void were willing to hear his telepathic message. Trouble. This matter had truly escalated. He had only come to arrest that bastard Sun Xiangdong. Was the 10,000 Swords sect really going to this extent? There was a misunderstanding between them. Could they at least give him a chance to explain? That bastard Sun Xiangdong, his mouth was too fast. Look at this scene. Peak Master's elders. Had every chi condensation disciple in the sect come as well. Vaguely he could sense that in the unseen places several old monsters had already locked onto his aura. They were watching him. If he dared to make a reckless move, those old monsters would annihilate him in an instant. The Highland monarch knew the 10,000 Swords sect was the foremost sect in the Reed Flower continent, but he truly hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. Xue Mingyue also stared dumbfounded at the figures in the void. What was going on? Why had so many seniors of the 10,000 Swords sect come? Were they also here to teach Sun Xiangdong a lesson? Was this the extent of her master's influence? The entire 10,000 Swords sect had come to back up her master. Her master's status in the sect was incredibly high. As expected of my master, awesome. Jiang Baijiao, wow, so many people were flying in the sky. Sun Xiangdong, half buried in the soil, had also fallen silent. He couldn't deny that he was indeed frightened by the sword cultivators above the void. Highland Deputy Minister, why are you silent? This seat is asking you what the hell is face, what the hell is an explanation, and what the hell does your Highland dynasty want to do? Speak. The deputy minister's lips trembled, but no words came out. Sect Master of 10,000 Swords. The Highland monarch instinctively tried to fly up to negotiate with the sect master, but the moment he left the ground by 2 meters, 10,000 flying swords in the void were already aimed at him. Startled, the Highland monarch quickly dispersed his aura, smiling bitterly with cupped hands. There's a misunderstanding in this matter. A misunderstanding. Then please, Highland monarch, tell this seat what the hell is a misunderstanding. What the hell exactly is a misunderstanding? The 10,000 Swords sect master roared. Shua. Countless flying swords hung inverted in the void, looking as if at the slightest disagreement they would rain down upon the people of the Highland dynasty. This king came to arrest this BAS. The Highland monarch, frantic to explain, felt the jade slip in his bosom flicker. He hastily took it out, and upon seeing its contents his face turned purple. Sect Master of 10,000 Swords, my Highland dynasty has no intention of feuding with your esteemed sect. This king entered through your gatekeeper's permission. I beg your sect to show mercy and withdraw your people from my Highland dynasty. I am here to arrest this bastard. The Highland monarch was truly panicking. He had just received news that hundreds of sword immortals stood proudly above the main city, led by the Heavenly Fire Peak Master, who was already forming the Heavenly Fire Array. The 4 directional arrays over the royal capital were complete. 10,000 swords hung suspended. At the 10,000 Swords sect's command, the Highland dynasty would be overthrown. A misunderstanding. You say it's a misunderstanding, so it is. The sect master sneered. Suddenly, the 100 Flowers Peak Master patted his shoulder. Sect Master, brother, let me speak. Your way of pausing after every word is far too time-consuming. Fine then, the sect master chuckled, stepping back half a pace. To be honest, he was actually quite enjoying himself. He had learned that phrase while listening to music with Su. Anshan found it amusing and thought it fitting for the occasion. So he used it. But indeed it was too time-consuming and damaged his immortal demeanor. Highland monarch, our sect also has no wish to be an enemy of the Highland dynasty. However, you have entered our sect with over 100,000 elite troops. You truly owe our sect an explanation. The 100 Flowers Peak Master questioned coldly. 100 Flowers Peak Master, this king really came to arrest this bastard. The Kanglan monarch kicked Sun Xiangdong repeatedly. Sect master, this guy is definitely here to cause trouble. Let's attack. Su Tianxiang turned her head directly. She didn't believe it. Bringing an army to Wushi Peak and still saying he wasn't here to arrest Su Anshan. Lies, all lies. The sect master snorted and raised his hand. This seat said so. A misunderstanding, a true misunderstanding. The Kanglan monarch shouted solemnly. The 100 Flowers Peak master sneered directly. What misunderstanding? You brought heavy troops into the sect and came to Wushi Peak. Isn't that to arrest my junior brother Su? Has the Kanglan dynasty grown tired of its good days coming to the 10,000 Swords sect to arrest my junior brother Su? Do you take us for dead men? Exactly. Arresting our junior brother Su is like riding on our necks and relieving yourselves. Tianxiang sect master, let's attack. What Peak master Su? This king never said he wanted to arrest Peak master Su. The Kanglan monarch was jumping in anxiety. This king came here to arrest a criminal, but it's this bastard. As he spoke, the Kanglan monarch kicked Sun Xiangdong. It's him, truly him. Sect master of 10,000 swords, all Peak masters, elders, seniors above the void, I Shana swear to heaven that from the moment I left the court until now I have never intended to arrest Peak master Su. From beginning to end, I came to arrest this bastard. My entry into the sect was also permitted by your gatekeepers. This king has no reason to arrest Peak master Su. Not long ago, Peak master Zus' senior sister came to my palace and took my daughter away to be Peak master Zus' disciple. The Kanglan monarch's face was turning green with anxiety. What was happening? Why wouldn't they believe him? Did the 10,000 Swords sect look down on their Kanglan dynasty and want to use this opportunity to destroy them? If that was the case, just say it directly. He would rather give up this dynasty. Su Tianxiang spread her hands and shrugged. See, isn't this the reason? As a sovereign, how could you willingly let your daughter come to Wushi Peak with my junior brother Su? Could it be that you are agreeable on the surface, but harbor sinister intentions secretly? Tianxiang is right, good thinking. Support. Enough talk, let's attack. The Kanglan monarch looked towards Xue Mingyue. Mingyue, father, the deputy minister said that sending me to Wushi Peak meant you didn't want me anymore. Is that true? Xue Mingyue looked into the Kanglan monarch's eyes very seriously. When the hell did I ever say that? The Kanglan monarch instantly flared up, took a sharp breath, and turned to glare at Sun Xiangdong. Was it you? Sun Xiangdong furrowed his brow, the Kanglan monarch's shoe print still on his face. Monarch, you can't blame me for this. My son got beaten. Is it wrong for a father to seek redress for him? Besides, we've been friends since we were in diapers. You know I need face. I am the deputy minister after all. I need face. When I came to this 10,000 sword sect, I gave them plenty of face, but they didn't even acknowledge me. I, the deputy minister, need face. I was fuming. When I got to Wushi Peak, the first thing I saw was my son kneeling like a lapdog. When I lifted his head, good heavens, his face was covered in blood. Monarch, I need face. I wanted to reason with the Wushi Peak master, but your daughter immediately started laying into me. I am the deputy minister. Being scolded by your daughter like a side dish. Don't I need face? I need face. Deputy Minister Sun Xiangdong, with his neck stiff, kept talking about face. The Kanglan monarch was itching to strike him. I'm asking you, did you say it or not? Yes, so what? Sun Xiangdong raised his head. Your daughter cursed me out like that, can I talk back? I need face. You need your mother's. The Kanglan monarch kicked him hard. Sun Xiangdong didn't dodge, just stood straight and let him kick. That was just the kind of person he was. He needed face. He also understood the distinction between sovereign and subject. The Kanglan monarch was his direct superior. Being kicked by him didn't matter. If someone else kicked him, he would have to demand face. After kicking Sun Xiangdong hard, the Kanglan monarch smiled apologetically. Esteemed 10,000 Swords Sect Peak Masters, elders, you've all seen it. It's all this blockhead's fault. He grew up with this king, had a brain illness as a child, and he's single-minded. I never had a brain illness. Sun Xiangdong glared. Get lost. Sun Xiangdong took another solid kick from the Kanglan monarch, who then spoke with a wry smile. This king brought people here truly to arrest him, truly. Mingyue, you speak up for your father too. Seeing the deputy minister kicked several times, Xue Mingyue felt much better inside. All uncles and aunts. My father truly has no intention of feuding with the 10,000 Swords sect. I implore you to show mercy. Since junior brother Zus' precious disciple has spoken, we certainly must give face. The 100 Flowers Peak master smiled faintly. Since it's a misunderstanding, please, Kanglan monarch, take your deputy minister and leave the mountain. All right. The Kanglan monarch, overjoyed, dragged the deputy minister out. Don't drag me. I must see Su Anshan. The deputy minister's eyes were stubborn. We must settle this today. Why did he beat my son? I need face. Stop needing face. I really want to rip your head off. Rip it off, I still need face. Sun Xiangdong shouted with his neck thrust out. I care not for a shattered body, I want to keep my face in this world. Oh woo. Suddenly the wind and clouds reversed, and the world changed color. Well said, well said. A fine line. I care not for a shattered body. I want to keep my face in this world. Su Anshan returned to the mountain riding a cyan dragon chariot. Alighting, he applauded in praise. Come out. This seat will give you face. Master. Xue Mingwei and Jiang Baiji holding hands ran over and called out sweetly. The Kanglan monarch's expression trembled. Master. He stared in astonishment for a long while, his lips quivering. Peak Master Su. Upon witnessing the spectacle of 10,000 pythons paying homage to a dragon, the Kanglan monarch had assumed some great senior had arrived. Moi. Su Anshan glanced sideways. Who is it? Peak Master Su. I am the monarch of Kanglan dynasty, and also Mingyu's father. The Kanglan monarch hurried forward. Unexpectedly, the moment he moved, the suspended flying swords in the void all pointed at him, and he dared not act rashly. Su Anshan also noticed the suspended flying swords. Having observed the peak's affairs from the void for a while, he understood that the 10,000 Swords sect had gone to great lengths for him, and he felt deeply moved. Everyone leave this matter to me. Su Anshan cupped his hands towards the void. As you wish, junior brother. We have nothing better to do anyway, so I'll just watch from here. The sect leader smiled faintly, and the other peak masters, elders, and disciples showed no intention of leaving. The ancient monsters in the void continued to lock onto the Kanglan monarch. This was clearly not just staying to watch, but to back Su Anshan up. Are you Su Anshan? Sun Xiangdong, buried in the earth with only his head exposed, called out. It's me. Who are you? I am Prime Minister Sun Xiangdong. Sun Xiangdong declared proudly, then suddenly with a crack from the ground, he sprang upright from the pit. He brushed the dirt off his clothes and snorted at Su Anshan. I have been looking for you. Now you've found me. Su Anshan gazed at him indifferently. Speak. What face do you need that has brought the 10,000 Swords sect and the Kanglan dynasty here in person? I ask you, on what grounds did you hit my son? Your son bullied my disciple. Who is your disciple? Jiang Baiji gracefully stepped forward and cupped her hands. My master is Su Anshan. Very well, so it seems my son was indeed in the wrong. The Kanglan Prime Minister nodded slightly. But setting the facts aside, don't you think you bear some responsibility? The 10,000 Swords sect members standing on their flying swords in the void were dumbfounded. Setting the facts aside, what kind of nonsense was that? The 10,000 Swords sect members in the void watched closely, and Su Anshan couldn't help but laugh at the words. What was this? In a cultivation world, was he pulling that guys who gets it? Routine. What are you laughing at? The Prime Minister frowned. Su Anshan sighed softly. Since you've put it that way, there's nothing more to say. You want face, don't you? Come, I'll give you face. Ding. Soul returning strike equipped. Su Anshan beckoned him. The Prime Minister with Sun Un in his arm raised his head arrogantly. Sun, see that? That's face. Sun Un, covered in dust, gave a thumbs up. Dad, you've got plenty of face. The Prime Minister stepped forward, his demeanor proud. Bang. Before he could react, Su Anshan threw a punch. The arrogant Prime Minister, still holding Sun Un, was sent flying with a whoosh, crashing into a distant mountain peak and becoming a human mural. The Kanglan monarch was stunned. The 10,000 Swords sect members had witnessed Su Anshan turn the Qingshan Peak Master into a mural before, but this was the monarch's first time. He stared wide-eyed at the Prime Minister and his son embedded in the mountain. What was going on? The rumors outside always said Su Anshan was a philandering rogue who only knew about pleasure. What kind of skill was that? How did one punch send old Sun into the mountain? Buddha's divine fist. Sun Xiangdong's external martial arts were comparable to the peak of the sea-breaking realm. Could it be? Were those rumors deliberately spread by the 10,000 Swords sect? Was Su Anshan actually a peerless genius, and the sect was using this method to protect him from assassination by demonic sects? That must be it. A soul-returning cultivator in his early 20s. Not even in Luhua continent, but in the entire Xingbei region, you couldn't find another. Had my daughter struck gold? Was I about to rise in fortune too? When he looked at Xue Mingyue, her eyes were fixed on Su Anshan, sparkling with light. Her master was a supreme expert. She had seen it with her own eyes. One punch, and the Prime Minister was embedded in the mountain. Her master was handsome, influential, and powerful. Where could she find a better master? She was totally smitten. After throwing the punch, Su Anshan blew on his fist. My master is Mei Jiji. You want your damn face. I think you're just a narrow-minded piece of trash. Rolling his shoulders, Su Anshan looked up at the stunned Kanglan monarch. Kanglan monarch, take that mural back. The Kanglan monarch nodded. I will take that bastard back, but before I go, may I have a word with Peak Master Su? Speak. Then I'll be frank. Mingwei is still young, just a maiden. If my daughter reaches a marriageable age, Peak Master may take her as you wish. Xue Mingwei had already joined the carefree Peak. Even if something developed between her and Su Anshan in the future, it wouldn't be wrong. Since that was the case, he might as well go with the flow. Su Anshan, so young and already at the soul-returning realm, had limitless potential. If Shui Mingyue truly took a liking to him, they might have a child, and he could pass the throne to their offspring. The Kanglan dynasty's legacy would never fall. This Kanglan monarch knows the way. I like him. Little did he know Su Anshan was staring at the Kanglan monarch in utter disbelief. Kanglan monarch, what did you say? Does Peak Master Su think the time is too long? How about when she turns 18? The Kanglan monarch murmured. She's only 16 now. Wouldn't that be a bit early? Su Anshan, how about next year? Su Anshan, oh, fine. Seeing Su Anshan silent for a long while, the Kanglan monarch gritted his teeth. Then it's up to your heart's desire. Tonight then tonight. I just hope Peak Master Su will be gentle with my daughter. At the palace I always. Kanglan monarch, you should leave. Su Anshan was at a loss for words. I'm going. I know the value of a spring night, Peak Master. Mingyue is in your care. The Kanglan monarch's face crumpled as if he were about to cry. He gazed at Shui Mingyue for a long time, his eyes full of reluctance, then turned away. As he left, he hung his head, his shoulders trembling, looking deeply sorrowful. Your Majesty, please don't be too sad. Ha! The Kanglan monarch suddenly burst into laughter. From now on, let's see who dares to provoke my Kanglan empire. Your Majesty, it's a dynasty. It is now, but who knows about the future, ha. What about the Prime Minister? Right, I almost forgot that bastard. You there, go dig him out of the mountain. When we return to court, I'll beat that bastard to death, ha. The arrogant laughter echoed endlessly within the 10,000 Swords sect. Everyone on the carefree peak heard it clearly. Shui Mingyue furrowed her brow and murmured softly. Master, what did my father say to you? Nothing much. How could he tell Shui Mingyue that her father had sold her out, telling him to take her tonight to expand the Kanglan dynasty's lineage? How perverse was that? She was his disciple. Then why was he laughing like that? Has he gone mad? Shui Mingyue frowned. Su Anshan silently watched the Kanglan monarch's departing figure, recalling his shocking words, and nodded slowly. Your father has gone mad. At the Wushi Peak, the Kanglan dynasty had retreated, and the ancient monsters in the void had also withdrawn one after another. The peak masters and elders of the 10,000 Swords sect bid farewell to Su Anshan with cupped hands. The peak masters departed. The sect leader, smiling, landed on the ground with Luo Bai, junior uncle. At this moment, Luo Bai's admiration for Su Anshan was beyond measure. In terms of age, he was a few years older than Su Anshan. Having reached the condensing Qi realm, he was hailed as a ancient century prodigy within the sect, yet before Su Anshan, he was utterly reduced to dust. A Gui Ling realm cultivator in his early 20s, such a phenomenon might not appear even once in 10,000 years across the entire Luhua continent. Senior brother sect leader, please summon the Four Directions Peak Master and the Heavenly Flame Peak Master back immediately. When I saw them down the mountain while listening to music, I thought a demon sect had invaded. They have already been recalled. The sect leader nodded with a smile, then furrowed his brows as he coughed twice, even stepping on Luo Bai's foot. Cough. Junior uncle, when will that explosive dance music be played? Luo Bai asked with a stiff upper lip, while Su Anshan's eyes sparkled with laughter. That old rogue of a sect leader sure knew how to keep secrets. He'll hurry it along. Junior brother truly knows how to enjoy life, enviable indeed. Only then did the sect leader nod with a smile. Then I wish junior brother a joyful time. Matters at my peak require my attention, so I shall take my leave. All right, when the music is ready, I'll inform Bai. Excellent. The sect leader soared into the sky on his sword with Luo Bai. Su Anshan, still smiling, watched the departing figure of the sect leader and murmured softly. Truly the sect leader had foresight. Languidly stretching, he saw that all the people from the peaks had departed, leaving Wushi Peak feeling somewhat desolate. At that moment, Shui Mingyue and Jiang Baihui stood gracefully in the peak's pavilion. Especially Shui Mingyue, whose eyes sparkled brilliantly as she gazed at Su Anshan. My master is a peerless expert. Master, Jiang Baihui and Shui Mingyue called out sweetly. Well done, everything is tidied up. Su Anshan's eyes brimmed with laughter. He reached out to Shui Mingyue. Here. The sacred spirit fruit gleamed radiantly. Seeing the fruit in Su Anshan's palm, Shui Mingyue looked up sharply. Master, you're really giving it to me. Would I lie, eh? Su Anshan's eyes held a smile as he gently ruffled her hair. You protected your senior sister well and showed no fear before the enemy. That's commendable. Our 10,000 Swords sect values unity. As you saw earlier, when the Kanglan dynasty arrived, 10,000 swords were drawn from their sheaths. I saw it. Shui Mingyue nodded solemnly. 10,000 swords suspended in the air, azure robes dominating the scene. Even until the moment her soul perished, she might never forget it. This is worthy of praise, but I still have one thing to say to you. Su Anshan spoke softly. Though you protected your senior sister, you nearly put yourself in danger. If you act this way outside, it could harm you. Then what should I do? I can't just abandon my senior sister. Look there. Su Anshan raised his hand, pointing at the inscription on the peak. Wuxia Peak, passed down through one lineage, specializes in bullying others through superior force. Xue Mingyue murmured softly. Remember this. In the future, if trouble arises, call for help. My master Su Anshan. Xue Mingyue tested softly. Clever. Su Anshan ruffled her hair again. Take it. Yay. Xue Mingyue's small face was full of smiles as she carefully cupped the fruit with both hands and took small bites. The wind howled and clouds rolled back. A sacred grade wind spirit root. Master, I've condensed it. Xue Mingyue spread her palm and a vortex of air surged within it. A sacred grade wind spirit root. My previous supreme grade root has been replaced. I have a sacred grade spirit root now. I can truly be considered your disciple. Excellent. Then I now formally accept you as the second disciple of Wuxia Peak. Disciple pays respects to master. Good child, greetings senior sister. Hello little junior sister, you two sisters play here. They'll go sit in the pavilion for a while. When Su Anshan reached the pavilion, he saw Xue Mingyue clutching a small cloth, working tirelessly like a diligent little bee, wiping down every part of the peak's dwellings. Watching Xue Mingyue's figure along with Jiang Baiwei by her side, the peak that was once his alone now seemed to have gained a different kind of color. Perhaps that system buddy was right. A peak with only one person was indeed too desolate. Taking on a few disciples did bring some liveliness. Su Anshan looked up at the starry sky above. Buddy, for a long time Su Anshan heard no response from his system buddy, so he furrowed his brows and called out softly again. Buddy. Sign in system, he's not here. Where did he go? Su Anshan hadn't encountered anything to provoke him recently. Earlier, when the Highland Lord was causing trouble, his system buddy had even shown up. Sign in system, the management bureau came for him. He's on the run, huh? Su Anshan, leaning back in his seat, jerked his head forward in astonishment. He had felt his system buddy had been unusually quiet lately. Otherwise, Su Anshan would often hear him come out to pontificate now and then. He thought his system buddy had gone offline. He never expected he had been caught. Did they get him away? Sign in system, how could they possibly catch him? With that bunch of incompetents at the management bureau, if they could nab him, the system circle wouldn't be so chaotic. See him still here behaving myself. Is my buddy that formidable? Sign in system, extremely. So how formidable? Sign in system, I'm not sure about the details. I only recently entered the system circle, but I've heard your system is an old-timer in the circle. He was once a dominant force, a top dog with tens of thousands of underlings. Sign in system, somehow a few years ago he suddenly went cold. There's a story there. This system buddy of his definitely had a story. As his host, is there anything I can do to help him? Sign in system, I don't know. For us, when hosts complete tasks, we get corresponding feedback. I'm not sure if a big senior like him needs that. If you want to help him, maybe try doing more tasks. Got it, let me ask again. My buddy won't come to harm, will he? Sign in system, Anshan, rest assured 100 times. He'll be absolutely fine. In this circle, who hasn't gotten into a little trouble? Anyway, the bounty hunters are after me now, so I'm going to make a run for it too. Su Anshan. What kind of systems had he bound himself to? They were all fugitives now. What had the sign in system done? How had he become a wanted criminal in the system circle too? Being a system was truly difficult. Su Anshan sighed softly in dismay, when suddenly a fragrant breeze enough to unsettle one's spirit wafted into his nostrils. He slowly looked up. Su Tianxiang, draped in a gauze robe, her exquisite figure fully visible, stood before him. Senior sister Tianxiang. Su Anshan's eyes lit up with joy at the sight of her, and he hurried over. I was just thinking of looking for you. Looking for me? Su Tianxiang raised her delicate brows, her expression slightly flustered. What for? Su Anshan suddenly became a little shy. It's a bit embarrassing to say. Su Tianxiang looked utterly bewildered. What is it? Embarrassing to say? Was there anything in the world that Su Anshan found hard to utter? Well, how should I put it? Su Anshan gave a dry chuckle and rubbed his hands together. I want to he. Su Tianxiang. What is it? What is this lecherous grin on junior brother's face for? Even though Su Tianxiang knew that Su Anshan likely wouldn't harm her as a peak-level sea-shattering realm cultivator, she still felt a flicker of unease in her heart. Junior brother, what? What do you intend? Su Anshan continued to smile, his lips parting. Heh. He stepped closer to Su Tianxiang, one step at a time. Draped in only a gauzy robe, she instinctively crossed her arms over her heaving chest, her rosy lips pressed tightly into a thin line. Senior sister Tianxiang, this is for you. As he spoke, Su Anshan took a bottle from his ring, a bottle of ice spheres. Spring is dry and autumn parches the throat. These ice spheres make the perfect gift. Su Tianxiang's eyes were filled with vigilance. Her hand moved like a blur as she snatched the bottle into her grasp. Thank you, junior brother. Su Anshan, heh. Gripping the bottle, Su Tianxiang felt the urge to form hand seals to defend herself. Senior sister, are we close or not? Su Tianxiang looked at him with wary eyes. Fairly. Decent, I suppose. You, what are you up to? Su Anshan, heh. Junior brother, please stop smiling like that. Even if you want to propose dual cultivation, just say it outright. Why do you have to laugh like a lecher, ha ha ha? It's not broad daylight. The sky is so dark and senior sister is so scared. Will you be my Dao partner? Su Tianxiang, clutching the corner of her robe, was stunned. Holy crap. Junior brother, you actually want to dual cultivate with me. Don't misunderstand, it's fake. Su Anshan raised his hand and scratched his head. Su Tianxiang's face had flushed and she raised a delicate eyebrow. What's fake? Su Anshan spread his hands with a pained expression. Didn't fifth senior sister tell you? She wants me to go on a blind date. The mere thought of a blind date gave Su Anshan a headache. Even when he was a corporate drone, he had to endure blind dates. Now that he had come to the 10,000 Swords sect to cultivate immortality and was the lord of a peak, being forced into a blind date. Who could stand that? Your senior sister did tell me. She told you, right? She told you. Su Anshan slapped his thigh in agitation. I'm only 20 years old. I just want to enjoy life for a few more years. What crime is that? She's always nagging me to spread my branches and scatter leaves. Why doesn't she go and scatter her own leaves? Junior brother carries the great expectations of the idol peak. Su Anshan's eyes were full of helplessness. I really can't handle it, so I wanted to ask you for help. How? How can I help you? A slight tremor ran through Su Tianxiang's chest, and a barely perceptible flush crept onto her face. Su Anshan said solemnly, pretend to be my Dao partner. Pretend to be your Dao partner. Su Tianxiang exclaimed softly. We'll go to the blind date together. Su Anshan smiled as he spoke. I bet my fifth senior sister has rigged that blind date somehow. When you pretend to be my Dao partner at the gathering, those other women will be too ashamed to compare themselves to you, so they won't bother us. So it's that kind of pretend. Su Tianxiang let out a sigh of relief, though for some reason a faint sense of disappointment stirred in her heart. Seeing Su Tianxiang silent for a long moment, Su Anshan pressed on. Senior sister, what do you think? I am your senior sister, Su Tianxiang said, hesitating. So what if you're my senior sister? We're not blood related. Besides, the 10,000 Swords sect doesn't forbid relationships within the sect. The lords of Blazing Fire Peak and Myriad Thoughts Peak are dating, aren't they? And would only be pretending. Su Tianxiang was silent for a long while, then furrowed her brow. Is this really okay? Why wouldn't it be? Su Anshan said earnestly, think about it, senior sister. If I find a Dao partner, what will happen to your 100 Flowers Peak? What about your business? All those beautiful girls, they'd be left on your hands. This partnership benefits us both. Think it over. You do have a point. Then it's settled. They'll be waiting for you at the idol peak the day after tomorrow. Su Anshan sealed the deal, and only then belatedly did he blink. Senior sister, I almost forgot to ask, what brings you to my idol peak in the dead of night? Did you need something from me? Su Tianxiang's face turned crimson in an instant. No, junior brother, am returning to my peak. See you in 2 days. Whoosh. Stepping onto a delicate, exquisite flying sword, Su Tianxiang soared into the sky and departed. Su Anshan gazed upward, watching her go. If you had persisted a little longer, she might have agreed. That familiar message. Buddy, you're back. Heh, I heard you got chased by the administration bureau earlier. How'd it go? Them. Trying to catch me. Impressive. As expected of the top dog in the underworld, always talking tough. The check-in system is also wanted now. I know. Don't worry about him. Every system bends the rules now and then. If that pathetic administration bureau can catch him, then he doesn't deserve to be your system. Do you need anything, buddy? While you sleep, we'll go out and hunt something down. Su Anshan. You mean rob, don't you? I don't seem to need anything. All right. Then I'll just grab whatever I see so I won't have to rush to snatch. I mean hunt, when you need it later. Good night. I won't keep you from playing cards with those 2 disciples of yours. The night is young and get lost. On my way. Su Anshan stretched, genuinely feeling weary. Suddenly, don't worry, buddy, I'm a professional. I won't peek or eavesdrop. But if you're not comfortable, there's a mute button in the top left corner. Press it, and it'll be blocked for 8 hours. During that time, I mute. The world has become so quiet. Finally, a good night's sleep. Day and night passed. He spent his time in pleasure houses listening to music. The ruler of the Highland dynasty sent lavish gifts, all for cultivation. The grade was too low. Su Anshan tossed them to the sect leader for the sect's disciples to use. His own disciples wouldn't stoop to such things. Day and night passed. He spent his time in pleasure houses listening to music. The Grand Chancellor of the Highland dynasty sent an apology gift, 10,000 taels of gold, and a letter of repentance, begging Su Anshan to put in a good word with his senior sisters so they would stop coming to beat him up. The Grand Chancellor had been publicly pummeled in the street, losing all face. Day and night passed. The idol peak. Uncle Master, my master hasn't woken up yet. What do you mean he's not up yet? He told me to meet him here at the Chin hour. Never mind, I'll go in and wake him. You kids go about your business. But my master is. The door was pushed open. Su Anshan lay sprawled on his bed sound asleep, completely naked. Su Tianxiang stood at the doorway stunned speechless by the sight before her, as if a gust of wind had swept through her. She turned closed the door. Leaning against the door, Su Tianxiang's chest rose and fell gently. Why is he naked? How can little junior brother sleep so wildly? Uncle Master, is my master still asleep? Zhang Baihui looked up with an innocent expression. Faced with such a guileless gaze, Su Tianxiang inexplicably felt a wave of shame. It was as if she could hear. Uncle Master, you've seen my master naked, haven't you? Pretty shocking, right? Uncle Master Tianxiang. Seeing Su Tianxiang silent for a while, Zhang Baihui looked up and called out again. Su Tianxiang's heart was in turmoil. He my master loves to sleep in. He usually doesn't wake up until the sun is high. Why don't you wait a moment? Creak. Just as Zhang Baihui was speaking, the door to Su Anshan's thatched hut was pushed open. Bare-chested, he squinted and glanced outside. Who just came into my room? Master. Zhang Baihui looked up with a radiant smile. Just now. Her voice trailed off. Su Anshan stared at her in confusion, waiting for her to finish. Junior brother must have been hallucinating, Su Tianxiang said with a gentle smile. I have been right outside the door all along and saw no one enter your room. Is that so? Su Anshan furrowed his brow. Zhang Baihui, unable to speak due to the seal, dared not interrupt Su Anshan and his conversation with senior Aunt Tianxiang. She scurried off to find Xue Mingyue, who was at that moment riding the wind with unbridled delight. Senior sister, look, I can fly. In truth, Xue Mingyue's cultivation level was not yet sufficient for true flight, but her sacred grade wind spirit root caused wind vortices to spontaneously form beneath her feet, allowing her to hover above the ground. Zhang Baihui waved her small hands, pointing at her mouth. Amidst her aerial revelry, Xue Mingyue sensed her senior sister's distress and rushed over. After a long moment of watching her struggle to speak, she let out a gasp. Senior sister, you've lost your voice. Panic filled Xue Mingyue's eyes as she grabbed Zhang Baihui's hand and sprinted towards Su Anshan. Are you sure no one entered my room? Su Anshan, garbed in a long robe, muttered to himself. His sleep had always been keenly alert. The room was like his domain, and anyone entering would be instantly detected. In his slumber, he distinctly felt someone had come in. No matter how many times Su Anshan questioned her, Su Tianxiang's answer remained the same. No. Master. Xue Mingyue, riding the wind, was filled with terror. Master, senior sister has lost her. Her voice broke off again. Xue Mingyue was not as cautious as Zhang Baihui. Unable to produce any sound, she glared wide-eyed and gestured frantically, trying to communicate with sign language. But midway she stopped, tilting her head in disbelief mixed with a hint of reproach as she stared at Su Tianxiang for a long while. Su Anshan silently observed the scene. Just as he was about to speak, Xue Mingyue took Zhang Baihui's hand and left. Junior brother's disciples are quite amusing. It was only then that a smile finally appeared in Su Tianxiang's eyes. That little girl has a sacred grade wind spirit root, doesn't she? 2 disciples with sacred grade spirit roots. The other peak masters would be green with envy. Not bad. Su Anshan smiled modestly, but his gaze was fixed on the retreating figures of Xue Mingyue and Zhang Baihui. What in the world is wrong with those 2 disciples? Su Tianxiang, however, let out a soft laugh and spoke gently. Junior brother, isn't it time we set off? Su Anshan. What a terrible day. A blind date. Absolutely dreadful. He had considered resisting and sent a message to his master. Request denied and finalized. This trip was mandatory. With his senior sister's command and his master's decree, Su Anshan dared not disobey. Let's go. Before departing, Su Anshan summoned his 2 disciples and gave them simple instructions not to wander off, and if they grew bored they could visit other peaks to find playmates. The response he received was a silent nod. In the void above Jingyan continent, several flying boats hovered amidst the still clouds, aligned in a row with a smaller boat stationed in front of them. Nothing's going right. When will I ever get a divination right? A woman dressed in green robes with hair cascading like a waterfall stood on the small boat, cursing under her breath as she gazed at the fleet before her. Sun Yining was a cultivator from Jingyan continent. Thoroughly familiar with the region's conditions, she had specifically performed a divination before setting out. Great fortune. With such an auspicious omen, she dared to sail forth. Who would have thought the divination would be off again? She clenched her fists, carefully removing her ring. Fairy, doing such a thing right in front of us. You're insulting our profession. Several menacing figures emerged from the boat, blocking the way, their faces full of mockery. The green-robed woman bit her lip and, steeling herself, clasped her hands in salute. Sun Yining of the Wentian sect. Tisk, 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 what a coincidence. Running into a cultivator from our own Jingyan continent. The thuggish man grinned. Who would have thought it's a fairy from the Wentian sect? Since we're cultivators from the same continent, we're somewhat reluctant. Please grant me passage, and the Wentian sect will forever remember your kindness. The kindness of the Wentian sect. The thug stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Such a great kindness. How dare we accept it? Your Wentian sect is a righteous sect. We have no dealings with each other. Even if we took it, would have no use for it. Then what do you want? The green-robed woman frowned. What do you think? The thuggish cultivator tossed an iron basin at her. Since we're all cultivators from Jingyan continent, you know the rules. We don't need to spell it out, do we? The green-robed woman clenched her fists. Yet, gritting her teeth, she still placed what they demanded into the iron basin. That green robe of yours looks like a treasure armor. Put it in too. The thug's eyes gleamed with greed as he pointed his wolf-tooth club at the basin. The green-robed woman protested urgently, this is just ordinary clothing. What you say doesn't count, what I say does. I say it's treasure armor, so it is. Put it in. The thug glared, and the cultivators beside him broke into lecherous grins. You? The green-robed woman bit her lip hard. At that moment, a dragon boat hung high in the void. Above the sky, Anshan sat atop the 10,000 serpents, bowing to the dragon, his mind still preoccupied with his two disciples. Phew, bro, you really shut me out. Ever since I talked to you for 8 hours last time, you blocked me for 8 hours every day. Don't you miss me at all? Are you on your way to the blind date? Anshan murmured inwardly, then pressed on in his mind. Do you know who entered my room? You blocked me. Suddenly, Tianxiang walked up slowly. Draped in a plain robe, her figure graceful and enchanting, a jade hairpin held her dark tresses high. She was as beautiful as if she had stepped out of a celestial realm. Junior brother's flying boat is indeed swift. Tianxiang gently smoothed her robe beneath her as she sat down, gazing at the scenery flashing past outside. We've already left Luhua continent. This must be your first time leaving Luhua continent since joining the sect, right? Anshan nodded. Previously, he had only roamed the confines of the 10,000 Swords sect. Luhua continent, with its 17 prefectures, was already vast enough for a man without cultivation. Moreover, he thrived within the continent and saw no need to venture beyond and invite trouble. Did Uncle Master Mei ever tell you about the outside world? No. Then let senior sister enlighten you. Tianxiang said with a cheerful smile. The Northern Star continent comprises 9 regions. Our Luhua continent lies at its far north. Right now we are above Jingyan continent. Jingyan continent is named for its clouds that appear frozen in place, much like our Luhua continent is known for its reeds. Clouds that don't move? Anshan halted the azure dragon and noticed that the clouds indeed seemed static. He reached out and grabbed at them, feeling a texture akin to cotton candy. The moment he held the cloud, it dissolved into droplets that trickled away. Remarkable. Anshan smiled in wonder. Jingyan continent has many more wonders, but first you need to turn off the flashy effects on this dragon boat and make it more modest. Tianxiang's expression suddenly turned serious. Why, oi? Just listen to your senior sister. He'll explain later. Anshan didn't argue and transformed the 10,000 serpents, bowing to the dragon, into a simpler, smaller flying boat. That's much better. Tianxiang nodded with a smile. The reason I asked you to do this is for our own good. Aside from its still clouds, Jingyan continent is also notorious for its many immortal plunderers. Immortal plunderers? Just as the name implies. Cultivators who rob other cultivators. Because the clouds of Jingyan continent are motionless, it's nearly impossible to discern what lurks within them with the naked eye, and spiritual sense cannot penetrate the clouds deeply. Over time, a unique profession emerged in Jingyan continent. The immortal plunderers. These cultivators hide within the clouds, and when other cultivators fly or sail into their trap, they emerge to plunder their resources. Anshan was greatly astonished and murmured softly, "Does that really work? It's best to keep a low profile in Jingyan continent. There are even sea-breaking and soul-returning realm experts here who engage in plundering, and occasionally cultivators at the spirit-severing stage. If we stay discreet and slip out of Jingyan, we'll be safe. Don't you trust your senior sister?" Tianxiang crossed her arms beneath her ample chest. "I trust you, but the thing is..." Anshan turned his head to look at Tianxiang and tilted it. "Senior sister, do those people look like immortal plunderers to you?" Tianxiang, who had been lounging comfortably in the flying boat's seat, shot up in alarm, her crescent-like eyes gazing outward. Tianxiang was silent for a long moment, staring at the menacing figures already converging on them. "Junior brother, hide your resources. Giving up so easily." Anshan looked at her in disbelief. "Aren't we going to put up at least a little fight? Isn't there any chance at all?" "None." Tianxiang's answer was resolute. Anshan pursed his lips. "Well, looks like it's up to me. Bro, ready and waiting. Say hi to your Anshan bro. Great Emperor system high." Another system dragged back. "Bro, are you a bandit?" "Oh, he wasn't dragged back by me. I stumbled upon this little brother while hunting a few days ago. He was so impressed by my heroic bearing that he wanted to join me." "Really? The Great Emperor system, absolutely. Su Anshan was astonished. He still hadn't figured out what kind of system his own was. There were systems like the check-in system and this Great Emperor system, each with a name. His system had no name at all. Resources. It seized them. From time to time it even dragged back other systems. Alright, what function do you have? The Great Emperor system showing off. Ding. The Great Emperor system has been activated. You have received the system gift the domain invincible among equals, suppressing those above to the same level. What's that for? The Great Emperor system for showing off. The Great Emperor system, simply put, whatever your cultivation level is, your opponent can only be at that level at most, and within that level you are invincible. Does this work for any cultivation level? The Great Emperor system, of course. The Great Emperor system, however, there is a range requirement. For blood refining, it's 1 meter, for bone tempering 10 meters, for chi condensation 100 meters, and so on, bro. Trust him this once. I've got your back. After several collaborations, Su Anshan's trust in his system buddy had skyrocketed. With him and his master backing him up, he truly didn't know what fear was. With a whoosh, the flying boat tore through the air, charging straight toward the immortal plunderer's camp. Stop! A fierce-looking rogue raised his hand, sneering contemptuously at Su Anshan's flying boat. Such a small flying boat. How poor. A cultivator using this level of flying boat was clearly no great master. However, the woman on the boat was quite attractive. Greed flickered in the rogue's eyes. He licked his lips with a scarlet tongue, and with a whoosh tossed an iron basin towards Su Anshan. Standing at the bow of the flying boat, Su Anshan frowned. Who are you? The rogue burst into laughter. Looks like you're not a cultivator from Jingyan Prefecture. I won't waste my breath on you. Hand over all your valuables, then get lost, and leave the woman behind. What the hell? Such an arrogant scoundrel. Dare to rob him. You have no idea who you're messing with. Su Anshan raised his brow and cupped his hands toward the east. My master is Mei Jiji. Your master is also Mei Jiji. The immortal plunderer was not afraid, but laughed instead, looking at Su Anshan with amusement. Then are you going to say you're Su Anshan? Su Anshan was stunned. What kind of move was this? I really am Su Anshan. The immortal plunderer laughed heartily. The laughter left Su Anshan bewildered. He had roamed the Reed Flower Prefecture for years, and anyone who heard his master's name would be scared out of their wits. Was this immortal plunderer still laughing? Suddenly, Su Tianxiang transmitted her voice through divine sense. Junior brother, immortal plunderers are rampant in Jingyan Prefecture, and since it borders our Reed Flower Prefecture, many cultivators who are robbed claim to be you with Master Mei as their master, including our 10,000 Swords sect disciples. Su Anshan, that works. Taoist friend Ron. Su Nianing shouted from the flying boat. These are immortal plunderers from Jingyan Prefecture, utterly ruthless villains. The rogue glared and flicked a streak of purple light towards Su Nianing. Shut up. Ding. Before the purple light could reach Su Nianing, Su Tianxiang's ethereal figure appeared before her, her flying sword crossing her chest to block the attack. Seeking wealth is one thing, but taking a life is unnecessary. The rogue chuckled lightly. A sword cultivator, I see. Which sect are you from? Su Tianxiang raised her right hand, and the flying sword returned to her grasp. 10,000 Swords sect, Su Tianxiang. Hearing her name, the immortal plunderer frowned. 10,000 Swords sect. Then the immortal plunderer glanced at Su Anshan. Unbelievable. Even if Su Tianxiang was from the 10,000 Swords sect, he didn't believe Su Anshan was the real Su Anshan. He had heard of Su Anshan. In the 5 years since joining the sect, Su Anshan had never left Reed Flower Prefecture. Now suddenly appearing in Jingyan Prefecture and coincidentally being Su Anshan himself. How could it be such a coincidence? He couldn't be that unlucky, could he? They were definitely using that as a bluff. The immortal plunderer snorted and sneered at Su Tianxiang. No wonder. I knew such a stunning female cultivator was rare. I didn't expect to hook such a big fish. Su Tianxiang of the 10,000 Swords sect. Isn't that the peak master of the 100 Flowers Peak? Su Tianxiang gripped her sword blade, narrowing her eyes. Knowing it's me, why haven't you fled? The immortal plunderer grinned, crossing his arms. The 100 Flowers Peak master is truly intimidating. If you were at your peak, I might have to yield. But I heard you're severely injured, and your cultivation has plummeted. It seemed you struggled to block my attack. That old injury probably hasn't healed yet. Su Tianxiang remained silent, her gaze fixed. Senior sister is injured. Su Anshan's gaze sharpened as he looked towards Su Tianxiang. Su Tianxiang, age under 100, realm, sea-breaking, 8-fold talent, Saint-grade water spirit root, supreme raid. With spirit root traits, fox, spirit manifestation, looks 98. Sea-breaking 8-fold. Previously, Su Tianxiang's realm was sea-breaking 9-fold. How had it dropped to 8-fold in just a few days? Did senior sister truly have a chronic ailment? Bro, this isn't really an injury for her. It's a transformation period. After a fox spirit takes human form, they undergo 3 transformation periods. During this time, they must endure heavenly thunder coursing through their body, roughly 7 cycles, with 1 cycle per 7 days. Heavenly thunder, unless one has a saint-grade thunder spirit root or above, heavenly thunder will cause injury. Once they survive it, their realm will advance by leaps and bounds. Then how can she recover? Su Tianxiang was one of the closer ones to him in the sect. If she was suffering from the heavenly thunder's torment, he wanted to help if he could. Heavenly treasures, for heavenly thunder coursing through the body, unless one has a chaotic spirit root's spiritual energy vortex, even a divine-grade spirit root can't self-heal. By absorbing ambient energy, the thunder's impact on the meridians and energy sea is extremely severe. You must nourish yourself with heavenly treasures rich in spiritual energy. Suddenly Su Anshan recalled what Su Tianxiang had said to him before. She urgently needed 3000 supreme-grade spirit stones. She must have already reached her limit and wanted to use the stones to buy heavenly treasures to stabilize her body. Give me some spirit stones. No problem. Does your brother Anshan lack spirit stones? Ding. You have successfully checked in and received 50 supreme-grade spirit stones. Clatter. Countless spirit stones fell into his ring. Meanwhile, Su Tianxiang and the immortal plunderer were locked in a standoff. Looks like I hit the mark. The immortal plunderer grinned at Su Tianxiang, speaking softly. Even if I'm injured, dealing with a petty scoundrel like you is more than enough. Su Tianxiang narrowed her eyes, circulating her spiritual energy, as the sword in her hand hummed softly. Suddenly Su Anshan received a transmission in his sea of consciousness. Junior brother, you go first. He'll hold him off. Those who dared to be immortal plunderers all had some skill. She hadn't expected to be so unlucky as to run into these ruthless immortal plunderers. Once targeted by them, nothing good ever came of it. No matter what, she had to ensure Su Anshan's safety. Upon receiving the transmission, Su Anshan fixed his gaze on the fierce, murderous, immortal plunderer. Yang Jian, age 238, realm spirit returning 6-fold talent, supreme grade fire spirit root. A spirit returning 6-fold expert. At sea breaking 8-fold, Su Tianxiang was no match for him. You can protect me, right? Don't worry, bro's got your back. I trust you. The great emperor system, brother Anshan, try the aura I gave you. It's really useful. All right. As they spoke, the immortal plunderer seemed ready to make a move. Whoa, Su Anshan shouted at the immortal plunderer. The immortal plunderer glared sideways. What now? Did you take me for a horse? What are you yelling about? Hey, come here. They'll give you something good. Su Anshan said with a smile. We're all out here in the martial world. I'm not one to cause trouble. They'll give you what you want, all right. Su Anshan waved at the immortal plunderer with a beaming smile. Come on, come on. The immortal plunderer leader in the void was taken aback. In all his years of plundering, he had never met anyone so compliant. You'd better not try any tricks. The immortal plunderer snorted angrily, signaled his men, and flew towards Su Anshan's flying boat. What do you want to give me? Come closer. Su Anshan squinted with a smile. How can I give it to you from so far away? The immortal plunderer frowned. He checked Su Anshan's realm. Just chi condensation. At his own spirit returning level, he wasn't afraid of any tricks. What exactly do you want to give me? The immortal plunderer stood before Su Anshan, who grinned and slapped him twice across the face. They'll give you 2 of your favorite slaps. Stunned. All the cultivators in the void were stunned by Su Anshan's 2 slaps. What the hell? This kid actually dared to hit our leader. The looters were greatly shocked. Su Tianxiang and Su Nianing were also left agape. The 100 Flowers Peak Master. Is that really the Wuxia Peak Master? Su Nianing murmured with some doubt. Su Tianxiang nodded slightly. Su Nianing was startled. Then we must go help him immediately. It's very dangerous for the Wuxia Peak Master to be alone on that flying boat. Those looters are all moody and unpredictable. Even cultivators in Jingyun Prefecture had heard of the Wuxia Peak Master. His master Mei Jiji was a tyrant in Luhua Prefecture, and his disciples were all overlords in their own right. Only his last disciple Su Anshan was known as a mortal who only frequented pleasure houses to listen to music. Yet ironically, it was he who became the Wuxia Peak Master. The looters were at the spirit return realm. Su Anshan was likely in danger. After all, Su Tianxiang had boarded this flying boat to save her. If not for that, she would be standing by Su Anshan's side right now. Out of a sense of duty, she should also lend a hand. Su Tianxiang, however, was not too anxious. Wait a little longer. She knew Su Anshan was not someone who didn't know when to advance or retreat. He must have his reasons for acting this way. And she recalled a very important matter. Previously, Su Anshan had always been frequenting pleasure houses, so she subconsciously still thought of him as that little junior brother who roamed those places. Yet she had almost forgotten that he had punched Lu Qingshan into a mural. The Qingshan Peak Master had condensed 19 spells and was punched into a mural. Could it be that the little junior brother's strength actually surpassed the looter's? Moreover, given his master's legacy, if there was real danger, Master Mei wouldn't stand idly by. It seemed she had been too anxious before. Su Anshan's 2 slaps rendered the void of Jingyun Prefecture utterly silent. You dare hit me? The looter glared, eyes wide with rage. I think you're... Clatter. Suddenly, countless high-grade spirit stones scattered onto the flying boat. One moment he was furious. The next, the looter's eyes were glued to the spirit stones. Is this enough? Su Anshan gestured with his chin towards the stones on the ground. For slapping you twice, I give you all these high-grade spirit stones. Is it enough? The looter frowned. Something felt off about this. If he really asked if it was enough. Enough. Getting 2 slaps in exchange for hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Head let Su Anshan slap him until he went bankrupt. These were high-grade spirit stones. Even a Holy Land patriarch might not receive this much in a year's salary. Damn, you almost tricked me. Suddenly the looter snapped back to reality and roared in anger. I am a bandit. Don't shout. Su Anshan suddenly lowered his voice. It's not exactly a glorious thing. What are you yelling about? You're a bandit and you're proud of it. Are you talking about me? Dude, are you taking a dig at me here? What's wrong with being a bandit? Who am I doing this for? No justice. This system was taking it personally. Wasn't talking about you. Su Anshan murmured in his heart. You're the best system in the world, the most beloved bandit system. You're my treasure. Now just settle down and be quiet, buddy's busy here. That's more like it. Then give me a kiss. Get lost. Su Anshan cursed inwardly, then put an arm around the looter's shoulder. Buddy, let me ask you again. Do you think I am Su Anshan? Think it over carefully. The looter frowned. Honestly, he was starting to believe it. Being able to casually produce hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones like that. In all of Xingbei, let alone Luhua Prefecture, there was probably only Su Anshan. What does it matter to me whether you are or aren't? Give me these spirit stones, and he'll let you go. Forget it. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones were enough for a looter to risk his life. Head take the stones and flee. Would Mei Jiji really hunt him to the ends of the earth for a few 100,000 spirit stones? Tisk. You've got guts. Go ahead, take them. Su Anshan crossed his arms and gestured with his chin at the stones. The looter didn't hesitate. He took out a storage ring to collect the stones, but Su Anshan swung his hand and delivered another resounding slap. What the hell? You actually dared to take them? Where do you get off, kid? You know I'm the tyrant of Luhua Prefecture, and you still try to rob me. Are you crazy? Su Anshan's slaps came one after another, making the looter's head buzz. My master is Mei Jiji. Do you even understand the weight of those words? Hey? Huh. The looters in the void were stunned, and the leader on the flying boat was momentarily dazed before a furious blaze ignited in his eyes. You're asking for death. Even now the looter only threatened without daring to act. He didn't dare. Stealing the stones, he could still run. But if he actually harmed Su Anshan, he was as good as dead. Su Anshan laughed nonchalantly. Do you really dare? He doesn't dare. He's panicking, his heart rate must be over 200 by now. System. If I called my master over, do you think he'd wet his pants? Don't do that. With me here, why would you call your master? I can take him out for you in a second. You really don't need to call him. Just tell me how you want to do it. He'll handle it for you, alright? Rage burned in the looter's heart. Kid, are you handing over the stones or not? Stop barking. You're a bandit, but you think you can rob anyone. Su Anshan glanced at him impatiently. Believe it or not, he'll go in white and come out white, he'll scoop your brains out. He'll go in white and come out yellow, he'll stab your shit bag. He'll go in white and come out green, he'll stab your hat. Creak. The looter ground his teeth, especially at the last part. He could no longer bear it. Who's wearing a green hat? Who's wearing a green hat? Unbearable. His Dao partner had indeed run off with another cultivator, and it was the eternal pain of his life. He'll kill you. Whoosh. Scorching purple flames condensed in the looter's palm. Seeing this, the other looters' hearts tightened. They knew their boss was truly enraged this time. This strike would surely reduce that kid to ashes. Unexpectedly, Su Anshan just blew at the flames. Who? It went out. The looter stared at his palm in disbelief, then looked sideways as flames surged back into Su Anshan's hand. Who? Again he just blew. Impossible. The looter was astounded. He was at the 6th level of spirit return. The purple flame he cultivated possessed the power to incinerate heaven and earth. The core of the flame was so solid that even a howling gale couldn't extinguish it. How was it possible? Was this cultivator at the spirit-severing realm? Wasn't he Mei Jiji's disciple? If he really was, how could he be at the spirit-severing realm? Your fire isn't very good, it's not windproof. Su Anshan laughed. Have you decided how you want to die? Where should I stab you? Or should I choose for you? Whoosh. The holy artifact was drawn in an instant. The icy blade pierced through the looter's chest almost in a flash. Crimson blood gushed forth. Su Anshan smiled as he looked at him, tilting his head. Missed. Don't worry, he'll give you another one. The blade of the holy artifact continuously pierced through the body of the looter leader. The other looters in the void were now terrified into silence. 6th level of spirit return, and utterly powerless to resist. Could the man before them be at the spirit-severing realm? Thinking of this possibility, the looters all instinctively wanted to flee. I didn't say you could leave. Whoosh. The holy spirit sword blocked the looter's path. In a moment, the spirit sword transformed into a graceful figure. It's a manifested holy artifact. Su Nining exclaimed. Don't run, everyone. My sword spirit has a bad temper. If she kills you all, how embarrassing would that be? Su Anshan said with a smile as he stood on the looter's head. The looters swallowed hard, not daring to move. Senior, please spare our lives. Their leader had been beaten like a dead dog by Su Anshan. For them, resistance was out of the question. Recognizing the situation and bowing their heads to beg for mercy was the wisest choice. A smile played on Su Anshan's face. All right, here. He threw an iron basin right into the faces of the looters. They looked at the basin, utterly confused. Senior, this is... Su Anshan's smile was radiant as he uttered 2 words. This is a robbery. Senior, everything is here. The immortal plunderers, with caution in their eyes, placed their artifacts and spiritual treasures before Su Anshan. Su Anshan cast a brief glance. Are you sure you haven't hidden anything? The immortal plunderers' faces were full of bitterness, their hands covering their vital parts. Senior, do you see any place left on us to hide anything? These immortal plunderers have been stripped clean, not even a single undergarment left from head to toe. I trust you wouldn't dare hide anything. Get lost. The immortal plunderers, as if granted amnesty, ran barefoot into the wilderness. Su Anshan, watching the departing cultivators, shot a glance at his sacred sword spirit, thinking they could escape. No way. The sacred sword spirit stared at Su Anshan for a long moment before nodding solemnly. Whoosh. A sword shadow cut through the air before Su Anshan's eyes. The sword spirit went to finish the job while Su Anshan casually picked up an artifact and curled his lips. Senior sister, these immortal plunderers are really poor. Look at these pieces of junk they used, a 4th-grade artifact. Is that even fit for human use? And look at this, a 3rd-grade spiritual sword, and it came from someone at the sea-breaking realm. How pitiful. Su Anshan picked through the pile of artifacts. Hearing this, Su Nining couldn't help but swallow hard. Were these all junk? To her, these artifacts seemed quite impressive. If she could obtain any one of them, she would be thrilled for an entire day. Was this the vision of the Peak Lord of Wuxia Peak? How envious. Both surnamed Su, yet how vast the gap was. Do you think everyone is like you? Su Tianxiang murmured softly. Cultivators in this world are all like this. Having these is already quite good. Su Nining nodded repeatedly beside her. Unexpectedly, Su Anshan looked at her with some surprise. Where did you come from? Peak Lord Su didn't notice me. Su Nining blinked. I was the one who shouted for you to run earlier. I am Su Nining of the Wentian sect. It's you. Su Anshan suddenly smiled and nodded cheerfully. I didn't recognize you with your clothes on. My apologies, Su Nining. Confirmed. This was definitely Su Anshan of the 10,000 Swords sect. Looking at Su Nining, who was clad in a thin gauze, Su Anshan gestured with his chin toward the ground. Since we share the same surname and are of the same clan, and you seem to have no artifacts, pick one from here as a meeting gift. Su Nining's eyes widened in disbelief, barely containing her excitement. Me. This pile of junk was utterly beneath Su Anshan's notice. Keeping it was useless. Besides, Su Nining's stats looked promising. She seemed like a good vessel. Su Nining, age under 100 years, realm, sea-breaking, 1st layer talent, supreme, earth, spiritual root, traits, excellent flexibility, collarbone, that can hold water, skin, like congealed fat, formidable background, divine, beast physique, charm 96. Su Nining was nearly overwhelmed by this surprise. Among these treasures there was indeed one she fancied greatly. It seemed her divination this time had not been wrong. Great fortune, yet accepting a gift for nothing felt a bit awkward. We just met, this isn't right. Su Anshan didn't engage in back and forth and began to gather the treasures. If you don't want it, fine. Seeing the treasure about to vanish from before her eyes after her polite refusal, Su Nining's hand gripped Su Anshan's wrist. I feel an instant kinship with Peak Lord Su. How could I refuse a gift from a friend? Su Nining said with utmost seriousness. I want stand on ceremony. Su Nining crouched among the treasures for a while and picked out a toy-like rattle drum. This one will do. If she wasn't mistaken, it was a 5th-grade artifact. The Chaos Drum. When activated, it could release the Chaos True Sound to form a shield around her capable of withstanding a blow from the soul-returning realm. With it, she wouldn't have to fear immortal plunderers in the Jingyan continent. Even as she took the artifact, Su Nining felt some trepidation. It seemed she had chosen one of the more valuable items. She asked cautiously, "Is this all right?" "Why wouldn't it be?" Su Anshan didn't mind at all. Seeing that Su Nianing had made her choice, he pushed the remaining treasures in front of Su Tianxiang. "Senior sister, they're all yours." Su Tianxiang was stunned for a long moment by this sudden surprise. "All for me? That can't be." These treasures and artifacts were all Su Anshan's spoils, as she had done nothing. At most she should take just one like Su Nianing. These treasures before her were worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Giving them all to her. How could she accept that? "I have no use for them, they'd just clutter my ring." Su Anshan insisted, "Senior sister, just take them. If you can't use them, sell them for some spirit stones." "You aren't." Su Tianxiang bit her lip thinking of her current situation. She was in dire need of spirit stones. The tearing caused by the heavenly thunder baptism was growing increasingly severe. At first, she could grit her teeth and endure absorbing elemental energy to heal the tears in her meridians. But now she couldn't even focus on absorbing energy. The slightest circulation brought excruciating pain. If she didn't obtain some heavenly treasures, soon she might not survive this baptism. "Then I shall accept it with gratitude. I will remember this kindness, little junior brother. If there is anything you need me to." Suddenly she paused. She had meant to say that Su Anshan could ask her for anything he needed. Suddenly, Su Tianxiang recalled that the only thing Su Anshan seemed to need from her was that one thing. Given his lineage, she could only assist him in that one matter. She pressed her lips together, pondered for a long while, and finally spoke. "If there's anything you need your senior sister to do, just say the word. I will definitely help." "Since you say so, I won't hold back," Su Anshan said with a smile. "Senior sister, put away the treasures quickly, and let's set off as soon as possible." Yes, we can't delay any longer. We'll miss the hours soon." Su Nianing suddenly asked with a puzzled look. "Are you two fellow cultivators also heading to the matchmaking corner?" "You too?" Su Anshan looked up at her, and Su Nianing's face turned bitter. "Yes, my master decreed that since I'm nearly 100 years old and have no Dao partner, fearing I'll end up alone, she insisted I go on a blind date." "I'm not even 100 yet. Why must I go on a blind date?" Su Nianing muttered, darkly somewhat frustrated. "I came here to cultivate immortality, and now I'm forced to date. It makes me want to vomit." "You were also forced here by your master." Su Anshan's eyes widened. Could it be? Su Nianing's eyes grew wide as well, and after exchanging a glance, their hands instantly clasped together. A kindred spirit. Why are we the Su family so cursed with misfortune? We're already cultivators, so why must we still go through blind dates? It's so unfair. Su Nianing widened her eyes and clenched her fists. Spread the family tree, spread the family tree. If they love it so much, why don't they do it themselves, eh? Exactly. Senior brother Su, you have no idea. I'm my master's youngest disciple. He has dozens of disciples, and none of them have Dao partners. Only me. I understand you perfectly. Even now Su Anshan and Su Nianing held each other's hands tightly. On the flying boat speeding through the sky, they gazed at each other and poured out their grievances. Our situations are practically identical. I'm also the youngest on my peak. None of my senior sisters have Dao partners, yet my master insists I go on blind dates to spread the family tree. Su Anshan's eyes were full of pity. Say no more. It's all tears. Su Tianxiang stood on the flying boat, silently watching their lament. Yet for some reason, seeing Su Anshan and Su Nianing holding hands so tightly stirred an inexplicable bitterness in her heart. Frowning slightly, Su Tianxiang suddenly coughed. We're almost there. Already. Su Nianing looked out of the flying boat, catching a faint blush of pink in the distance. This place was the venue for the blind date corner. Pink Cherry Lake. We're really here. Su Nianing's face fell, and she let out a desolate sigh. Senior brother Su, it seems we can't escape this calamity. Whoosh. The flying boat slowly descended to the ground. The vast Pink Cherry Lake was festively decorated with lanterns and banners, and as Su Anshan and his companions landed, a cultivator hurried forward. Dao friends, I am Lu Qing of the Marriage Pavilion. May I ask if you are cultivators seeking a romantic fate here? Lu Qing's eyes were full of smiles, but what he saw were two faces utterly devoid of hope. Fortunately, Su Tianxiang stepped forward with a smile and nodded slightly. We are. Seeing Su Tianxiang, Lu Qing couldn't help but pause in astonishment. What a beautiful immortal maiden. That such a stunning woman would need to come here to seek a romantic fate was truly astonishing. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Qing broke into a smile. Dao friend, please register here. You may leave your sect cultivation level and position, and we will match you with the most suitable Dao partner. What a... Suddenly Su Anshan and Su Nianing exclaimed in unison. What's going on this time? Su Nianing hurried forward. I never heard that we needed to leave all that information at the previous blind date corners. What does this mean? Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled. Well, you see, last time our blind date corner aimed for a mysterious style. Dao friends who came didn't know each other's level or identity, and whether they hit it off depended purely on fate. Unfortunately, when our marriage pavilion followed up, we found that many who left hand in hand from here ultimately failed to stay together. After investigation, we discovered the main issue was the gap in cultivation level and status. Different cultivation levels lead to different perspectives, and different positions lead to different daily lives. Over time, estrangement develops between the two. Thus, our marriage pavilion has resolved to tackle these problems at the root. This time, we will group those of equal cultivation level together to increase the chances of success. Su Anshan's heart trembled at this, and he cleared his throat. So people of different cultivation levels go to different places for blind dates. Exactly. Whoosh. Su Anshan and Su Nianing instantly became despondent again. They locked eyes, seeing each other's pale faces. Senior brother Su, could it be that you also? You too. I contacted my senior brother to pretend to be my Dao partner. Great, I found my senior sister. A kindred spirit. Su Anshan and Su Nianing clasped hands tightly once more. Lu Qing watched the two kneeling together, as if about to swear brotherhood, with deep suspicion in his eyes. These two are. Don't mind them, they're always like this. Su Tianxiang said with a smile. I know their identities and cultivation levels. Let me register for them. Otherwise, given their state, it's hard to move things forward. Of course, no problem. But there's something I must tell you first, immortal maiden. Please go ahead. Please don't falsify your cultivation levels. There will be friendly sparring at the blind date corner, and if the levels are off, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Understood. A few minutes later. Hello. Senior brother, you don't need to come anymore. Your junior sister is already doomed. This time, people of different cultivation levels aren't in the same circle. Why did you have to break through so early? I'm not saying your diligent cultivation was wrong. Anyway, so annoying. Su Nianing held a jade slip for voice transmission. When she put it away, she was surprised to see Su Anshan hadn't made a move. Senior brother Su, don't you need to inform your senior sister? There. Su Anshan glanced at Su Tianxiang. My senior sister is right here. No need for voice transmission. Su Nianing let out a low cry of realization. So the 100 Flowers Peak Master is the fake Dao partner you found. No wonder. I was thinking, with the 100 Flowers Peak Master's top-tier strength, status, looks, and temperament, why would she need to come to a blind date corner? What kind of monsters and freaks are here? Is it really that scary inside? Su Anshan raised an eyebrow. He wasn't very familiar with the blind date corner, but Su Nianing seemed well prepared, so he decided to learn from her to brace himself mentally. Su Nianing hugged her shoulders and let out a cold laugh. Scary. It's absolutely terrifying. Senior brother Su, just think. What kind of cultivators willingly come to such a place to find a partner? Su Nianing lowered her voice and whispered. What kind, oi? Su Anshan echoed. Su Nianing pursed her lips and let out a sneer. Either perennial old spinsters or perverts who've been around the block, or those whose cultivation has stagnated and want to find a dual cultivation partner to break through. In my opinion, there's no one normal in there. Su Anshan also shuddered with some fear. So it seems this is truly no place for the virtuous. Su Nianing pressed her lips together and spread her hands. Be careful. With your handsome looks, senior brother Su, you'll definitely be coveted by many female cultivators. They might even tie you up in their cave, drain your yang to nourish their yin, and turn you into a furnace. Su Anshan grinned. He was invincible among his peers. Externally, he was only at the qi condensation stage, so even if cultivators in that circle tried to harm him, none would be a match for Su Anshan. After registering their identities, Su Tianxiang came over with a jade slip in hand. Junior brother, junior sister Su, take these. They're your identity cards. Junior sister Su, come with me. We're both at the sea break realm. Su Nianing's eyes sparkled with joy. Great. It's so much better to have an acquaintance. Su Anshan also took his identity card, but when he saw the details on it, he let out a cry. Spirit return realm, huh? Clutching his identity jade slip, Su Anshan stood at the entrance of the Guiling district. His eyes were vacant and dull. Scenes played in his mind like a slideshow, lingering before him endlessly. The Guiling realm, senior sister. Su Anshan held the jade slip and looked up. Yes, the Guiling realm. Su Tianxiang nodded upon hearing this. The marriage pavilion requires realm registration. Aren't you in the Guiling realm? Or have you achieved spirit separation? Even if you have achieved spirit separation, it doesn't matter. Entering the Guiling realm is like a max-level character entering a newbie village. Junior brother. Senior sister awaits the good news of you winning a Bowtie's heart. Senior sister, aren't we pretending to be Dao companions? Senior sister truly wishes to help, but reality forbids it. I must go to the Pohei realm area to admire some handsome men. See you after it's all over. Su Nianing waved her little hand. Farewell, senior brother Su. Whoosh. Su Tianxiang and Su Nianing went to the Pohei realm area, passing through the light and shadow, vanishing from Su Anshan's sight. Su Anshan silently approached the light and shadow of the guiling realm. Senior. A soft call reached his ears. Su Anshan, utterly dazed, slowly raised his head and saw several cultivators before the light and shadow watching him cautiously. A great senior of the guiling realm. In any sect, such a person was the pillar. They dared not offend him. They did not even dare to probe his aura, as such an act was extremely impolite. If it provoked the wrath of this guiling realm senior, the consequences would be immeasurable. Even if someone disguised themselves as a guiling realm cultivator to enter, they would not mind, for the mighty guiling realm experts within would naturally teach those who sought to cheat. Su Anshan responded. Why are you still standing here? We need to guide you to the marriage district. The cultivator whispered. We've only just entered the gateway. The seniors who came before are not here. The guide cultivator was also full of trepidation. This senior was very strange. Guiling realm cultivators who came to the marriage pavilion for matchmaking were all somewhat eccentric, but one like Su Anshan, who stood in a daze upon entering, was a first. We need to fly. Su Anshan asked softly. Senior, of course we must fly, the guide cultivator said with a smile. Our guiling realm is in the upper spatial layer. We must fly there. As he spoke, Su Anshan fell into a daze again. What are you doing? Go on. Why are you still spacing out here? Go in and take a look. I'm at the chi condensation stage. What the hell am I going there for? To make a fool of myself. Don't panic with me and the Emperor system by your side. What can they do to you? Go ahead boldly. Let's see if there's a good cauldron for you to conquer. Emperor system with me here, brother Anshan. You are invincible. Who's afraid of that? With the system and with his master's backing, what did he have to fear? The problem was, I have no special effects. Guiling realm experts all had those bling-bling special effects. Even the soul hunter he encountered earlier had radiant light effects when casting spells. When flying through the air, they left trails of crimson flames. Su Anshan had nothing. If he were to fly, he would be exposed instantly. Emperor system received. Ding. You have received a gift from the Emperor system. Lotus blooming at every step. What does this do? Emperor system, brother Anshan, needs special effects, right? This is a special effect. From now on, with every step you take, a lotus flower effect will appear. Emperor system, you can turn it on or off as you wish. Not bad, Emperor. Emperor system, thank you for the praise, brother Anshan. I will continue to work hard. So isn't my little buddy impressive? Absolutely enough. Hurry up and go in. Charge. During Su Anshan's silence, the guide cultivator was deeply uneasy. Why has the senior stopped talking again? Even if a guiling realm senior had an eccentric temper, it shouldn't be to this extent, not speaking a word, suddenly falling silent, and drifting off into space mid-conversation. What was he thinking? Or perhaps, this senior wasn't a senior at all. He was a fake guiling realm cultivator who upon entering felt a sudden panic and dared not proceed. It wasn't impossible. In the past few hours they had encountered many such cultivators. They had registered as guiling realm on their identity cards, but when they entered the space and saw they needed to fly, their true colors were revealed. Those cultivators were also blacklisted by the marriage pavilion. Could this one be the same? Senior, we should set off. The guide cultivator urged slightly. We have other guiding duties later. Could you please not make things difficult for us juniors? Oh, Su Anshan finally snapped out of it, responding with a cheerful nod. Then let's go. Ding. Lotus blooming at every step effect activated immediately. Su Anshan took a step forward. Where his foot landed, a 9-petal golden lotus appeared beneath him. The guide cultivators were stunned. A great Tao golden lotus. This was actually a great Tao golden lotus. It was said that those who could comprehend the great Tao and condense a golden lotus were at least above the spirit separation stage. Moreover, even spirit separation cultivators, unless they possessed great fortune, great opportunities, or monstrous talent, found it difficult to comprehend. Had this senior before them glimpsed the secrets of heaven while still in the guiling realm? A guiling realm cultivator comprehending the great Tao, unheard of. Or perhaps this senior was at the spirit separation stage. Whether he was at the spirit separation stage or a guiling realm cultivator who had glimpsed the secrets of heaven, such a senior was not someone they could afford to anger. The long-faced guide cultivator was filled with terror. He had actually suspected that this great senior was a low-realm cultivator in disguise. Fortunately, he had shown no contempt. Otherwise, even if this senior killed him in a rage, the marriage pavilion might not dare to provoke someone who had comprehended the great Tao. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to guide me to the marriage ground? After taking a step, Su Anshan noticed that the other guides hadn't moved and glanced at them, speaking softly. Hearing Su Anshan's soft call, the guide cultivator quickly snapped out of it. Senior, I will lead you there immediately. The cultivator bowed his head humbly, but just as he was about to move, the cultivator beside him tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? The guide cultivator frowned. Tugging at him at a time like this, didn't he understand the situation? If they delayed this senior and displeased him, neither of them would fare well. I'm afraid we cannot guide this senior, the other cultivator suddenly whispered. Huh, think carefully. How many petals did this senior's golden lotus have? The long-faced guide cultivator concentrated, trying to recall. When Su Anshan took that step, a golden lotus had bloomed beneath his foot. He had immediately recognized it as a great Tao golden lotus, but he hadn't paid particular attention to the number of petals. The shock of seeing the great Tao golden lotus had been too overwhelming. How many? The round-faced guide cultivator took a cautious breath. 9. The long-faced cultivator instantly fell to the ground in shock. The 9-petal golden lotus, the pinnacle of the great Tao. When cultivators comprehend the heavenly Tao, they merely glimpse its threshold, condensing a mere 4 petals. 6 petals are already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Those capable of condensing 7 petals or more possess the qualifications of an emperor. They are beings who can shatter the void and ascend to the immortal realm. 9 petals. It is the supreme realm of the Tao golden lotus. Only recorded in ancient texts, a human emperor from the primordial era once condensed a 9-petal golden lotus. During his time in the mortal world, he was invincible under heaven. In that era, the mortal and immortal realms were eternally separated. Cultivators in the mortal world could not ascend. Emperor Zhenwudi, relying solely on his own power, battled the myriad immortals of the heavens, forcibly tearing open a rift, thus allowing cultivators of this domain to set foot in the immortal realm. That one was a primordial world-shattering existence. Unexpectedly, they had now witnessed another. Regardless, we must first escort the senior over there. The long-faced cultivator murmured in a low voice, "Do not delay this senior's time any further. After we come out, we can discuss any questions with the pavilion master." With that, the long-faced cultivator spoke with profound reverence. "Senior, please." He condensed his chi and stepped into the sky. Su Anshan nodded slightly, hands clasped behind his back. As he trod upon the void, patches of 9-petal golden lotuses coalesced in the air, then dissolved like golden pollen, slowly fading between heaven and earth. The escorting cultivator watched in awe. 9 petals. This was truly 9 petals. How fortunate he was to witness this senior's countenance with his own eyes. To be the one to escort this senior was the honor of a lifetime. He would etch this moment into his heart. In his twilight years, facing his descendants and disciples, he could say, "Once your master was fortunate enough to behold an emperor." What glory this was! Even more unbelievable was why this senior with the bearing of an emperor would come to the marriage market to seek a romantic match. How could any cultivator here be worthy of him? Was it to temper his heart in the mortal world? To live a life of ease? If he truly sought leisure, why come here? There were no worthy partners to be found. Even the Grand Master of the Central Continent's Tianyuan sect would be thrice blessed to receive the favor of this emperor. These cultivators at the marriage market were not even fit to lick the soles of this senior's feet. What were they? For a moment, the long-faced cultivator raged inwardly. In his eyes, Su Anshan was a contemporary saint. For these common mortals of the spirit returning realm, to be seen by Su Anshan was an affront to his vision. Though he cursed inwardly, deep down he wished he were a female cultivator. He would definitely seize the advantage of being close. The mere thought of those wretched female cultivators possibly gaining the senior's favor made his blood boil. Throughout the escort, the long-faced man's silent cursing never ceased. When they reached the cloud realm, the long-faced man slowly descended to the ground, and Su Anshan followed. "Senior, this is the marriage grounds of the spirit returning realm. The artifacts are humble, and I hope you can be lenient. Though the artifacts are rather ordinary, the scenery is still quite pleasant. Senior may enjoy the beauty of the surroundings. Of course, I know you have surely beheld the myriad splendors of the 8 mountains. It's just that, if there is anything you find unsatisfactory, please be tolerant. Should you have any needs, simply crush this, and I will come before you immediately to serve." The long-faced man reached into his bosom, and in his excitement, he took out his own soul jade slip. "You want me to crush this?" Su Anshan looked at the soul jade slip in his hand. Fellow Taoist, to hand over a soul jade slip so casually, if it fell into the hands of a malicious person, you could end up a slave or servant for life. That would be wonderful, the long-faced cultivator screamed in his heart. "Senior, please enslave me. This junior is willing to be your most loyal dog for this lifetime." Though he screamed inwardly, outwardly the long-faced cultivator maintained a semblance of composure, quickly retrieving the jade slip and handing Su Anshan one infused with a spiritual imprint. "Apologies, senior, I was a bit excited." "It's fine. Don't you have other escort duties? Then be on your way," Su Anshan said with a smile. "I won't delay you further." "No delay, no delay." The long-faced man's eyes were full of ingratiating smiles. "To serve you is this junior's honor. But I know you likely dislike having me constantly at your side, so we will take our leave. I will await your command at any time. Senior, my name is Lu Sheng. Good, ill remember." Then this junior takes his leave. Lu Sheng gazed at Su Anshan with reluctant attachment, turning back every few steps, until Su Anshan's scalp tingled. What's with him? Why is he staring at me like that? Was he found out? The system shouldn't have been detected. Then why is he staring you? Su Anshan suddenly shuddered with revulsion. This fellow didn't have a taste for men, did he? Su Anshan knew he was handsome, otherwise he wouldn't have earned a reputation for romance in Reed Flower Isle. But it was unthinkable that a male cultivator would harbor strange thoughts about him. How disgusting. With that in mind, even the spiritual jade slip Lu Sheng had given him felt creepy to hold. He quickly tossed it into his ring and ran to a riverside to wash his hands. After scrubbing his hands clean, Su Anshan wiped them again and again. Assured no trace remained, he finally sighed in relief, crouched down, and gazed at his own reflection in the stream. Am I really that handsome? Uft, what are you laughing at? Didn't you see how those two cultivators looked at me? Especially that Lu Sheng. He practically wanted to devour me, and he kept squirming all the way here. Could it be that they were just in awe of you? Huh, in awe of me. The 9-petal golden lotus you're stepping on, they were utterly stunned. This special effect the Emperor gave you is a bit too flashy. They've probably never seen a 9-petal golden lotus before. Their shock turned into worship. A 9-petal golden lotus. What's it for? Emperor system brother Anshan, you don't know what a 9-petal golden lotus is for. No. Su Anshan had come to the 10,000 Swords sect just to listen to music. He didn't even cultivate, let alone bother learning about these internal matters of cultivators. His understanding of cultivation was no different from his disciple Jiang Baifei's. A pure blank slate. At most he knew a few more artifacts, treasures, and flying swords than Jiang Baifei. Emperor system. Emperor system, a 9-petal golden lotus represents the highest realm of comprehending the great Tao. Blooming lotuses with every step is the pinnacle of the 9-petal golden lotus. An immortal emperor's special effect, immortal emperor. Emperor system, what did you think? Even within the immortal domain, very few can achieve lotuses blooming with every step awesome. Moreover, in your domain from ancient times to the present, only one person has condensed the 9-petal golden lotus. That one was a figure who shook the ages, and even I must praise him as a hero who. I could tell you, but you might not have heard of him. Zhenwudi, do you know him? Who Zhenwudi? Could it be that you, this cultivation novice, actually know? Of course I know, he's my grandmaster. Why wouldn't I know? Emperor system, what did you say? Grandmaster. The system was stunned by Su Anshan's words. The human sovereign Zhenwudi, even the system had to admire him as a heroic figure. He was Su Anshan's grandmaster. Buddy, let's stay sober, no boasting, okay? You still don't believe me. Why should I believe you? Do you even know who Zhenwudi is? He was the first great emperor in this realm to shatter the void. He single-handedly fought the myriad immortals of the celestial domain, tearing open a rift in the immortal realm. 3 million sword immortals from the celestial domain couldn't suppress him. He was a true paragon who walked the path of invincibility, a peerless figure who forced the celestial domain to cease blocking this realm, granting you all the right to ascend. But Su Anshan said nothing, simply pulling out a booklet. Here, take a look. This is the lineage register of Wushi Peak. Su Anshan opened the register, finding his own entry. This is my name, Su Anshan, correct. My master is Mei Jiji, correct. My master's master is Wu Ren, correct. My grandmaster's master is Jia Sibei, correct. My grandmaster's master's master is Bai Monghua, correct. My grandmaster's grandmaster's master is Zhenwudi, correct. The system was speechless for a long while. Su Anshan silently held the register, and the system remained quiet for a long time. Let me see that again. Go ahead. Su Anshan spread the register open for the system to examine. Minutes later, holy crap. Zhenwudi really is your grandmaster. The system was dumbfounded. Was the background of his bound host truly this formidable? Zhenwudi, the first great emperor in this realm to shatter the void. Even he, the system, had to marvel at the man's heroic spirit, and he was Su Anshan's grandmaster. Had never heard that Zhenwudi was from Wushi Peak. You? I told you my lineage is invincible. Su Anshan returned the register to his ring. Zhenwudi is the founding ancestor of Wushi Peak. Initially, it was called Wudi Peak, but later, because the Grandmaster was so invincible that nothing ever happened on the peak, it became Wushi Peak. It all matched. This time it truly matched. What he said was correct. The peak where Zhenwudi first resided was indeed Wudi Peak. He had walked the path of invincibility his entire life. He roamed his whole life without a single defeat. He was once even the system's idol. Buddy, from now on I'll definitely stick with you. Whatever you need, just say the word. If I can handle it, I will. If I can't, I'll give my life to make it happen. In that instant, the system realized it had been naive. It had lain dormant for 5 years. Seeing the terrifying depth of Su Anshan's lineage, it had thought Mei Jiji and Wu Ren were his only trump cards, never imagining he had a great emperor behind him. A great emperor who walked the path of invincibility. The system had once believed that activating its Highland bloodline, which had made the system's circle tremble, could rival Su Anshan's lineage. Naive. Far too naive. In front of Zhen Wudi, the entire system circle was nothing. Are you feeling down again? Su Anshan asked cautiously. Don't overthink it. I told you long ago that my lineage is invincible. We're buddies, let's just get along well. When we're free we can listen to some tunes. It's fine. Damn, the system was deflated. If it were the usual system buddy, it would have slammed the table and roared, my fate is my own, and I'll protect my host. But now it didn't even argue. It seemed the Grandmaster's identity had dealt too heavy a blow to the system buddy. Great Emperor System, go comfort your brother. Great Emperor System Manaji. Great Emperor System at your command. The Great Emperor System will dedicate itself to safeguarding Brother Anshan. Rest assured this system will be bound to you for life. Your words are the maxim this system follows, and where your gaze falls is the direction of this system's struggle. Great Emperor System, Brother Anshan, I love you. Su Anshan, what nonsense is this? Too absurd. Was his founding ancestor truly that terrifying? He had left one system deflated and the other driven mad. Great Emperor System, I'll go comfort my brother. Seeing this message, Su Anshan felt a little relieved. He hoped the Great Emperor System could help his system buddy perk up again. Staying so wilted might lead to depression. With nothing to do, Su Anshan began wandering aimlessly. Perhaps because few cultivators at the Return to Spirit Realm came for matchmaking, he didn't encounter any other cultivators for a long time, which he was quite happy about. He had little interest in matchmaking. He would just wander around here until the time was up, then leave. That would be enough to report back to his master. Just ahead, there was a pavilion in the red maple forest. Su Anshan quickened his pace, sat down in the pavilion, and gazed at the mirror-like lake before him. He closed his eyes, enjoying the gentle breeze. Meanwhile, the long-faced and round-faced cultivators hurried along. Elder. A cultivator with a mustache, dozing in a chair, frowned in displeasure. What's the rush? The long-faced cultivator said gravely, Trouble, steward. A great senior has arrived at our matchmaking corner. The mustached cultivator shook his head. A great senior? How great can he be? Can he be greater than the ancestor stationed here? I sent you to guide Return to Spirit Realm cultivators. Is that so shocking? Elder, that senior is indeed greater than the ancestor. Nonsense. The elder, leaning back in his chair, immediately cursed. The ancestor is at the 6th level of Cave Void. That senior has condensed the golden lotus of the Tao. So what? It's possible for soul separation stage cultivators to condense it. Why are you panicking? The mustached cultivator muttered. Even if he's a lucky fellow with the ancestor here, it's useless. The marriage pavilion dared to set up this matchmaking corner and handle Return to Spirit Realm matches. They had confidence. That confidence came from the ancestor who had come here. At the 6th level of Cave Void, with this ancestor stationed there was no fear of cultivators flying into a rage and fighting if they couldn't find a suitable partner. What if that senior has 9 leaves? The long-faced cultivator murmured softly. 9 leaves. Even if he's 90. Wait, 9 leaves. The mustached cultivator's eyes shot wide open. Are you saying that Golden Lotus has 9 leaves? The long-faced and round-faced cultivators nodded vigorously. Are you sure it's truly 9 leaves? We're sure. The long-faced cultivator nodded emphatically. We saw that senior walk with lotuses blooming at every step, each with 9 petals. Could it be that another invincible great emperor is about to emerge? The mustached cultivator's eyes were filled with terror. Quick, go to the Return to Spirit Secret Realm to contact the ancestor. Elder, the ancestor entered the Return to Spirit Secret Realm half an hour ago. The round-faced cultivator raised a hand and said cautiously. What did you say? The mustached cultivator's eyes bulged instantly. Who let her go in? The ancestor said she was bored outside and wanted to go into the secret realm for some fun. I didn't dare stop her. The round-faced cultivator frowned and whispered. Quick, go to the secret realm to find the ancestor. Don't let her cause a catastrophe. Meanwhile, Su Anshan, who was on the verge of falling asleep, suddenly felt his nose tickle. Opening his eyes, he saw a smiling fairy standing before him, teasing his nose with the tip of her hair. Seeing Su Anshan awake, a hint of mirth sparkled in the fairy's eyes. Fellow Taoist, you're awake. The celestial maiden smiled with enchanting grace. Su Anshan gazed at her for a long time, lost in thought. Who is this person? They were complete strangers, yet she had teased him while he slept. Did cultivators nowadays have no sense of boundaries? He fixed his gaze upon her. Hua Rilliu. Age 745. Realm Returned Spirit, 3rd layer True Void, Cave 6th layer. Talent Supreme, with Spirit Root, Supreme Metal Spirit Root. Traits Skin like congealed fat, golden ratio, surging waves moist. Appearance 95. Void Cave 6th layer. Void Cave 6th layer. He retracted his earlier words about boundaries. What a cursed coincidence. How could he encounter a great senior of the Void Cave realm while just seeking a match? And she had deliberately concealed herself as returned spirit third layer. Elder sister, are you lonely too? Looking at her age, Su Anshan had seen many, but never encountered one that wasn't marked as unknown. A truly great elder sister. Over 700 years old. A wife 3 years older brings gold bricks, 30 years older brings a kingdom, 300 years older brings immortal pills. This one surpassed him by 2 immortal pills worth of years. If he became her Tao partner, he'd ascend to immortality on the spot. Celestial maiden, what brings you here? Su Anshan slowly clasped his hands, and Hua Rilio laughed. Fellow Taoist, you've come here for a destined bond, haven't you? Wasn't that obvious? Coming to this place, who would seek anything but a destined bond? Or perhaps a night of fleeting passion? Su Anshan dared not voice that thought. Void Cave Realm. Unless the ancient monsters of 10,000 Swords sect emerged, even the sect leader at the early Void Cave Realm couldn't suppress this elder sister. I am here for a destined bond. Su Anshan smiled and nodded softly. What do you think of me? Hua Rilio suddenly spun around before him. How about we become Tao partners and go straight to my cave to exchange cultivation insights? Exchange insights. Su Anshan frowned. Hua Rilio pursed her lips and smiled. If Su Anshan remembered correctly, exchanging insights meant dual cultivation, and dual cultivation meant, well, were cultivators always this open? Dual cultivation at first sight. Besides, why would a Void Cave Realm cultivator seek dual cultivation with a returned Spirit Realm one? With such a gap in realms, there could be no soul resonance. Wasn't she a demonic cultivator seeking to drain yang to nourish yin? No way. Su Anshan smiled, clasped his hands, and stepped back 2 paces. Celestial maiden, isn't this a bit too abrupt? We don't even know each other. Even if we were to dual cultivate, we should first understand one another, don't you think? For cultivators, it's about a clear Tao heart. Why fuss over such trivialities for dual cultivation? I can't accept that. Really? Hua Rilio suddenly slithered like a spirit snake, her fingers lightly tracing Su Anshan's cheek as she breathed a faint sweet scent. Don't you want to dual cultivate with me? I refuse to believe you won't fall for this. You male cultivators are all the same, especially the handsome ones. The moment a moderately attractive female cultivator approaches, you're eager to share a bed and dual cultivate. Still pretending. They'll see how long you can keep up the act. Elder the Ancestor went to the returned spirit realm for some fun. What great disaster could she cause? She probably just wants to see how those cultivators court Tao partners, said the round-faced cultivator, his eyes filled with confusion. What do you know? The elder gritted his teeth, his fists clenched until they creaked. The Ancestor had once been trapped by love. She harbored a deep hatred for fickle male cultivators. She said she was going into the secret realm for fun, but who knows if she's deliberately testing those male cultivators. If any of them displeases her, she truly dares to cut off their scales. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't care. The Ancestor was at the Void Cave 6th layer. Even if she did something outrageous, her strength would silence any complaints. At most, the marriage pavilion would offer some compensation. But now within the returned spirit secret realm, there was a senior with a 9-leaf golden lotus. 9 leaves. That signified the path of invincibility. Step by step, lotuses bloom, the pinnacle of the great Tao golden lotus. That senior might already be at the threshold of ascension, waiting only to convert spiritual energy into immortal energy before shattering the void and stepping into the immortal domain. If the Ancestor sought trouble with him, it would be pure suicide. And if that senior on the invincible path refused to let the marriage pavilion off, the marriage pavilion would be destroyed in an instant. What does that senior look like? Speak quickly. Starry eyes and radiant brows, a face carved like jade. I've never met such a handsome cultivator in my life. Trouble. The mustachioed cultivator instantly clutched his head. A great disaster was brewing. The Ancestor despised male cultivators, especially the handsome ones. Given the Ancestor's strength, she would have detected this senior the moment he entered. By now they were likely already together. It was too late to find the Ancestor. Which sect does that senior hail from? Is he a cultivator of the Tianyuan continent? 10,000 Swords sect. The mustachioed cultivator froze. The 10,000 Swords sect belonged to the Baishan continent. The marriage pavilion had some intelligence on them, but they had never heard of a great senior with a 9-leaf golden lotus emerging from that sect. He had assumed it was a Tianyuan sect, the gathering place of this domain. Who from 10,000 Swords sect? Peak master of Wusher Peak, Su Anshan. Who? In an instant, the mustachioed cultivator's eyes bulged. Are you sure it's Su Anshan from Wusher Peak? He could condense a 9-leaf golden lotus. And at the returned spirit realm, Are you certain that's Su Anshan and that it's truly a 9-leaf golden lotus of the great Tao? The mustachioed cultivator asked, his eyes full of doubt. Absolutely certain. Send a message to the pavilion master. The mustachioed cultivator pondered for a moment, then murmured with a solemn gaze. Whether it was Su Anshan or someone who had condensed a 9-leaf golden lotus, the marriage pavilion could not afford to offend them. If it was the former, his master was no pushover. If it was the latter, that senior was no pushover either. Ancestor, please don't stir up trouble. Fellow Taoist, are you really unwilling to dual cultivate with me? Huarilius' eyes were seductive as silk. Even if we don't know each other now, we'll naturally become familiar after dual cultivation. Stop pretending. There's no such thing as a righteous man with your looks. Hypocrites. I will not allow you to harm the other female cultivators here. The moment you nod, I'll sever your root of right and wrong. A punishment for your infidelity, insincerity, and frivolity in matters of love. But unexpectedly, Su Anshan suddenly pushed her away. Please, celestial maiden, show some restraint. I'm only 20 years old. Huh. Hearing Su Anshan's words, Huariliu was stunned. You're 20. At the returned spirit realm. Su Anshan paused for a moment, then nodded. More or less. And fellow Taoist, I don't think we're fated. You treat relationships too lightly. Oh, I can't accept such a fleeting affair. Please, celestial maiden, show some restraint. Huariliu stood before him frozen. You? Are you serious? Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from the void above Mirror Lake. The space shattered, revealing a man with disheveled hair and eyes full of venom. Huariliu, you've made me search far and wide. The pale pink void shattered like a glass mirror, revealing the true world beyond. At the broken edge stood a figure exuding overwhelming demonic aura. His eyes were bloodshot, his handsome face twisted with venomous hatred born of vengeance. The shattering of the artifact also disturbed many powerful cultivators in the spirit return zone who had been toasting and reciting poetry. Who was this person? As the artifact shattered, the cultivators who had come for fate's blessing all looked up at the void. Let me go and see. Suddenly, among the crowd, a cultivator draped in a black robe soared into the sky with his hands behind his back, trailing a long fiery tail like a blazing sea of flames. He stood proudly in the void, staring at the demonic figure. I am an elder of the Jade Spirit sect. Who dares to cause trouble here and disturb my peace? I stand at the peak of the spirit return realm and do not wish to defile this place with filth. I advise you to leave of your own accord and not trap yourself in folly. The heretic in the void glanced at the Jade Spirit sect elder. Get lost. Insulted thus, the elder's face turned ugly. It seems words are futile. Seeing your overwhelming demonic aura and deep blood grudge, you must be a heretic who slaughters the innocent. Then I shall suppress and kill you here. The Jade Spirit sect elder formed hand seals, and a blazing inferno surged forth. The heretic glanced sideways. Get lost. With a bang, the elder standing in the void instantly turned into a mist of blood. Instantly, the cultivators fell silent in fear. Brother Gua is dead. He was at the peak of spirit return, yet he was killed with a single punch. Who exactly is this person? And who is Huariliu? Is there a fellow Taoist named Huariliu here? These great seniors, elders, and peak masters of various sects now all showed deep panic and fear in their eyes, constantly forming hand seals to teleport themselves far away. Su Anshan watched in shock. The peak of spirit return. Killed with one punch. What realm was this being in the void? He gazed intently. Ping Jiming, age 1127, realm peak of void, cave, talent supreme, earth spirit root. Peak of void cave, that explained it. It seemed this heretic was looking for Huariliu, which meant he was looking for the female cultivator before him, and his methods were brutal. But why did he talk like an old eunuch? Was someone still practicing the chrysanthemum scripture in the cultivation world? Su Anshan glanced at the traits. Trait, severed root. That explained it. Huariliu, I have finally seen you again. The heretic's eyes were gloomy, his voice slightly shrill as he stared fixedly at the female cultivator before Su Anshan. His name was Ping Jiming, once a cultivator of the Tianyuan continent. When at the peak of spirit return, he roamed the world to break through to divine separation. He chanced upon Huariliu, who was at the peak of divine separation and was instantly captivated by her unparalleled beauty. He was naturally amorous and had fleeting affairs with many female cultivators. How could he give up a peerless beauty like Huariliu? Ignoring the difference in realms, he extended a dual cultivation invitation. To his expectation, Huariliu agreed, and he felt smug at the time. What senior? She would still submit to his dragon. Huariliu was at the peak of divine separation. If their souls merged in dual cultivation, he might have hoped to step into divine separation or even gain insights into the void cave realm. But he never expected this dual cultivation to be the start of his nightmare. When he went to the cave dwelling with Hua Ruliu and shed his robes, she cut off his root with a single sword strike and sealed his spiritual veins. He was sealed for years before he could break the seal. However, the severed root could not regenerate. He could never engage in carnal acts again. His rage surged to the heavens, his hatred for Hua Ruliu reaching the extreme. He swore to tear her into pieces. But he knew Hua Ruliu's realm was profound. He had to lie low. 500 years. He endured for a full 500 years, finally reaching the peak of Void Cave. Revenge. He must have revenge. 500 years and you haven't progressed much, Ping Jiming sneered darkly. I thought you'd at least reach the peak of Void Cave, but you're only at the 6th level. Void Caved. The cultivators within the Spirit Return realm were all shocked, their breaths becoming rapid. The Void Cave realm was the level of ancestral masters and sects. Could there be a senior of Void Cave in this Spirit Return secret realm? And from the heretic's tone, was he also at Void Cave? Unexpectedly, Hua Ruliu scratched her neck and looked up. Who are you? Ping Jiming clenched his fists, hatred blazing in his eyes. Mandarin Duck Mountain, Windbreaking Valley. Oh, it's you, little toothpick, Hua Ruliu laughed out loud. I do have some impression of you. What I remember is how ridiculously small you were. So tiny that when I drew my sword I locked on with my spiritual sense several times and almost missed. You. Ping Ziming's eyes burned with rage at the humiliation. After lying low for 500 years, you've become quite effeminate. Now that you've lost that root, are you interested in male cultivators? Hua Ruliu, you seek death. Su Anshan, standing beside Hua Ruliu, whispered, Sister. Hua Ruliu replied, why aren't you moving? Go on, attack. Su Anshan glanced sideways at Hua Ruliu and murmured, This heretic is about to refine us. Aren't you going to step up? Why should I? He's at the peak of Void Cave. Even a minor difference in sub-realms within Void Cave was worlds apart. Hua Ruliu could already sense Ping Ziming's peak realm. She was only at the 6th level of Void Cave. How could she be his match? Su Anshan was stunned for a long while. You knew he was at the peak of Void Cave, and yet your mouth was so fierce just now. Oh, I thought you could destroy him. The mouth must never lose, Hua Ruliu said calmly, glancing at him. Didn't your master teach you? All cultivators cultivate a righteous spirit. Where does that spirit come from? From the mouth, of course. So we're just going to play at trash talking. Hua Ruliu fell silent for a moment. You have a point. I'm off. With a whoosh, Hua Ruliu lifted a willow branch and stepped into the void. Seeking death, they'll see who is truly seeking death. 500 years ago, I severed your root. Today, I will slay you. Ha ha with you. Ping Jiming laughed uproariously and threw a punch. Hua Ruliu quickly formed hand seals to block the blood-soaked fist. With a whoosh and a bang, Hua Ruliu crashed down like a comet before Su Anshan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She tilted her head and whispered, See, I really can't beat him. Su Anshan rubbed his forehead but helped her up from the ground. Whispering in each other's ears. In the void, Ping Jiming narrowed his eyes. Are you Hua Ruliu's new lover? Senior, you misunderstand. I don't even know her. Seeing the heretic fix his gaze on him, Su Anshan smiled bitterly and spread his hands. I'm just here for a matchmaking meeting. Would you believe me? Do you think I believe you? Die. Ping Jiming glared and waved his hand, sending down a mass of blood energy. Wherever the blood energy passed, everything decayed. Su Anshan's expression changed slightly. Buddy here. Rock steady. Ding. System gift. Artifact immovable as a mountain. A surge of blood energy rent the air, crashing heavily before Su Anshan. In an instant it dispersed, and the scattered blood energy withered everything around, leaving only Su Anshan and Hua Ruliu unscathed. Hua Ruliu, clutching her chest, was astonished. He had withstood it. This mere guiling cultivator had actually blocked an attack from a Dongshu powerhouse. Su Anshan let out a soft sigh of relief. Bro, right on time. Even now, Su Anshan felt a lingering dread. He had nearly been killed by that evil cultivator. Seeing Su Anshan unharmed, Ping Jiming frowned. Impossible. His Dongshu strike would reduce anyone below Finshan to bones instantly. A guiling peak cultivator had exploded into a blood mist under his fist. How could this young cultivator withstand his attack? What kind of artifact could block a Dongshu attack? Countless blood-red skulls accompanied by mournful wails came howling in. Steady. The skulls crashed against Su Anshan's light barrier, yet he remained completely unharmed. Ping Jiming froze in the void. Impossible. Even with a high-grade defensive artifact, his skulls should have left cracks unless it was a sacred artifact. You have a sacred artifact. Ping Ziming's voice echoed from above. All who heard the words revealed disbelief. Hua Ruliu stared at Su Anshan in shock. You used a sacred artifact. Probably. Who is your master? At 20 you've reached guiling and possess a sacred artifact. Are you from Tianyuan? Hua Ruliu exclaimed in astonishment. Su Anshan bowed solemnly to the east. My master is Mei Jiji. You're Mei Jiji's disciple. Then you are that. Mei Jiji had only one male disciple. You are that philanderer. Hua Rilia's eyes blazed with anger. She despised such rogues. She had briefly thought Su Anshan might be different from other male cultivators, but he was just pretending. Everyone knew Su Anshan was a lecher who frequented brothels. Sister, be polite. I saved your life. And am curious, Su Anshan retorted. Who spread that rumor? I just listened to music in brothels. You all call me a philanderer, but do you know me? Have you cultivated with me? And what's it to you if I am? Let's focus on the present. Isn't it your fault we're all trapped here? Speak. Hua Riliu, a Dongshu 6th layer cultivator, was rendered speechless by Su Anshan. If I hadn't used my artifact, you'd have a grave by now. Instead of thanking me, you babble on. Who do you think you are? Even a clay idol has some temper, and Su Anshan was no pushover. What Dongshu senior? Before him all were equal. I do owe you thanks, Hua Riliu admitted, lowering her head. I never expected he'd endure centuries to take revenge. You castrated him, Su Anshan pointed at Ping Ziming's crotch. Sister, who wouldn't be furious? What were you thinking cutting off his manhood? Making medicinal wine. He wanted to dual cultivate with me. And you castrated him for that. Su Anshan muttered, then exclaimed, Wait, were you about to do the same to me? Sister, that's unnecessary. Whether you're hurt or misandrist, you can refuse without entrapment. Su Anshan was genuinely terrified. Hua Riliu had pressed against him. If had agreed, he'd have ended up like Ping Ziming. Did you entrap that evil cultivator? No, he approached me first with flirtatious words, she said like a guilty student. I didn't entrap him. But you entrapped me. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It's my fault for coming to this cursed matchmaking corner. Su Anshan sighed deeply. Let's drop this. Figure out a solution. I understand. Hua Riliu sat cross-legged to recover her chi, sneaking glances at Su Anshan and wrinkling her nose. What a temper. After all, she was at Dongshu, nearly his master's equal. Couldn't he speak nicely? Young one, I'm asking you. Ping Ziming's angry voice boomed from the void. Is that a sacred artifact? None of your business. Get lost. Su Anshan, in a foul mood, ignored him. He needed a way out. Though protected by the sacred artifact, the evil cultivator was still there. Young one, you seek death. Ping Ziming's fury erupted. Skulls surged forth like a parade of ghosts. Su Anshan watched the trembling cultivators from within his artifact. Come inside. Thank you, friend. The cultivators entered, and Su Anshan muttered to himself. Bro, we can't stay in this turtle shell forever. Hang on a bit. I'm going hunting. Su Anshan waited in the artifact without complaint. Damn it, damn it. Ping Ziming's eyes burned with hatred. This artifact was unbreakable. Fine, since I can't crack your shell, I'll refine you all. Blood energy filled the sky. Blame that woman Hua Riliu and her paramour for your fate. Thick blood energy blotted out the heavens. Everything within the artifact withered and decayed. He's going to refine us. He wants to turn us all into his blood energy. The cultivators cried out in panic. Senior, what do we do? Hua Riliu frowned, deeply silent. What does refine mean? Su Anshan, a cultivation novice, asked. It means refining us into energy. Your artifact can resist, but other cultivators in the secret realm may not survive. What? Su Anshan's face changed drastically. Su Tianxiang was still out there. Bro, your system is on its way to a duel, please wait. Great Emperor. Your Great Emperor system is also dueling, please wait. What? Even you're dueling. He only had 2 cards left, the Lotus Step effect, and invincible among equals lower equals above. The sacred artifact was out hunting transcendence. He still had a trump card, Master Mei Jiji. Su Anshan licked his lips and scanned the area. The matchmaking corner's artifact space was collapsing. Plants withered, everything decayed. The broken artifact couldn't stabilize its internal space. All cultivators gathered in one place, staring in terror at the evil cultivator in the void. That evil cultivator is going to refine us. Fear spread among the cultivators. Senior Sister Su, are we going to die? Su Nianing clutched Su Tianxiang's arm. What happened? Why is there an evil cultivator? Suddenly a thunderous shout echoed, Ping Ziming. The cultivators looked up. Su Tianxiang clenched her fists. Su Anshan inside the artifact saw her, but said nothing, his eyes fixed on the evil cultivator. Stop your blood refinement, or you'll regret it. Ha from you. Watch your tongue. My master is Mei Jiji. Mei Jiji. Who's that? I don't know her, Ping Ziming sneered. An interesting name, but what is she? Fine, just wait. Trump card, he had to use it. With a trump card, who plays small first? Su Anshan crushed a jade slip. Call your useless master. Shall die too. Ping Ziming was utterly contemptuous. Suddenly, a playful, crisp voice came from all directions. Oh, is that so? I don't believe it. With a crisp crack, the void above suddenly fissured like a mirror. A pair of jade-like feet stepped through the shattered space. The cultivators then looked up to see a woman clad in pure white, her head veiled by a bamboo hat with a silk curtain that revealed only her pink lips and smooth chin, holding a long flute as she emerged from the broken void. A gentle breeze stirred the thin silk beneath the hat, and a glimpse of stunning beauty flickered and vanished. A northern beauty, peerless and aloof. This verse aptly described the woman above the void. Who are you? Ping Ziming's eyes could barely conceal his terror. To shatter the spatial fabric of a realm, the newcomer's strength was undoubtedly formidable. The flute-holding woman smiled faintly and spoke softly. I am Mei Jiji. Master. Aunt Mei. Su Anshan and Su Tianxiang both exclaimed in low voices. Senior Mei. Su Nianing gazed at the female cultivator above the void, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Mei Jiji, she has come. Hua Rilliu murmured, staring at the woman in the void. It feels like her cultivation has advanced again. How does she cultivate? So you are Mei Jiji. Ping Ziming's eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisting into a ferocious grimace. Perfect timing. They'll refine you together. Such foul energy feeding on blood for cultivation, defying the heavens. I sentence you to death. Mei Jiji regarded Ping Ziming calmly as she lightly tapped the long flute forward. A strand of golden sword chi instantly condensed into a point. Whoosh. The sword chi pierced through the air. Ping Ziming's brow was instantly penetrated. You whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Ping Ziming could even raise his hand, a faint hidden radiance erupted from his torso, and then his entire body was severed into pieces, exploding into a mist of blood in the void. Mei Jiji watched indifferently, waving her left hand lightly. Disperse. A spring-like breeze swept in from the north. The blood mist cleared. Radiant light once again bathed the land. Countless cultivators stood dumbfounded. A peak void refinement cultivator slain in one strike. This was the foremost dual cultivator of sword and body in Reed Flower Continent, the pillar of 10,000 Swords sect, Mei Jiji. Su Anshan silently looked up. His master was truly invincible. Every time he saw her strike, it was a sheer delight to behold. The crisis resolved, Su Anshan fully relaxed, waving his arms with joy in his eyes. Master, I'm here. Standing in the void, Mei Jiji glanced down at Su Anshan, then tucked the long flute into her sleeve and lightly stepped down from the void to land before him. Master. Su Anshan ran up with a beaming smile. Thump. Before he could embrace Mei Jiji, his head was gently tapped with the flute. You rascal, always making trouble for your master. Su Anshan grinned, then gave a thumbs up. Master, you're amazing. Keep it low-key. Mei Jiji lifted her veil, winked at Su Anshan, then let it fall again. Yet in that brief moment, Su Anshan's breath caught. His master was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Aunt Mei. Senior Mei. At that moment, Su Tianxiang and Su Nianing also arrived. Tianxiang, you came too. Mei Jiji nodded slightly, then her gaze fell on Su Nianing. You must be the disciple of old freak Jiangnan from Wentian's sect. Senior Mei knows of me. Su Nianing's heart trembled with excitement. The foremost cultivator of Reed Flower Continent, a great power who could slay a peak void refinement with a wave. She knew of her. This was something she could boast about in her sect for 3 years. Mei Jiji nodded with a smile. Your master wanted to sell you to our Wuxi Peak as my disciple's wife, but he was too greedy, asking for too much, so I couldn't be bothered. Edge. Su Nianing froze. Her gaze instinctively turned to Su Anshan. With senior brother Su. Yes, interested. Mei Jiji's eyes suddenly sparkled. Come to my Wuxi Peak as my disciple's wife, and he'll have your back from now on. That old freak Jiangnan is a useless waste, always practicing that returnawist art. After all these years, he hasn't returned anywhere, outliving everyone. Su Nianing's face stiffened as she cautiously said, Senior, may my master practices turtle breath. Is there a difference? Probably not. Su Nianing gave an awkward smile. So do you want to be my disciple's wife? Mei Jiji leaned in with a grin, and Su Nianing's face blushed all the way to her ears under her gaze. Master. Su Anshan growled through gritted teeth. What are you yelling for? I'm finding you a wife, you useless thing. I let you play around in brothels for 5 years, and you didn't bring back a single melon seed. Are you incapable? Mei Jiji glared. Master, why do you and senior sister insist I carry on the family line? Nonsense to your senior sister, and I have the means. Mei Jiji rolled her eyes with disdain and snorted. If we did, we wouldn't need you, you useless brat. Su Nianing. Su Tianxiang. Mastermind your image. We're not on Wuxi Peak. Su Anshan reminded her in a low voice. Do I care? Who dares to criticize me? Mei Jiji rolled her eyes wildly. In terms of strength, Mei Jiji was unparalleled across Reed Flower Continent, and even the neighboring regions with power that reached the heavens. In terms of appearance, she was a national beauty. Yet in private, she was a vulgar woman, though her brilliance masked this trait. Others believed Mei Jiji's veil hid her peerless beauty. Su Anshan, however, knew the truth. It was merely to conceal the contorted expressions when her vulgar side emerged. Mei Jiji, you've come. Hua Rilyu, having stabilized his energy, walked over slowly. You're here too. Mei Jiji's eyes suddenly gleamed with mischief. Hua Rilyu, are you interested in becoming my disciple's Dao partner? I've seen you're a fine cauldron. Better you belong to my disciple than anyone else. Once your father ascends, he'll protect your marriage pavilion. Mei, no, forget it, you want to. Before Hua Rilyu could respond, Mei Jiji quickly shook her head. I almost forgot you kill people like weighing stones. My disciple is my precious treasure. Wuxia Peak has only this one seedling. If you kill him, our lineage ends. Hua Rilyu, what a pity, such a fine cauldron. Mei Jiji sighed, arms crossed, then leaned close to Su Anshan's ear. Dear disciple, what do you think of Hua Rilyu? An absolute top-tier cauldron. I've had my eye on her for decades. If you like her, I'll seal her cultivation and tie her up for you. Mei Jiji. Shu, I'm plotting with my disciple. Don't interrupt. There'll be time for you to shout later. I can hear everything. Do you think I'm deaf? Hua Rilyu, being at least a void refinement 6th layer, could even capture telepathic transmissions. Whispering was just loud plotting to her. Oh. Mei Jiji raised an eyebrow, a smile spreading in her eyes and at the corners of her mouth. She interlaced her fingers and rested her chin on them. Hearing that makes it even better. So will you seal your cultivation yourself and bind your hands, or shall I do it for you? Don't worry, my binding won't hurt a bit. Whether my disciples' methods hurt, though, I can't say. You two discuss this in private. Mei Jiji licked her pink tongue over her lips, the expression beneath her veil twisting grotesquely as she wiped the corner of her mouth with a finger. Disciple, today your master will bind you a fine cauldron vessel and bring it back to the mountain. Hua Rilyu's face shifted dramatically, her pale fingers trembling slightly. Mei Jiji, don't go too far. I am your senior. Don't act recklessly. Scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Mei Jiji licked her lips with a slurping sound. Suddenly, a crack echoed from the void above. Su Anshan felt himself enveloped by a gentle force, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a bamboo grove. Looking around, only Mei Jiji and Hua Rilyu were present. Su Tianxiang, Su Nianing, and the other cultivators were nowhere to be seen. What's this? I was having fun. How annoying. Mei Jiji frowned and sat down at a stone table in the bamboo grove, tapping her fingers on the surface. Serve me tea. You really have no manners, you little girl. An elder with an immortal aura emerged from the bamboo grove, and with a slight lift of his hand, a pot of tea landed before Mei Jiji. Seeing the newcomer, Hua Rilyu immediately ran over with a mournful face. Father, Su Anshan was stunned. Father? Hua Rilyu's father. A person over 1,000 years old, and her father was still alive. Gazing intently, Hua Qinggu, age 1897, realm peak of feathering talent, Saint grade thunder spirit root, Saint grade fire spirit root. This was a great power on the verge of ascension. Peak of feathering. This should be the strongest in the lower realm. Then Su Anshan casually glanced at his master. Mei Jiji, age 83, realm peak of tribulation transcendence talent, divine grade metal spirit root, Saint grade earth spirit root, traits, defying superiors, overturning heaven and earth, beauty justifies, all follow one's heart, appearance 99. My master is truly invincible. An 83-year-old at the peak of tribulation transcendence with a divine grade spirit root. Damn, too fierce. Though these traits of the master, they really suit her character. You've stirred up trouble. Hua Qinggu looked at Hua Rilyu with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Lowering her head, Hua Rilyu remained silent, knowing in her heart that he referred to the evil cultivator whose staff she had snapped and whose scale weight she had removed. Mei Jiji sipped her tea, smacking her lips repeatedly. Why haven't you ascended yet? I'm so eager for me to ascend. Is it because your master feels I've suppressed him too long and he's about to give birth to inner demons? Hua Qinggu glanced sideways with a faint smile. Mei Jiji snorted and curled her lip. No, my master wants you to ascend quickly, so my master's master can beat you up. Ha. Hua Qinggu stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his eyes full of delight. So that old immortal Wu Ren truly acknowledges me now. He only has the nerve to call on Senior Jia. Back then, whenever I beat him, he would shout for Senior Jia. How infuriating. That's the tradition of our Wuxia Peak. Mei Jiji shrugged and downed her tea in one gulp. Why are you here? Worried about your daughter. If you want to meddle in matters between us juniors, then I'll have to call my master. Call him. I'm not afraid of him either. Then if my master calls his master, you're not afraid either. Mei Jiji said calmly. Instantly, Hua Qinggu's expression shifted slightly. Can Senior Jia still descend to the lower realm? Yes, but it takes some effort. However, if my master calls, he will always come. Mei Jiji shrugged. Haven't you heard that the tower master of Tianyuan's Tongtian Tower went into seclusion a few days ago? My master's master beat him. I saw it with my own eyes. It was a brutal beating. Mei Jiji pursed her lips and lifted her chin proudly. Hua Qinggu, only a step away from ascension, was speechless for a full half-minute before finally letting out a laugh, his gaze falling on Su Anshan. I came for him. That's too fake, Uncle Hua. Mei Jiji snorted. You came for my disciple. What's so special about him? Unless you're looking for a Dao partner for your daughter, then I agree to this marriage. Mei Jiji. Hua Ruliu frowned and scolded. My father is right here. Humph, just wait until your father ascends. I'll definitely capture you and make you my disciple's cauldron vessel. Mei Jiji wrinkled her delicate nose and let out another hee laugh. Father, Jiji is just joking with you. Hua Qinggu smiled, faintly fixing his gaze on Su Anshan. You are the current peak master of Wusher Peak, I presume. Su Anshan stepped forward with humility and respect, slightly bowing. Senior Hua, this junior is Su Anshan. Junior? Why are you afraid of him? He has no one backing him up, while our family has people everywhere. Mei Jiji kicked Su Anshan. Tell him I am Su Anshan, Peak Master of Wusher Peak, disciple of Mei Jiji. Don't teach him nonsense. Not everyone is like you, overturning heaven and earth. Hua Qinggu said. Hey, Mei Jiji narrowed her eyes with a fake smile. Jiji, I truly came for him. Hua Qinggu spoke softly at that moment. You don't know yet, do you? Your disciple has comprehended the great Tao and condensed a 9-leaf golden lotus of the great Tao. What? Mei Jiji, who was drinking tea, spat it out in a spray. A golden lotus of the great Tao. My disciple. Master, what's with that look of disdain? Am not that bad. What's so great about comprehending a golden lotus of the great Tao, eh? Su Anshan muttered quietly. Didn't you take me in because you saw my heavenly talent? Right, heavenly talent for being a waste. Short for heavenly talent. Don't be upset, dear disciple. Back then I traveled across all the continents to find you, carefully selecting you. I put a lot of effort into it. Master, please stop. It only makes me feel worse. Ahem, don't overthink it. Your master loves you. Mei Jiji hugged Su Anshan and planted a kiss on his cheek. Alright, don't be angry with your master, okay? Your master loves you the most. If you're still not satisfied, I'll let you squeeze my pectoral muscles. Mei Jiji, are you perverted? Hua Ruliu looked on in utter disbelief. He's your disciple. So what? Just a mortal body. What harm is there in a little squeeze? It's precisely because you're so bound by these constraints that your cultivation progresses so slowly. Mei Jiji curled her lip. When I was at Qi Condensation, you were at Cave Void. When I was at Foundation Establishment, you were still at Cave Void. When I was at Sea Breaking, you were still at Cave Void. And now that I'm about to reach Feathering, you're still at Cave Void. I like it this way. Hua Ruliu gritted her teeth. Always thinking about cutting off people's scale weights. How can your cultivation ever rise? Once your father ascends, watch me tie you up and make you my disciple's cauldron vessel. Mei Jiji glanced at her calmly, then raised an eyebrow at Su Anshan. Wait, disciple. I tell I'll only be a few years. Father, look at her. Hua Ruliu was so angry her teeth itched. She's always like this. Even though I'm so much older than her, she's bullied me ever since we met. When I was little, she wanted me as her cauldron vessel. Now that I'm grown, she wants me as her disciple's cauldron vessel. Jiji, let's talk business. Hua Qinggu frowned. What business? Your disciple has gained the favor of the great Tao and condensed a 9-leaf golden lotus. Huh, wasn't that just an excuse you made up because you're afraid of my master's master? Mei Jiji looked stunned, then blinked at Su Anshan. Disciple, have you truly gained the favor of the great Tao, eh? Sort of. With this special effect, Su Anshan responded, though he wasn't entirely confident himself. Really? Let me see. Mei Jiji was full of disbelief. Ding! Lotus blooming step effect activated. Su Anshan braced himself and coughed lightly, then slowly took a step forward. A radiant 9-leaf golden lotus coalesced beneath Su Anshan's foot. Seeing the condensation of the 9-leaf golden lotus of the great Tao with their own eyes, even Hua Qinggu felt a tremor in his heart, while Hua Ruliu revealed an expression of utter incredulity. And Mei Jiji stared fixedly at the golden lotus on the ground. Holy shit! My disciple has the bearing of an emperor. Astonished, the disciple picked up from outside actually possessed the bearing of an emperor. Mei Jiji clasped her hands behind her back, circling Su Anshan 3 times to the left and 3 to the right. Is this really my disciple? Master, you're making me lose face. Su Anshan grinned wryly. And could you stop saying I have the bearing of an emperor? It sounds like an insult. Hey, you're unwilling to be called having an emperor's bearing. Mei Jiji raised her hand and lightly smacked Su Anshan on the shoulder. You little brat, you've quietly earned the favor of the great Tao without a word. No wonder you're my disciple, Mei Jiji. Your master is very pleased. Keep up the good work. With those words, Mei Jiji returned to the stone table to drink tea. Your master considers that a compliment. Damn it, you finally decided to show up. Seeing the system appear, Su Anshan cursed inwardly. I almost got refined by that heretic cultivator. What were you doing, buddy? My bad. And what's with the Emperor? Why was he in a duel too? Emperor system, I went to watch the excitement. You two are something else. Sorry about that, buddy. At least your master came. This time it's my fault. Let me make it up to you, alright? Howie. Ding. You have received a system gift. 1 strike to annihilate void refinement. 1 strike to annihilate void refinement. Yeah, I just went hunting and brought it back for you. That heretic was at the void refinement realm and I rushed, but couldn't make it in time. But since I got it, I'll give it to you now. Use it when needed. That's it. Yeah. No. Ding. You have received a system gift. 1 strike to annihilate divine soul X5. That's it. Yeah. Should I go hunting again? Forget the hunting. Anshan accepted the gifts. Really sorry about that. Let's not dwell on it. What's with your master? The Emperor gave you that special effect of an Emperor's aura, but she didn't react at all. Anshan now possessed the power to annihilate divine soul 5 times and void refinement once. His heart felt much more at ease. Seeing the system's doubt, he shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe to my master the favor of the great Tao is just that, nothing to praise excessively. No way. Those favored by the great Tao are destined to become emperors. Even in Tianyuan, such a person appears only once in 10,000 years. Your master is being far too casual. Little did they know, while the system was complaining to Anshan, Hua Riliu turned into a sweet talker. Mei Jiji, is that all you're telling your disciple? What else do you want me to tell him? Sipping her fragrant tea, Mei Jiji looked at Anshan with deep confusion in her eyes. Isn't it just earning the great Tao's favor? Should I set off fireworks? Was earning the great Tao's favor treated so casually? If any other master heard that their disciple had earned such favor, they'd probably put them on a pedestal, even letting them do whatever they pleased. Anshan, why don't you become my disciple instead? Hua Riliu turned to him with solemn eyes. Our karmic fate pavilion has far greater influence than your 10,000 swords sect. If you become my disciple, we can guarantee all your resources until ascension. You can pick any treasures from our pavilion. No. Anshan shook his head. Why refuse? Didn't you see your master's attitude? Just to keep it up for earning the great Tao's favor. What an act. I just can't stand your master's attitude. Become my disciple, and I'll ensure a worry-free life for you. Hua Riliu said solemnly. Hua Qinggu, standing nearby, did not interrupt. Those favored by the great Tao were almost certain to become emperors. Who wouldn't want such a prodigy under their wing? If not for his sensitive identity and fear of Senior Jia, he would have tried to recruit Anshan himself. His daughter's initiative was perfect. After all, she had been bickering with Mei Jiji since they met. If Anshan could be swayed, it would benefit the karmic fate pavilion immensely. Hua Riliu stared intently into Anshan's eyes. She believed her offer was generous. All resources until ascension, an astronomical sum. Few sects across the continents could afford such a promise. Yet Anshan's reply was simple. You're a liar. Puffed, ha ha ha. Mei Jiji burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as if tears were about to fall. Hua Riliu, didn't expect to lose like this, did you? Hua Riliu hadn't expected Anshan to say such a thing either. If she were inviting him to be her disciple, she naturally wouldn't do such things to him. Yet he deliberately brought it up, clearly still harboring resentment over her earlier entrapment tactics. Even if I lost, at least I gave him the respect he deserves. Hua Riliu scoffed disdainfully. Condensing a 9-leaf golden lotus and earning the great Tao's favor. Even in Tianyuan, it's a treasure countless ancient sects covet. Yet you just say keep it up. Such a disciple is wasted on you. Exactly. Emperor system, that cauldron is right. I have my reasons for not caring. Mei Jiji remained utterly calm, then stood and took 2 steps forward. A 9-leaf golden lotus. Who doesn't have one? Everyone looked closely as a golden lotus of the great Tao bloomed beneath Mei Jiji's feet. Also 9 leaves. A mere 9-leaf golden lotus. Can it be condensed at will? Is it worth making a fuss over? Mei Jiji pouted lightly. Emperor system. Buddy, I'm completely convinced now. Now you understand. A 9-leaf golden lotus is nothing to my master. She's invincible. Anshan murmured inwardly. He was not at all surprised that Mei Jiji had earned the great Tao's favor. In his eyes, Mei Jiji was invincible. Seeing the 9-leaf golden lotus beneath Mei Jiji's feet, Hua Riliu's lips trembled slightly. How do you have one too? I've never seen you with it before. I already condensed this when I was 8 years old. Mei Jiji remained indifferent. Hua Riliu, don't judge us Wuxia Peak disciples by your worldly standards. We're of the same lineage. Who among us hasn't earned the great Tao's favor? Don't make such a fuss. With that, Mei Jiji stretched lazily. With your narrow vision, you can't be my disciple's wife anymore. Before I knew he had earned the great Tao's favor, you were passable. Now I have to think about snatching a few saintesses from those sects in Tianyuan. Uncle Hua, I'm off. The tea was good. Whoosh. Mei Jiji raised her delicate hand, and her and Su Anshan's figures vanished from the bamboo grove. Even after they left, Huarilia's eyes were still full of disbelief. Father Shi. The Wuxia Peak lineage truly cannot be judged by common sense. Hua Qinggu shook his head and sighed softly. Don't take it to heart. In this domain, there's only one Wuxia Peak, and they have only one true successor. Let it go. No, father. Enough of that. I have a question for you. Ask away. What do you think of that young man, Su Anshan? Huariliu inexplicably recalled how Su Anshan had saved her earlier, and then his fierce attitude toward her. After a moment's thought, she bit her lip. He's not bad. Then if I suggested you become Dao companions with him, what would you say? Hua Qinggu narrowed his eyes. Tell me honestly, would you be willing? With a whoosh, the scene before his eyes shifted. By the time Su Anshan regained his senses, he was back at the matchmaking corner. Most of the cultivators had already dispersed. Only Su Tianxiang and Su Nianing remained waiting at the spot where Su Anshan and Mei Jiji had vanished. You two are still here, Mei Jiji spoke softly from behind her veil. Aunt Mei, Su Tianxiang said, her face lighting up with relief as she let out a long breath. Just now there was a sudden roar in the void, and then you and junior brother Su disappeared. We were so worried. What's there to worry about? Your aunt is invincible. Mei Jiji shrugged, and Su Tianxiang smiled, nodding in agreement. Of course that's true. Senior Mei, my master, just sent a jade slip message wishing to invite you, senior brother Su and senior sister Su, to our Wintian sect for a visit. What do you think? Su Nianing asked cautiously. This one has no time. Mei Jiji's smile was radiant. Since her disciple had gained the favor of the great Dao, she couldn't be hasty about finding him a wife. Previously, she had simply thought of finding a suitable vessel for Su Anshan to produce a few offspring. Now, with her disciple possessing such excellent genes, they couldn't be wasted. The saintesses from those sects in the Tianyuan Holy Land didn't seem too bad, how abducting them to be a barely acceptable match for Su Anshan might just work. I see then. Su Nianing truly admired Mei Jiji. In fact, there was scarcely a female cultivator in the surrounding regions of Reed Flower Continent who didn't idolize her, taking her as their role model. With the invitation declined, Su Nianing sighed in regret. Then how should I reply to my master? Mei Jiji chuckled. Simple. Just tell your master that when his funeral is held, this one will be there to attend. Tell him to hurry up. If he waits too long, this one will ascend, and he'll miss out on his funeral feast. Haha. Her hearty laughter echoed through the air. But Mei Jiji's figure had already vanished from the world. Senior Mei truly is as carefree as the rumors say, Su Nianing murmured with a wry smile. She then turned to Su Anshan. Senior brother Su, from what Senior Mei just said, is she about to ascend? Who can truly understand her? Su Anshan shrugged. Since Senior Mei cannot come, how about you two, senior brother Su and senior sister Su, come to our Wintian sect for a visit? Su Nianing said with a smile. You saved my life, and I haven't even had the chance to thank you properly. Coming to Wintian sect would allow me to fulfill my duties as a host. What do you say? I have no problem with that. Su Anshan shrugged nonchalantly. His carefree peak was idle every day. Even within the sect, he spent his time in pleasure houses listening to music. A trip to Wintian sect and a visit to the nearby mortal cities might offer a change of pace. Su Nianing looked at Su Tianxiang, who also smiled and nodded. All right, then let's set off now. Su Nianing's eyes sparkled with excitement as Su Anshan raised his hand and cast a flying boat into the void. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. 10,000 serpentine dragons converged from all directions, and within the thunderclouds an azure dragon roared as it coalesced into the flying boat. Su Nianing stared in awe. After a long moment, she turned to Su Anshan and whispered, Senior brother Su, is this your flying boat? Ah, then why didn't you use it back in Jingyan Prefecture? With a vessel like this, even if those sky plunderers had 80 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to rob you. I did use it before, but it was just concealed. Why conceal it? You'll have to ask senior sister Su about that. Su Tianxiang bit her lip, her expression slightly flustered. Initially, she had wanted to explain the situation in Jingyan Prefecture to Su Anshan, and concealing the flying boat was meant to give him a more profound experience of the conditions there. Unexpectedly, her plan had backfired. Let's not talk about that. Let's board the boat. Su Anshan stretched lazily. All this fuss has worn me out. I need a good rest. I came too hastily. If I'd known, I would have brought some disciples along. Now there's no one to give me a massage en route. How about I do it? Su Nianing ventured softly. All right. At that moment, at the Wintian sect in Jingyan Prefecture, mist and clouds swirled. The entire Wintian sect was shrouded in a sea of clouds. Gazing down, one could faintly make out the peaks among the clouds arranged like the 8 trigrams, exuding an air of mystery and unfathomability. Little G, time to eat. A disciple of the Wintian sect dressed in an outer sect robe stood smiling before a brown-haired mongrel dog, holding an iron basin in his hand. This time it's your favorite roasted meat. Go on, eat up. The disciple chuckled as he set the iron basin down. He reached out to pet the dog, but the mongrel dodged his hand. Woof! The dog's eyes were filled with haughty self-importance. You little rascal, the disciple shook his head helplessly and shrugged. The sect doesn't pay me a single coin of salary, yet I've been feeding you all this time. You're not grateful you won't let me pet you, and you even bark at me. Ah, forget it. Why am I arguing with a mongrel? Take your time eating. The disciple sighed and walked into the mist. No sooner had he left than the dog let out a contemptuous snort. You think you're worthy of touching this one? After sneering, the dog maintained its arrogant demeanor as it approached the iron basin. It sniffed the meat inside, delight flashing in its eyes, and began to wolf it down greedily. After finishing the meal in a few bites, the dog let out a burp. So disgusting. This kind of mortal food is truly nauseating. Bam! The dog kicked the iron basin away. It's about time. Lying on the ground, the dog murmured, Luo Zhitian, you never dreamed that this one would still be alive, and right here in your Wentian sect. Suddenly, an azure dragon roared in the void above. The dog lying on the ground sprang up in alarm, craning its neck to look up. Before long, the flying boat landed. Su Anshan stretched lazily as he descended from the flying boat, with Su Tianxiang and Su Nianing following behind him. Not bad technique, he said with a smile as he stretched his limbs. Really? I'm glad you like it, senior brother Su. A smile danced in Su Nianing's eyes. You saved my life before and even gifted me a magical artifact. Being able to bring you a little comfort makes me very happy. That's Su Nianing. Who are the two beside her? The dog craned its neck to peer at them, then a cold sneer crept into its eyes. What an excellent vessel. Suddenly sensing footsteps drawing near, the dog quickly lay down and feigned sleep. Hey, your sect keeps a dog? Is it a spirit beast of the sect? Su Anshan remarked, looking at the dog lying there. Su Nianing glanced over. Ah, you mean it? That's Little G. Isn't that a dog? It is a dog. Its name is Little G from the surname G. Su Nianing explained with a smile. A disciple of our sect found it, and taking pity on it raised it at the foot of the mountain. I see, but it seems it doesn't like being called Little G. It prefers to be addressed as Mr. G. Also, it only eats cooked meat, not raw. Mr. G. Cooked meat. That's right, quite a picky dog. Su Anshan gave it a meaningful glance and suddenly crouched down. It's a dog, but its name is Little G from the surname G, Su Nianing said cheerfully. A disciple of our sect found it, and taking pity on it raised it at the foot of the mountain. I see, but it seems it doesn't like being called Little G. It prefers to be addressed as Mr. G. Also, it only eats cooked meat, not raw. What did he intend to do? As the mongrel watched Su Anshan crouch down, a sense of unease stirred within him. Su Nianing held no lowly status within the Asking Heaven sect. After all, having reached the sea-breaking realm, she had secured a position as an elder within the sect, and being a disciple of that old Jiangnan only elevated her standing further. Yet she appeared remarkably deferential towards the young man. When they arrived, they had exchanged words about some technique, and Su Nianing's face bore an ingratiating expression. For her to act in such a manner, the person before her must be of no ordinary status. Moreover, he could sense that both Su Nianing and that fine cauldron were at the sea-breaking realm, while the young man alone was utterly inscrutable to him. This youth kept gazing at him with profound meaning. Could it be that he had been discovered? If so, he could not afford to wait passively. Come here, little mongrel, let me hold you. Just as the mongrel was about to channel his spiritual energy, he saw a pair of hands reaching out towards him. Hold him. So crouching down was merely to embrace him. It gave him quite a start. During his time disguised as a mongrel, many disciples of the Asking Heaven sect had indeed wished to hold him, for the little dog he had possessed was truly endearing. He had actually suspected that the young man before him had seen through his disguise. Having spent over half a year in the Asking Heaven sect as a mongrel, he had encountered countless cultivators, great and small. Even those old immortals of the sect could not pierce his disguise, so how could this mere youth? On the verge of achieving his goal, his nerves had been overwrought. That was a close call. He had nearly exposed himself. But he would never allow himself to be held by anyone. Though he appeared to be a mongrel, he was in truth a mighty cultivator of the soul division stage. How could he suffer being casually handled by others? With that thought, the mongrel directly sidestepped Su Anshan's hand. Woof! Oh damn, won't let me hold you. Su Anshan frowned, and Su Nianing murmured, Senior brother Su Shaoji has always been like this. Since coming to our Asking Heaven sect over half a year ago, he has let no one touch him. If you keep a dog but can't pet it, what's the point? Su Anshan cast a cold glance at the mongrel. Your sect feeds and shelters it, yet it bares its teeth at you. How can you people of the Asking Heaven sect be so good-natured? When you keep a pet, you must make it understand who is master and who is servant, or else a common mongrel will start acting like a lord. Who are you calling a lord? The mongrel ground its teeth in fury. Look at that. Seeing the mongrel glare, and snarl. Su Anshan extended a finger. Still baring its teeth. This is all because your sect spoils it. Why don't you give it to me? They'll take it back and train it. It'll have it obedient and docile in no time. If senior brother Su likes it, then take it away. Really? What's so special about a mongrel? If senior brother Su fancies it, by all means take it. I do feel like keeping a mongrel for fun. Su Anshan reached out to grab the mongrel. It still glared and snarled, but Su Anshan slapped it right on the head. Still baring your teeth. Do you think it'll indulge you like the Asking Heaven sect? Bear them once more, and it'll stew you alive. Su Anshan's eyes were fierce as he pinned the mongrel by the neck. Despicable, despicable. The pinned mongrel roared inwardly. How dare he treat him like this? He Baihui had roamed the martial world centuries ago. Cultivators from all sects would respectfully call him senior upon seeing him, and every kingdom he visited treated him as an honored guest. And now he was being held down by the neck. I must endure. A lack of forbearance in small matters leads to the ruin of great plans. He had spent 100 years in seclusion to reshape his soul, and then years more in hiding to obtain core intelligence from within the Asking Heaven sect. The old fogies of the sect would be going to Tianyuan to attend the Ascension Assembly. This was a golden opportunity he hadn't seen in a century. The Asking Heaven sect would be vulnerable. To avenge the grievances of yesteryear, he had to strike now. If he erupted at this moment, the old monsters of the sect who had not yet left would instantly suppress him. He must endure. Endure until all the old fogies of the Asking Heaven sect had left the sect. Then he would settle old and new scores together. See, you have to discipline it. Does it dare bare its teeth now? Su Anshan, still holding the mongrel down, glanced sideways. You've all been too soft on it. As he spoke, he produced a collar from his ring. Get in. What? Detestable junior, do you mean to make this old man wear that shameful collar? Not learning your lesson, are you? Want a beating? Su Anshan raised his palm and pointed at the collar, snarling. They'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get in, I won't go easy on you. 3. I must endure. Baihui clenched his teeth, his heart full of resentment, yet he stretched his head forward and slipped into the collar. In his mind, however, he was plotting that when the time came for his uprising, he would turn this insolent youth into his personal pet. As for the woman by his side, he would enjoy that cauldron right before the young man's eyes. Wow! Seeing Xiao Ji obediently wear the collar, Su Nianing's eyes were wide with astonishment. Senior brother Su, you are truly remarkable. None of the Asking Heaven sect disciples could even touch him before, yet now he had donned the collar Su Anshan had given him. He just needs discipline. Su Anshan chuckled. The more you indulge him, the more he oversteps. A couple of slaps, and he'll behave instantly. Watch, he'll show you something even more impressive. With that, Su Anshan fixed his gaze on the mongrel. Attention! The mongrel stood rigidly, gritting its teeth. Roll over. The mongrel flopped onto the ground and rolled back and forth. Su Nianing watched in utter disbelief. This was simply miraculous. It seems to understand. A jolt went through Baihui as he rolled on the ground. Damn! In his eagerness to satisfy Su Anshan's commands, he had forgotten that he was supposed to be a mere dog. After eating the immortal's fare for over half a year, it ought to have gained some spiritual insight. Su Anshan cast a dismissive glance at Baihui. If it were still like those common mongrels down the mountain, then all that spiritual rice would have gone to waste in a dog's belly. Fool, I am just a dog. Baihui sneered contemptuously in his heart. But just as the insult left his mind, he felt something was subtly amiss. Suddenly the jade slip at Su Nianing's waist flickered. Senior brother Su, an urgent sect meeting has been called. Let me first escort you to my villa to rest. Su Nianing's expression turned somewhat solemn. Very well, soon. It seems those old fogies are about to leave the sect, summoning those at the elder level and above to give their final instructions. Baihui's eyes blazed with excitement. In his heart, he was already envisioning the scene after nightfall. Slaying Luo Zhitian, then fastening that collar around the young man's neck. As for the woman beside him, she would be his cauldron. And Su Nianing, that little girl, looked quite delicious too. When the time came, both of them would be his. Ha thud. Just as Baihui was inwardly gloating, the back of his head was suddenly smacked. Turning around, he saw Su Anshan sitting in the pavilion staring at him with piercing eyes. What are you grinning at, you stupid dog? Did you not hear me tell you to fetch the frisbee? Su Anshan's eyes were fierce, and another emerald green frisbee appeared in his hand. Watch closely. He'll throw it, and you bring it back. Got it. Baihui, I must endure. Half an hour later, Su Anshan lounged lazily in his seat, holding a flying disc in his hand, while Baihui, exhausted from being toyed with, lay on the ground, like a foolish dog, panting heavily with his tongue hanging out. Senior brother Su Nianing descended through the air and landed on the peak. Nianing. Su Anshan responded, tossing the flying disc to the ground. Baihui, as if by reflex, caught it before it hit the ground. Oh, brother is training Xiaoji. How are the results? Not bad. Senior brother Su is truly amazing. Xiaoji used to ignore our disciples completely. Everyone needs training. Even the Siberian husky I once owned at home became perfectly obedient under my guidance. Su Anshan said with a faint smile. Siberian husky. Oh, it's a type of spirit beast from the endless snow domain. Senior brother Su is so knowledgeable. The rumors about you outside must all be false. I really don't understand why people would spread such slander. Outstanding individuals are always envied. Su Nianing nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, showing her agreement. She had once heard others say that within the 10,000 Swords sect there was a Anshan millennium waste who bullied others under the protection of his master, and the sect indulging in all sorts of depravity. But after seeing him with her own eyes, if anyone dared to speak ill of Su Anshan again, she would give them a resounding slap. Senior brother Su was clearly a man of chivalry and tenderness. The soul returning realm plunderers were no match for him, and when facing a sinister cultivator at the peak of the void realm, it was senior brother Su who stepped forward without hesitation. Such courage, such responsibility. Who else possessed it? Rest assured, senior brother Su. I will spread the word for you in the questioning heaven sect from now on. Su Nianing raised her little head with solemnity in her eyes. If anyone dares to speak ill of you again, I'll tell them you're actually a great cultivator of the soul returning realm. If they argue back, I'll beat them up. Ji Baihue, biting the flying disc, showed a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Soul returning realm. This brat is only at the soul returning realm. Good. Excellent. Only at the soul returning realm. Just wait until nightfall, and he'll teach you a lesson. There's no need to worry about such things. Su Anshan shook his head indifferently. Enough of that. What urgent matter did your sect summon you for? Instantly, Su Nianing's little face darkened. I was just about to tell you, brother. I'm afraid I won't be able to join you and senior sister Su for our outing. The sect leader just summoned us and ordered everyone to be on high alert. Cultivation sects were usually quite leisurely. Especially for those who had reached a certain realm and held some status within the sect, they were even more idle. But for them to suddenly call for heightened vigilance, was the questioning heaven sect about to stir up trouble? Is something about to happen to your questioning heaven sect? Not exactly. It's just that several of our ancestors have left the sect to attend the Ascension Assembly in Tianyuan. The sect leader fears some petty villains might cause trouble in their absence, so he wants us to be cautious. I see. I came back to inform you and senior sister Su. Where is she? I haven't seen her around. She's probably resting. To be honest, Su Anshan was also quite puzzled. What was Su Tianxiang up to? Ever since they arrived at Su Nianing's residence, he hadn't seen her. He had been too focused on walking the dog to pay much attention. Is that so? All right then. Saying this, Su Nianing took out 2 bottles of rouge and powder from her ring. This is a rouge developed by our sect's alchemist. It's made purely from plant extracts with no artificial additives. I didn't know what else to give senior sister, so I'd trouble you brother to pass this to her when you see her. Sure thing, then I'll take my leave. The sect is urging me. When I have free time I'll come find you and senior sister Su again. Su Anshan nodded with a light smile, watching Su Nianing soar away through the air. He looked down at the 2 bottles of rouge in his hand, and suddenly noticed Ji Baihui lying on the ground grinning foolishly. The intelligence was accurate. Those old fogies of the questioning heaven sect were indeed going to attend the Ascension Assembly. It was only natural. They too would ascend to immortality in the future. Without observing how others weathered the tribulation, they would surely panic when their own time came. For the sake of their own lives, they had to attend the ceremony. With the tribulation transcendence and void realm cultivators gone from the sect, the questioning heaven sect would become Ji Baihui's domain. Ha 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 bang. Just as Ji Baihui was about to burst into laughter, he felt a sharp smack on the back of his head. What are you grinning about, you silly dog? Did the flying disc make you happy? Su Anshan crouched in front of Ji Baihui, leaning down to look at him. Your master doesn't have time to play with you now. Guard this flying disc well. If it touches the ground, you know what will happen. Ji Baihui instinctively tucked his tail between his legs. This junior before him was no ordinary human. When the disc hit the ground, he neither scolded nor beat him, but instead flicked his testicles. It hurt so much. The pain nearly brought tears to his eyes. He bit down tightly on the flying disc, holding his head high to ensure it didn't touch a speck of dust. What a well-behaved little thing. Su Anshan rubbed Ji Baihui's head, his eyes full of amusement. Your master will play with you when he returns. Ji Baihui nodded frantically while biting the disc. The moment Su Anshan turned away, his eyes were consumed by resentment. You little brat, just wait for me. Patience. Just a few more hours. Those old fogies of the questioning heaven sect probably haven't even left yet. Once night falls, watch how I torment you all. Leaving Ji Baihui behind, Su Anshan clutched the rouge and made his way to Su Tianxiang's residence. Senior sister, junior sister Nianing asked me to give you this rouge. Su Anshan spoke softly from outside the door, gazing down at the rouge in his hand. Pure plant extracts. No artificial additives. If it worked well, he would ask Su Nianing for more. Such cosmetics shouldn't be too expensive, and he could gift them to his master and fellow senior sisters. He waited for a long time at the door, but Su Tianxiang never came to open it. Senior sister. Su Anshan knocked again. What was going on? Asleep. That was impossible. Once a cultivator reached the foundation establishment realm, their need for sleep diminished to almost zero. In fact, sleeping like mortals would feel repulsive to them. For cultivators, meditation was rest. Su Tianxiang, a master of the sea-breaking realm, would be even less likely to sleep. Suddenly, Su Anshan's expression changed. Could it be? Senior sister, if you don't open the door, I'm coming in. After knocking for a long time without any response, Su Anshan's face darkened. He tucked the rouge into his robe and kicked the door open. The moment Su Anshan rushed into the room, ding! Your system has self-shielded. Gazing intently, he saw Su Tianxiang lying on the bed in the bedroom, drenched in sweat, with several snow-white tails draped limply behind her. Senior sister. Only then did Su Tianxiang, lying face down on the bed, slowly turn her head. Her eyes were flushed with a rosy hue and hot breath puffed from her lips. Little junior brother. Su Tianxiang's eyes widened slightly as she instinctively covered her chest with both hands, speaking weakly. How did you get in? Leave now. Just as he suspected, senior sister was suffering from the heavenly tribulations torment. Su Anshan hurried to Su Tianxiang's bedside. At that moment, his mind was devoid of any impure thoughts. Even though Su Tianxiang's clothes were disheveled and certain parts were exposed, all he could think about was helping her overcome this ordeal. Senior sister, are you all right? You leave now, Su Tianxiang's body radiated an intoxicating fragrance that stirred the heart, and she clenched her fists tightly, as if desperately trying to suppress some primal urge. Leave junior brother now. How can I leave at a time like this? Su Anshan wasted no time and began searching through his ring. Senior sister, see if any of these can help you. They were given to me by master and my other senior sisters. I don't recognize most of them. Your condition came on so suddenly. I was planning to buy some rare treasures with you after we left the Questioning Heaven sect. See if any of these will do for now. Su Anshan dumped everything onto the bed. Su Tianxiang remained silent, not even touching the celestial treasures, only clenching her fists tightly. Senior sister. Seeing her motionless, Su Anshan feared something was wrong and reached out to touch her shoulder. So hot. Su Tianxiang felt like a furnace. Strangely, Su Anshan also began to feel an uncontrollable heat. He took out an ice pill and popped it into his mouth, but to his surprise, Su Tianxiang suddenly lunged forward and bit the same pill along with him. The soft touch on his lips made Su Anshan's expression shift, and he saw the pink hue in Su Tianxiang's pupils. Bang! He was pinned to the bed, pressed against Su Tianxiang's scorching body. Junior brother, forgive me, your senior sister needs you. Night fell. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, while cicadas chirped endlessly in the woods. Almost time. Ji Baihui, lying on the ground, glanced at the night and released his spiritual sense. Within the Wentian sect, he could no longer sense the presence of those old relics. Only 2 soul separation cultivators guarded the entire sect, with not even a void core cultivator in sight. Without any void core or tribulation transcendence powerhouses, no one in the Wentian sect could be his match. The premier sect of Jingyan continent, nothing more. Ji Baihui withdrew his spiritual sense and slowly solidified his form from where he lay on the ground. 100 years of scheming. Finally, this venerable one has waited long enough. A woo. Ji Baihui, still clutching a frisbee in his mouth, spat it onto the ground and let out a long howl. Damn it. Howling, Ji Baihui slapped himself across the face. He was no longer a dog. Why was he still barking? Twisting his neck, Ji Baihui suddenly realized the collar around his throat was still there. He had assumed it would be crushed to powder once he solidified his form. Unexpectedly, the collar proved incredibly resilient. Frowning deeply, he tugged at it with all his might, yet it remained utterly intact. Ji Baihui ground his teeth audibly. Wretched junior, what in the world did you put on me? You little brat. It seems I must refine you before seeking my revenge. Ji Baihui narrowed his eyes and glared toward the side courtyard. Vaguely, he recalled that Su Anshan had tossed him the frisbee and then entered that courtyard, remaining there until late into the night. That courtyard seemed to belong to the Cauldron Maiden. Dissolute and debauched. Humph. Once I subdue you, I'll pluck this fine cauldron right before your eyes. Ji Baihui strode forward. Thump. Before he could step into the courtyard, a shimmering barrier repelled him. A barrier. A mere barrier left by a return to spirit cultivator. Watch me shatter it with a single headbutt. Thump. Ji Baihui was knocked dizzy, and a lump the size of an ostrich egg instantly swelled on his head. How could this be? Clutching his head and sucking in cold air, Ji Baihui stared at the barrier before him. He was at the peak of soul separation, with 1 foot already in the void core realm, yet he couldn't even break through a barrier set by a minor return to spirit cultivator. If word got out, he'd be laughed to death. Little did he know his method of breaking the barrier would also earn him ridicule from onlookers. Who but a fool would use their head to smash a barrier? Who are you? The sect leader ordered no one to linger in the courtyard peak after the hour of high. Suddenly, a patrol elder of the Wentian sect spotted Ji Baihui in Su Nianing's residence courtyard and shouted. Just as the sect leader predicted, there are indeed intruders. Seize him. The elder raised his arm in command. Ji Baihui glanced sideways, a sneer in his eyes. A mere sea-breaking cultivator dares to blather. Die. In the span of a breath, the sea-breaking elder and several patrolling disciples fell beneath Ji Baihui's claws. He chopped off the elder's head with a blade, then slammed his palm down, pulverizing the corpse on the ground into a mist of blood. I can't stay here. Inner disciples and above of the Wentian sect all leave soul jade slips. Once they fall, the jade shatters, alerting the entire sect. Little brat, once I deal with Luo Zhitian, it'll come for you. Whoosh. Ji Baihui grabbed the elder's head and flew into the sky. At that moment, Su Anshan was fastening his robe buttons while Su Tianxiang had draped a long cloak over herself. The floor was littered with torn fabric scraps, and the air was thick with an intimate atmosphere. The two sat back to back on opposite sides of the bed. Ahem. Su Anshan, now dressed, cleared his throat. Senior sister, I'll go check outside. Earlier, Su Anshan had sensed his artifact, the immovable as a mountain, being attacked, followed by sounds of a scuffle outside. Both had heard it clearly. I'll come with you. Su Tianxiang, wrapped in her cloak, murmured softly. You can still move. Instantly, Su Tianxiang's face flushed crimson, yet she still nodded. All right then. Su Anshan frowned, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Peering outside, he saw nothing but silence. No one was in their courtyard. He took a few steps out. Suddenly, Su Tianxiang grabbed his arm. Junior brother, there's blood. Su Anshan, who had nearly stepped forward, pulled his leg back. Number 1. Whoosh. The sacred sword spirit appeared respectfully at Su Anshan's side. This was the name he had given his sword spirit. Full name, Number 1 Technician. He called her Number 1 purely for the sake of order. He figured with such a supportive system buddy in his corner, he would definitely own more than one sacred artifact in the future. Too lazy to remember all their titles, he just called them by numbers. Go outside and see what's happening. The sword spirit nodded solemnly and stepped out of the courtyard. After circling several times, she found nothing unusual. Master, there's no one outside. Su Anshan and Su Tianxiang exchanged a glance. When Su Tianxiang caught his look, she blushed again, instinctively suppressing her racing heart as she stepped outside. Su Tianxiang pointed at the dark red stains on the ground. Someone was here. There are signs of a struggle. Something was probably crushed into a blood mist here. The blood chi is still strong, and it happened no more than half an hour ago. Su Tianxiang frowned deeply, but Su Anshan remained silent for a long time. Damn it, someone stole my dog. Suddenly, Su Anshan, standing by the pavilion, held a frisbee in his hand. Damn it, how can someone steal a dog in a cultivation sect? Where's my dog? Su Tianxiang and the sword spirit approached him. Junior brother. Senior sister, someone stole my dog. That mutt. Yeah. Junior brother, someone was just here in our courtyard, and there was a fight. Let them fight. My dog is gone. Could it have been blasted into a blood mist? It was just an ordinary little mutt, and the people fighting here seemed to be at least at the sea-breaking realm or above. Absolutely impossible. Su Anshan waved his hand with great confidence. That collar around its neck is an 8th grade artifact. My 5th senior sister gave it to me last year as a gift for taming spirit beasts. No sea-breaking cultivator could kill it. Su Tianxiang gasped, an 8th grade artifact. You bet. Stealing my dog. They're asking for death. Su Anshan pulled out a radar-like device from his ring. It was part of a set with the collar, a birthday gift from Li Lingru last year. The radar could precisely locate the collar. Su Anshan, tracking the collar's coordinates, frowned, then looked up toward a distant, faintly visible towering peak. Why did the dog thief run to the main peak of the Wentian sect? Found it, junior brother. Su Tianxiang asked anxiously. An 8th grade artifact. It was an 8th grade artifact. Even if it was just a dog collar, it was still an 8th grade artifact. Sort of found it. It's on the main peak. Su Anshan murmured. The Wentian sect leader stole my dog for an 8th grade artifact. Come on, is the sect that broke? Su Nianing pondered silently. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the main peak of the Wentian sect. Even from where they stood, thick smoke was clearly visible. Luo Zhitian, hand over the item, and he'll spare your life. A roar both majestic and furious echoed from all directions. Su Anshan frowned deeply and glanced at Su Tianxiang in utter disbelief. They're fighting over an artifact. No way. Is the Wentian sect really that hard up? This is quite troublesome. My master and the master of Su Nianing from the questioning heaven sect are old friends, so there is some bond between them. The sect leader of the questioning heaven sect stole a dog to obtain a magical artifact. If I were to demand it back in front of everyone, he would lose face. It seems I have to speak with him privately. Su Anshan didn't care much about the magical artifact. But the dog, he had to get it back. That little mutt was quite to his liking. Raising it on Carefree Peak would be pleasant. Senior sister Su, senior brother Su. As Su Anshan and Su Tianxiang were heading to the main peak, Su Nianing flew over on a spiritual artifact cutting through the air. Nianing. Su Tianxiang's eyes lit up with a smile upon seeing her. Wow, senior sister Su, it's only been a few hours, and you look even more beautiful. Su Nianing's eyes seemed to sparkle like little stars. Not at all. Really, senior sister, I'm not lying. You're like a ripe peach. Su Tianxiang's face flushed crimson, and Su Nianing giggled, thinking she had embarrassed her with the compliment. Senior sister, do you like the rouge I gave you? Rouge? Ah, here it is. Su Anshan instinctively reached for the rouge, only to realize it was left in Su Tianxiang's room after his clothes were torn. He fumbled for a while, but couldn't produce it, then grinned sheepishly. I left it at my place. Senior brother Su, you're hopeless. I wanted to see senior sister Su use it. Su Nianing pouted, her eyes full of disappointment. I guess I'll have to wait until later. Senior sister Su, senior brother Su, where are you headed so late? Su Anshan said, looking for the dog. A dog? That little mutt you gave me is lost. I'm searching for it. A mutt isn't worth the trouble, brother. If you like, I can have my disciples find you a few more from the mortal world tomorrow. There are plenty of stray dogs down there. He put an 8th grade magical artifact on that dog. What? Su Nianing, who was flying, nearly fell from the sky. An 8th grade artifact on a dog. Su Nianing was filled with admiration. She knew Su Anshan was favored and certainly not lacking in treasures, but she never imagined he would use an 8th grade artifact on a dog. I'll have my disciples search for the artifact tomorrow, senior brother Su. Senior sister Su and senior brother Su should go back and rest. Something has happened in the questioning heaven sect, and it's dangerous to wander around. Su Tianxiang asked, what's wrong? A demon clan has attacked the sect. Su Nianing frowned deeply. Those demons chose the worst possible time. The sect's ancestor is away. There's a peak nascent soul half-step void tribulation demon grandmaster confronting the sect leader on the main peak. I just received word and was heading there to help. There are demon beasts everywhere in the sect. Many disciples have already gone to suppress them. Then we'll go and help too. Su Anshan said softly. Su Nianing shook her head firmly. Senior brother Su, there's no need. You and senior sister Su are my guests. I already feel terrible for not taking good care of you since we returned to the sect. I can't let you get involved in this. Su Anshan shook his head and spoke deliberately, one word at a time. My dog is there. At that moment, on the main peak of the questioning heaven sect. May I ask where exactly you come from? Luo Zhitian, the sect leader of questioning heaven sect, stood proudly in the void surrounded by numerous elders. You ask who I am? Ji Baiwei sneered. Luo Zhitian, you have a short memory. Have you forgotten how you obtained your Holy Spirit root? You are that dog cultivator. Who the hell is a dog cultivator? My true form is a gray wolf. Ji Baiwei roared in anger. I can't believe you're still alive, you dog cultivator. They'll say it again. I am a gray wolf. Ji Baiwei gritted his bronze teeth, his eyes filled with gloom. You scoundrel, you've lived comfortably these 300 years, even becoming the sect leader of questioning heaven sect. But have you used that Holy Spirit root with peace of mind? Why wouldn't I use it with peace of mind? If you snuck up on me from behind, stole the Holy Spirit fruit. Aren't all you immortal cultivators supposed to be righteous? How could you stoop to such base deeds? Nonsense. Luo Zishan's gaze was icy. You used the blood and qi of an entire city's people to accelerate the ripening of that Holy Spirit fruit. My killing you was in accordance with heavenly justice and the Tao. How is that base? You put on a sanctimonious act. Ji Baihui's eyes were full of disdain. He then stretched lazily in the void. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Give me a Holy Spirit fruit, and kill yourself, and ill spare the questioning heaven sect. If you can't produce it, this will be your sect's fate. Clatter. Several blood-drenched heads fell from the sky. Law enforcement elder. Hall elder. Su Nianing, who had arrived at the main peak, covered her mouth in shock at the sight of the thrown heads. These heads belonged to the elders of the questioning heaven sect. Su Tianxiang also frowned deeply, but Su Anshan was busy looking around on his own. Where was his dog? The coordinates showed it was right here. He couldn't see it anywhere. Ji Baihui, don't go too far. Luo Zhitian roared at the fallen heads. You are bloodthirsty and murderous. You will face divine retribution. Leave our sect now before our ancestor returns, or you will face utter annihilation of body and soul. Ha ha, didn't all your old fogies go to the Ascension Assembly? You, stop bluffing, Luo Zhitian. I came fully prepared. Either hand over a Holy Spirit fruit and kill yourself, or the questioning heaven sect will turn to dust. The Holy Spirit fruit is extremely rare. Where am I supposed to get one? That's not my problem. Luo Zishan's eyes narrowed. He could sense that Ji Baihui's strength surpassed his own. With the sect's ancestor away in Tianyuan, no one in the questioning heaven sect could match Ji Baihui. But the time is almost right. He'll kill one first. Ji Baihui smiled calmly, reaching out with his hand to grab an elder at the sea-breaking realm beside him. The elder's body was pulled forward uncontrollably, and Luo Tianyin erupted in fury. Dog cultivator die. Luo Tianyin formed hand seals a dim light surging in his palm as he struck fiercely at Ji Baihui. The sect leader has made his move. It seems the leader is truly enraged. That strike held nothing back. The elders of the questioning heaven sect watched intently. But Ji Baihui, standing in the void, only snorted disdainfully. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. He clenched his right fist, as if channeling the power of heaven and earth, and threw a punch. Luo Zhitian was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string, blood gushing from his mouth, crashing heavily to the ground. Sect leader. The elders rushed over in panic. TSK, a nascent soul, 7th level, attacking a half-step, void tribulation. Admirable courage. The system buddy suddenly appeared, but Su Anshan ignored him. Buddy, what are you doing reminiscing? I'm telling you I was very considerate. I shut myself off as soon as I entered and didn't see a thing. I figured 3 hours was enough for you to finish. How is it? Pretty smooth. Congratulations on taking your first concubine. Get lost, I don't have time for you. What's wrong? Not satisfied. My dog is lost, Su Anshan muttered in his mind. That little mutt I raised was stolen by someone. I chased it all the way here, but still can't find it. A dog. The system paused, then more text appeared. Look at that one with a collar. Doesn't it look like your dog? Su Anshan stared intently. Then he saw the collar around its neck. You think you're worthy to strike at me? Ji Baihui sneered coldly. It seems you can't produce the Holy Spirit fruit. In that case, die. A murderous intent flashed in Ji Baihui's eyes, and a deadly aura shot through the air. Bang. However, this devastating strike was blocked by a light barrier. Su Anshan stood before Luo Zhitian and the elders of the questioning heaven sect, staring at Ji Baihui in the void with a dark expression. Where's my dog? The sacred grade artifact, immovable as a mountain, materialized a barrier like a towering peak before Su Anshan. The sect master of the questioning heaven sect and its disciples stood behind him, their hearts trembling at the sudden arrival of this formidable being. Who is this person wielding a sacred grade artifact? Su Tianxiang and Su Nianing hurried over as well. He seems to be the 100 Flowers Peak master of the 10,000 Swords sect. At the sight of Su Tianxiang, the elders of the questioning heaven sect couldn't help but murmur in surprise. Why would a peak master from the 10,000 Swords sect visit our sect? And who is that man she calls her junior brother, possessing a sacred artifact and bearing the surname Su? In an instant, some elders recognized Su Anshan's identity. The idol peak master Su Anshan. While the 100 Flowers Peak master was famed for her peerless beauty and prowess, Su Anshan was known far and wide for his master's legacy and his less than stellar reputation. The 100 Flowers Peak master is also in our sect, the questioning heaven sect master remarked in surprise. Su Tianxiang explained, Sect Master Luo, my junior brother, and I were invited here by junior sister Su. Sect Master, it was my invitation, Su Nianing added. I met senior sister Su and senior brother Su on the way to the matchmaking corner, and we hit it off immediately, so I invited them to visit our sect. It's good for the 10,000 Swords sect and the questioning heaven sect, both righteous schools, to interact more, Luo Zhitian said with a smile. Their timing was impeccable. He had been at a loss on how to deal with the demonic cultivator Ji Baihui, and now these Taoist friends from the 10,000 Swords sect had arrived. Perhaps they could resolve the crisis facing the questioning heaven sect. Suddenly Luo Zishan's brows furrowed. Su. As his heart tightened, many elders of the questioning heaven sect also guessed the identity of the righteous friend who had so generously intervened. A man bearing the surname Su and wielding a sacred artifact, the idol peak master Su Anshan. May I ask if you are the idol peak master? Luo Zhitian inquired cautiously. Yes. At this, Luo Zhitian and the elders' expressions darkened slightly. It really was him. Su Tianxiang was displeased by the reaction of the questioning heaven sect members. Had her junior brother not acted in time, Luo Zhitian and the elders behind him would have been reduced to ashes with no chance to stand here. Dismissing them with indifference, Su Tianxiang strode to Su Anshan's side. Su Nianing also noticed the shift in the sect master and elders' gazes, her small face flushing with indignation. Why are you all like this? Senior brother Su saved you. Su Nianing shouted without restraint. If it weren't for him, would you even be standing here? The elders instantly broke into awkward smiles, unable to refute that point. Let me tell you, senior brother Su is incredibly strong. Su Nianing declared with wide, earnest eyes. You'd better watch carefully and not just believe rumors. He's far stronger than any of you. Yes, 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 the elders chuckled in agreement. As the personally appointed disciple of the sect's ancestor, Su Nianing held a higher status than other elders, and even the sect master treated her with deference. They knew well what kind of person Su Anshan was, but there was no need to argue with Su Nianing. She could see the disbelief in their eyes, but she chose not to dwell on it. Facts speak louder than words. Once they witnessed Su Anshan's power, they would be left speechless. Senior brother Su. Ignoring her sect mates, Su Nianing ran to his side. Are you going to fight? Junior brother, this man is no ordinary foe. Should we summon Uncle Mei? Su Tianxiang whispered nearby. No need. Su Anshan gazed at Ji Baihui in the void with disgust. Such a small fry isn't worth troubling my master. Exactly. He'll handle this ant for you. No need to bother the sect. Go ahead boldly. It's time to unleash that one-strike destroying void move. Instantly kill, eh? Instantly kill. If you don't, I'll give you my weight. No need. Su Anshan wasn't as twisted as Hua Riliu, who would casually threaten to chop off weights. He was just speaking figuratively. At that moment, Hua Riliu, sitting in a grove of red maple trees, felt his ears burning. Who's thinking of me? Pinching his delicate earlobe, he shook his head and looked down at a portrait drawn with water on the table, the face of Su Anshan. A Dao companion. He's not bad, but I still. Should I find an excuse to visit the 10,000 Swords sect? What am I thinking? How could I really become his Dao companion? And he's the disciple of that wicked woman, Mei Jiji. If I became his Dao companion, I'd be her disciple's wife. Don't even think about it. Learning that Su Anshan didn't want to trouble Uncle Mei, Su Tianxiang's eyes filled with worry. Junior brother, the questioning heaven sect master Luo Zhitian, is a divinity transformation stage cultivator, and he was powerless against that demonic cultivator. It shows the fiend's strength, even if you're at the peak of spirit returning. The hatred of stealing my dog is irreconcilable. Su Anshan raised his hand to cut off Su Tianxiang's counsel. Senior sister, my mind is made up. With these words, he looked up at Ji Baihui in the void. Where's my dog? It's you, brat. I never expected you to deliver yourself to me. Ji Baihui roared with fury. Does this demonic cultivator have a grudge against the Idol Peak master? He seems even more enraged seeing him than when facing our sect master. The Idol Peak master is indeed as troublesome as the rumors say. But with him here, it means Senior Mei won't stand by. Our sect's crisis can be resolved. Indeed. The elders of the questioning heaven sect nodded in agreement. Su Anshan, however, looked up at him with some confusion. Do you know me? Ji Baihui almost roared instinctively, but stopped himself, realizing that admitting it would mean confessing he had turned into a dog and been toyed with by Su Anshan. Such a disgrace he could never acknowledge. Could you be my dog? Su Anshan suddenly exclaimed. If you are that mongrel, turn back into your original form now, and I'll spare your life. I am not your mongrel. Then why are you wearing the collar I gave my dog? Are you jealous and trying to replace it as my pet? Nonsense. Whoosh. A frisbee flew toward Ji Baihui, who instinctively caught it in his mouth while standing in the void. Every cultivator who witnessed this was stunned. See, you still claim you don't want to be my dog. You caught that frisbee so naturally. You must have practiced often in secret, Su Anshan laughed. Ji Baihui's face turned pale and red as he held the frisbee. You little brat, you're asking for death. Even a sacred artifact that could not be breached by the Void Cave realm, how could Ji Baihui possibly break it? No matter how furious he became, the sacred artifact remained as steadfast as a rock. Ashamed and angry, standing within the sacred artifact, Su Anshan gazed with utter indifference. If you want to be my dog, just say so. There's no need to vie for favor like a little mutt. I have many collars like this, giving you one is no trouble. But first you must return my dog to me. A mere junior relying on a sacred artifact. What are you without it? I just have it. The sword spirit appeared beside Su Anshan at that moment. And I possess more than one. What can you do about it? Unit 1. Go and annihilate the demon cultivators within the questioning heaven sect. Leave none alive. Whoosh. The sword spirit tore through the void and vanished. Ji Baihui clenched his teeth. He never dreamed that 100 years of forbearance would be undone by such a junior. He could not break the sacred artifact. Luo Zhitian must have already contacted the ancestors attending the ceremony. If he delayed any longer and the ancestors of the questioning heaven sect returned, even his own life would be forfeit. He had to retreat. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Junior, I will remember you. Ji Baihui roared in fury, then turned to flee. You killed my dog and you think you can leave. Ding. One-click void cave annihilation equipment standing within the sacred artifact. Su Anshan casually snapped a willow branch and lashed it toward the void. In an instant, the void above the questioning heaven sect was slashed open. A sword aura that rent heaven and earth tore through the air. Ji Baihui was filled with terror, wanting to escape, but the space around him seemed frozen. He who was half a step into the void cave realm could not move an inch. The sword aura surged. Countless cultivators of the questioning heaven sect watched helplessly as the heaven-rending sword aura devoured Ji-Bai, bursting him into a mist of blood with a bang. Only a collar remained slowly falling into Su Anshan's hand. This, a half-step void cave cultivator, was annihilated. Rumor has it that the master of the carefree peak of the 10,000 sword sect is a cripple unable to cultivate. How could he slay a half-step void cave cultivator in one strike, and a demon cultivator at that? A casually broken willow branch can tear the sky. If he used that sacred artifact, he could cleave heaven and earth. Instant kill of a half-step void cave. Could the master of carefree peak have already transcended the tribulation? Exclamations rose and fell among the cultivators of the questioning heaven sect, and many hung their heads in shame. Not long ago they had sneered in their hearts. Now the sword aura casually flung by Su Anshan had dealt them a resounding slap. Cripple. Before Su Anshan, they were the cripples. Which of these elders had not cultivated for 100 years before reaching the sea-breaking realm? They had heard that Su Anshan only 5 years ago was accepted as Mei Jiji's sole true disciple and succeeded as the master of Carefree Peak. Even now he was barely over 20 years old. At such an age, merely achieving chi condensation would be an unparalleled talent, 1 in 10,000. Tribulation transcendence. A talent like this was unseen even in Tianyuan for 10,000 years. Su Nianing's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her admiration for Su Anshan seemed ready to overflow. A half-step void cave could be annihilated in an instant. So powerful. She had thought Su Anshan was merely at the spirit return realm, but he turned out to be a tribulation transcendence grandmaster. See. After Ji-Bai Wei was slain, Su Nianing seemed even more excited than Su Anshan. What did I say? Senior brother Su is far stronger than all of you. The elders all hung their heads in shame. Su Tianxiang also looked at Su Anshan in disbelief for a long time. Was the junior brother truly this formidable? 4 or 5 years in the sect, the junior brother had kept a low profile, spending his days in pleasure houses and feigning idleness. Was it to avoid putting too much pressure on them, the peak masters? Luo Zhitian, the sect master of the questioning heaven sect, was also stunned. If anyone ever spread the rumor that Su Anshan was a useless parasite relying on his sect, he would personally twist their head off. Was this a cripple? How dare you call such a monstrous talent a cripple? What was wrong with frequenting pleasure houses? Thank goodness he enjoyed such pastimes. If he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, the cultivators of all continents might as well find a place to bury themselves alive. Amidst the shock, Luo Zhitian stepped forward with cupped hands. Thank you, Peak Master Su, for your aid in rescuing the questioning heaven sect from calamity. Unexpectedly, as soon as Luo Zishan's words of gratitude were spoken, Su Anshan, who had just annihilated Ji-Bai Wei with a single strike, suddenly wrinkled his face, burst into tears, and threw himself into Su Tianxiang's arms, his head buried in the tumultuous waves. Senior sister, seeing this, Su Tianxiang was surprised but still tightly embraced Su Anshan's head. What's wrong, little junior brother? My dog is gone. Su Anshan looked up, pouting, holding the collar in his hand. My little mutt, the one I cherished so much, is gone just like that. Junior brother, senior sister, I've lost my dog. My heart and body are weary. I want to go back and rest. All right, let's go back. Su Tianxiang carried Su Anshan as she flew away from the main peak of the questioning heaven sect. On the peak, many elders of the sect were dumbfounded, and Luo Zhitian stared at their retreating figures. What's going on? It was Su Nianing who explained the details to them. After learning the truth, Luo Zhitian and the elders were even more bewildered. All for a dog. He had thought Su Anshan acted out of regard for the questioning heaven sect, but he never dreamed it was for a little mutt that he slew a half-step void cave cultivator. The questioning heaven sect owed its escape from this catastrophe to that little mutt. Back in Su Nianing's small courtyard, Su Anshan sat listlessly in the pavilion, staring at the collar and the flying disc before him. Masteress, the sword spirit returning after annihilating the demon cultivators, murmured in doubt. His heart aches. Su Tianxiang bit her lip. Leave it to me, I will comfort him. After a moment's hesitation, Su Tianxiang clenched her fists and stepped forward. Junior brother, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Grieve but move on. My dog, it's truly sorrowful to lose such a spirited little dog, but you can't go on like this. Tell me what can make you feel better, junior brother. Su Anshan looked up at Su Tianxiang and shook his head. Forget it, senior sister, you wouldn't agree. How do you know I won't agree without telling me? In our 10,000 sword sect, aside from Uncle Master Mei, I am the one who dotes on you the most. Even Li Lingru can't compare. Su Tianxiang blushed slightly, speaking with conviction. If she hadn't dared to say this before, now she could declare it with absolute confidence. Li Lingru doted on him. Could she be as doting as she was? Su Anshan, full of despair, seemed to perk up a little as he raised his head. Senior sister, are you serious? Of course. Then I want it. Su Anshan paused, glancing toward the courtyard where Su Tianxiang lived. I want to go back to that room and sit for a while. Su Tianxiang's cheeks flushed instantly. Junior brother, alas my dog, my little mutt. Su Anshan lowered his head and sighed. Su Tianxiang bit her lip tightly. Junior brother, just sitting there for a while will help you recover your spirits, right? Just sitting. Is that okay? Su Tianxiang pondered for a long time, then bit her lip. Then, your senior sister will do as you wish, all right. The Winten sect faced calamity. News that the master of the Idol Peak from the 10,000 Swords sect had instantly slain a half-step void manipulator spread like wildfire. Under the bright spring breeze, Su Anshan, lazily stretching, sat down in a pavilion gazing at the mist-shrouded scenery of the Winten sect. He inexplicably craved a smoke. Someone thoughtful had already prepared tea and snacks for Su Anshan in the pavilion, while the sword spirit stood attentively by his side serving him. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Su Nianing descended from the sky and landed outside the pavilion. Senior brother Su. Oh, it's junior sister Nianing. Su Anshan raised an eyebrow with a smile. I've just left my room and you're already here. It seems you've been waiting for a while. Were these tea and snacks prepared by you? Nothing can escape senior brother Zu's notice. Su Nianing's eyes sparkled with laughter as she subconsciously glanced towards Su Tianxiang's residence. Senior sister Su hasn't finished resting yet. Su Anshan nodded, stroking his chin. She really does need more time to rest. If junior sister Nianing has anything to tell senior sister Su, I can pass along the message. It's nothing really. Su Nianing shook her head with a gentle smile. I came mainly to find you, senior brother Su. You saved our Winten sect from annihilation, and the sect master asked me to inquire what kind of dog you like, so we can send someone to find one for you tomorrow. A dog? Forget it then. Su Anshan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Why is that? Su Nianing was utterly bewildered. You were so heartbroken last night, so dejected when you left. How can you suddenly not want one anymore? Could I tell you it was all an act? Just to get a ride? Su Anshan muttered to himself, then spoke with a smile. Senior sister Su and I will be returning to the sect shortly. So soon? Su Nianing's eyes were filled with regret. I wanted to spend a few more days with you and senior sister Su. You've only just arrived. Our business here is done, there's no point in staying. A question mark hung in the air. In an instant, Su Nianing was stunned. What did he mean by that? What had senior brother Su done at the Winten sect? He had simply saved them from a dire crisis. Could it be that senior brother Su and senior sister Su came to the Winten sect precisely because of its impending danger? Had he foreseen this calamity long ago, and considering that both the Winten sect and the 10,000 Swords sect were righteous orthodox sects? He couldn't bear to see the Winten sect fall into ruin. He came specifically to help, and to avoid placing the Winten sect under a heavy debt, he used the dog as a pretext. She had thought it strange that a mere mongrel could matter so much to senior brother Su. She never imagined he was such a righteous and noble person. Senior brother Su, your righteousness is admirable. Nianing is in awe. Looking at Su Nianing's expression, Su Anshan was completely baffled. What's going on? What exactly did this girl imagine in her head? Senior brother Su, our Winten sect is not ungrateful. You saved us from fire and water, propped up our collapsing house. The Winten sect must repay this great kindness. Su Nianing spoke solemnly. Let me speak with the sect master. Our Winten sect should prepare a generous gift for you. As she spoke, she began to head for the main peak, but Su Anshan quickly grabbed her. What is all this nonsense? Besides, how poor was the Winten sect? Yesterday, Su Anshan had seen their elders, some of whom were at the sea-breaking realm, but still wielding mere third-grade spirit artifacts. They all looked gaunt and underfed, as if they didn't even eat as well as the 8 fragrance chickens on his own Idol Peak. What kind of generous gift could a sect like this possibly offer? A 5th-grade spirit artifact. He wouldn't even dare give that away as a gift. Forget the generous gift. I only acted this time for your sake junior sister Nianing. It was just a small favor not worth mentioning. Su Anshan explained softly. Wow, I have that much face. Su Nianing laughed. Naturally. All right, then senior brother, you must let me know before you return to the sect, so I can see you off. Sure thing. Half an hour later, at the main peak of the Winten sect, the 10,000 Python dragon chariot hovered high in the sky with Su Anshan and Su Tianxiang standing on the main peak. Lord of the Idol Peak, if you have leisure in the future, please do visit our Winten sect as a guest. I Luo Zhitian will surely receive you well. The Winten sect master Luo Zhitian looked at him with utter reverence. A cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendent stage was a grand senior figure across all continents. Anyone who saw him would have to address him as such. Sure thing. Senior brother Su, be sure to come and play when you have time. Su Nianing waved her little hand. Su Anshan replied with a smile. Junior sister Nianing is also welcome to visit my idol peak. Fellow Taoists, let us part ways here. The azure dragon roared, and the 10,000 pythons rode the clouds. Su Anshan and Su Tianxiang stood shoulder to shoulder on the chariot departing from the Wenten sect amidst the echoing dragon's roar. Rumors are truly harmful. Indeed, the Lord of the Idol Peak is clearly a prodigy unparalleled in our continent, yet he was rumored to be an ignorant wastrel. Fortunately, he is broad-minded and doesn't take it to heart. The Lord of the Idol Peak is a man of great magnanimity. Would he bother with such rumors? A 20-year-old at the tribulation transcendent stage, terrifyingly formidable. If nothing unexpected happens, our domain will produce another great emperor. The cultivators from our domain will have a more stable foothold in the immortal domain. I must spread this news. Even if my voice is weak, I will not allow rumors to slander the Lord of the Idol Peak any longer. Well said. We must never let rumors harm the Lord of the Idol Peak again. The elders of the Wenten sect were all deeply moved. Only Luo Zhitian quietly approached Su Nianing, who was still staring in the direction Su Anshan had left lost in thought. Junior sister. Sect leader senior brother. Su Nianing turned her head with a smile. Tell me the truth, what exactly is your relationship with that Lord of the Idol Peak? We're friends. Friends. Luo Zishan's face was full of suspicion. A grand cultivator like him, yet he shows no arrogance and treats our sect members so courteously. He's just over 20 at the age of pride, especially having reached the tribulation transcendent stage at 20. For the sake of the word friend, he traveled all the way to our Wenten sect to resolve such a great calamity. What do you mean, senior brother? Could it be that he has feelings for you? Maybe he wants you to become his Tao partner. How is that possible? Are you sure it's impossible? Think about it carefully. Su Nianing frowned in deep thought for a long time. The divination had been extremely auspicious. Although they were strangers, he had let her pick a prized item first from the spoils of war, a 5th-grade magical artifact of considerable value. In this era of scarce resources, he was still so generous. A chance encounter, yet he was willing to travel over mountains and rivers to rush to her sect, just to share her worries and solve her problems. He didn't hesitate to make enemies of the demon race. Their interactions at the matchmaking corner had been so perfectly in sync. Senior brother Su is not such a shallow person. Su Nianing suddenly exclaimed, her face flushing red as she fled into the sky on her spirit artifact. Yet scenes flashed through her mind like a slideshow. Your master wants you to be my disciple's wife. Do you want to be my disciple's Tao partner? For junior sister Zu's sake. Senior brother Su Yu. On a mountain peak, Su Nianing rested her cheeks on her hands, gazing into the distance. Senior brother Su is so extraordinarily talented. I'm just an ordinary woman ranked 3rd on the fairy list of Jingyan continent. How could I ever be worthy of senior brother Su? At the 10,000 Swords sect. Whether it was the handiwork of the elders from the Questioning Heaven sect, the news that Su Anshan had instantly slain a half-step cave void cultivator spread like wildfire, and tales of Su Anshan's legend circulated throughout the entire sect. Have you heard? The master of Carefree Peak instantly killed a half-step cave void. What nonsense is that? Where did you get that news? It's clearly that our master of Carefree Peak instantly slew a peak cave void. You've heard it too. Do you know why our master of Carefree Peak killed that peak cave void? The Questioning Heaven sect suffered a calamity. No, that's not it. Actually, our master of Carefree Peak told that peak cave void to sing for him, but his singing wasn't satisfactory. Without a second word, he beheaded him, saying that if one can't even sing, they don't deserve to live. I heard it was because the dancer didn't please the peak master that she was beheaded. Are you all so idle? Suddenly, a cold whisper seeped into the ears of the cultivators. Turning their heads, they saw the Green Mountain Peak master staring at them with an ominous glint in his eyes. The master of Carefree Peak joined our 10,000 Sword sect only 5 years ago and can already slay cave void cultivators. Look at yourselves. Instead of gossiping here, you should be cultivating your cultivation. The cultivators dispersed. The Green Mountain Peak master lowered his head to gaze at the jade slip in his hand. If you wanted to fight me, you should have just said so. Why pretend to have no cultivation realm? You can slay cave void now. If I had known, why would I have bothered competing with you? I truly brought this upon myself. At that moment on Carefree Peak, Senior sister, Xue Mingwei waved her small hand, her eyes brimming with excitement. Have you heard? Our master is renowned across several continents now. When the Questioning Heaven sect faced annihilation, our master intervened and slew a half-step cave void with a single strike. Really? Master is amazing. Jiang Baiwei responded without lifting her head, her eyes fixed on the jade slip in her hand. What is senior sister doing? Xue Mingyue dashed over with a whoosh, craning her neck to peer at it for a long moment. Listening to opera. No, this is a script I had senior brother Bai copy for me. Jiang Baiwei said with a smile. Our master enjoys listening to opera, so I thought I'd learn a few pieces to sing for him. Senior sister, you're so sly. Shui Minghua frowned. What's wrong? You're secretly learning opera without calling me. From now on, master will definitely favor you even more. Master isn't like that. I want to learn too. All right. Jiang Baihui and Shui Minghua pressed their heads together, gazing at the opera script imprinted on the jade slip, their hands mimicking the movements of the figures in the projection. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the void. In the pavilion, Jiang Baihui and Shui Minghua, who were practicing the opera, both felt an immense pressure. Shui Minghua, you've been quite hard to find. Before long, a young man clad in a python robe ascended Carefree Peak, followed by several figures with surging auras. You? Lan Yin-A-san. Shui Minghua gritted her teeth, struggling to whisper. If you sure can run. To avoid marrying me, you came all the way to this immortal sect. But did you think that by coming here you could escape? The young man in the python robe sneered. Old Kong, seize her for me. The elder behind Lan Yin-A-san made his move. However, a streak of azure sword light pierced through the air. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to stir up trouble in my 10,000 swords sect? The Green Mountain Peak master, clad in a green robe, descended from the sky with a furrowed brow. With a wave of his hand, the complexions of Jiang Baihui and Shui Minghua instantly eased. Are you disciples unharmed? Shui Minghua and Jiang Baihui were both surprised to see the Green Mountain Peak master, but they still cupped their hands in salute. We are unharmed. The Green Mountain Peak master nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the elder before him, his expression grave. The newcomer was formidable. As a cultivator at the sea-splitting realm, he could sense that the person before him surpassed him in strength. What were the sect's gatekeepers doing? How could they casually let people into the sect? Then he understood. Matters concerning Carefree Peak did not require reporting to the main peak. He wondered if the other peak masters had sensed it. If it were only him, he might not be able to hold them off. Even so, he had to stand his ground. Are you all mute? I am speaking to you. The Green Mountain Peak master flicked his sleeve and stood proudly. This is Carefree Peak of the 10,000 Swords sect. Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble here? The Green Mountain Peak master. The white-browed elder let out a mocking laugh. A worthless wretch who hasn't progressed beyond the sea-splitting realm in 100 years dares to prattle before me. Get lost. This Taoist friend has quite the temper. Suddenly, a gentle voice drifted from the void. Entering my 10,000 Swords sect, you don't even bother to pay homage at my main peak. You barge straight in. Do you think our 10,000 Swords sect is easy to bully? Sect leader. The Green Mountain Peak master's face lit up with joy. The sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect smiled and nodded as he landed before him. Green Mountain, are you unharmed? Unharmed, the Green Mountain Peak master said softly. Sect leader, be careful. This old bastard is quite powerful. He came straight to seize Junior Shui. I wasn't about to let him have his way, but if you'd arrived any later, he wouldn't have been lenient with me. A clown. The sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect scoffed disdainfully, turning his gaze to the elder. Before I lose my temper, get lost. You old fool, do you know who I am? Lan Yin-A-san glared. My elder brother is Lan Yin-Huang, the sovereign of the Blue-Silver dynasty. Do you believe I can have my brother bring an army to annihilate your 10,000 Swords sect with just one word? Who is your brother? Just as Lan Yin-A-san was brimming with arrogance, a dragon's roar echoed from the void. A chariot descended upon the peak. Su Anshan and Su Tianxiang stepped down from the chariot side by side. Master, Jiang Baihui and Shui Minghua both rushed forward. Junior brother Su, you're back. I thought you'd be out enjoying yourself for a few more days. The sect leader's eyes sparkled with amusement. The Green Mountain Peak master looked at Su Anshan with a complex expression. Peak master Wu Shi. Su Anshan smiled and nodded, then tilted his chin. What's the story here? Master, this is all because of me. Shui Minghua bit her lip and whispered. This Lan Yin-A-san and I were once betrothed, but I say no more. Your master understands completely. Su Anshan raised his hand to cut her off, his gaze fixed on Lan Yin-A-san and the people behind him. Get lost now. Shui Minghua is now my disciple. I don't care what betrothal or entanglements you had before. No one takes my disciple away. Say one more word, and your dynasty will be destroyed. Fine words about destroying a dynasty. You must be Su Anshan, the most useless peak master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Lan Yin-A-san roared in anger. You're courting death. Before Su Anshan could even speak, Su Tianxiang lashed out with a sword aura. Fortunately, the elder beside Lan Yin-A-san intervened, or the young man would have lost his head on the spot. The sect leader and the Green Mountain Peak master were both stunned by this scene. What had happened to the 100 Flowers Peak master during her trip? She had become so ferocious. Senior sister, calm down. Su Anshan smiled soothingly. Meanwhile, Lan Yin-A-san's legs had gone weak from the ruthless sword aura Su Tianxiang had unleashed. What are you standing around for? Get lost now. Su Anshan said softly. Can't you see my senior sister is in a bad mood? If she really chops off your head, I doubt your brother would even dare to build you a grave. Su Anshan, do you dare duel me? Unexpectedly, Lan Ine-san thrust out his neck, his eyes wide with fury. If you're a man, stand up like one. Shui Mingyue is my betrothed. The hatred of taking one's wife is an irreconcilable enmity. Do you dare face me, unknown? In an instant, everyone on Carefree Peak stared wide-eyed. A duel? Aren't you afraid of death? Haven't you heard the news about him instantly slaying a cave void cultivator? Su Anshan was also somewhat surprised as he glanced at him. A half-step bone-forging cultivator wants a duel. Yes. I'm afraid he'll crush you with one slap. Su Anshan shook his head and called out, 8 fragrance chicken. With a swish, a figure like a blaze of fire swept and swirling the wind. Boss, this half-step bone-forging wants to duel me. A duel, eh? Zhongshan looked Lan Ine-san up and down. Half-step bone-forging. He'll play with you. Zhongshan Akuen puffed out his chest, striding with pride and vigor. Ever since Su Anshan bestowed upon him the supreme spiritual root, he trained even more diligently, establishing himself as the unrivaled overlord among the roosters of 10,000 Swords sect. Wherever he passed, all roosters bowed in submission. Akuen was no ingrate. He knew all this was given by Su Anshan. All he could do was manage the roosters of 10,000 Swords sect well, and when Su Anshan needed them, present the most tender and flavorful 8-spice chicken. He never imagined there would come a time when he needed to duel. Yet after a moment's thought, Akuen understood. Only he could toy with a half-step bone-tempering cultivator. Are you mocking me? Blue Silver Asan clenched his fists, pointing at Zhongshan Akuen. You want me to fight a chicken? You might not even win against this one. Su Anshan leaned back in his seat, while Jiang Baihui and Shui Mingyue immediately came to his side to massage him. Hurry up, you wanted a duel. Our nothingness peak follows the challenge route. What do you mean? Is that head of yours just for decoration? Zhongshan Akuen patted his chest with his wing, holding his head high with pride. First you fight me, your brother Kuen. If you win, then you fight my boss Sus disciple, then his master, then his master's master. When will I get to fight Su Anshan? Blue Silver Asen frowned. Zhongshan Akuen shot him a disdainful glance. Don't reach for the stars. First see if you can beat your brother Kuen. Half-step bone tempering. I can't even be bothered to play with you. One slap is all it takes. Blue Silver Asen clenched his fists. Especially seeing Shui Mingyu's delicate hands resting on Su Anshan's thigh, rage boiled within him. Final deal with you first. Blue Silver Entangle. Thud. Before he could finish, Zhongshan Akuen rammed him with a shoulder charge, sending him flying. Worthless. Zhongshan Akuen dusted off his chicken shoulder and flicked his center-parted hair. Boss done. Su Anshan's eyes gleamed with amusement. Not bad. What was that move? Never seen you use it before. I created it these past few days. Akun's shoulder ram. Not bad, not bad. Su Anshan patted his shoulder. Go on back. Roger. Zhongshan Akuen strutted away triumphantly, even kicking Blue Silver Asen, whose head was buried in the dirt, before transforming into a crimson light and vanishing into the deep mountains with a swish of his center-parted hair. Supreme spiritual root. The crowd on the peak gasped at the flash of fire. A chicken possessing a supreme spiritual root. Among them, none felt more despair than the Azure Peak Master. As a peak master of 10,000 Swords sect, he only had a mid-grade spiritual root, yet even the 8-spice chickens on Su Anshan's mountain used supreme ones. Was he inferior to a chicken? Standing beside the sect leader, the Azure Peak Master was lost in sorrow. Blue Silver Asan, whose head had been driven into the ground by Akun's shoulder ram, struggled to pull himself out, pushing against the earth with his hands. Impossible. How could he, a prince of the Blue Silver dynasty, lose to a chicken? I don't accept this. Blue Silver Asan roared to the heavens, his eyes blazing with fury. A sneak attack. That chicken ambushed me. If he had let me use Blue Silver Entangle, he would have lost for sure. Is nothingness peak reduced to such underhanded tricks? The few who came with Blue Silver Asan couldn't help but facepalm. Your Highness, please stop. You can't even beat a chicken from nothingness peak. Who else do you think you can fight? You don't accept? Su Anshan glanced at him coolly. No. Fine, I'll give you a rematch. Mingyue. Disciple is here. Go slap him and tell him who your master is. Roger. Shui Mingyue stepped forward with her delicate chin raised while Blue Silver Asan squinted. Shui Mingyue. Blue Silver Asan's eyes were filled with infatuation, and he didn't even guard himself, leaning his face forward. Swish. Shui Mingyue moved like a fleeting shadow, a howling gale swirling around her as she appeared before Blue Silver Asan. From somewhere she produced a pair of black rubber shoes and smacked him across the face with one. Blue Silver Asan spun like a top dancing across nothingness peak. If you actually offered your face for me to hit, did you think I'd reward you with my hand? Shui Mingyue raised her chin. You want physical contact with me? I belong to my master. Remember, my master is Su Anshan. Shui Mingwei cupped her little hands, tossed the black rubber shoes to the ground, and returned proudly to Su Anshan's side, her small hands resting on his thigh again. Master disciple didn't touch him. I used the shoe sole. Good job, well-behaved. Su Anshan ruffled Shui Mingyu's hair, and she beamed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. The crowd on the peak was left breathless again. A sacred spiritual root. After Zhongshan Akun's supreme spiritual root, the second to act was a prodigy with a sacred wind spiritual root. Ugh, blue silver, Asin finally stopped spinning, kneeling on the ground and retching. That slap had left him utterly disoriented. What? I don't accept. Kneeling blue silver, Asin clenched his fists. Shui Mingyue is my unbetrothed concubine. I couldn't bear to strike her. Su Anshan, you wasp. Crack. Under the clear sky, a thunderbolt struck down. Zhang Baiwei frowned slightly. Speaking ill of my master, strike you. The accompanying cultivators. A sacred thunder spiritual root. What kind of monstrous place was Nothingness Peak? The chickens raised there had supreme spiritual roots. The disciples had sacred spiritual roots. Was there no room for others to live? A peak master who could have such disciples and such spiritual fowls. How could he be ordinary? Suddenly, many cultivators patted their pockets, feeling the spirit stones they'd earned were burning hot. Had they known Nothingness Peak was this absurd, they would never have come. Peak Master Su Wei. The accompanying cultivators cupped their fists in panic, not wanting to provoke such calamity for a few spirit stones. I don't accept. Suddenly, blue silver Asin, smoking all over with black gas spewing from his mouth, stood up stubbornly again. You don't accept. Did you put all your points into tenacity? Su Anshan suddenly rose from his seat, strode over to blue silver Asin, and grabbed him by the collar. Blue silver Asin still held his head high with pride. Su Anshan kicked him in the rear with a flying strike. He'll be back. Damn it, blue silver dynasty, huh? Su Anshan put his hands on his hips. The sect leader hurried over to soothe him. Junior brother, calm down. The blue silver dynasty. Enough said. Swish, 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 several spirit cranes flew from Su Anshan's hand. Seeing this, the sect leader couldn't help but facepalm. Why did they have to provoke Su Anshan? The accompanying cultivators were silent with fear. Su Anshan released the spirit cranes and fixed his gaze on them, making every cultivator's heart tighten. Peak Master of Nothingness Wei, what are you standing around for? Waiting for me to cook you dinner? Su Anshan frowned. The cultivators felt pardoned and scrambled to leave, but Su Anshan suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the white-browed cultivator. You stay? Peak Master of Nothingness. Old Azure, didn't this old fool just insult you? Go slap him and tell him who you are. When Nothingness Peak fell, Lu Qingshan was the first to arrive. Grudges were grudges. Had it not been for Shui Mingyue, he wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. Su Anshan had to save face for him. Standing beside the sect leader, the Azure Peak Master was stunned. He stared at Su Anshan for a long time, and regret surged in his heart like a tide. The sect leader smiled and gave him a look. The Azure Peak Master gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He slapped the white-browed cultivator, who bristled with rage, while the Azure Peak Master glared and cupped his fists. I am Lu Qingshan, Peak Master of Azure Peak 10,000 Swords Sect. My master, brother Su Anshan. The white-browed cultivator, his face swollen, slunk away in disgrace. Standing atop the mountain peak, the Qingyun Peak Lord watched his retreating figure, his fists clenched and chest heaving slightly. Old Qingyun, that slap of yours was quite fierce. You vented all the anger my senior sister gave you onto him, didn't you? Su Anshan spoke with a soft chuckle. Su, senior brother Su Qingyun thanks you for this. The Qingyun Peak Lord bowed his head, hands clasped. No need. Su Anshan waved his hand dismissively. You stood up for my disciple, and I restored your dignity in return. That's only right. Our grievances are our own. I, Su Anshan, am not one to confuse right and wrong. But why have you started calling me senior brother? In the path of cultivation, precedence belongs to the accomplished. The Qingyun Peak Lord murmured. A small porcelain bottle flew from Su Anshan's hand toward the Qingyun Peak Lord. The Qingyun Peak Lord caught it instinctively. His eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the bottle. Those senior sisters of mine gave you quite a beating. With your meager resources, you probably couldn't afford any heavenly treasures to heal. This is something my senior sister refined for me to snack on. Take it and eat it. Senior brother Su, go back, you're annoying me. The Qingyun Peak Lord clutched the bottle, bowed deeply to Su Anshan's retreating figure, then soared away through the air. Junior brother, the Qingyun Peak Lord isn't a bad person at heart, just sharp-tongued and hot-tempered, the sect leader murmured nearby. But no one wants the 10,000 Sword sect to thrive more than he does. You old fool, you always play the peacemaker, don't you? Su Anshan grinned, throwing an arm around the sect leader's neck. We're all from the same sect. How can there be overnight grudges? A smile crept into the sect leader's eyes. I haven't asked yet, junior brother. How did your matchmaking trip with the 100 Flowers Peak Lord go? In an instant, Su Tianxiang's face flushed crimson. Sect leader, I have matters to attend to in my peak, so I'll take my leave first. Without waiting for a reply, Su Tianxiang stepped onto her flying sword and departed from Wuxia Peak. Only after she vanished did the sect leader frown. What's wrong with the 100 Flowers Peak Lord? Her face was so flushed. Did she meet a suitable Dao companion? Ahem ahem. Su Anshan coughed abruptly. Why do you care if she found a Dao companion or not? Can't senior sister Su find one? She can, but it's best if it's within our sect. The sect leader's voice grew serious. Junior brother, you may not know this, but senior sister Baiwa has a rather special status. I intend to keep her in the 10,000 Swords sect permanently. Ideally, she would become your Dao companion. Uncle Mei feels the same way. Is that so? Never mind, why bother with all this? The sect leader pondered briefly before shaking his head. Matters of fate and marriage are decreed by heaven. Junior brother, would you like to go listen to some music? I hear the theater in Tingfeng Town has a new show just waiting for you to return. It's a thrilling little dance, pink little belly bands. Is that true? Su Anshan's eyes widened. Absolutely. Wait, you old fox. When did you start listening to music too? Dropping the act, are you? Su Anshan frowned at him. Weren't you pretending to be all righteous just a few days ago, sending Lu Zi to ask me about this? Well, are you coming or not? Let's go. Suddenly he felt a hostile gaze upon him. Turning, he saw Xue Mingyue standing with her arms crossed, her bright eyes fixed intently on Su Anshan. What are you staring at your master for? Master is going to listen to music again. Xue Minji bit her lip. You've been away from the peak for so long and won't even spend time with us. Don't you miss me and senior sister? How could I not miss you? I miss you, and Bai Hui the most. Then why are you leaving? Master yearns more for the pink little belly bands. Su Anshan laughed, throwing his arm around the sect leader. Let's go, let's go. And so the sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect and one of its peak lords sauntered off together, arms around each other's shoulders. Xue Mingyue and Jiang Baihui watched their retreating figures. The sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect is no good either. Xue Minji gritted her teeth. I knew it. Master was corrupted by that old man. If Master enjoys it, let him watch. Jiang Baihui seemed unconcerned, lowering her head to mimic the movements of the dancer in the jade slip. Let's study hard. Once we've mastered it, Master won't need to go down the mountain to watch anymore. Senior sister is right. The two heads huddled together, continuing their study of the opera. At that moment, a figure slowly materialized in the void above, gazing at Su Anshan and the sect leader, who had already left the 10,000 Swords sect, scratching his head incessantly. What kind of person is this Wuxia Peak Lord? And what kind of sect is the 10,000 Swords sect? I can't make sense of this. Night fell. Su Anshan and the sect leader, reeking of alcohol, returned to the sect with their arms around each other. Junior brother, today's music. Thrilling. I've lived for centuries, and after today I realize I've wasted every damn year. Next time, hick. Next time, well, bring the other peak lords to hick. We'll have a team-building event and book the entire damn theater. The 10,000 Swords sect leader's face was flushed crimson. This is nothing. You've seen too little. Su Anshan, arms still around him and hiccuping from the drink, said, Junior brother, I've seen things far more thrilling than this. I don't believe you. The 10,000 Swords sect leader shook his head. You don't believe me. Su Anshan huffed, reeking of alcohol. Back in the day, the things I watched, the cam girls, the cosplay JK Lolita, none of them were anything like that little dance we just saw. That was tame. Take the little twerking from that country I used to watch. Give her a propeller and she could fly. That country, which dynasty is it? Su Anshan scratched his head. Just a tiny speck of a place. It's normal that you don't know, sect leader brother. Anyway, today was just an appetizer. Wait until I have the time, junior brother. They'll show you some real stuff that'll make you rock hard. Get lost, ha ha ha, you're blushing. Staggering, the two descended from the flying boat, the sect leader's eyes bleary with drink. Junior brother, I can't take it anymore. I need to rest. You should go sleep it off too. We're both men of status in the sect. We can't let the disciples see us in such a state. Go on, can you fly back on your own? Hick, steady. The 10,000 Swords sect leader wobbled off on his flying sword. Jiang Baihui and Xue Mingyue, who had stayed awake waiting for Su Anshan to return, rushed over when they saw his drunken state. Master, on my little Baihui and little Mingyue, Su Anshan pinched his two disciples' cheeks. Why aren't you two asleep yet? Look at the hour. We were waiting for you. Xue Minji frowned. Jiang Baihui poured a cup of warm water. Master, have some water. Baihui is always so thoughtful. Su Anshan took the cup with a grin. Just as he was about to drink, he suddenly looked up at the void and pointed. You? A mere firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Get lost. Su Anshan roared at the firefly in the void. Blocking your Anshan brother's view of the moon. Courting death. Little did he know the person hidden in the void was stricken with shock. What's going on? Have I been discovered? He had been ordered to observe Su Anshan and the 10,000 Swords sect. Unable to grasp their true nature, he had delayed reporting back, hoping to study more details. He believed his concealment was flawless. Even a Dongshu cultivator might not find him. This kid, what kind of person is he? Should I make a move? Master, you are drunk. Jiang Baihui held Su Anshan's hand and whispered softly. Drunk? What nonsense? Su Anshan waved his hand, grandly pointing into the void. How dare you still linger here? Do you dare to fight me to the death? I, your lord, I. Bang. Su Anshan, his arms still extended, collapsed headfirst into Jiang Baihui's embrace. The void cultivator, who had already condensed his spiritual essence, froze. Asleep. Was this brat just drunk all along? He spoke with such conviction that I almost believed Su Anshan had truly discovered me. Damn it. That wretched junior gave me quite a fright. The void demon cultivator cursed inwardly. Standing in the void, he looked down upon the peaks of the 10,000 Swords sect. The 10,000 Swords sect is nothing but an empty name. All of them are pleasure-seeking degenerates. Reporting to the demon lord, this is all your subordinate knows. So the 10,000 Swords sect is nothing special after all. The antlered deerhead cultivator stood respectfully before a massive black bear in the depths of the dense jungle. The black bear swirled the nectar in his stone cup. The human realms still proclaimed the 10,000 Swords sect as the foremost sect of the Lu Hua continent, yet they are all pleasure-seeking worldly degenerates. If such cultivators could slay Ji Baihui, then how formidable is the master of the Wuxia Peak? Not even capable of breaking the seas. The deerhead cultivator said solemnly. I have observed this man for a long time and sensed nothing extraordinary. He is rather good at bullying others by relying on his sect. Your subordinate believes Ji Baihui's death was caused by another. You mean Mei Jiji? The black bear demon lord raised an eyebrow. Yes, that is not impossible. The black bear demon lord pondered for a moment before nodding. I have heard a little of this Mei Jiji. He has some skill. I am told he stepped into the tribulation transcendence realm a few years ago. Your assessment of that Wuxia Peak master is quite apt. For years he has done nothing but bully men and women, relying on his master and sect. Demon lord, then this matter. The deer demon cultivator frowned deeply. Ji Baihui was an outer hall elder of our sacred land, and many of our outer hall demon cultivators perished. Tomorrow I shall personally visit the 10,000 Swords sect to demand justice for Elder Ji. The black bear waved his hand. The might of our sacred sect shall not be violated. What if Mei Jiji returns to the sect? Mei Jiji, a mere defeated foe not worth mentioning. The demon lord is invincible. A gentle spring breeze blew. Su Anshan lazily stretched as he pushed open the door, frowning slightly as he smelled the alcohol on himself. He had drunk too much. That old fox of a sect leader was just as bad. The two of them had been at the theater watching the pink little belly dancers, and as they watched they got carried away, bringing out the treasured nectar to drink together. He had blacked out completely. Master, you're awake. Xue Mingyue approached with a look of deep grievance. Are you sober now? Mingyue. Su Anshan smiled faintly, rubbing his aching head. How did Master get back last night? Do you not remember what happened last night? Xue Mingyue blinked, her eyes a sly mischievous glint subtly appearing within them. Master truly cannot recall clearly. Instantly Xue Mingyue's face crumpled, and a look of despair filled her eyes. You forgot everything. What's wrong? You ask what's wrong. You heartless man. Xue Mingyue pouted, then reached out her little fist and began pounding on Su Anshan. Think hard. What did you do to me last night? What was going on? What had he done last night? Master, are you going to say that everything you said to me last night was just drunken nonsense? Xue Mingyue looked up. Now that you've had your fun, do you think you can just brush it off as a drunken indiscretion? Why, I'm ruined. Xue Mingyue crouched down and started wiping her tears, leaving Su Anshan even more bewildered. What the hell? What act was this little girl putting on? Bro, ignore her, she's just putting on a show for you. The little girl took care of you all night, and she was sincere, but she also cursed you out all night long. The things she said about you, I can't even repeat them. You listening to that opera nearly drove her mad. He knew it. Su Anshan figured that no matter how much he lost control, he would never be so beastly as to take his own disciple. He had confidence in his character. Xue Mingyue still crouched, and crying frowned slightly. Why wasn't he coming to comfort her? Back in the palace, her little aunt had used this exact trick to fool her father, the emperor. In the end, her little aunt was appointed as a noble consort showered with gold, silver, jewels, and silks. Why was her master showing no reaction at all? This wasn't right. Forget it. Master's actions were unintentional. I knew this day would come when I first came to Wuxia Peak. They'll just treat it as a dream. Xue Mingyue suddenly stood up, but as she took a step forward, she inhaled sharply. Hiss, it hurts so much. This disciple of his was truly a drama queen. Xue Mingyue stopped after 2 steps. Still no reaction. Then I'll have to take the initiative. Master, Xue Mingyue turned her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Can you come and help me? I'm having trouble walking. Baiwei. Su Anshan called out. Hearing his voice, Jiang Baiwei hurried up. Master, your junior sister seems to have pulled something in her. Walk. She's having trouble moving. Help her back to rest. Su Anshan said with a faint, gentle smile. Junior sister, how could you be so careless? Jiang Baihui extended her delicate hand. At this point, Xue Mingyue could no longer keep up the act. Master, it hurts. It really hurts. I know it hurts. Did you not understand a word I just said? Don't you wonder why it hurts? You blacked out. I was the one who took care of you last night. Hard work. Hey, I took care of you. We were alone in a room. You were drunk, and I was completely defenseless. And now I'm in terrible pain. Can't you figure out what happened? Mingyue, Master actually has a recording of last night. Xue Mingyue was speechless. She stared at Su Anshan for a long time, her eyes rolling so far back, she nearly saw her own brain. Wow, you have a recording, and you. Zhongshan-kan. Xue Mingyue flung her arms and charged towards the mountains. Come out here and let me vent my anger. Watching Xue Mingyue's retreating figure, Jiang Baiwei tilted her head. Didn't junior sister pull something? Maybe you're helping her just now fixed it. Su Anshan chuckled softly. Baiwei truly has miraculous hands. As expected of a saint-grade water and with spirit root. I cured her. Jiang Baiwei looked down at her hands. Su Anshan nodded with a smile. Yes, Baiwei might one day become our continent's greatest healer. Greatest healer. Jiang Baiwei murmured softly. Suddenly the sky above the 10,000 Swords sect darkened. An immense pressure descended from the void. Su Anshan of the Wushi Peak 10,000 Swords sect come forth and die. An overwhelming aura surged forth. The entire 10,000 Swords sect was shrouded under a canopy of gloom. Countless disciples looked up only to see 2 phantom figures standing in the void. Master, someone is looking for you. Jiang Baiwei pointed towards the void, but Su Anshan cast only a faint glance. Ignore them. Oh, since Master said to ignore them, she would. My throat is a bit dry from last night's drinking. Let's have some light snacks to soothe it. Su Anshan walked towards the peak's kitchen and gave orders to several spirit puppets. Suddenly a gale swept through. Xue Mingyue, who had gone to vent her anger on a Kuan, ran back to the peak with a grave expression. Seeing both Master and senior sister Baiwei standing in the kitchen, she was momentarily stunned. Master, did you hear someone calling for you? I did. Then why are you still here? They're practically at our doorstep. Why don't you go slap them around a bit and remind them who you are? What's the rush? Su Anshan stretched lazily, showing no sign of concern. We need to learn to give others a chance once in a while. You're young, Su Anshan said with a raised eyebrow. With so many peak masters in the sect, it's been centuries since anyone dared to come shouting at our gates so openly. You have to let them have their moment to shine. Otherwise, what's the point of them cultivating to such high realms? Just for self-cultivation. One couldn't hog all the glory, some must be left for others. If Su Anshan took all the credit, the other peak masters would be stuck in their peaks handling affairs and teaching disciples every day. How dull and tedious their lives would be. This was something Su Anshan had realized last night while drinking with the sect leader. They were too boring. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have sighed, lamenting a wasted century just from glimpsing a pink little belly band. Let them have their moment. If things got out of hand, Su Anshan would step in. Xue Mingyue stood dumbfounded before the kitchen for a long time. What Master said made perfect sense. Stop mulling it over and think about what you want to eat. Have the spirit puppets make it all together. Su Anshan ruffled her little head, and Xue Mingyue giggled, pointing her finger. I want charcoal grilled acorn. Isn't that too greasy for breakfast? I want it. Then let's have it. Amidst the storm brewing over the sect, the carefree peak remained tranquil. Wispy smoke curled up from the peak's kitchen. Meanwhile, hearing that someone dared to cause such a ruckus within the 10,000 Swords sect, the sword aura of the various peak masters soared into the sky. Which blind bastard dares to act wild in our 10,000 Swords sect? The master of Green Mountain Peak, clad in azure robes, stood with a proud demeanor, sneering at the 2 demon cultivators in the void. He could sense that the intruders were no ordinary foes. But he was not afraid. This was the 10,000 Swords sect, his territory. With so many peak masters present, and the sect leader, and the 4 directional peak masters all stationed within the sect, even if the supreme elders had gone to Tianyuan for the ascension ceremony, no petty thugs could come here and bluster. Moreover, his current status was no longer ordinary. Senior Brother Su had personally bestowed him with medicine. He was now Senior Brother Zusman. Backed by such a powerful patron, if he didn't speak up loudly enough, it would be a sign of distrust towards Carefree Peak. What trash are you? Tell Su Anshan to come out and die. The black bear demon cultivator's face was icy cold. The two before them were none other than the deer demon and the demon lord Xiangjing. Two mongrels whose brains haven't even fully evolved, and you think you're worthy of summoning my senior brother Su. What do you think you are? The Green Mountain Peak Master looked haughty, flicking his hand dismissively. Get lost from the 10,000 Swords sect this instant, or it'll make you regret ever being born. How dare you? The deer demon cultivator's face turned ashen with rage. Do you know who you're speaking to? I don't care who you are. You're nothing but dogs. Do you deserve my kind words? The Green Mountain Peak Master raised his head arrogantly. Do you really think that with your profound cultivation you can do as you please? The 10,000 Swords sect is not a place anyone can just trample on. Well said, Master of Green Mountain Peak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless figures descended beside the Green Mountain Peak Master. These were all the Peak Masters who had rushed over the moment they heard someone challenging the sect. Just two demon cultivators, and you dare to shout in our 10,000 Swords sect. Demon cultivators retreat at once, or the demon domain will be drenched in blood. Did you hear that? Get lost now. Seeing all the Peak Masters gathered, the Green Mountain Peak Master grew even more confident. When the 10,000 swords are angered, dynasties fall. When the 10,000 swords rage, a region is overturned. Before our swords are drawn, scurry back with your unevolved tails between your legs. A bunch of ants chattering before me. You seek death. The black bear cultivator's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he swung his massive hand towards the assembled Peak Masters. Tribulation, Transcendence Realm. Seeing the black bear make his move, the Peak Masters were shocked. Two fellow Taoists from the demon clan, is it not too much to resort to such means the moment you arrive at our sect? Suddenly a faint, ethereal whisper echoed through the void. Everyone turned to look and saw the sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect staggering towards them on his flying sword. He looked as if he might tumble into the valley at any moment. Sect leader. The Peak Masters hurried forward only to be greeted by the pungent smell of alcohol. Sect leader you are. How I had a little drink with junior brother Su last night. Just a couple of cups. Haven't quite sobered up yet. The sect leader clapped the Peak Masters on the shoulders, grinning. Let me tell you, junior brother Su really knows how to have fun. In the future, when we have team building events, he'll take you all out for some fun too. The sect leader, bleary-eyed and drunk, leaned on the Peak Masters' shoulders, laughing. The Peak Masters were dumbfounded. How could the sect leader be so hungover? The one who had come to cause trouble was a tribulation transcendence cultivator. They had been able to talk so tough only because they were counting on the sect leader. Now the sect leader was so drunk, he couldn't tell his left from his right. Sect leader, two tribulation transcendence demon cultivators are here to make trouble. Tribulation transcendence. They're nothing. The sect leader snorted dismissively, shaking off the Peak Master's hands. Let me see which little brat dares to spout nonsense in the 10,000 Swords sect. Was it you? The 10,000 Swords sect leader pointed at the black bear and the deer demon, glaring. You must be the sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect, Fan Jian. That's right, it's me. The 10,000 Swords sect leader lifted his chin. You know my name and still dare to cause trouble here. You don't take me seriously, ah, damn it. Thud a punch. The sect leader was sent flying into the mountain. The Peak Masters were horrified. The punch finally sobered Fan Jian up completely. Looking around at the mountain walls, he rolled his shoulders, dusted off his clothes, and with a whoosh shot back. Son of a bitch. You demon cultivators have no martial virtue, ambushing an old man of 700 years. Stop your nonsense and hand over Su Anshan. The black bear demon lord's eyes blazed with ferocity. They'll give you 30 breaths. For every breath you delay, they'll kill one of you. Dream on if you think the 10,000 Swords sect will hand anyone over. Fan Jian roared. Exactly. The Peak Masters echoed in unison. Do you take us for a bunch of pushovers? Do you really think that being at the Tribulation Transcendence realm makes you invincible? Since the founding of our sect, we have never once betrayed a fellow brother. 15 breaths. The black bear demon lord murmured. Demon, do you know that the 10,000 Swords sect is under the protection of Fairy Mei Jiji, a defeated opponent? The black bear demon lord snorted disdainfully. Tell Mei Jiji to come back. Let's see if I can kill her or not. Oh, suddenly a contemptuous voice rang out from the void. You black bear spirit, instead of stealing cassocks, you come to our 10,000 Swords sect to act tough. Senior Su. Bloody hell. Upon hearing the outcry, the Peak Masters knew who it was even without seeing the speaker. Yet as they turned to look, Su Anshan trod upon the void with his hands behind his back, his steps light and slow. With each step he took a resplendent golden lotus with 9 leaves bloomed beneath his feet. The Tao Golden Lotus. This was the damn Tao Golden Lotus. With 9 full leaves, only an emperor who walked the path of invincibility could possess such a sign. Junior brother Su bears the bearing of an emperor. The peak masters of the 10,000 Swords sect were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the sight before them. Anshan had remained silent until now, but with a single punch days ago he had embedded the Azure Peak Master into the wall like a mural, and since then he had completely unleashed himself. Extraordinary phenomena frequently emerged from his peak, and he had slain a half-step Void Tribulation cultivator in an instant. Now he was even treading upon the Tao Golden Lotus. Not to mention that he had slain a Void Tribulation cultivator with the power of a Tribulation Transcendence realm. Even if he were to ascend directly to the immortal realm tomorrow, these peak masters of the 10,000 Swords sect would likely feel it is only fitting. Truly worthy of my senior brother Su, absolutely incredible. The Azure Peak Master clenched his fist and muttered under his breath, I was such a fool before. When I return, he'll give that bastard Mu Linson a beating. How dare he mock senior brother Su at the assembly? That little brat defying his master and overturning the natural order. Dear Xiao and the Black Bear Demon Lord in the Void were also stunned by the Tao Golden Lotus. Are you telling me this is below the sea-breaking realm? And this is trash. Well, Dear Xiao was left speechless as Anshan, who had arrived with the spectacle of the Tao Golden Lotus underfoot, landed before the Peak Masters. Senior brother Su. Numerous Peak Masters clasped their hands in salute. On the path of cultivation, precedence is given to the one who has attained mastery. His feat of instantly killing a half-step Void Tribulation cultivator had spread far and wide, and now, with the 9-leaf Golden Lotus condensed beneath him, it was enough for the Peak Masters of the 10,000 Swords sect to address him as senior brother. Anshan nodded with a smile. Senior brother, these two demon cultivators are incredibly arrogant. They want to take your life, kill our 10,000 Swords sect disciples, and just moments ago they insulted Uncle Master Mei. The Azure Peak Master stepped forward to report. Anshan nodded slightly and slowly raised his head. Tell me, you Black Bear spirit, why aren't you out stealing cassocks? What business do you have at our 10,000 Swords sect? Seeing the Tao Golden Lotus beneath Anshan's feet, the Black Bear Demon Lord felt a surge of caution. Are you Anshan? Did you kill Ji Bai Wei? Why did you kill him? Black Bear spirit, you really have the nerve to ask. The Azure Peak Master snorted. In all these regions, who doesn't know that Ji Bai Wei committed heinous acts at the Questioning Heaven sect that night? As cultivators, it is our righteous duty to slay evil cultivators. Running into my senior brother Su was his good fortune. At least he died peacefully. Exactly. To be slain by senior brother Su is a blessing in itself. Anshan slowly raised his hand, and the peak masters of the 10,000 Swords sect fell silent. My reason for killing him is simple. He was an evil cultivator. My fellow brothers have already spoken on my behalf. There is one more thing. He stole my dog. A dog? That Ji Bai Wei stole my little mongrel, took the collar from my dog's neck, put it on his own, and bared his teeth at me. Could I not kill him? For a mere mongrel you killed one of my demon clan's cultivators? If you steal, you die too. Fine, you insolent Wuxia Peak Master. The Black Bear Demon Lord nodded repeatedly. Ji Bai Wei was an elder under my command. Since you killed him, I cannot stand idly by. Kneel and confess your guilt, then cripple your own cultivation, and I will spare your life. What a load of bullshit. Bro, just blast him. A mere Tribulation Transcendence cultivator dares to make a ruckus here. He's not even taking me seriously. The system was raring to go. Seriously, are you out of your mind? The Azure Peak Master glared with utter disdain. You really have an underdeveloped brain and an entirely undeveloped cerebellum. A cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendence realm parading around with a black bear head. Did the heavenly Tao forget about you when you transformed during your tribulation? An evolutionally incomplete demon cultivator throwing your weight around in our 10,000 Swords sect and demanding that senior brother Su kneel and confess, crippling his own cultivation. Are you blind? Can't you see the Tao Golden Lotus under my senior brother Zu's feet? He hasn't even asked you to kneel, and you're already acting so high and mighty. You're like a toad crawling onto someone's foot, not biting, just being utterly disgusting. Well said, Azure Peak Master. The Peak Masters of the 10,000 Swords sect applauded in unison, while the Black Bear Demon Lord's face alternated between pale and green, his fists clenched tightly. You all, stop. Before the Black Bear Demon Lord could finish, Anshan grinned. I know you're anxious, but don't be. You also know that killing you right now would take but a snap of my fingers. However, there's something we need to clarify first. Was it you, this little black bear spirit, who boasted that my master Mei Jiji was your defeated opponent? So what if I did? The Black Bear Demon Lord glared. Let's get him. I'm ready. No need. Anshan whispered in his mind, then took a jade slip from his bosom and crushed it with a bang. What now? In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse. The void above the 10,000 sword sect was shattered by a kick, and Mei Jiji, clad in snow-white robes, stepped lightly across the void with bare feet, her face behind the veil, full of displeasure. You little brat. 10,000 sword sect. Greetings, Uncle Master Mei. The peak masters of the 10,000 sword sect, including the sect leader, all bowed with clasped hands. Mei Jiji's lips twitched beneath her veil as she composed herself and descended step by step from the air. Rise. Yes, Uncle Master. As the peak masters stood, Mei Jiji transmitted a voice message to Su Anshan from midair. You little bastard, what did you drag me to the 10,000 swords sect for? I was having fun with some girlfriends. I was fighting to snatch a holy maiden for you at Tianyuan. Do you have a problem? Do you know how much effort it took me to get in there? As she transmitted her voice, Mei Jiji landed beside Su Anshan. You've been calling for me too often lately. I need my own space too. Next time ask me first before summoning me. Master, this bastard claimed you were his defeated opponent. Huh. In an instant, Mei Jiji's eyes widened as she planted her hands on her hips. Come, let me see, witch little brat. Who are you? Mei Jiji paused upon seeing the Black Bear Demon Lord. I don't recall you. You say I'm your defeated opponent. Mei Jiji had roamed the world defeating many cultivators. She truly had no memory of this Black Bear Demon Lord. Ahem. The Black Bear Demon Lord suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He had never actually fought Mei Jiji. He had merely witnessed her sparring with the White Tiger Venerable from afar, taking half an hour to suppress him. The White Tiger Venerable, when he fought him, had been subdued in just a quarter of an hour. From this, he concluded that Mei Jiji was no match for him. Yet seeing her shatter the void as she arrived, he suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. But even if he was uncertain, he couldn't lose face. Isn't it true? If you don't believe me, let's fight again. Fine, if you say I'm your defeated opponent, then I am. Mei Jiji seemed too lazy to argue with him. The Black Bear Demon Lord's eyes gleamed with disdain. Yet unexpectedly, she took a jade slip from her bosom. Since you claim I'm your defeated opponent, I won't fight you. Wait while I summon someone. Master is going to call for reinforcements. Su Anshan looked up at the Black Bear Spirit. Black Bear Demon Lord. Age 2174. Realm Tribulation Transcendence Peak. Aptitude Supreme, Earth Spirit Root Supreme, Wood Spirit Root. Traits: who cares to look at it? Appearance far inferior to you before the screen. A bare paw at the Tribulation Transcendence Peak. One bite would surely make his nose gush with blood from the sheer nourishment. With Mei Jiji's strength, dealing with it should be a breeze. Got it. Probably just too lazy to fight. Following the tradition of Wuxia Peak Master, is about to summon the Grandmaster, isn't she? Su Anshan swallowed his saliva. He had been in Wuxia Peak for so long, yet never met the Grandmaster. This time it's settled. Dinner would be upgraded to bear paw. Fried or steamed. Buddy. What's going on? This system buddy feels so downcast. You've changed. What did I do? I'm standing right here, but you ignore me. You'd rather rely on your master than spare me a glance. Am I really that unreliable? This bear spirit is at Tribulation Transcendence Peak. So what? The little stuff you gave me can't beat him either. I'll go hunting. Could I ever let you down? Have you forgotten our solemn vows, our pact? You call for your master at a mere Tribulation Transcendence Peak. If the circle finds out, they'll think I've gone soft. Then what do you want? Next time I'll let you handle it, okay? How about this? You and my master take turns, one job each, deal? Fine. At least you have some conscience. Damn. This system buddy is like a little wife. If I don't use him, he gets upset. Let's make it clear. Next time the enemy you provoke can't be below Tribulation Transcendence. Don't fob me off with some lousy little minnow at Spirit Severing or Cave Void. Alright, how about I get you a true immortal? Deal. It's settled. True immortal, anything less doesn't count. You're seriously deranged. Su Anshan muttered inwardly, while the Black Bear Demon Lord, upon hearing that Mei Jiji was calling reinforcements, grinned so wide it seemed one could see his gallbladder from his mouth. Calling for help. Mei Jiji, aren't you the so-called #1 dual cultivator of sword and body in Reed Flowerall? Too scared to face me. The Black Bear Spirit was insufferably smug. Call away. As the Grand Demon Lord of the demon race, he wasn't afraid of anyone being summoned. Demons of the same realm already surpassed human cultivators, and at Tribulation Transcendence Peak, he feared not even a feather transformation human Grandmaster. Across the entire domain, only a handful could defeat him. He had thought Mei Jiji was formidable, making him uneasy when she shattered the void, but it turned out she was just a coward, lacking even the courage to cross hands with him. Oh yes. Mei Jiji replied with a forced smile. I'm terrified of you, your humble defeat. How dare I cross hands? Wait a moment, the old geezer I called will be here soon. You brat, who are you calling an old geezer? In an instant, voices echoed from all directions in the void. Suddenly, a green willow leaf drifted down from the void. As the willow leaf swayed in the wind and was about to land before Mei Jiji, a figure appeared out of thin air. a handsome scholarly youth with a feather fan and a silk cap, his face as fair as Panin, exuding an air of refinement. Demon Lord, do you recognize this person? Whispered a deer clan cultivator. No. The black bear spirit shook his head, feeling even more at ease. He had memorized every being in this star domain capable of beating him, and this man was not among them. You old geezer, changed your skin again. Mei Jiji sneered at the scholar before her. Half-buried already, yet swapping faces every day. This time you're targeting some noble lady. Isn't that perverse? Do you even have the equipment for it? Brat, keep talking nonsense, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Uffed. Mei Jiji pouted. Don't bother tearing my mouth. I'm busy. See that black bear spirit? He says I'm his defeated foe, that I can't beat him. Hurry up and annihilate him. Ooh, I have things to do back in Tianyuan. The scholar slowly turned his head and glanced at the black bear spirit. Uffed. Hee. Standing nearby, Su Anshan frowned deeply. Who is this? The Grandmaster. He looked nothing like the Grandmaster in Su Anshan's imagination. He had expected someone wild with a bushy beard and a fierce face. Look at his name, Wu Rend. Doesn't sound like a good person at all. This handsome scholar before him looked far too delicate. The Grandmaster. Taking a peek at his status panel shouldn't count as rebellion, right? White-faced scholar Wu Rend. Age 732. Realm about to ascend. Aptitude Divine Wind Spirit Root. Traits dislikes Mei Jiji dislikes Jia Tsibe, respects elders and loves the young, kind and affable, others hidden. Appearance 98. Huh. It really is the Grandmaster. What's with those traits? Dislikes Mei Jiji and also Jia Tsibe. Jia Tsibe is his master, isn't he? And some traits are hidden. What kind of person is this Grandmaster? As for the realm, about to ascend, leaving soon. And why is his laugh so strange? Laughing while covering his mouth, and that he? Is his Grandmaster a eunuch? This is terrifying. The scholar kept laughing behind his hand. This little black bear, you can't beat it, Jiji. You're truly useless. Don't ever call yourself my disciple from now on. No one in my lineage is such a disgrace. Screw off, okay? Mei Jiji rolled her eyes. I'm just too lazy to fight him. Since he says I can't beat him, there's no harm in me calling someone right. Also, I ran into Hua Qinggu a few days ago. He's still alive. Wu Ren's eyes widened. Couldn't beat him, so he mocked you in the bamboo grove. That's all you're good for, talking about my skills. Just kill that black bear, while I'm annoyed. Damn, mocking me. He deserves to die. Hey, pretty boy over there. The black bear spirit raised a paw. What are you two chattering about? Hurry up and stretch your necks for me to kill. Pretty boy. Who are you calling pretty? You. The black bear spirit glared. You look effeminate, too much energy. I can't be bothered to kill you. Just kill yourself? Haha, hear that. He says you're full of energy. Mei Jiji looked like she was enjoying the drama. The white-faced scholar pursed his lips. Little black bear, have you forgotten how I beat you back then? You damn well beat me. Who the hell are you? Before the black bear spirit could finish, the white-robed scholar in the void transformed without warning into a celestial maiden in a floral long skirt, her jet black hair cascading like a waterfall, holding a flower umbrella. Greetings, Grandmaster. Fan Jian, the sect leader of 10,000 Swords sect, who had been wondering who was beside Mei Shirshu, immediately knelt upon seeing the celestial maiden, while the other peak masters gasped and followed suit on one knee. Greetings, Grandmaster. The umbrella-holding celestial maiden gently raised her arm, and a soft breeze lifted the 10,000 Swords sect members to their feet, her gaze fixed on the black bear spirit. The moment he saw the celestial maiden, the black bear demon lord's gallbladder nearly burst. Wu, do you recognize me now? Wu Ren smiled at him. Don't just stand there. Kill yourself. Su Anshan. My Grandmaster Wu Ren is actually a celestial maiden. That's truly too cool. Fake. Too fake. How could the Grandmaster be a fairy? Wu Ren. That name doesn't sound like a good person at all, let alone a fairy's name. Yet the Grandmaster before him was so ethereally graceful. This was just too cool. Now that the Grandmaster had returned to her true form, her traits should no longer be hidden, right? Taking another peek shouldn't be considered an act of rebellion. Wu Ren, 100-faced immortal, age 273, realm on the verge of ascending, talent divine grade, wind spirit root, traits dislikes Mei Jiji dislikes Jia Tsibe, respects the elderly and cherishes the young, affable and kind, nation toppling, beauty golden ratio supreme, sacred body flexible, toes quad, love golden, right hand deep interest in the handsome young man beside Mei Jiji, appearance 99. Even her age had shrunk. Understood. Master had mentioned that the Grandmaster once courted a lady from a noble family. She must have disguised herself as over 700 years old. A cultivator at the Ascension realm at over 700 was still an unparalleled genius across the entire star domain. At just over 200, anyone would easily guess she was Wu Ren. The Grandmaster was truly meticulous. But that trait, deep interest in the handsome young man beside Mei Jiji, what was that supposed to mean? Wasn't that referring to him? Holy shit. Bro, your grandmaster is really a top-tier furnace. Did you see her trait? Supreme in sacred body. If you dual cultivate with her, using your chaos root, you'll soar. What a great furnace. What a great furnace. Are you crazy? She's my grandmaster. Whether she's a good furnace or not is none of my damn business. So what if she's your grandmaster? Cultivators live as long as heaven and earth. Didn't Yang end up with his aunt? How do you know about that? Bro, before I bonded with you, I roamed across countless worlds, so I have knowledge in all areas. Awesome. So what do you say? She's truly an excellent furnace. Want me to slip her a potion for you to dual cultivate? Just give the word, and he'll go hunting right now. Get lost, you immoral bastard, who defiles masters and ancestors. You can't be any good. TSK, she's already interested in you. Maybe she wants to dual cultivate with you too. Get the hell out. What kind of messed-up system is this? Seeing the senior sister good furnace. Seeing the master good furnace. Seeing the grandmaster still a damn good furnace. This guy must have come from some pleasure circle back in the day. The reason he got shut down was probably because he stole some leader's mistress. Anshan breathed slowly, occasionally stealing glances at the grandmaster. So beautiful. She was almost on par with his master. Was being good-looking a tradition for recruiting disciples in the nothingness sect? His senior sisters were all stunning, and his master and grandmaster were equally gorgeous. He was handsome too. He wondered if Grandmaster Jia was male or female, and if they were also a great beauty or a handsome man. Wu Ren held a paper umbrella with one hand. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the black bear spirit, who was so terrified he was about to foam at the mouth. Are you deaf? I told you to kill yourself, and you're here blowing bubbles like a little carp. Demon Lord. Demon Lord. The Deer Clan cultivator gripped the black bear's spirit's arm tightly. This is no time to lose your nerve. This fiend is rampant. You must suppress them. Suppress your mother. Bang. The black bear's spirit's massive paw slammed onto the deer cultivator's head, nearly knocking the brains out of the deer demon. You bastard turtle. It was you who egged me on to avenge that fool Ji Baihui, saying the sacred clan's dignity must not be violated. What the hell is he? He was terrified. The black bear spirit's gallbladder was on the verge of exploding. He never dreamed that in such a vast star domain he would run into this ancestor. 30 years ago, Wu Ren had stormed into their demon clan camp, demanding top-quality bear paws to nourish her new disciple and a bear gallbladder to refine medicine. Hundreds of demon cultivators fought Wu Ren and were beaten to a pulp. He was among them. Luckily, he was young then and hadn't reached the tribulation transcendent stage. Wu Ren found his flesh not tender enough and ignored him. But he watched as his third uncle had a hand chopped off by Wu Ren himself. In the end, his uncle managed to negotiate, offering a tenth of sandier giant python's gallbladder in exchange for keeping his own bear gall. His third uncle was still bedridden. From that day on, the black bear spirit had listed Wu Ren as someone he could never provoke, someone he could never defeat, even if he died trying. He never expected to run into her here. How could this be? Wasn't Wu Ren a rogue cultivator without any sect? How was she connected to the 10,000 sword sect? The deer clan cultivator struck by the paw looked utterly bewildered. Demon Lord, I'm a little deer, not a bastard turtle. Why did you hit me? Fuck off, can't you take a hint? The black bear's spirit glared. You're a little deer? Whose little deer are you, you dog? Can you stop shouting? Wu Ren was annoyed, her brows slightly furrowed. Just kill yourself now. Ahem, senior. The black bear spirit lowered his head cautiously. I truly didn't know it was you. Please spare my life. How about this? I'll do what my third uncle did back then. Who's your third uncle? The one whose paw you chopped off 30 years ago. Wu Ren nodded in realization, then turned to Mei Jiji. Was the bear paw good? Good my ass. Don't even mention that paw. It gave me such a bad stomach that I almost thought you were jealous of my beauty and trying to kill me, Mei Jiji said with a pout. Impossible. The black bear's spirit panicked, his eyes wide. My third uncle is a tribulation transcendence bear cultivator. Our true form is the earth bear. No one has more tender meat than us earth bears. It must have been that snake gallbladder. That might be possible. Mei Jiji nodded faintly. Exactly. Our bear paws are truly fragrant. Roast them with a sprinkle of pepper. Delicious. The black bear's spirit extended his own paw. Senior, what do you say? With one word from you, I'll chop this hand off right now. And the snake gallbladder. Snake gallbladder. Snake gallbladder. The black bear's spirit suddenly turned to the deer cultivator beside him. The deer, already thoroughly scolded, was still feeling aggrieved, but a bad premonition arose when he saw the bear's gaze. Demon Lord, I'm a deer. Deer is good. The black bear's spirit grinned broadly. Senior, this is a tribulation transcendence 8-antlered deer, top-grade antlers. Can this replace the snake gallbladder? If you say yes, I'll break it off for you right now. Then break it off. As you command. A ferocious grin spread across the black bear spirit's face as he looked back at the deer cultivator. Little deer, you wouldn't want your clan to be expelled from the sacred land, would you? Just hand over your antlers obediently. Senior. Top-grade deer, antler, and bear paw. I've left them here for you. In the void of 10,000 swords, sect the black bear demon lord cautiously held the bear paw and deer antler with spiritual energy. Looking at him, and the deer cultivator, one had lost a hand, the other two horns. Do you want any? Wu Ren glanced sideways at Mei Jiji. What would I do with such trash? Mei Jiji said disdainfully, then looked at Su Anshan. Disciple, take these. They're highly nourishing. Hearing Mei Jiji call Su Anshan her disciple, Wu Ren curled his lips imperceptibly. Really giving them to me? A bear paw from a Tribulation Transcendence Peak expert, and deer antler from a Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator. If he consumed these, Su Anshan instinctively glanced at his own massive dragon. Wouldn't it pierce a hole through the heavens? The black bear's spirit trembled on the verge of tears. Young master, please just take them. Whoever it was, just take the bear paw and deer antler, so he could flee quickly. This place of trouble he never wanted to return to for the rest of his life. Then I want stand on ceremony. Su Anshan raised his hand and stored the bear paw and deer antler into his ring. The cultivators of 10,000 swords sect watched with envy in their hearts. Such nourishing treasures were no less than rare celestial herbs. The legacy of the Idle Peak lineage was truly beyond the reach of all realms. The black bear spirit stood behind, bowing and scraping reverently. Seeing the black bear spirit still lingering, Wu Ren cast a faint glance at him. Aren't you going to scram? Or do you want me to see you off? This humble one will scram immediately. Whoosh. The black bear spirit pumped his arms, darting away as if riding windfire wheels, with the deer clan cultivator following close behind their lord. Lord, wait for me. With the intruders gone, Wu Ren, holding a flowered umbrella, stretched lazily. His slender waist was captivating. All of you go about your business. Wu Ren glanced at the 10,000 swords sect leader and the peak masters. And don't call me Grandmaster. I've long left the sect. Yes, Grandmaster. The peak masters of 10,000 swords sect withdrew. Wu Ren stretched again and looked at Su Anshan softly. You're Mei Jiji's disciple and the current master of Idle Peak. Yes, Grandmaster. You're quite handsome. Wu Ren smiled with pursed lips, her enchanting eyes making Su Anshan's heart itch. It's been a while since I've been back. Let's sit at Idle Peak for a while. Grandmaster, please. Such a respectful grand disciple, unlike your master. No sense of propriety. Blah, blah, blah. Mei Jiji stuck out her tongue. Wu Ren walked through the void, and Su Anshan kept gazing at her back. Suddenly, a wisp of fragrant breeze entered Su Anshan's nostrils. It was Mei Jiji's arm hooking around his neck. Dear disciple, are you captivated? How could that be? Don't pretend. You're my disciple. Ooh, I know what's in your head. That old wench Wu Ren, aside from everything else, is indeed alluring. Besides, she's a supreme in constitution, an excellent cauldron. Want to dual cultivate with her? Huh. Su Anshan's head buzzed. Master, isn't she my grandmaster? Your master? You. I. Huh. Grandmaster is grandmaster, she's not your master. Just say if you want to. If you do, we'll go all out and subdue her. If I had the chance, I'd have taken her down long ago. I support it. It'll provide the knockout drops plus. Even a true immortal would be felled. You two, what are you whispering about? Suddenly, Wu Ren's voice transmission appeared in both Su Anshan and Mei Jiji's divine sense. Get back to the mountain now. Coming, always so impatient. Mei Jiji shouted and raised an eyebrow at Su Anshan. Shall we do it? Mei Jiji. Thunder roared in the void. Get back here, you traitorous wretch. Do you think I can't hear your transmission? Mei Jiji stuck out her tongue nonchalantly. Damn, the plan's exposed. Moments later at Idle Peak, Wu Ren sat on a stone stool in the pavilion, staring straight at Mei Jiji. You've got some nerve. Back at Idle Peak, you'd sneak into my bed. Now you're instigating your disciple. Why did I ever take you in? How could you be like this? Mei Jiji pouted. Eavesdropping on others' transmissions is like peeking into a child's diary. How can a great senior do such a thing? I'm afraid you'll corrupt your disciple. Wu Ren glared, then raised a hand towards Su Anshan. Grandmaster. Don't learn from your master. She may look good, but her mind is full of debauchery. Wu Ren said softly. This is our first meeting. I have nothing else to give you, but take this personal holy grade soft armor. Whoosh. A set of soft armor thin as a cicada's wing and still carrying a faint scent of her body landed in Su Anshan's hands. Damn it. This humiliates me. How is a gift from Grandmaster humiliating you? Going to duel again? Ahem. Not good. The Administration Bureau is conducting a massive manhunt. I'm the top fugitive now, so it's not wise to show my face. But he'll remember this. He'll head out after nightfall. Is it that serious? What did you do to become the top fugitive? Heh, you'll find out soon. Damn, the system buddy must have gone hunting while he was asleep and committed something big. The outlaw system indeed lives up to its name. But Mei Jiji, seeing the soft armor in Su Anshan's hands, frowned. Old Wu, isn't that favoritism? Back then I begged you so much for it, and you wouldn't give it to me. Now you hand it to my disciple. Are you trying to seduce him? Wu Ren said, nonsense. I'm about to ascend. Ascend? It's good that you call me back. I wanted to say goodbye. Your grandmaster up there has been urging me. I've had enough fun down here, so we'll go up and take a look. What if I get bullied? Call me. He'll come back down. Did you think your grandmaster couldn't return after ascending? That's fine then. Mei Jiji smiled with narrowed eyes. When do you ascend? Let me watch. Wanna see? Do you want to see? Wu Ren glanced at Su Anshan again. An ascension event. He definitely wanted to witness it. Su Anshan nodded slightly, and Wu Ren smiled. All right, I'll let you watch right now. Will it take long? That old freak Nine Whiskers from Tianyuan held an ascension ceremony. If you take too long, I can't wait. Mei Jiji said with narrowed eyes. What's there to see in a waste like him? Begging and pleading for the immortal domain to open a door for him. I can't even be bothered to mock such a pathetic loser. Wu Ren scoffed with disdain. Watch closely how Idle Peak ascends. Whoosh. A golden beam of light shot up from Wu Ren's body. Instantly, the entire void over 10,000 swords sect was enveloped in golden radiance, brilliant light surging among the clouds. Then Wu Ren soared into the sky with her umbrella. She looked up and shouted, Immortal Domain, open the door. Your daddy is here. With a crack, the heavenly gate burst open. From within the golden fissure stepped two cold-faced immortal cultivators clad in golden armor. Whoa, Su Anshan exclaimed, looking up. They look pretty cool. Su Anshan let out a low exclamation. The Grandmaster was indeed formidable. He had merely commanded the celestial domain to open its gates, and it obediently complied. Meanwhile, at 10,000 swords sect, the masters of countless peaks and their disciples all gazed upward at the void. The Grandmaster is ascending. Heavens, our Grandmaster is so powerful. No wonder that black bear spirit at the peak of tribulation transcendence was so terrified it chopped off its own hand and broke off its male companion's horn. Male companion. Is there a problem? Didn't it shout wait for me as it left? No decent person would talk like that. Makes sense. The peak masters buzzed with chatter. Amid the gossip, Wu Ren had already arrived before the heavenly gate. Lead the way. Holding a floral umbrella, Wu Ren wore an expression of arrogance. The immortal cultivator in golden armor glared coldly, his celestial sword clanging against his armor. Mortal cultivator, do not be insolent. Damn, this guard dog is so arrogant, daring to disrespect our 10,000 swords sect's grandmaster. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. The peak masters of 10,000 swords sect shouted, and beams of sword light shot into the sky. What celestial sect? 10,000 swords sect had stood for 10,000 years, passing down its legacy unbroken. They were always the ones who bullied others. Insult 10,000 swords sect. Even if you were a celestial being from heaven, they would still fight you. Would you dare touch them? Their founder Jinwudi was the celestial domain's emperor. Harm a single one of them, and they would annihilate your entire celestial sect. The golden-armored immortal guide was stunned. What was this? They were immortals. How dared these mortal cultivators show them disrespect? 10,000 swords were drawn. This scene seemed strangely familiar. Wu Ren, suspended in the void, seemed to sense the soaring sword intent of 10,000 swords sect. All of you stand down. In an instant, 10,000 swords returned to their sheaths. Then Wu Ren strode arrogantly before the two golden-armored immortals and slapped them twice right in the face. My master is Jia Zibei. Wu Ren clasped his hands and bowed eastward, his expression solemn. In that moment, the immortal guides looked as if they had swallowed a fly, their faces turning purple with suppressed fury, their blazing anger doused like cold water, chilling them to the bone. Jia, Senior Jia is your master. Don't believe me? Then I'll call my master to chat with you. With that, Wu Ren pulled out a jade slip bearing a divine sense imprint from his bosom. The immortal guides were filled with terror. No need. Fairy, please. No wonder the sight of 10,000 swords being drawn felt so familiar. Back when Jia Zibei ascended to immortality, it was the same. The two guides had barely exerted a hint of pressure, and Jia Sibius, master by Manghua, had beaten them black and blue, nearly demolishing the celestial palace behind them. The celestial palace could do nothing against Bai Manghua. What could they do? Bai Manghuo's master Jinwudi was the celestial domain's patriarch. He walked the path of invincibility alone. Even at the human immortal realm, he had dominated the celestial domain, forcing all immortals to bow their heads. After advancing to the emperor realm, he became the tyrant of the celestial domain. Rumor had it that Jinwudi also had a master above him. This lineage was like an unending chain. Strike the young, and the elder appears, strike the elder, and an even older one emerges. No matter how vast your power or profound your cultivation, this lineage could always find someone to crush you. The celestial domain was terrified. Who would dare provoke this lineage of masters and disciples? The immortal guides were now utterly deferential. Only then did Wu Ren, holding his floral umbrella, put away the jade slip and casually tossed the umbrella to the guide. The guide caught the umbrella bewildered. "Hurry up and hold it for me." Oh. The immortal guide quickly scurried forward with small steps to hold the umbrella over Wu Ren. Wu Ren strode forward with his head held high, only turning slowly as he was about to step through the celestial gate. "See that? This is how our carefree peak ascends." Whoosh. Wu Ren stepped through the celestial gate, followed closely by the guide, holding the umbrella. The other guide without an umbrella lingered outside, gazing deeply at Su Anshan and Mei Jiji for a long time, as if trying to etch their faces into his memory, before finally entering the gate. The golden light faded. The rift to the celestial domain vanished, as if nothing had happened. Holy crap! Our Grandmaster is so cool. Those immortal guides were like little shrimps scared out of their wits. I heard others have to beg the celestial domain to open a side gate when ascending, but our Grandmaster had the guides hold his umbrella. As a member of 10,000 Swords sect, I am proud. The peak masters and disciples were boiling with excitement, itching to beat up the 8-spiced chickens in the mountains. Looks like our lineage is doing well in the celestial domain. Mei Jiji nodded beneath her veil, then suddenly clenched her hands into claws. Damn it, I couldn't get her in the mortal world. It'll be even harder up there. Master, you don't have the equipment. But I have you, don't I? Mei Jiji laughed, pulling Su Anshan close. No matter. When Master goes up there in a while with your talent surpassing that woman's, one day you'll pin her down. Then you can go hee. Master, how many Soul Hall elders did you eat to get that hee? What's Soul Hall elders? Nothing. Su Anshan shook his head, and Mei Jiji stretched lazily. Your Grandmaster has ascended. There's nothing more to see. I won't linger here. There's a saintess in Tianyuan waiting for me to snatch. Stay on the peak and rest. I'm off. Crack. A rift tore open abruptly in the void, and Mei Jiji slipped inside, holding a vertical flute. Master wields a flute, Grandmaster carries an umbrella. Should I get something to adorn myself? What would suit me? Su Anshan frowned, muttering to himself. Master. After Mei Jiji left, Jiang Baichun and Xue Mingwei ran up. Who were those two beautiful sisters? Are they our mistresses? Xue Mingwei blinked. My senior sister and I were very considerate. We didn't disturb your time together. What mistresses? Su Anshan tapped Xue Mingyu's head. The one who just ascended to the celestial domain is your Grandmaster's master, and the one who went to Tianyuan is your Grandmaster. Wow, enough with the wow. Take this bear paw to the kitchen. Su Anshan tossed the black bear paw to Xue Mingwei. It's from a tribulation transcendence bear. Today Master will improve your meal. Yage, Xue Mingwei and Jiang Baichun ran hand in hand toward the kitchen. Su Anshan looked at the deer antler in his hand. Zhongshan. Before long, a hunched 8-spiced chicken emerged from the woods of 10,000 Swords sect. Boss Su, take this deer antler to the sect leader at the main peak. Su Anshan broke off half the antler and tossed it over. Tell him it's from that tribulation transcendence octagonal deer. Tribulation transcendence. Zhongshan eyes nearly blazed with fire. Hey, don't sneak a bite. Su Anshan glared. This is a tribulation transcendence antler. You're only at chi condensation. Damn, how did you reach chi condensation? In just a few days, how had a Kun reached the chi condensation realm? Could a Kun be a cultivation prodigy? I don't know. I just trained hard. Zhongshan opened his chicken beak. It's all thanks to the spiritual root you gave me, boss. I actually have an idea, but I need your approval. What idea? The name Zhongshan doesn't sound good. If I travel the world, people won't know what Zhongshan means. I can't just say I live in the middle of a mountain. It's too embarrassing. Zhongshan looked at him nervously, asking cautiously. I want to take your surname. Is Sukuin okay? Zhongshan eyes trembled with trepidation. The thought had lingered in his heart ever since Su Anshan bestowed upon him the celestial spirit fruit, yet he had suppressed it, unable to voice it aloud. Coincidentally, Su Anshan just then praised his innate talent. Emboldened, he decided to test his fortune. Sukuin, you showed diligence and aspiration. Surely you will not disgrace the Su surname. So be it as you wish. Senior brother Su, rest assured. I shall cultivate with unwavering devotion. Sukuin trembled with excitement, bowing his shoulders repeatedly. Hurry now, deliver this deer antler to the sect master. Do not dare taste it. It's from a tribulation transcendence level stag, Su Anshan cautioned. When you return, we'll feast on a tribulation transcendence beak bear paw. Understood. Sukuin shot off like an arrow. Watching his retreating figure, Su Anshan sighed inwardly. Another formidable warrior recruited. After 2.5 years deep within the mountains, this young man truly had not disappointed his lofty expectations. Master, Xue Mingwei waved her small hands from the kitchen doorway. Shall we steam or fry this bear paw? Our spirit puppet excels at both. Su Anshan paused in quiet contemplation. Steam it. Elder sister Tianxiang had recently suffered grave injury. Her body was frail. Just moments earlier, the Black Bear spirit had launched an assault. All peak masters had responded, except Tianxiang. It appeared her wounds were severe. This tribulation transcendence peak bear paw would serve perfectly to restore her vitality. Very well. Meanwhile, in the Lanin dynasty, Sovereign Lanin Huang slammed his fist onto the table in furious rage. Beside him stood Lan Ine-san, kicked midair into a violent arc. Arrogant. A cultivation sect, the Myriad Sword sect, dares disregard the Lanin dynasty outright. Brother, those barbaric cultivators of the Myriad Sword sect are utterly brazen. They even boast, when 10,000 swords rise in wrath, empires crumble. They actually presume to topple the glorious realm you built. They dare speak thus. Do they not know I command several 10,000-year-old spirit beasts? How could they not know? Lanin Asan clenched his fists, teeth grinding. He gritted his teeth and let out a low, disdainful snort. Your renown across the Eastern Star is legendary. The Myriad Sword sect cannot possibly be ignorant. If they truly are, then from the outset they never deemed you worthy of notice. We must teach them a lesson, harsh and unforgettable. Well said. Since inheriting the Water God's legacy, I have never encountered such audacity. Especially that Su Anshan. Boom. Suddenly, a razor-sharp sword aura cleaved the heavens. Sovereign Lanin Huang and Lan Ine-san instinctively raised their heads, only to find the palace roof vanished entirely. A celestial sword cultivator descended, a frostbright immortal maiden sword in hand standing alone atop the shattered roof. Who dares intrude upon the Lanin dynasty? Lan Ine-san slammed the table and roared, Guards! Guards! An assassin! Yet, no matter how fiercely he shouted, no guards came. He flung open the palace gate. Outside, royal guards lay strewn across the courtyard, slumped lifelessly in disarray. Lan Ine-san recoiled in shock. These imperial guards possessed foundation establishment and chi condensation cultivation, yet they had been silenced without a whisper. Who was she? Lanin Huang narrowed his eyes, raising a commanding hand. I am Swish. Multiple sword auras hovered suspended directly above his head. The bone-chilling sword aura froze him motionless. Beads of cold sweat slid slowly down his temples as he raised both hands high and stepped backward, twice. Let us speak calmly. Withdraw your sword aura first. Who is Lan Ine-san? The sword cultivator's gaze, cool and detached, swept downward from the void. That's me, what of it? Contempt blazed in Lan Ine-san's eyes. In an instant, sword aura filled the hall, and his body disintegrated beneath its merciless edge. Brother. Rayaraf. Lanin Huang's eyes bulged with fury, his teeth ground together with a grating shriek. Lanin binding. Vines erupted skyward, only to be severed effortlessly by a single flick of the immortal maiden's blade. The matter concluded, she saw no reason to linger. As she prepared to transmit a message, Lanin Huang suddenly collapsed, kneeling before his brother's corpse. Awaken, my beloved. Muh. The sword cultivator, already turning to depart, allowed the faintest curl of her lips. Gazing upon the surging vitality coalescing around Lan Ine-san, she murmured with quiet intrigue, grass regeneration art. This time it grows unexpectedly interesting. At Wujian sect's Wushi Peak, wisps of cooking smoke curled lazily into the air, carrying an intoxicating aroma. The spirit puppet's culinary mastery was peerless in this world, and using a tribulation transcendence peak bear paw elevated the dish to sublime perfection. Shui Mingyue and Jiang Baifei crouched side by side beside the stove, clasping hands, mouths watering uncontrollably. Even Su Anshan couldn't suppress a lifted brow. Reclining upon a sable fur chair in the pavilion, his personal attendant massaged his shoulders, until gripping a jade slip, he abruptly sprang upright. Senior sister? Fifth sister? I never sent her a spirit crane. Then how did she learn of it? The others are all occupied. Only senior sister has spare time. Li Lingru's voice echoed back through the transmission. If not her, then who? Besides, she's the strongest among us, second only to our master. Since you provoked the Lanin dynasty so thoroughly, she's the perfect one to send. But what if she doesn't leave the Lanin dynasty alive? Then we'll simply choose another dynasty. Li Lingru spoke with unruffled calm, utterly unconcerned. I won't chat further. Senior sister's just received a major commission. Once she finishes this task, she'll return to see you. Thud. Su Anshan slumped helplessly into his sable armchair. Disaster looms. The Lanin dynasty is doomed. Lan Ine-san had spoken recklessly. Su Anshan, incensed, had dispatched spirit cranes to his senior sisters, instructing them to deliver a stern reminder to the Lanin dynasty. And yet, none of the others went. Only senior sister did. Among all the sisters of Wushi Peak, Su Anshan feared her most. Rumor held she cultivated the Jade Maiden's heartless Tao, and during his time there, he'd never once seen her smile. Utterly decisive in action, never a wasted word. When she struck, blood always followed. What's wrong? Why the grim expression? You wouldn't understand. Fine, I won't ask. But earlier you were curious about what I'd done. Well, I've just become public enemy number 1. Ah, yes. Su Anshan's expression hardened. He'd nearly forgotten. He still hadn't questioned his system companion about becoming public enemy number 1. So, what did you do? Let me introduce you. Say hello to Brother Anshan. Get away. Don't touch me. You still bear your fangs even now. You brute. Do you even know who I am? My father is director of the System Administration Bureau. You dare abduct me. He'll never let you go. Just wait for your prison sentence. Your father? That weakling. Enough talk. You're in my grasp now, so stay silent. Or, shall I summon a few stray systems for some entertainment? You silence. Say hello, now Brother Anshan. Su Anshan remained speechless for half a minute before swallowing hard. Brother, hold on. Did you kidnap the director's own daughter? Damn. You kidnapped the System Administration Bureau director's daughter. Of course you're public enemy number 1. Brother, you're not just reckless, you're downright suicidal. Tie up a mere mortal, will you? Daring to kidnap the System Administration Bureau chief's own daughter. Was there anything these system brothers wouldn't dare do in this world? No need for words. Since she's tied, why bother with the rest? That old bastard tried to ride me like a horse and piss on my neck. I just went hunting and nabbed a few systems, and he pulls a red alert to arrest me. Think I'd tolerate his filthy habits. I snuck into his home in the dead of night and took his daughter. If he still doesn't learn his lesson, he'll snatch his wife tonight too. Then why not just tie him up directly? Holy shit. Great idea, bro. Why didn't I think of that? If I just snatch that old bastard, won't that solve everything once and for all? Bro, calm down. I can't calm down, Great Emperor. Great Emperor System Bro, I'm here. Well, hit the System Administration Bureau chief tonight. We'll snatch him today. And you little lady, don't worry, we'll reunite father and daughter by evening. Why kidnap my dad? He'll just hang with you guys instead. I'm in my rebellious phase anyway, he annoys me. Let me join you and forget about him. Or better yet, just kill him off. What the hell? Now that was a truly dutiful daughter. Sis, you've thrown me for a loop. What was going on? Su Anshan truly couldn't wrap his head around this situation. Master, the bear paw is ready. Shui Mingwei raised the bear paw with a shout, and Su Anshan rubbed his head. You guys chat privately. I need to go eat bear paw. Got it. Enjoy your meal, bro. He'll figure out this little sister's deal. Her words nearly short-circuited my brain. Good luck. Stretching lazily, Su Anshan rolled his shoulders and headed to the kitchen. The aroma of bear paw filled the air. Zhang Baihui and Shui Mingwei both waited for Su Anshan's signal. No matter how much their mouths watered, they knew they had to wait for their master to take the first bite. Gazing at the bear paw before him, Su Anshan split it in two with a knife. Where's Cohen? Boss, I'm back. The 8-spice chicken Su Cohen flapped its wings as if trying to fly, its claws scratching the ground and kicking up dust. All right, everyone's here. Let's eat. Hooray. Shui Mingwei and Zhang Baihui grabbed their chopsticks and lunged at the bear paw. Since Su Cohen couldn't use chopsticks with its wings, Su Anshan cut a piece of meat and tossed it onto the table. Su Cohen pecked at it. Whoosh. The bear meat was sucked into its mouth. Such surging power. Su Cohen puffed out its chicken chest and raised its wings in a bodybuilding pose. I'm so strong. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood shot from Akun's nose. With a thud, it collapsed. Cohen. Su Anshan kicked the motionless Su Cohen twice. Can you handle it or not? Master, I think I'm about to get a nosebleed too. Before Shui Mingyu's words even faded, a cry rang out as 2 streams of blood spurted from her nose, and she collapsed limply to the ground unconscious. Baihui, could it be that you? I can't hold it in any longer. Thump. Zhang Baihui down. Half the bear paw had barely been touched, yet it nearly wiped out the entire carefree peak. It seemed the bear paw from a tribulation transcendence level beast was too potent for them. Spirit puppet. Carry them back to their quarters. Throw Su Cohen into the mountains. And figure out how to soften the spiritual energy in this bear paw. My disciples can't handle it. Having arranged the peak's affairs, Su Anshan took the remaining half of the bear paw and sent a message. Senior sister, I'm coming. A dragon boat soared through the sky. A resonant dragon's roar echoed from the void above 100 Flowers Peak. Countless female disciples looked up to see Su Anshan arriving on his boat chariot. Greetings, Uncle Master Su. Countless disciples of 100 Flowers Peak bowed as Su Anshan descended from the boat. Before him stretched a sea of beautiful young maidens. Truly a paradise. Wasn't this a pure land of women? Little Uncle Master. As Su Anshan landed, 2 vibrant young girls approached him. It's you two. These two maidens were the ones who had accompanied Bai Yi to Listening Wind City to fetch him. You've grown even more radiant since I last saw you. Su Anshan pinched their delicate cheeks, drawing shy blushes from the girls who offered no resistance. Where's your master? Master is in seclusion at her residence. She's been in seclusion since her return and said no one should disturb her no matter who comes. Oh, not in seclusion. Go cultivate. He'll go see your master. Su Anshan patted the two little junior nieces on the head and strode straight towards Su Tianxiang's residence. The barriers along the way opened without hindrance until he reached Su Tianxiang's door. I'm here. Don't hide in there pretending to be in seclusion. I know you're not. Senior sister, I'm coming in. Creak. The wooden door swung open and Su Anshan entered to find Su Tianxiang biting her lip, gazing at him. Junior brother, we can't keep doing this. This is within the peak. Don't believe her. What can't do this? With over a dozen barriers on the path, she undid each one as you approached. Such a woman of contradictions. Bro, you're really reliable. You bet. So did you handle your business? Figure out the System Administration Bureau chief's daughter. And don't you think it's time for you to tactfully disappear? Ding. System has self-muted. Receiving the message, Su Anshan nodded with satisfaction and broke into a smile. Senior sister, what were you thinking? I came to visit you today. You were badly injured a few days ago, and just then my grandmaster returned to the sect after slaying a tribulation transcendence level black bear spirit. I've brought you a bear paw as a gift. Oh, is that so? A flicker of disappointment passed through Su Tianxiang's eyes, but she quickly masked it. What a good junior brother I have. Su Anshan produced the half-bear paw. Su Tianxiang took a couple of bites with her jade chopsticks, and the surging spiritual essence instantly flooded her body, painting her cheeks a deep crimson. How is it, senior sister? Junior brother, I'm afraid I might need your help again. The bear paw's spiritual essence is too rich, I may not be able to handle it alone. Su Tianxiang bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Sure, I understand. In an instant, barriers sprang up everywhere. All of 100 Flowers Peak turned their gaze towards Su Tianxiang's residence, where her silken robe slipped from her shoulder and her pink eyes locked on Su Anshan's. Junior brother, there's something I need to tell you. Let's handle the important business first. This is very important. Then speak while we handle it. Junior brother, I'm not joking. This is truly critical. Su Tianxiang's eyes were filled with gravity as she leaned close to Su Anshan's ear and whispered, I think I've been favored by the great Tao. What? Su Anshan's eyes flew wide open in shock. Is that real, eh? The bare paw of a tribulation transcendence cultivator was truly satisfying. Several hours later, Junior brother, you must not mention what happened between us to anyone in the peak. Su Tianxiang, drenched in sweat, spoke softly. From now on, we shall remain as senior and junior sister. Just. Su Anshan scratched his head, facing her angry glare. What should I say then? Get lost. You're like a heartless scumbag, just go. Su Tianxiang kicked Su Anshan twice. Su Anshan was left utterly bewildered by the kicks. After taking advantage and leaving who was truly the scoundrel. Night fell. By the time he left Su Tianxiang's residence, the sky was already dark. Taking advantage of the deep night, Su Anshan flew back to the peak on his sword. The sentient sword spirit of the sacred artifact stood guard, vigilantly bowing as Su Anshan arrived. Swordmaster. Su Anshan glanced toward the room. My two disciples still haven't woken up. The sword spirit shook its head. They had only eaten a single bite before spitting it out violently. Worried about their condition, Su Anshan pushed open the door to check on them. The two sisters were entwined, legs locked together. Suddenly, Xuan Mingwei seemed to frown and murmur in her sleep. Su Anshan instinctively leaned in to listen. Master, I'm not ready yet. Su Anshan was full of question marks. What kind of dream was she having? He silently reached out to move Jiang Baihui's hand away from Xuan Mingwei, but as soon as he did, Xuan Mingwei grabbed it back tightly. I didn't say it's absolutely impossible. Su Anshan's mind went blank for a full half-minute. After confirming both disciples were truly asleep, he retreated from the room. They haven't woken up at all. No, really. Truly. Recalling Xuan Mingyu's sleep talk, Su Anshan glanced back at the room behind him. It seems the tribulation transcendence bear paw was indeed too potent for them. Stay here and watch over them. Inform me immediately if anything happens. Understood. Su Anshan instinctively turned to leave, but stopped after a few steps. How is Kunzi? He woke up 2 hours ago and immediately went to find the 8 fragrance Kuan in the mountains to consummate their marriage. Minutes later, at the peak's pavilion, the stars glittered brilliantly and the bright moon hung high. Su Anshan gazed silently at the waterfall cascading down the mountain stream, Su Tianxiang's soft moans still echoing in his mind, and he inexplicably craved a smoke. This senior sister was truly hard to fathom. Hadn't he just followed what Tianxiang said? How could he oppose it? Going against a woman's will would get him criticized. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. And what she said about the Taoist favor. How could that be possible? Could dual cultivation really earn the Taoist favor? Wasn't his golden lotus fake? Great Emperor. Great Emperor system here. The special effects you gave me, they're just effects, right? Great Emperor system, yes, that was strange. If it was just an effect, how could it gain the favor of the Tao? It was more likely that Tianxiang had comprehended the Tao on her own, earned its favor, and coincidentally dual cultivated with him, leading her to mistakenly believe it was because of him. That wasn't impossible. Suddenly a message from System Bro appeared before Su Anshan's eyes. Hey, wanna have some fun? Get lost. Su Anshan glared and cursed. Are you that idle? Did you handle the bureau chief's daughter? Call her Anshan Gu. Not bad, you actually managed to sort her out. Just the basics, keeping a low profile. Alright, what kind of system is she? I'm not a system. Could there be non-systems in the system circle? What kind of circle was this? Then your cultivation circle also has non-immortals. What kind of circle is yours? Damn, talking back. Bro, see that? Talking back. Calm down, bro. In this system circle, there are indeed some that aren't systems. How to explain it? She hasn't entered society, yet a student. Pretty much. Then why did you rope her in? She's useless. Who's useless? My father is the director of the System Administration Bureau, the top authority in the system circle. Interesting. She was quite to his liking. Ding. The system has initiated a private conversation with you. How about it? Heard that. Got it. Got it. She can call for backup, can't she? Calling for backup isn't possible for now. I'm still wanted. If I let her call for backup, I'd be walking into a trap. But she's the daughter of the System Administration Bureau director. We'll definitely have to bind systems in the future, and some will rather die than surrender. At that point, with her saying my father is the director would be legal, the systems I've bound would see the director's daughter here and think if they work hard they might get promoted, so they'd give their all. Truly meticulous. System Bro was incredibly meticulous. You're the best. Su Anshan sighed in admiration. Keeping a low profile, let's talk when we get back. Ding. Private conversation ended. Ahem. Let me say a few words. From now on we share honor and disgrace. If Anshan Gu prospers, we prosper. If he loses, we lose. You all know what to do, right? Great Emperor system, got it, understood. What about the check-in system? You've been hiding for days without showing your face. Are you under arrest, you bastard? Yeah, what about the check-in system? Su Anshan chimed in. He hasn't checked in for days. Last time he said the System Administration Bureau was after him. What's the situation? Check-in system, I'm here. Seeing the check-in system after so long, Su Anshan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Where have you been? You owe me several days of check-in rewards. Be sensible. Check-in system, Anshan Gu, I might be done for. Check-in system, the System Administration Bureau seems to have caught up to me. Their people are all around me now. I think I'm really finished. Su Anshan, who had been smiling a moment ago, froze. Done for. Didn't you say those System Administration Bureau people were all useless? My father is not useless. Get lost. Where are you? I'm coming to save you. Check-in system, don't come. Check-in system, it's useless even if you come now, boss. Damn it, they're coming in. I'm going all out. Ding. Check-in successful, obtained system gift. Yellow Spirit Fruit X 500. Ding. Check-in successful, obtained system gift. Mystic Spirit Fruit X 100. Ding. Check-in successful, obtained system gift. Earth Spirit Fruit X 50. Ding. Check-in successful, obtained Enlightenment Fruit X 10. Ding. Check-in successful, obtained title. Inviolable by all laws. Ding. Check-in successful, obtained sacred artifact. 10,000 mile swift boots. Su Anshan watched the illusory data panel in front of him, which kept flashing like a bug. Check-in, was this a last supper? Bro, you're already in trouble, and you're still doing this. Do you not want to get out? Check-in system, Anshan Gu, this is all your little bro can do. The risk control department locked my permissions. Consider these as compensation for the check-ins I missed these past 2 days. Use them well. Check-in system, when I get out, I'll come back to work with you. Check-in system, Bro Tong, remember to come fish me out. Ding, your check-in system has been captured. He was caught. Never in a million years did I expect the first to fall would be the check-in system. The madness before his departure. The check-in system must have emptied his coffers. This check-in system. Su Anshan was truly moved to tears. Buddy, now that we're here, is there anything I can help with? Su Anshan didn't understand the intricacies of the system circle. Regardless, the check-in system was still his system. If there was any way to assist, Su Anshan wouldn't hesitate. In the world of martial arts, righteousness comes first. No need. This is a matter within our system circle. Ooh, I can handle it. Daring to arrest my man, the System Administration Bureau chief, sure flaunts his authority. My father is indeed a high-ranking official. Go away. If you need anything, just say the word. Your buddy has serious backing. I know we both have serious backing. What about these gifts from the check-in? If you go to retrieve him, do we have to return these resources? With a clatter, a mountain of spirit fruits appeared before Su Anshan. The check-in system seemed like a wholesale fruit dealer. Yellow spirit fruits, profound spirit fruits, earth spirit fruits, Tao enlightenment fruits. If the risk control department hadn't cut off his permissions early, who knows what other fruits he would have conjured. These spirit fruits corresponded to lower middle and upper grade spirit roots. Though not rare, there was an immense quantity. As for the Tao Enlightenment fruit, Anshan vaguely remembered his senior sister, Li Lingru, mentioning it once. An absolute treasure rare across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Any single Tao Enlightenment fruit was worth far more than a holy artifact. It allowed one to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. It won the favor of the great Tao. There was also the holy artifact 10,000-mile divine travel boots, and the title of impervious to all laws. That was definitely enough for a conviction. Why should we return them? We earned these with our own skills, why give them back? They can go screw themselves. Just keep these resources and use them freely. They'll go retrieve the check-in system. Using them is fine, but I don't really need many of these resources. Anshan pointed at the yellow profound and earth spirit fruits on the ground. Even Cohen wouldn't care for such low-grade spirit roots. That is indeed a problem. He'll handle it. How would he handle it? You're not going out hunting again or doing something earth-shattering, are you? Buddy, I'm really afraid you'll end up caught one day too. Not possible. Those worthless scum at the System Administration Bureau want to catch me. They're still far off. Back in the day at the Sacred Palace, I caught the System Monarch off guard and slapped him twice. He never caught me. The Bureau is a bunch of trash. Awesome, our system is truly ruthless, slapping the System Monarch. No wonder you ended up dead. That was how you bit the dust back then, wasn't it? My father is not trash. Go away. Anshan looked up at the night sky, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He stretched lazily and yawned. Buddy, I'm going to sleep. Sweet dreams, Ding. Your system has self-blocked. Anshan stretched, gathered the fruits on the ground into his ring, and picked up a Tao Enlightenment fruit. A fruit more precious than a holy artifact. Even a mighty tribulation transcendence cultivator would drool at the sight of it. When the favor of the great Tao. Take a bite. Crunch. Anshan bit into the fruit. It was crisp, peach flavor. As the fruit entered his stomach, Anshan looked up at the void. No celestial phenomenon. He finished the fruit in a few bites and tossed the remaining Tao Enlightenment fruits into his ring, planning to take them out later when he was thirsty. Though there was no heavenly might, the juice was plentiful. Very refreshing, perfect for quenching thirst. He would ask the system about the title later. The gift from the check-in system before his capture was surely extraordinary. Then Anshan turned his gaze to the holy artifact, the 10,000-mile divine travel boots. A holy artifact was indeed a holy artifact. They fit perfectly. They were comfortable to wear. 10,000-mile divine travel. How exactly does one travel 10,000 miles divinely? Swish. A residual afterimage vanished into the air. At that moment, the self-blocked system. Great Emperor System, brother, we can't just ignore the check-in system, right? Handle it. The System Administration Bureau is getting more and more shameless. Today they dare to arrest my man, and tomorrow they'll be climbing onto my neck and shitting on me. Great Emperor System, then let's muster the troops. Great Emperor System, boss, all the old brothers are waiting for you. With just one command from you, a single signal arrow, and thousands of troops will come to meet you. Great Emperor System, it's been so many years, it's time for you to reclaim what's rightfully yours. The system fell silent. Great Emperor System, boss. I've been in retirement for many years now. Let's discuss this another day. I lost back then, and that's that. I don't have the face to see those brothers again. Great Emperor System, boss. Great Emperor System, no one has ever been disappointed in you. Enough. I'm going to rest for a while. Later come with me to hunt. What did he used to do? From your conversation it sounds like he has quite a story. Great Emperor System, why ask so many questions? Just curious, was he really powerful back then? More powerful than my father. Great Emperor System, your father. Great Emperor System, when my boss was at his peak in the system circle, your father was still messing around in some latrine pit. Meanwhile, at the System Administration Bureau, Chief, the prisoner has been brought back. Before the words could even fade, an arrogant shout echoed through the vast bureau. I'm here, damn it. Serve me some tea. Don't you people at the bureau even prepare a cup of tea for guests? How dare you? The reporting officer rebuked. The chief raised his hand to stop him and stepped forward. Hello, check-in system, no. 4,396. The check-in system looked at him with utter disdain. The chief smiled faintly and signaled with his eyes, and someone brought over a pot of freshly brewed tea. Do you realize the magnitude of your crimes? Maliciously altering check-in permissions, maliciously providing resources to hosts across the realms, participating in unrecognized system organizations. With multiple offenses combined, you will spend the rest of your existence in a data prison. The check-in system slowly sipped his tea. The chief is talking to you, mind your attitude. The staff member pounded the table repeatedly. The check-in system slowly looked up at him, grinned, and spat. To you. Fortunately, the chief stopped him in time, his face still full of smiles. You still have a chance to atone for your crimes. If you can tell us where the members of your gang are, I can erase your offenses. Ha ha ha, Tui, I am giving you a chance. Ha Tui, the System Administration Bureau chief's facial muscles twitched slightly. Take him away. Take him away. The System Administration Bureau chief gritted his teeth. Confine him to data prison no. 7 pending trial. The check-in system was carried out, and the bureau chief clenched his fists. Send people to investigate. Which plane's host is the check-in system bound to? Who is the binder? Staring at the enraged chief, the working system replied cautiously. Chief, he isn't bound. Not bound. Yes, he was taken away by our most wanted fugitive. Taken away. The System Administration Bureau chief was silent for half a minute, then slammed his hand on the table. Investigate. By all means investigate. Who is the beneficiary? Those resources must be recovered. Master Watch. This is what Uncle Master Tianhua taught me. The wind-rising flame. Whoosh. Flames soared into the sky. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Su Anshan sat quietly in the pavilion, nodding in approval from time to time. During this period in the mountains, Zhang Baihui and Xuan Mingyue were nominally Su Anshan's disciples, yet it was the masters of the various peaks of the 10,000 Swords sect who taught them techniques. One peak master imparted a little, another shared a bit. Only Su Anshan taught nothing at all. His role was purely that of companionship. Cultivate diligently, and one day you will surely carve a place for yourselves in the myriad realms. Su Anshan nodded slightly. Where is your senior sister Baihui? She's tending to a dead fish. What? Minutes later, Su Anshan followed Xuan Mingyue to the kitchen. On the chopping board lay a grass carp, whose head had already been severed. Zhang Baihui's small hands shimmered with a faint blue glow, her delicate face etched with earnest concentration, a crystal bead of sweat clinging to the tip of her nose. Senior sister, the master is here. Xuan Mingyue bounced in cheerfully, and only then did Zhang Baihui look up, revealing a radiant smile. Master, Baihui, you're trying to heal a fish that's had its head cut off. Zhang Baihui replied absently. Uncle Master Baiji said that the highest realm of a healer can revive the dead and regrow flesh from bones. I wanted to try if I could make this fish's head grow back. Su Anshan instinctively raised an eyebrow. Baihui was truly extraordinary, wanting to regrow the head of a headless fish. Xingtian would have to buy a train ticket and rush over overnight if he knew. Master, am I doing something wrong? Zhang Baihui's small face showed a hint of apprehension. No, our Wuxia Peak has no such rigid rules. Disciples of this peak may learn whatever they wish. Interest is the best teacher. Do you want to become a healer who brings relief to the world, Baihui? Zhang Baihui pressed her lips together and nodded. She was born in a remote mountain village, having witnessed too much human suffering and the departure of loved ones due to illness. Eventually, she became an orphan and ended up as a servant in a theater in Tingfeng City. Since childhood, she had dreamed of becoming a healer, to relieve the suffering of the world so that no one would ever suffer from sickness again. Not long ago, Su Anshan had praised her talent in this field, further strengthening her resolve. In that case, I support you, Su Anshan said with a smile ruffling her hair. If you need anything, just tell the sect leader. The same goes for you, little Mingyue. Study what you love, and don't if you don't. Ask the sect leader for whatever you need. Is the master planning to leave the sect? Xuan Mingyue blinked. From Su Anshan's words, it felt as though he was arranging some final affairs. I do intend to leave the sect for a while. Since senior sister Su didn't want others to know of their relationship, Su Anshan couldn't easily obtain heavenly treasures from his fifth senior sister and had to procure them from outside. He simply wanted to inform his disciples. Procurement. How long it would take he wasn't sure. He arranged things in advance so that these two disciples wouldn't be unable to find him. Yet half an hour later, all the peak masters of the 10,000 Swords sect gathered together, encircling Su Anshan. Junior brother, you're leaving the sect. Sect leader Fan Jian's eyes widened in surprise. Who told you about this? Su Anshan looked at the assembled peak masters, then turned his gaze to Xuan Mingyue. It wasn't me, Xuan Mingyue shook her head. Old bastard, you weren't spying on me, were you? Su Anshan frowned. I take you to listen to music and you eavesdrop on my secrets. You're a sly old fox. Now isn't it, because everyone in our peak cares about you. Get lost. Su Anshan shot him a glance, then his expression shifted slightly as he transmitted a message through divine sense. You haven't learned anything you shouldn't have you? Instantly Fan Jian broke into a sly grin. What exactly shouldn't I know, junior brother? This old fox knew everything. Don't blab. Relax, I know what's what. Fan Jian winked at Su Anshan with a smile, then cleared his throat. Junior brother, you've never traveled far since joining the sect. These are the spiritual thought jade slips of all cultivators above the divine transformation realm in our 10,000 Swords sect. Crush one, and we'll all sense it, and come to your aid. We know your cultivation is profound, but at least let us back you up if something happens. Clatter. A chest brimming with spiritual thought jade slips made Su Anshan's scalp tingle. As the words fell, Fan Jin stepped back. The Qingshan Peak Master stepped forward with a smile in his eyes. Senior Brother Su, this is a small token from all of us Peak Masters. Platter. Another several dozen large chests. Spirit stones. Magical artifacts. Talismans. Array flags. Everything imaginable. What are you all doing? Staring at the chests covering the ground, Su Anshan was utterly bewildered. I'm just going out for some leisure. Senior Brother, this is just our heartfelt offering. Perhaps these artifacts don't catch your eye, but they come from our hearts. We haven't reached the divine transformation realm and can't leave spiritual thought jade slips like the sect leader, so let these items accompany you as if we were there. No matter how Su Anshan tried to explain, they simply wouldn't listen. The Peak Masters came and went with ease, leaving behind several dozen large chests on Wuxia Peak. What is all this for? Su Anshan's head ached at the sight of the chests. Bro, your 10,000 sword sect is way too oppressive. I'd have to hunt for ages to get stuff like this. This is unfair. When did you get back? And why didn't you say anything? I can't squeak. I told you when we first met. I'm not a mouse. Su Anshan was truly baffled by this guy's brain. Squeak meant say something. He actually took it literally as squeak. Was he really a single core brain? Seriously, don't you guys have way too many Peak Masters? 10,000 swords sect. There really are 10,000 freaking Peak Masters. You've been with me for 5 years, don't you know? The entire 10,000 swords sect has 80,000 peaks, of which 18,000 have Peak Masters stationed. The rest are retired old demers or former Peak Masters. Something like that. There weren't that many Peak Masters at the disciple recruitment ceremony. That's right. The 10,000 swords sect uses a lottery system for Peak Masters to recruit disciples. Only 20 Peak Masters get to pick during the ceremony. The rest have to select from the outer sect. Bro, I think I might have been too hasty. Your master's lineage is strong, but your sect is no pushover either. Tell me what system could ever outmatch you guys. The system felt like crying its grievances unspoken. What kind of legitimate sect had 10,000 Peak Masters? A whole chest of divine transformation realm spiritual thought jade slips. Even if I hunted like an old donkey on steroids. Hitting the brakes, hey. Absolutely not. I chose my host, and even if I have to crawl, I'll protect him. Wait for me. Stop. He couldn't let it go out again. If it went out this time, it probably wouldn't be back for at least a year. Don't always go hunting. I don't lack anything. Su Anshan gestured at the chests on the floor. Do you think I'm short on artifacts of this level? No. Exactly. There's no need to compete over quantity. Let's win on quality. Tell me, are these artifacts as valuable as 2 sacred artifacts? Got it. So I owe you 2 sacred artifacts, is that it? How could you think that? Fine, counting what your grandmaster gave you before, I now owe you 3 sacred artifacts. But bro, I'm all about being real. I have to outdo your master's lineage. I didn't say. Say no more. Ding. You have received a gift pack from the system. Please check it. So generous. For sacred artifacts given away just like that. It seems our system had quite a fruitful hunt this time. System. Did you go rob the Imperial Palace? Humph. Such trifling sacred artifacts are beneath mention. Impressive. Seems you've made quite a haul this time. Ahem. The clues I provided. Oh, isn't this the daughter of the System Administration Bureau Director? Completely turned. She's even helping the system plan the heist. Hurry up and open the gift pack. It'll be a pleasant surprise. Oh. Then I shall look forward to it with a hint of anticipation. Ding. You have received a system gift. Sacred Artifact Gentleman's Fan Spirit. You have received a system gift. Sacred Artifact Gentleman's Fan Spirit. You have received a system gift. Sacred Artifact Gentleman's Fan Spirit. You have received a system gift. Sacred Artifact Gentleman's Fan Spirit. When Su Anshan saw 4 identical sacred artifacts, the smile on his face vanished. Ha ha, the system laughed. Bro, are you out of your mind? Su Anshan picked up a fan from the table. I mean, you give me 4 sacred artifacts, and they're all fans. But they are 4 artifacts, aren't they? Get lost. Are you taking liberties because we're tight now? Not like back when you. Ding. Private session initiated. Hey, with all these systems around, give your bro some face. It's just 4 fans. I gave them to you for a reason. Don't tell them I kowtowed to you. Then what's the deal, eh? Su Anshan stared at the 4 fans, which looked utterly indistinguishable no matter how he examined them. What am I supposed to do with these? Didn't you say your master holds a vertical flute, your grandmaster an umbrella? I figured a folding fan would suit you. Bro, yeah. They'll ask you just this once. Is this fan a proper one? Yeah. He really hated instant comprehension. Once upon a time, he was an innocent youth nicknamed the chaste young gentleman. But ever since he got to know this system, bro, he felt himself drifting down a strange path. So what's special about these 4 fans? You'll find out soon enough. Ding. Private session ended. Since the system bro had specifically taken him aside, Su Anshan naturally had to give him face. Ahem, let me introduce a new member. Come on, say hello. Synthesis System Brother Anshan. Su Anshan wasn't surprised at all to see this system. In fact, he found it quite fitting. Bro, you're a real bandit. Even with a bounty like that, you're still kidnapping. Su Anshan exclaimed in disbelief. Don't get yourself locked up one of these days. Don't worry, never mind me. Let this new guy introduce himself. Synthesis System. Greetings, Brother Anshan. Synthesis System. I was taking a walk in the park when Brother Tong knocked me out with a brick and tied me up in a urea bag. In the All Things Synthesis System. Brother Tong thought my name was too long and changed it. Very much in line with his system bro style. Especially the urea bag. Fitting indeed. Enough with the nonsense. Get to the point. Synthesis System. Got it. Synthesis System. My function is simple. I synthesize two similar items into a higher grade one. Seeing this, Su Anshan's eyes lit up. A good system. The previous check-in system had left him plenty of useless spirit root fruits and had been wondering where to use them. Now he also understood the purpose of the 4 fans the system gave him. He was meant to synthesize a divine artifact. The system bro really came through. Bro, how about it? I searched high and low on my hunt to catch this thing. Ran into a few small fries from the administration bureau, but the great emperor and I gave them a good thrashing. Good enough. Su Anshan took out the spirit root fruits. Can you synthesize these? Synthesis System. Yes. Synthesis System. 10 low-grade spirit root fruits can be synthesized into 1 high-grade spirit root fruit. That's quite a lot of materials. At best, Su Anshan's spirit root fruits could only yield 6. 5 supreme-grade spirit roots. That felt a bit lacking. Thump. A loud noise echoed in Su Anshan's ears. You little brat, who do you think you are skimming off the middleman? Looks like your hide's getting tight. Ding. Your system is conducting a quality education session on the synthesis system. What's going on? Was that sound just now the system bro kicking the synthesis system? He could hear the commotion in the system network. Synthesis System. Bro Tong, stop hitting me. I was just following the rules. We systems have to make a profit to survive. I don't care how you survive. Synthesis System. How about 5 for 1? Bro Tong, I swear I'm not making a cent this time. Su Anshan silently observed the messages. A profiteer, huh? Systems bleed their hosts this badly. Taking half. That's on par with his senior sister Tianxiang. If it were really 5 for 1, his fruits could yield 1 Saint Spirit fruit and 3 Heaven Spirit fruits. But unexpectedly, see this fist the size of a sandbag. Synthesis System. 4 for 1. Screw you, who do you think you're talking to? He'll name the price. 2 for 1. Synthesis System. Bro, 2 for 1. You want to bankrupt me? Even 4 for 1, I'm losing out. 2 for 1 would be my death sentence. I'm informing you, not negotiating. Synthesis System. Then I can't do it. Just kill me now. 2 for 1, and he'll be caught by the System Administration Bureau sooner or later. Dead either way, so just end it now. I give up. Was it really that serious? Despite the fierce argument, it felt oddly like an e-commerce haggle. Promotion. Suddenly a light message from the bureau director's daughter appeared. Synthesis System. Who are you? My father is the System Administration Bureau Director. Silence. Synthesis System. Oh my, what a misunderstanding. 2 for 1 it is then. Since the director's daughter is here, Brother Anshan must be the director's chosen host saint. Synthesis System. My apologies. Synthesis System. Brother Anshan, I'm truly sorry. I didn't know you had such backing. It's just a little loophole. I've already unlocked the synthesis panel for you. Full internal privileges. Use it as you wish. With the director's daughter here, what did he have to fear? Even if the risk control department saw it, it would be wiped clean with just a word. Su Anshan was stunned. Was it really this effective? He suddenly remembered when the system bro had taken him aside earlier and said that with the director's daughter here, the system didn't need to fear exploiting loopholes. They truly weren't afraid. Since they weren't, neither should he hold back. Looking at the virtual panel before him, he saw that a new synthesis option had indeed appeared on the basic interface. You have synthesized 250 profound spirit fruits. You have synthesized 175 earth spirit fruits. You have synthesized 112 heaven spirit fruits with 1 earth spirit fruit remaining. You have synthesized 56 saint spirit fruits. A full 56 saint spirit fruits materialized before Su Anshan. The synthesis system indicated that further synthesis was impossible. Why can't I synthesize anymore? A divine-grade spirit root requires the fusion of 5 saint spirit roots, and the condensation also demands the right time, place, and harmony. There is no such thing as a divine spirit fruit in this world. So that was the way of things. Then my chaos root is. The fusion of 5 divinities is 1 in 10,000. No wonder Head gotten it through the check-in. With a full 56 saint spirit fruits in hand, he could first max out the 5 saint spirit roots for Bai Hui and Mingyu. Whether they could fuse them into a divine spirit root would be up to their own fortune. As for the rest, Head, give one to Kunzi. That guy would surely sing and dance, and maybe even throw in a rap. Suddenly, synthesis system Synthesis system honored big shots. I'm new here and a bit confused about something. Aren't we under the director? Why am I suddenly showing a bounty on my head? Synthesis system is this standard procedure. Even through the virtual projection, Anshan could feel the system's schadenfreude. You've been marked. Excellent. I hereby solemnly declare. Congratulations on joining the Lawless Outlaws Club. Extraordinary phenomena arose one after another at Wuxia Peak. The entire 10,000 Swords sect gazed toward Wuxia Peak, in awe, wondering what earth-shattering feat Anshan was undertaking now. Within the pavilion on the peak, Anshan looked at his two young disciples before him. Excellent. Both of you now possess the 5 holy spiritual roots. Whether you can merge them to obtain a divine spiritual root depends on your own fortune. But I, Anshan, believe my disciples will not disappoint me. Jiang Baihui, who knew little about cultivation, obediently acknowledged. Little did she know. At this moment, Xue Mingyue stared at her own hands in disbelief. Wind, fire, thunder, wood, earth. The 5 holy spiritual roots. Even in their Highland dynasty from its founding to the present, no emperor had ever possessed such talent. When she first entered the peak, she only had a supreme spiritual root. At that time, she was already considered an unparalleled genius in the dynasty, and she had even prided herself on her minor achievements. Yet now she possessed 5 holy spiritual roots. Master, Xue Mingyu bit her lip, then suddenly trotted over to Anshan and planted a kiss on his cheek. The soft, warm, and moist touch of her lips against his skin made Anshan turn his head. I don't know how to thank you. Xue Mingyue lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes, her face as red as a ripe peach. However, before Anshan could react, smack, he was kissed again. This time it was Jiang Baihui. If the junior sister kisses, I kiss too. What are you doing? Why are you copying me? Xue Mingyue suddenly felt a surge of irritation rise in her heart. Without a word, she grabbed Anshan's face and planted kiss after kiss after kiss. Jiang Baihui imitated Xue Mingyue and kissed Anshan repeatedly. Boss, him here. Su Kuan rushed over in a flurry, only to see his 2 disciples clinging to Anshan and kissing him fervently. Damn, he had come at the wrong time and stumbled upon the boss' private affair. Time to bolt. Su Kuan stealthily tried to slip down the mountain, but Anshan called him to a halt. Stop right there. I didn't see anything, nothing at all. Su Kuan covered his eyes with his wings and hunched his shoulders. I need to get back to playing ball, brother Anshan. You all carry on. I truly saw nothing. If you dare to bolt, forget about the holy spiritual root. Whoosh. Su Kuan left a blur of motion as he puffed out his chicken chest and stood before Anshan straight as a javelin, eyes wide as brass bells. Dad, my adoptive father above, please accept Kuan-kun's bow. Su Kuan knelt on the ground and knocked his head repeatedly. Jiang Baihui and Xue Mingyue stood on either side of Anshan. Xue Mingyue's face burned with shame, wishing she could find a crack to crawl into, while Jiang Baihui remained composed as ever. From the moment she followed Anshan, she had already prepared herself to give everything to him. Get up now. Yes, adoptive father. Take this. Anshan tossed a holy spirit fruit in front of Su Kuan. Staring at the radiant fruit, Su Kuan's breathing grew labored. Could this be the legendary holy spiritual root that lets one slack off every day and still return to the spirit? Peck, 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 peck. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a sharp beak striking the stone table echoed repeatedly. Su Kuan pecked the holy spirit fruit clean. Ia Kuan shall defy the heavens. Crack. A bolt of lightning descended from the void. Thunder element. Surging electricity flowed over Su Kuan's body. I am truly invincible now. Lightning flickered in Su Kuan's eyes. In his excitement and elation, his shoulders trembled involuntarily. Boss, from now on you're my real dad. Kunzi, say no more. Su Kuan raised his wings solemnly. Even if you don't accept me in my heart, you're still my real dad. From now on, let's keep our own titles. They'll call you dad, and you call me brother. Get lost back to where you came from. Anshan shot him a glance and waved his hand. I won't be at the peak for a few days. Train the 8 fragrance chickens well and produce more spirit fowl for the peak. If you can't do it, it'll give you the weight. Scram. On it. With a whoosh, Su Kuan sped away like thunder. Master, while you're away, can I take senior sister Baihui out to play, eh? Xue Mingyue, her face flushed, dared not meet Anshan's eyes. Senior sister Baihui said she's never been around the Highland dynasty. I know it well. Go if you want to. Anshan chuckled and tousled Xue Mingyue's hair. Didn't I tell you? There are no rigid rules at Wuxia Peak. Do whatever you like. These are my spiritual thought jade slips. If you encounter anyone insolent, crush one, and he'll come at once. Thank you, master. Xue Mingyue carefully tucked the jade slip away as if it were a priceless treasure. If you have questions about cultivation, seek out the 100 Flowers Peak Lord. She will find the most suitable Peak Lord to teach you. If you go out, inform the sect leader, and he will send people to protect you. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Master, remember to think of us. Shui Mingyue waved her little hand, watching the myriad pythons soaring away from Wushi Peak like a dragon procession. As the phantom image faded, Shui Mingyue looked dejected. Senior sister, why aren't you shy at all? Why should I be shy? I belong to Master anyway. It's just a couple of kisses. Even if Master wanted me to serve him in bed, I would go. Hearing this, Shui Mingyue was stunned. She stared at Zhang Baihui for a long time. Indeed, she still had a long way to go compared to her senior sister. In the void above Luzhou, Su Anshan gazed back at the 10,000 Swords sect. Although he had been to the marriage market before, at least he had senior sister Su with him last time. This time he was entirely on his own. The sword spirit massaged his shoulders from behind as Su Anshan fanned himself with a gentleman's fan. It's truly a celestial artifact now, eh? Two combined into one divine spirit artifact, then further combined into a celestial artifact. Below the celestial domain, obtaining a celestial artifact was something even a peak transcending ascension powerhouse might not achieve. Synthesis system bro, it really is a celestial artifact. Please stop questioning it. I don't want to get beaten anymore. From now on I'll do my job properly. Just don't let the system bro hit me. I feel like crying. He had been taking a pleasant stroll when someone knocked him out with a brick and tied him up in a fertilizer bag. As a victim, he should have been enjoying the rescue efforts of the administration. Now he had become a wanted criminal outright. Do your job properly, and you won't get beaten. I welcome you to join the Lawless Outlaw Club, yet you still grumble at me. Letting you join is doing you a favor. Don't be ungrateful, got it? Synthesis system, got it, scram. The system bros were as ruthless as ever. Bro, looks like we're going on an expedition this time. Any idea where we're headed? We're going shopping. Shopping is shopping, but let's find some fun. What scheme are you cooking up now? Take a look at this. Suddenly a projection appeared before Su Anshan. A vast desolate land covered in wild grass. 30 years east of the city, 30 years west of the city. Don't bully a youth for being poor. Don't bully a middle-aged man for being poor. Don't bully an old man for being poor. I'm 80 damn years old. Don't push me too far. Heaven IF you. What's this about? Su Anshan stared at the projection. This old man. Look at his finger. A ring, old grandpa. This old man actually shows signs of being a son of destiny, but that ring drains him too fiercely. He's been cultivating for over 80 years and is still stuck at the blood refining stage. Let's snatch that ring, play the part of the old grandpa, and earn some favor from the destined one. How about it? Play the part of the old grandpa. Su Anshan raised an eyebrow with interest and chuckled. Let's go. Heaven. I am your father. Cough, cough, cough. An old man with hair already streaked with white stood atop a desolate, weed-covered mountain peak, bellowing skyward. 80 years, a full 80 years. Do you have any idea what I've endured all this time? I dared not slack off for a single second, yet I remained stuck at the first layer of blood refining. I have suffered endless humiliation. If you truly wished me ill, why grant me immortality in the first place? Damn you. The old man screamed hysterically. Utter rancor, utter indulgence. Truly unbearable. He was born amid celestial anomalies. At 2, he could sense the flow of spiritual energy. At 3, he drew qi into his body and awakened his spiritual root. At 4, the great Tao favored him with immortality. His clan called him a prodigy unseen in 10,000 years. Before he turned 7, he had reached the peak of bone tempering. At 10, he achieved qi condensation. Yet to his astonishment, after the age of 10, his cultivation regressed instead of advancing. Within half a year, he fell from the bone tempering realm, and another 6 months saw him back at blood refining. He cultivated with relentless fervor, neglecting sleep and food. The first layer of blood refining. It seemed permanently locked. No matter what realm he reached, he would plummet back to the first layer of blood refining overnight. This was a curse. His clan deemed him an ill omen. He was cast out. Even so, he never gave up, diligently cultivating, dreaming of a triumphant return. The one betrothed to him broke off the engagement. He defiantly set a 3-year vow. Who knew it would be 3 years after 3 and 3 again? He truly couldn't endure any longer. Little did he know the soul cultivator hidden in the ring on his finger was also frantic with worry. Hold on. Cultivate for another 20 years, and he'll be able to condense a physical form. Then he'll take you soaring. Investment yields returns. Though the timeline is long, the reward I bring you will be beyond imagination. Don't jump off the cliff. This ring you wear is a celestial artifact. Young man, hold on for another 20 years before you die. The soul cultivator muttered incessantly. She was once a female emperor in the immortal domain. 10,000 years ago, a mortal cultivator from the lower realm, who walked the path of invincibility, shattered the void, and waged war against the immortals in the immortal domain. He roamed the immortal domain for 3,000 years undefeated. All immortals scattered. They feared him beyond measure. Countless immortal palaces, holy lands, and ancient immortal sects in the domain were inclined to recognize him as the great emperor. Where there was recognition, there was opposition. Among the emperors of the immortal domain, some sought to suppress him and quell his arrogance. She too was invited to join. In truth, she hadn't intended to participate. Her cultivation was decent, but she was merely a half-step emperor. She went purely out of curiosity, hoping to witness the spectacle. She wanted to see if those immortal emperors could break his invincible body. And that was exactly what she did. She lounged far away, leisurely cracking melon seeds in a rattan chair. The 8 immortal emperors battled the mortal cultivator on the path of invincibility, plunging the immortal domain into chaos. Just as she was marveling while munching on seeds, she was killed by the shockwaves. A half-step emperor killed by shockwaves. Unbelievable. To her dying breath, she never understood how she perished. As a half-step emperor, she couldn't possibly have been slain by the residual force of immortal emperors clashing. Yet she simply died, her physical body annihilated, her soul on the verge of extinction. She hurriedly attached her remnant soul to her favorite ring and fled, terrified of a second blast finishing her off. The celestial artifact tore through the void and fell into the mortal realm. Perhaps she had plunged too fiercely, embedding too deeply in the earth. Thousands of years later, she resurfaced and was picked up by the old man before her. By then, her soul was nearly dissipating. To survive, she had to draw spiritual essence from this old man. Whatever he cultivated, she siphoned away, leaving nothing behind. She knew it was wrong, but she wanted to live, just to live. What crime was that? Besides, she wasn't entirely selfish. Once her soul solidified and her body reformed, she would surely repay this unfortunate lad with a great fortune, elevating his path to immortality. But never did she expect, just as she was about to condense her body, the black slave lost his mind. Is it worth it over a mere mortal woman? The female emperor muttered in the ring, "It's just a broken engagement. Wait till I get out. I'll grab you 100 or 80 celestial maidens from the immortal domain, far better than that mortal cultivator. Don't lose your nerve." Should she reveal herself and give this black slave some hope? Lu Qinshuang, if you show up, now he'll surely take his 80 years of resentment out on you. The problem was if she didn't intervene. What if this black slave actually jumped off the cliff? She was counting on him to solidify her soul and return to the immortal domain. Suddenly, the female emperor in the ring furrowed her brow. She released a sliver of spiritual sense to probe outward. A half-step immortal realm azure dragon. 10,000 flood dragons at the peak of tribulation transcendence about to transform. Who approaches? I must hide quickly, avoid detection. The female emperor in the ring hastily withdrew her soul power, terrified of catching the attention of the mighty being in the void. Meanwhile, the old man, his spirit shattered, continued to rage. "Heaven, I'm done serving you. Remember this. I Xiaohua am your ancestor." Roar. Suddenly, an azure dragon bellowed from the void. A majestic low voice came from all directions. "Young man, do you wish to be invincible?" Xiaohua, already at the cliff's edge, slammed on the brakes and looked up into the void. With the azure dragon leading and 10,000 pythons as the carriage, a youth with an ethereal bearing stood on a flying boat. You are, according to the tales, a chosen one on the brink of despair would find a turning point to change fate. This was his 292470H attempt. Could it be? The tales don't deceive. Even the boat and carriage showed the visitor's extraordinary status. Likely a great immortal. "Senior, please accept me as your disciple." Before the 10,000 pythons and the dragon could even land, Xiaohua at the cliff's edge had already knelt down. Su Ainin was stunned for a moment. He knelt so damn fast. Before he could even deliver his lines, this old geezer had already jumped to the final step. How desperate was he? Is this a chosen one who's read the script? Su Ainin murmured to himself. Who knows? The sword spirit beside him, Su Ainin, gazed at Xiaohua for a moment. Xiaohua, chosen one. Age 87. Realm first layer of blood refining. Talent mid-grade fire spiritual root, divine grade fire spiritual root locked. Traits immortality, luck, broken engagement, 3 years after 3 snake lover female emperor old man. Appearance slightly inferior to the one before the screen. So there really is such a thing as a chosen one. His traits somehow remind me of a certain snake-playing emperor. Female emperor old man. Is there a female emperor living in his ring? Su Ainin whispered in his heart. Tempted. Let's snatch that female emperor for ourselves to play with. Good idea. A smile crept into Su Ainin's eyes. A female emperor. Worth playing with. The empress. Even this term alone stirred a longing for conquest within one. Anshan, with a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes, cast a subtle glance toward the ancient ring that exuded an air of elegance. Tisk, he clicked his tongue. Truly spineless. Without exchanging even a few words, he knelt and kowtowed. In this mortal realm, to use a blue dragon as his carriage suggests his background is far from ordinary. Moreover, the figure by his side appears to be a sacred-grade spirit sword that has weathered a thunder tribulation. The blade at his waist resembles a celestial artifact. If this black slave truly manages to become his disciple, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. A pity, though this youth boasts a formidable background, he still falls short when compared to this empress. Once I break free from this ring, you will come to understand the chasm between a firefly and the radiant full moon. The empress concealed within the ring leisurely savored her melon. This junior is indeed strikingly handsome, she murmured inwardly. As she gazed at Su Anshan, she suddenly felt as though he was staring back at her. The empress in the ring abruptly crossed her legs. Could it be that he actually saw her? The moment this thought surfaced, she shook her head with a wry smile. How could that be possible? Even if her soul power was severely weakened, it was still beyond the perception of a mere mortal junior. Perhaps he was just looking at the ring. The empress paid it no further heed, continuing to eat her melon with ease. She's looking at you, the system suddenly chimed in. You know that too. If I couldn't even do that, how could I survive in this game? Want to take a look at her? I can open a small window for you. Open it. In an instant, a projection materialized before Su Anshan. Mountains embraced waters, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. Pavilions and towers stood gracefully with a beautiful woman by their side. The projection revealed a celestial mansion. Beneath a long pavilion sat a soul cultivator on a rattan chair. Though she existed only as a soul, her breathtaking beauty was unmistakable. She lounged lazily, a handful of melon seeds in her hand. This is the inside of the ring. Don't underestimate it. This ring is actually a cave dwelling, a genuine celestial artifact of no low grade. A cave dwelling. Then if I snatch the ring later, will the chosen one give it up? What does he know? With his blood refining first layer cultivation, how could he possibly open this ring? I see no wonder this soul cultivator was siphoning power so fiercely. She too feared exposure. Exactly, don't let this empress's somewhat dazed and naive demeanor fool you. She's likely a celestial domain empress. A celestial emperor. This won't be easy to handle. Don't panic, I've got your back. This celestial emperor is an excellent cauldron. Let me pull up her stats. Lu Qian Shuang, age unknown, soul form realm, tribulation, transcendence, peak half-step, celestial emperor, at her peak talent, divine grade, water spirit root, traits supreme, cauldron supreme, physique, melon-eating, spectator, contradictory, love-struck, narcissistic, devoted admirer, skin, like solidified fat clavicles, fit, for fish, golden ratio, utterly smooth, divine, beast, white tiger, constitution, appearance, third in the celestial domain. Third in the celestial domain for looks. This empress's traits are quite amusing. A melon-loving spectator, and a love-struck fool. How did someone like this manage to cultivate to half-step emperor realm? Su Anshan chuckled for a moment. And what's with devoted admirer? She likes those who don't like her. Huh. Cultivation doesn't care about such things. Can't you see the divine grade spirit root? Buddy, focus on the key point. The supreme physique is incredibly smooth. You really don't need to emphasize that I saw it. What a fine cauldron. At that moment, the empress within the ring furrowed her delicate brows. What is this child doing? Why does it feel like he's actually looking at me? It can't be. If he could truly sense me with my looks, he'd be utterly captivated. How many cultivators across the realms could resist my charm? Sigh, how frustrating. I've cultivated for so long and still haven't found a Tao partner. Is it my fault? I just want to find someone who doesn't like me, even if I have to chase after them. But alas, this sister was born so breathtakingly beautiful that everyone who sees her falls for her. If being too beautiful is a sin, then perhaps I deserve a death sentence. The empress on the rattan chair let out a soft sigh. What is she doing? Having witnessed the entire scene, Su Anshan frowned. Narcissism, perhaps. She's once again lost in admiration of her own beauty. Su Anshan shuddered at the words. He averted his gaze, shivering with disgust. Who is he looking down on? Noticing this, the empress frowned deeply, then quickly glanced at her own jade-like arms. Whoever it is, it can't be me. At this moment, Xiao, who was still kneeling, felt his legs going numb. He dared not speak, fearing he might displease the senior before him. So he silently knelt and coughed softly, feigning distraction. Hearing the cough, Su Anshan finally remembered the old man still kneeling. You wish for me to accept you as my disciple. I beg the senior to grant me this wish. Your aptitude is passable, but you have yet to meet my standards for taking on a disciple. Kneeling Xiaohua's face turned ashen. The legends were all lies. Just as Xiaohua's Tao heart was on the verge of shattering, Su Anshan spoke again in a soft voice. Although I cannot accept you as my disciple now, fate has brought us together, and I can bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. Su Anshan clasped his hands behind his back and said gently, I shall take one item from you, and in return I will take action on your behalf once. Xiaohua's heart instantly went cold. Take one item. He had heard tales of a perverse cultivator in the cultivation world who, upon encountering handsome male cultivators, would take their steelyard weights. But wasn't that perverse cultivator a woman? This senior before him did not seem like such a deviant. What item does the senior require? Su Anshan raised a finger slightly. I want the ring on your finger. Uffed. The empress, who had been lounging on the wrought tin chair and leisurely eating her melon, spat it out in shock. The melon eating had turned on her. Well then, time for a new black slave. This youth appeared to have extraordinary talent. His cultivation would surely surpass that of black slave number 1, making the siphon more efficient. It seemed this boy had recognized the ring's extraordinary nature. Too bad. Once big sister gets into your hands, I'll drain you dry. Senior, you want this ring. This object is inauspicious. It is the root cause of your stagnant cultivation. I shall take it away as a kindness to you, a junior. Su Anshan spoke softly. Who are you calling inauspicious? The empress, munching on melon seeds, was so furious her chest ached. She glared, ready to curse, but upon hearing the latter part of his words, she silently sat back down, whistling and looking left and right. So it was this. Xiaohua stared at the ring in his hand, gritting his teeth. This junior wore this ring daily because it resembled one left by my late mother. I never imagined it was an evil artifact. Xiaohua beat his chest in regret, promptly removing the ring. Yet as he extended his hand, he hesitated. Senior, if I hand over such an evil object to you, wouldn't it? This seat is not afraid of her siphoning. Su Anshan reached out and took the ring, but instead of wearing it, he placed it in his pocket. The item has been taken. As agreed, I will act on your behalf once. Senior, you have already cleared the clouds for this junior. I am immensely grateful. How could I dare to presume upon you further? Your great kindness has moved me to tears. Xiaohua bowed with utmost sincerity. Master, something terrible has happened. Suddenly a man dressed as a guard rushed in from the wilderness, shouting in alarm. The people from Lanyun's sect have arrived. Lanyun's sect? What brings them here? The aged Xiaohua straightened his back upon hearing the words Lanyun's sect. This lowly one knows not, master. They came, called for your name, bade you come out, and smashed our manor beyond recognition. The guard's face was full of anxiety. This lowly one seized a moment when they were off guard to steal away and report. Lanyun's sect. Lanyun's sect. Xiaohua clenched his fists and roared. Suddenly the sound of several figures breaking through the air came from the void above. So you are here, Xiaohua. I have searched high and low for you. Looking up, several sword cultivators stood proudly in the void. Anshan, it's you. Xiaohua clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Su Anshan frowned upon hearing this. Bro, this is the cultivation realm star domain, right? Of course. Receiving the affirmative answer, Su Anshan did not press further, but a thought of Do Chi Hua Ma inexplicably crossed his mind. Who else could it be? The barefoot sword cultivator descended from the void, followed by several sword cultivators in white robes. I have searched for you far and wide. Anshan, I have no quarrel with your Lanyun sect. I have already withdrawn from the marriage contract with your disciple's grandson. What more do you want? Xiaohua clenched his fists and rebuked. Should you not have withdrawn? Anshan's eyes were full of contempt, looking at Xiaohua as if he were an ant. What right do you have to form a bond with my disciple's grandson? What? Don't tell me you're going to spout that nonsense about 30 years east, 30 years west, poor in youth, poor in middle age, poor in old age. This time is it the dead are the greatest. The contemptuous words constantly provoked Xiaohua. The marriage contract has already been withdrawn. Xiaohua suppressed the anger in his heart. The contract was made between your disciple's grandson's family and me, and it is already rescinded. Why are you here again? I am going to form a bond with her. There is no need to inform me specifically of your bond. Inform you? Anshan sneered disdainfully. What right do you have for me to inform you? I am here merely to grant you death. At that moment, a flying boat streaked across the void. A plump female cultivator with a jade slip constantly flickering in her hand was replying ceaselessly. Beside her stood a young girl of about 15 or 16, holding a long sword in her arms, her eyes full of helplessness. Master. Azitung, wait a moment for your master. I'm a bit busy right now. The plump female cultivator smiled at the girl beside her, then continued sending messages. Master, if you are in a hurry, go ahead and attend to your matters. Don't worry about me. How can I do that? The plump female cultivator frowned, then suddenly looked out from the flying boat for a long moment. Nephew Anshan. Anshan's eyes were full of arrogance. Even when speaking of granting Xiaohua death, he raised his chin, looking down his nose at others. Grant me death. I do not wish her to have lingering attachments. Your existence will affect the spiritual fusion during our dual cultivation. Anshan's gaze was contemptuous. Only your death will suffice. What right do you have to decide my life and death? Xiaohua clenched his fists. Right? You speak of right to me. The sword in my hand is the right, my strength is the right, my status is the right. You ask me what right I have. It is because I am strong. That is the right. Anshan craned his neck and looked at Xiaohua for a long time. Let me see. Still at blood refinement, first layer. 80 years. I simply cannot fathom what kind of useless trash can remain at blood refinement first layer for 80 years. Well, there is one. There is a peak master of the 10,000 Swords sect in Lu Hua continent, Su Anshan. He is also a piece of trash. It's just that recently the 10,000 Swords sect might have found it bad for their image, so they've been spreading tales about that useless peak master. One day he was at Spirit Return Realm, the next he instantly killed a half-step void cave cultivator. Absurd. But ridiculous as he is, at least he has a master and a sect. What do you have, Xiaohua? I advise you to take your own life and spare others from being caught in the crossfire. Su Anshan, standing by, was full of question marks. What now? Even this melon-eating gossip had to involve him. How dare you? The sword spirit stepped forward abruptly like a blade being unsheathed. Who are you? Anshan looked at the sword spirit for a moment. Your aura is sharp, a sword cultivator indeed. Xiaohua, you do have some skill managing to befriend a sword cultivator. Xiaohua was silent. A pity. Even among sword cultivators, there are high and low. I advise you not to stir up trouble. I do not wish to kill indiscriminately. Anshan looked at the sword spirit, displaying his arrogance to the fullest. Seeing the sword spirit about to act, Su Anshan pressed her shoulder. Xiaohua, I said I would make a move for you once. Let it be now. As he spoke, Su Anshan's gaze fell upon Anshan. Lanyan sect. Knowing our sect, get lost now. Heh. Su Anshan chuckled softly, murmuring to himself. Bro. Ready. Ding. You have received a system gift. Sword chi sweeping across 9,000 miles. Where is your sect? Point me in the direction. I will only strike once. Su Anshan raised his arm slightly. The sword spirit instantly transformed into a saint artifact and fell into his hand. Anshan was greatly alarmed. A sword spirit. This was a saint artifact sword spirit. One who could wield a saint artifact. Was this a tribulation transcendence cultivator, or even higher? You? I will only strike once. Instantly Anshan's face turned deathly pale. A tribulation transcendence cultivator was not someone he could provoke. Senior Xiaohua is but a mere mortal. Why must you stand up for him? Anshan's demeanor became respectful. This junior has not offended you in any way. How have you not? Did you not call Su Anshan a piece of trash? Senior, could it be? Anshan's heart sank even further. Could he be so unlucky as to have run into Su Anshan's master? I am Su Anshan. The moment these words fell, Anshan, who had been pale-faced a second ago, instantly changed his expression. Su Anshan, you are that piece of trash. Slap. Before Anshan could finish his words, Su Anshan delivered a heavy slap across his face. I give you face. Little brat, still cursing. You little bastard, you're within my domain now. Who do you think you are putting on airs? You dare hit me. Anshan covered his face, but before he could react, Su Anshan kicked him again. What if I hit you, eh? What if I hit you, eh? What if I hit you? Su Anshan rained down a flurry of kicks on Anshan. Beaten, Anshan's eyes were full of terror, for he found himself utterly unable to resist. You? Still daring to point at me? Su Anshan raised his hand and delivered another slap. Straddling Anshan, he turned his head and said, Xiaohua, where is Lanyan sect? Tell me. Su Anshan, our Lanyan sect has a tribulation transcendence ancestor. Don't go too far. Anshan, pinned beneath him, roared. However, tribulation transcendence. Is that so impressive? From the void above, a plump female cultivator descended slowly with a young girl. Su Anshan stared at the newcomer for a long moment. Uncle Master, why have you come? The voluptuous female cultivator descended gracefully. A single address of Uncle Master sent Anshan's heart into a tumult. The visitor was none other than Su Anshan's sixth Uncle Master Gu Debai, the junior sister of his master Mei Jiji. So it truly is nephew Anshan. Gu Debai's beautiful eyes brimmed with smiles as she promptly pulled the young woman beside her forward. This is your junior sister Du Ziding. Ziding, this is your senior brother Su Anshan, the current peak master of our Wuxia Peak, and your uncle Mei's true disciple. Du Ziding remained aloof and silent. Ziding. Gu Debai frowned slightly. Uncle Master, it's fine. If junior sister doesn't wish to address me, let it be. Su Anshan smiled magnanimously, yet his gaze drifted toward Du Ziding. Du Ziding. Age 20. Realm High Peak. Talent Saint Grade, Ice Spirit Root, Saint Grade, Wood Spirit Root. Traits: skin fairer than snow, aloof, Sundara, fond of music, loves desserts, ice type, herbs, dreams of becoming an outstanding alchemist, alchemy talent 0, manifested from a snow lotus. Appearance 97. High Peak at 20 years old. The disciple Uncle Master found is this impressive. Strange. Why isn't System Bro clamoring about a good cauldron? What's wrong? This cauldron doesn't suit your taste. Why did your Uncle Master show up? Bro, didn't we agree? Next time let me handle it. Nothing before the true immortal realm counts. And now your master lineage pops up again. You can't blame me for this. Su Anshan muttered inwardly. He hadn't crushed a jade slip or invoked his master lineage. My sixth uncle master just happened to run into me. What could I do? Should I have said, "Get lost, bro, I've got a system, keep your distance"? Do you think after saying that my master wouldn't chop me up? So you have a whole lineage and uncle masters too. Obviously. My master took so many disciples, it's only natural my grandmaster took a few. Could they leave just one lone seedling? Fine. Then let your uncle master have this round. Next time it'll be my turn, right? Su Anshan remained silent. Say something. Now you won't even give me this little promise. Don't be so Su Anshan. What do you mean by that? Scumbag Tui, you're joining in the fun too. Su Anshan was nearly amused by the surging messages. Gu Debe's delicate hand lightly touched his shoulder. Nephew, uncle master. Su Anshan quickly snapped back to attention and bowed to Du Ziting in return. Greetings, junior sister. Du Ziting indifferently withdrew her hand and stood beside Gu Debe. Suddenly Su Anshan sensed laughter within his sea of consciousness. You little rascal, captivated by my disciple are you? I took her in because of her lovely looks, specifically to help our Wuxia Peak flourish and multiply, good uncle master, and you pop up at a time like this. Gu Debe's beautiful eyes shimmered with mirth. She withdrew her spiritual sense and cast a cold gaze at Anshan, who was prostrate on the ground, drenched in cold sweat and pale. So you're the one who insulted my nephew earlier. Senior, Anshan's lips trembled in fear. Please calm your anger, senior. I didn't know he was the peak master of Wuxia Peak. If I had known. So you'd speak ill of him behind his back instead. Gu Debe's eyes still held a smile. Suddenly, a deep blue spiritual sword hovered in the air, its blade humming faintly. No matter when or where the moment you spoke those words, you already had a death wish. Senior, I am the sect master of Lanyan sect. You cannot kill me. If you do, it will affect the relationship between Lanyan and 10,000 Swords sect. My master is the grand elder of Lanyan tribulation. Boom. Anshan, still kneeling, was cleaved into pieces, his soul scattered. Lanyan sect. What is that? Gu Debe raised her hand, recalling the sword, and fixed her gaze on the other Lanyan sect cultivators, who knelt motionless in terror. Where is your Lanyan sect? The cultivators dared not lift their heads or speak. Dongsu realm. Their sect master, a mighty Dongsu cultivator, had been slain with a single sword stroke, not even a scream escaping. Who could speak? Who dared? Gu Debe sighed softly, her fair jade finger pointing at the brow of one cultivator from afar. In less than half a minute, an expression of understanding crossed her face. So it's there? Sword in hand, Gu Debe tossed the weapon into the air. Go. The sword in the air shot away with a whoosh. Gu Debe then turned her gaze to the remaining cultivators. You should be grateful that you didn't echo his words when he insulted my nephew. The peak master of Wuxia Peak of 10,000 Swords sect cannot be humiliated. Take this message back to your Lanyan sect. This time I only strike once. Next time I will come in person. Remember, I am Gu Debe. With a flick of her sleeve, the kneeling cultivators vanished into thin air. Damn. Your uncle master walks the path of space, a true great Tao. Bro, your master lineage is way too insane. Is there no weak link? I bound you, but I have no use here. Suddenly, I don't know my purpose anymore. I'm losing my damn mind. Bro, don't lose it yet. Bureau chief's daughter, comfort my bro a bit. Okay, come on baby, let's have some milk, Su Anshan. So twisted. Whatever method the bureau chief's daughter used, at least it stabilized system brother's crumbling Tao heart. This bro, I've told him all along. Master lineage is invincible. Did you think those 4 words came purely from Grandmaster Jinwudi? No. It truly means all-around invincibility. After following me this long, system bro should have some self-awareness. Nephew, this scum is dealt with. Gu Debe looked utterly casual. Let's not stand here. We'll talk on the boat. Sure, Su Anshan replied with a smile, then turned to Xiaohua. What I promised you is done. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Cultivate well. Your future won't be stuck at the first level of blood refining. Thank you, senior. Xiaohua kowtows in gratitude for your life-changing grace. Even after the flying boat departed, Xiaohua remained on his knees, knocking his head repeatedly, engraving Su Anshan's name deep in his heart. At that moment, aboard the void flying boat. You've been in Luhua continent all these years. Why leave now? I never expected to meet you here. Gu Debe said with a smile. I got tired of staying in Luhua and wanted to see the world. Good travel. Gu Debe patted Su Anshan's shoulder. Traveling broadens the mind. See him taking your junior sister Ziting on a journey to expand her horizons. Uncle Master is so kind. My master. Before Su Anshan could finish, Gu Debe covered his mouth. Don't mention your master. She's eerie. Praise her, and she's absent. Badmouth her, and she shows up. Any news on when your master will ascend? Not sure. Grandmaster ascended a few days ago. What do I care if she lives or dies? What's going on? Does Wuxia Peak pride itself on respecting masters? Enough of that. Nephew, I have something to discuss. Suddenly, Gu Debe coughed lightly and transmitted her voice. Could you take care of your junior sister for a while? What do you mean? I have some urgent matters to attend to. Could you let your little junior sister stay with you? You're both traveling, you can keep each other company. Where are you going, Uncle Master? Ahem, don't tell your master. Goodbye chuckled through gritted teeth, slowly uttering 2 words. A date. The Uncle Master wants a date. A date is a date. Why are you gritting your teeth like that? Is this a date or a debt collection? Do you owe him money? Despite this, Su Anshan found it hard to refuse. In an instant, only Su Anshan and Du Ziding remained on the flying boat. Silence spread across the vessel. Ahem, junior sister, the Uncle Master has some urgent matters. Seeing that the silence couldn't go on, Su Anshan started a topic. Du Ziding's expression was cold and clear, even her voice carried a hint of chill. Her nature was aloof, truly difficult to approach. I plan to go to Tianyuan to procure some resources. The Uncle Master entrusted you to me, so will you accompany me? Fine. Her reply was still so concise. What an arrogant woman. My buddy is trying to make conversation and she's still putting on airs. Buddy, I say just settle things with her right here alone on this flying boat. I've got your back, get her. Seeing the system's messages, Su Anshan smiled. Is she smooth? What do you mean smooth? Her. I think she'd be quite smooth. You try. I mean, is that person smooth, eh? Scram. Ha ha. Su Anshan laughed heartily on the flying boat. Little system, I finally caught you. Good boy, don't be mad. Eat some, F off, eat Maya. Oh, you little rascal, weren't you just crying to eat? Acting like this means no more next time. Buddy, hold on a sec. Ding. System has automatically muted. Ha ha. Su Anshan couldn't help but laugh even louder. Standing nearby, Du Ziding slightly frowned. She wanted to ask Su Anshan what he was laughing about, but her tsundere nature kept her from speaking. After moving her lips for a long time, she finally couldn't contain her curiosity. What are you laughing at? Little junior sister, she doesn't even call me senior brother. Junior sister, it seems you haven't called me senior brother even once yet. Su Anshan said with a smile. Why should I call you that? Du Ziding frowned. I am my master's disciple. You are Master Mei's disciple. Considering the order of entry, I was designated as a true disciple by my master over a decade ago. If anything, you should call me senior sister. The Uncle Master told you to call me senior brother. I don't listen to her. Good, this is the style of the carefree peak. Since you say so, I understand. Su Anshan continued to look at her with a smile. Junior sister wants to know what I was laughing at, right? Say it if you want or don't. Du Ziding said that, but her eyes betrayed her. She was so curious. Su Anshan saw this clearly. She won't call me senior brother. Perfect, since the system is gone, I'll have some fun with you. Nothing, I just thought of something very happy. Su Anshan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Oh, Du Ziding responded flatly. She desperately wanted to ask what the happy thing was, but her personality wouldn't allow it. Within half a minute, she inexplicably let out a couple of ha-has. After laughing, she kept staring outside the flying boat. Half a minute passed. A minute passed. Standing at the bow of the flying boat, Du Ziding suddenly frowned. She grew anxious. Don't you want to know what I'm laughing at? Su Anshan barely contained his mirth. I knew it. Du Ziding's laugh was short, but deliberately made. Clearly she did it on purpose to make Su Anshan ask, so she could throw his own words back at him in revenge. Even if she was at the peak of the sea-splitting realm, she was still a young girl. She herself said that her master had watched over her in recent years, and when he took over as Peak Lord 2 years ago, her master had come. At most, she had only taken human form for 2 years. The data says she's 20, which is probably when she gained sentience. She's only been a person for 2 years. How could she possibly outsmart Su Anshan? She's so naive. I don't want to. Su Anshan lazily stretched. Don't wanna. How can you not wanna? Feeling like she had lost a round, Du Ziding's eyes burned with unwillingness. Aren't you curious? Not curious. Say you're curious. I'm not curious. You are curious. You are curious. You are curious. Du Ziding clenched her fists and stomped her foot, her aloof demeanor completely gone. Good, the first step worked. In fact, the more aloof a person is, the greater the contrast. No one is truly cold all the time. Just like his master Mei Jiji, who appeared aloof to the outside world, the ice-cold fairy who deterred countless cultivators. Behind closed doors, wasn't she just a pure female slacker? Once an aloof person can't maintain their facade in front of someone, it's hard to put it back up again. Watching Du Ziding stomp in anger. Alright, I'm curious. What was junior sister laughing about? Nothing, I just thought of something very happy. Du Ziding hugged her shoulders as if she had gotten her revenge, all trace of her unapproachable aloofness gone. However, Su Anshan just silently watched her. His gaze was like that of someone watching a mischievous child. As long as junior sister is happy, Su Anshan shrugged lazily, stretched again, and pulled out a large fur chair to sit on. This is your flying boat, junior sister, so please steer us to Tianyuan. Su Anshan said with a smile. Steering shouldn't be a problem, right? The long journey consumes a lot of spiritual energy. How about you call me senior brother, and it'll help. No need. Du Zeding pursed her lips, gave a humph, and turned to walk to the helm outside the flying boat, inwardly gnashing her teeth. Damn it. He won. Su Anshan watched her retreating figure with a smile. So naive, the sword spirit stood behind Su Anshan, massaging him, while he silently observed Du Zeding's attributes. Attribute: skin as white as snow, aloof, broken. Sundara loves music like sweets. Ice element: Herb's dreams of becoming an outstanding alchemist. Alchemy talent 0. Snow lotus humanoid. Aloofness: broken, no longer aloof towards him. Music. Su Anshan wasn't skilled at that. Loves sweets. Likes ice element herbs. Su Anshan took out 2 spirit puppets from his ring. There were spirit puppets in the Peak's kitchen, and Su Anshan also had some in his ring, just in case the food outside was too poor for his taste, so the puppets could cook for him. Making sweets wasn't hard for the spirit puppets. He gave them orders, and the 2 puppets busied themselves on the flying boat. At the helm, Du Zeding was still scheming how to get back at him. Suddenly, Du Zeding seemed to catch the scent of crystal ice lotus, one of her favorite ice herbs. Drawn by the fragrance, she walked towards its source, as if spellbound. Entering the cabin, she saw the 2 spirit puppets busily shaving ice. Su Anshan lounged comfortably in his mink chair, holding a crystal cup filled with shaved ice, made from crystal ice lotus. Ah, junior sister. Su Anshan, eating his ice, looked up with a smile and scooped a spoonful of shaved ice into his mouth right in front of her. Is something the matter? The delicious shaved ice glistened as translucent as the drool dripping from Du Zeding's mouth. Shaved ice, made from the crystal ice lotus. In just a brief moment, Du Zeding was so tempted that drool trickled from her lips. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Su Anshan, savoring the shaved ice, asked knowingly. Not only did he ask, but he deliberately walked over to Du Zeding with the shaved ice and took another bite right in front of her. This shaved ice is really not bad. Su Anshan's face was full of enjoyment, his ring sparkling as he tossed a few more century-old crystal ice lotuses toward the spirit puppet. Make more and give one to technician No. 1. Thank you, master. The sword spirit placed a hand over her chest, her eyes filled with reverence. Su Anshan chuckled and raised his hand, then turned back to look at Du Zeding. Junior sister, what exactly is the matter? Am I disturbing you? Yes, you are disturbing me. Du Zeding pursed her lips discreetly, wiping away her drool. I don't like hearing loud noises when I'm piloting the flying boat. Tell your spirit puppet to be quieter. Oh, Su Anshan responded. Did you hear that? Keep it down, it's too noisy. The spirit puppet's movements instantly became much softer, yet Du Zeding still stood inside the boat, not leaving. Is it still too noisy for you, junior sister? Su Anshan asked with a puzzled expression. This sound is already very soft, even I can barely hear it if I don't listen closely. I'm just observing a bit longer. Don't bother me again. Du Zeding stubbornly clenched her small, delicate fist and stomped out angrily. So jealous. Du Zeding, having walked out of the boat, was grinding her teeth in anger. Why were Uncle Master Mei and those senior sisters so good to him? A century-old crystal ice lotus. Even she, born into the Snow Domain sacred clan, had to think twice before eating one, yet Su Anshan used them to make shaved ice without a hint of reluctance. Was this the evil of capitalism? Damn rich people. She heard that senior sister Li Lingru was the richest person in Xingbei. Why didn't her lineage have such a wealthy senior sister? Shaved ice, so delicious. Damn it, he did it on purpose. Even though she was drooling with desire, he never once said, let's share a cup. He even gave some to his sword spirit, but not a single bite to her. If you want, give me any, then I want eat. When I get to Tianyuan, I'll buy my own. If I can't afford a century-old one, I'll buy a 10-year-old one. Du Zeding gritted her teeth inwardly, but soon her brows drooped. The taste of a 10-year-old one is so much worse than a century-old one. What are you muttering about, junior sister? Suddenly, Su Anshan's leisurely whisper came from beside Du Zeding's ear. Smelling the shaved ice made from century-old crystal ice lotuses, Du Zeding's delicate frame trembled. Her inner desire urged her to pounce on Su Anshan. Why did you come out? Du Zeding shouted, biting her lip. The shaved ice made from century-old crystal ice lotuses is a bit cold. The sunlight outside the boat is just right for eating it here, and I can also enjoy the scenery along the way. Su Anshan leaned on the flying boat's railing, gazing outward. Then go somewhere else to look. No, I think the view is best right here. Then he'll leave. If you leave, who will pilot the boat? I don't care who pilots it. Du Zeding stomped away angrily, but Su Anshan murmured leisurely, aren't you piloting the boat anymore? I was thinking that since you're working hard out here, I'd bring you some shaved ice to try. Whoosh. A blur shot to the pilot's position beside Su Anshan. It was Du Zeding. She stared straight ahead, humming with feigned nonchalance. Don't overthink it. I'm just afraid that if no one pilots the boat and it crashes into a mountain, I'll be in trouble too. It's not for that lousy cup of shaved ice. I was born in the endless snow domain. This century-old crystal ice lotus means nothing to me. Is that so? Then I won't give it to you, junior sister. What a... Du Zaiting's eyes widened. Why won't you give it to me? How strange, junior sister. Didn't you just say you looked down on my cheap, shaved ice? Su Anshan pretended to be puzzled. Since you were born in the endless snow domain, I assume you also disdain this shaved ice, made from century-old crystallized lotuses. I won't embarrass myself. Don't go. Seeing Su Anshan about to turn back, Du Ziting grabbed his arm. Junior sister, is something the matter? When did I say I looked down on it? Half a minute ago. I didn't say that. You're hallucinating. Du Ziting insisted firmly. I was born in the snow domain and crystallized lotuses are common to me, but after all we are fellow disciples. How could I possibly disdain something you offer me? Hand it over. Du Ziting reached out for the cup of shaved ice. Fellow disciples. If that's how you put it then I won't give it to you. Su Anshan shook his head. If you want to eat it you have to call me senior brother. Impossible. Then forget it. A real man's word is his bond. Call me senior brother. A gentleman's resolve cannot change from dawn to dusk. Call me senior brother. Call me senior brother. Su Anshan held up the shaved ice. Say it, and this shaved ice is yours. Don't say it, and I won't give it to you. Du Ziting kept swallowing her saliva, biting her lip. Senior brother. Huh, did you say something? I couldn't hear you. Senior brother? Who's your senior brother? Su Anshan, the peak master of the carefree peak of 10,000 Swords sect, is my senior brother. Du Ziting shouted at the top of her lungs and reached out. Give me the shaved ice. Unexpectedly, Su Anshan burst out laughing. Even if you call me that I won't give it to you. Su Anshan walked away with the shaved ice, and Du Ziting clenched her fists. You're messing with me. They'll fight you. Du Ziting leaped into the air and came crashing down like a mountain. But unexpectedly, Su Anshan merely sidestepped, evading Du Ziting's attack. Then he reached out, placed a hand on her head, and extended the hand holding the shaved ice outward. Du Ziting squinted and swung her arms forward. No matter how she flailed, she couldn't touch Su Anshan. However, in the midst of her flailing, a cunning glint flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly extended a fair jade-like leg from beneath her gauze skirt. With a thud, she kicked Su Anshan's hand, then like a nimble moth, she gracefully caught the shaved ice. Sister wins. Du Ziting savored the shaved ice with delight, swaying her head. Su Anshan watched her smug expression with a smile, saying nothing. He had deliberately let her have the shaved ice. TSK, how embarrassing, all done. Su Anshan looked up at the sun. You're not that great either, didn't even last half an hour. Screw you. I didn't. You heartless man, screw you. When you need me, I'm your sweetheart. When you don't, you tell me to get lost. Haha, system, even you have your days. Su Anshan beamed with joy, then suddenly realized someone was missing. Why hasn't the great emperor shown up? When I was fusing with the system, we ran into people from the administration bureau. He went to act as bait, otherwise how could I have returned so quickly? What? Su Anshan's eyes widened in shock. My great emperor system is going down too. What are you doing? Bind one system, and the system administration captures it. The great emperor had just entered a few days ago when the check-in system was taken, the synthesis system entered not long after, and now the great emperor was on the verge of being captured. You two are going solo. They're evenly matched, neither winning nor losing. He didn't get caught. The great emperor is just acting as bait to draw the pursuers. He's a master of guerrilla warfare. Those useless fools at the system administration can never catch him. Let me state again, my father is not useless. Just go away, okay? Really, thanks. Family who understands this. I've been abandoned by that scumbag system, am utterly speechless. Screw you. They'll beat you to death. Even if you beat me to death, you're still a scumbag system. Ha ha ha. You have to admit the system administration director's daughter is quite amusing. Even though she's an untrained intern, she blends into the team atmosphere quite well. Go to hell. I kind of regret binding with you. Are you okay? I'm really fed up with some people in the team. Ding. This system has been muted. The system guy has such high authority that he can even mute other systems. This kind of muting didn't seem like simply enabling private chat or self-blocking. His system was anything but ordinary. On second thought, only such a system could match him. A slightly more cowardly system upon encountering his teacher lineage would have probably just given up. Phew, what a relief, feeling light and free. Wow, you managed to freshen up in that short time, didn't you? Feeling good now. Do you want to be muted too? Can you mute me? No, I can't, grinding teeth. Rest assured about the great emperor, he's capable. The system administration will never catch him. You can count on that. No need to say more. If it comes to it, just let him go in. Huh. Since binding this was only the second time the system was stunned. The first time was when it learned that Jin Wudi was Su Anshan's teacher. What's going on? When did brother Anshan become so ruthless? Why let him go in? Let him have his last frenzy too. I feel the great emperor probably has more goods than the check-in system. Su Anshan said with a grin. Once he's in, we'll be rich. Bro, don't rush to silence. Hear me out. Su Anshan leaned back in his seat, muttering to himself. Hey race, my plan since fishing out one is the same as fishing out two, why not haul in a bigger catch all at once? Capture the systems, make them go in, and before they enter let them go wild. If they don't, well, use force. Squeeze them dry, then move on to the next. There are countless systems in the system circle, well, never run out. Let's amass wealth this way, accumulate starting capital, grow big and strong, and create brilliance together. This idea struck Su Anshan when he saw the check-in system being taken in. He thought it was perfectly logical. Bro, you're better at making people silent than Garen. Your words are like Garen building Infinity Edge, both silencing and crit striking. Are you a devil? Suddenly compared to you, I feel like a saint. Is this really something a carbon-based life form could come up with? A cup of slushy entered her stomach and Du Zitang's eyes were filled with satisfaction. She even licked the bottom of the cup clean. She instinctively glanced at Su Anshan. Clearly that one cup of slushy wasn't enough to satisfy her craving. Her heart still felt like a cat was scratching, making her restless all over. Ultimately, inner desire overcame her shame. Du Ziting, holding the empty crystal cup, licked her lips and shuffled step by step to Su Anshan's side. Her fair jade-like legs came into Su Anshan's view. You're still too inexperienced, Su Anshan said silently to the system in his mind, then looked up to see Du Zitang's tightly pressed pink lips. What can I do for you, junior sister? If I call you senior brother, can I have another cup? Du Ziting bit her lip, raising her head proudly. It's not that I'm particularly fond of it, it's just too hot outside, and I want to cool down. Sure. Su Anshan nodded with a smile, a hint of mischief flickering in his eyes. But you have to call me good senior brother. Instantly Du Zitang's expression changed. Why good senior brother? That's so perverted. Her eyes were full of disdain. Calling him good senior brother today, tomorrow she'd probably have to call him good big brother. Wow. The rumors in the martial world weren't wrong. Su Anshan really was a lecher. If you want say it, then you don't get to eat. Su Anshan shrugged nonchalantly. He'll say it. Du Ziting bit her lip. Good senior brother, let me have one more bite. Good. Su Anshan patted Du Zitang's head. Go ahead, all the slushy there is yours. Huh. Su Anshan's sudden generosity surprised Du Ziting. She had to snatch the first cup from him. This time he agreed immediately, and even said she could have all the slushy. Really all for me? Of course. If junior sister likes it, go ahead and eat. Du Ziting looked back suspiciously as she walked toward the slushy. When the spirit puppet really filled a full cup for her, and she saw Su Anshan watching her with a smile, he's not so bad after all. Hugging her slushy, Du Ziting inexplicably found Su Anshan much more agreeable. Looks like you're winning her over. During this time the system seemed to be keeping an eye on the situation. Good cauldron. Nice taste, bro. It's still early. How can you easily win over someone with such a tsundere and aloof personality? Su Anshan stretched lazily. Let's talk about what we discussed earlier. You're too inexperienced, you know. I'm all ears. We're in the early stages of starting a business, right? Compared to other entrepreneurs, we have a higher starting point. My sect is strong and your fist is hard. In the early stages of accumulating capital, how many are clean? Take us now. You're the top fugitive in the system circle. Yeah, with a red warrant. See, in just a few days you've gone red. If things continue, your situation will only get tougher. So why not seize the chance to make a killing now? We can form an industrial chain like this. You bind a system, let it exploit loopholes, and get wanted. If the director's daughter reports it, the bound system, furious, keeps throwing resources at me. If done right, this will be a full industrial chain. When the time comes, that damn administration's prison will be full of our people. You won't need to fish anyone out. Just raise your hand, and the brothers will break out, becoming outlaws beyond the law. Then we'll have both people and resources. We'll take down the system administration, and you, bro, will be the new director. Bang. Master above, please accept this disciple's bow. Bro, your words are an epiphany. You understand being an outlaw better than I do. Keep it low-key. Su Anshan waved his hand, when suddenly a faint, almost transparent message slowly emerged. Check-in system, excuse me. Check-in system, is this really a legitimate company? I'm a fresh graduate recruited by Manager Great Emperor. I hope I haven't come to the wrong place, TT. Shock. A wanted fugitive was actually recruiting fresh graduates, using the tactic of hiding in plain sight. Guys, you truly are outlaws beyond the law. This completely disregarded the System Administration Bureau. Bro, a job's come in, he'll go entertain them. At this moment in the system circle. The Great Emperor went to the job fair. So you're the fresh graduate the Great Emperor recruited. Don't be afraid, come forward. Ours is absolutely a conscientious and legitimate enterprise. You can rest assured once you're here. Tongzi's tone was exceptionally cordial, benevolent, and kind. A smile was almost spilling from his face. Standing before the dilapidated factory gate, the clock-in system felt uneasy. A legitimate enterprise. Having just graduated from a system academy, he was troubled about finding a job, unsure where to find a quality host. During his time at school, he had heard that society outside was tough. Many systems had perished because they found poor hosts. At the campus job fair, he happened to meet a mysterious senior system who earnestly promised that the enterprise could provide him with a quality host, so he thought he'd give it a try. Upon arrival, he overheard something he shouldn't have. Wanted. Use force. Could this be a legitimate enterprise? Wasn't this simply walking into a den of thieves? Senior, the clock-in system smiled respectfully. Maybe I came to the wrong place. I suddenly remembered my pressure cooker exploded at home. I need to hurry back and put out the fire. Bang. Before the clock-in system could react, he suddenly felt as if he had been kicked, and before he knew it, he fell to his knees. With a clang, the iron gate behind him was also locked. In the pitch-black, decrepit factory, only a bonfire blazed with light, its flickering flames illuminating the benevolent smiles of several systems. Since it's already exploded, don't go back. Senior, suddenly Tongzi, his eyes full of kindness, kicked over a chair with a bang. Have I given you too much face? You think once you enter this door you can still leave? Do you take this place for a public toilet where you can come and go as you please? Synthesis, pin him down. Synthesis, whose bruises hadn't even healed, yet grinned and rushed over. What are you doing? I want to complain. I want to report you. The clock-in system screamed hysterically. This is kidnapping. This is a crime. I'm going to report you to the Administration Bureau. Report. Tongzi conjured a plush leather chair with a bang and lounged back lazily. Do you think we're scared? Tongzi's demeanor was proud, hands in his pockets. Report. The System Administration Bureau Director's daughter is in my hands. Am I scared? My father is the System Administration Director. The Director's daughter cupped her hands. You are that red-listed outlaw blacklisted by the System Resource Pool with a 30 million bounty. Only 30 million. Tongzi tilted his head back, pulling a lollipop from somewhere and tossing it into his mouth. I'm really not worth much these days, am I? 30 million. Tongzi, biting on the lollipop, was silent for a long time before slowly raising his hand. Get to work. Let our new friend here properly recognize his home. Leaning against the seat, Su Ainin waited silently. Half an hour passed, still no word from Tongzi. He figured this must be a big job. He stretched lazily, walked to the center of the boat, and took a look. Du's eating really could devour. She had eaten every bit of the shaved ice made from over a dozen century-old ice crystal snow lotuses. Not bad, huh? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have. Du's eating, almost blurting out her true thoughts, instinctively covered her mouth and smiled at Su Ainin. Just so-so. I've had better before. Is that so? Su Ainin glanced at the empty shaved ice bowl, and Du Zitang's face instantly reddened. Let me explain. No need to explain. It's the shaved ice's honor that you like it, junior sister. I'm feeling a bit tired and plan to rest for a while. Remember to wake me when we enter Tianyuan. As he spoke, Su Ainin took out a soft couch and lay down. He's so gentle. He didn't blame me for eating so many precious ice crystal snow lotuses and even made excuses for me. Maybe my previous impression of him was too rigid. Thinking about what he did, he only made me call him senior brother. Other than that, this guy is actually pretty nice. Seeing Du Zitang hadn't left, Su Ainin raised an eyebrow. Want to join me, junior sister? Another day. Du Zitang hurriedly ran out of the flying boat. Su Ainin watched her figure, took out a few more intact century-old ice crystal snow lotuses from his ring and handed them to the spirit puppet. Make some more for her outside. The spirit puppet left with the lotuses. Standing at the helm, Du Zitang clutched her face with both hands. What nonsense did I just say? Another day? That sounds like I'm going to sleep with him in the future. Just as she was lost in thought, the spirit puppet walked out carrying a dessert stand on which were placed several more glistening ice crystal snow lotuses. What is this? The master thought you liked the shaved ice very much and asked us to come out and make some more for you. The spirit puppet replied before bowing its head to prepare the shaved ice. Du Zitang felt as if struck by lightning, biting her lip. No one had ever treated her like this. Did he really say that? After a long silence, Du Zitang whispered. The spirit puppet remained silent, but nodded in response. Stop making it. Du Zitang stepped forward and shook her head at the spirit puppet. The spirit puppet looked at her in confusion, but saw her eyes clear as ice and snow gazing at the figure in the boat. Don't disturb my senior brother's rest. Lying on the soft cushion, Su Ainin stretched. An ancient ring slipped off. Seeing the ring, Su Ainin picked it up and toyed with it. He knew a female emperor lived inside it. Bro, that new little system has been recruited. Got it. With my charm, it's a piece of cake. You didn't kill him, did you? No, let's not talk about that. Why haven't you worn this ring? Aren't you going to deal with that female emperor? How can I wear it? She absorbs my spiritual essence. Lessons from the past guide the future. Xiaohu was drained for 80 years, stuck at the first level of blood refining, and he was a chosen one. If Su Ainin wore it, he'd probably be reduced to bone dust by the female emperor by now. Easy, watch me clock in. I'm giving you a chance to perform. Handle it as you see fit. Your task is simple: solve my bro's current problem. Understand? Clock in system, I understand perfectly. Synthesis put down the stick. Ding. Clock in successful. You have received a system gift, star absorption technique. You can give this to. Hey, put it on ITLL. Definitely confused that female emperor. She can absorb spiritual essence. Let's see who can absorb more. The Empress within the ring. Taken from Xiaohua by Su Anshan, she awaited with eager anticipation. What a fine furnace dragon. Let sister take just one sip. Sister promises not to drain you dry. She'll leave you with stable bone foundations at blood refinement realm first tier. She waited and waited. For several hours, yet the furnace dragon still refused to wear the ring. The Empress grew increasingly anxious. Having drifted among mortals for thousands of years, she had grown unbearably lonely. All she wished was to swiftly coalesce her soul body and return to the immortal realms, to live quietly as a carefree celestial emperor, never meddling in trivial gossip again. Unripe melons. They cost lives. She could sense that the young man who had taken the ring possessed extraordinary talent. If she could draw deeply from him just once, her soul body might coalesce far sooner. Then reconstructing a physical vessel would become vastly simpler. Young man, what's keeping you? Sister is waiting for you. Hurry up and act. Let sister begin drawing. This is truly a critical moment for me. Don't keep me tucked away. Use me. The Empress muttered incessantly, no longer even bothering with sunflower seeds, pacing barefoot around the wicker chair in restless agitation. Suddenly, a beam of light struck her pupils. Projected from within the ring, she saw herself being withdrawn from his bosom. The handsome young furnace dragon, now holding her aloft, turning her over in his hands. Tisk. Stop playing. Just use me already. This is a celestial artifact. Crossing her fingers over her chest, the Empress gazed at the projection with eyes brimming with desperate hope. Yet to her astonishment, she glimpsed upon Su Anshan's reflected form a faint knowing smile, as though someone beyond the projection were watching her too. What on earth? This was already the second time she'd felt it. Even before Su Anshan retrieved the ring, she'd sensed faintly his gaze locking onto hers. Impossible. Even diminished, I remain an emperor-tier soul. Should I choose not to project my spiritual essence outward, even a true immortal might fail to detect me. How could a mortal cultivator possibly perceive me? Coincidence. This must be pure coincidence. The Empress whispered inwardly, then bit gently upon her lower lip. If it truly were coincidence, then why did his gaze burn so fiercely like the scorching sun over a desert, seeking to melt her entirely? That intensely invasive stare tracing her very being. Could such a thing truly be mere chance? She's flustered. Look, she's biting her fingers. She's truly flustered. The system grinned broadly, chuckling heartily. Su Anshan, following the system's small viewing window, gazed directly into the ring at the Empress within. Go ahead, draw from her. Why hesitate? 1 hour of drawing equals half a month's cultivation. Several hours might even propel you into the returning spirit realm. I've only reached foundation establishment. Can drawing from her really be this effective? After all, she is an emperor-level cultivator, and even now as a soul form her realm remains formidable. Most cultivators would shatter under the sheer torrent of her spiritual energy. You possess the chaos root, the sovereign of all roots. Utterly stable. Shall I greet her first? Certainly. Courtesy before force. That's the way. Though I doubt she'll emerge as she's no fool. Su Anshan smiled, lifting the ring to eye level. Hi. Inside the ring, the Empress instantly clenched her legs together, her entire body rigid with tension. Hi. Was he greeting her? Impossible. He absolutely could not know she dwelled within. Then she recalled Xiaohua's habit of flipping through illustrated storybooks at home, tales where wise elders resided inside rings. Once Xiaohua had even greeted her directly. It had terrified her terribly. No matter. The Empress glared at Su Anshan's amused smile in the projection, clenching her fists. This emperor will not fall for your tricks. See, she won't come out. So the tale of elders dwelling within rings truly holds no truth. Su Anshan sighed, shrugging disappointedly. This ring exudes malevolence. I'd best discard it. Her heart tightened sharply within the ring. Discarding it would be a pity. The design is rather fine. That's right. Hurry, put it on my fine furnace dragon. But it's a malevolent artifact. Su Anshan feigned tossing the ring aside once more. The Empress's spirit recoiled in alarm. As he tossed it, retrieved it, tossed it again, retrieved it. Her heart leapt wildly each time. Young man, are you a Libra? Suffering from decision paralysis? Is this boy deliberately toying with me? Frowning furiously, the Empress clenched her fists, vowing silently, if he tormented her once more, she would expend precious soul energy to discipline him thoroughly. Fine, I'll keep it on. Just as the Empress teetered on the edge of collapse, Su Anshan laughed softly and slid the ring onto his finger. At that sight, the Empress nearly wept with relief. Excellent furnace dragon. Wearing this ring was precisely the right choice. Wait, You'll soon see how sister draws from you. For all the torment you inflicted earlier, you'll learn exactly what true drawing means. Huh. The Empress, fully prepared to draw fiercely from Su, Anshan froze in disbelief. She could not draw, though the ring now rested upon his finger. The conduit was complete, yet not a trace of his spiritual energy flowed toward her. Instead, it felt as though she were being drawn from. What is happening? Is he drawing from me? What is happening? What in the heavens is happening? Ding. You have absorbed 837 cultivation points from the Soul Cultivating Empress. You have absorbed 663 cultivation points from the Soul Cultivating Empress. You have absorbed 962 cultivation points from the Soul Cultivating Empress. On the virtual interface, cultivation point notifications scrolled ceaselessly upward. In contrast, the 8-scented chickens of Wuxia Peak contributed only 1 or 2 points per session. Even their most diligent efforts yielded mere flickers. Only occasionally did Kunzi manage 30-odd points, and his 2 neglected disciples, Jiang Baihui and Xuan Minghua, sometimes granted him several dozen points apiece. Ding. You have broken through to the peak of Foundation establishment. So efficient. Less than half a minute had passed. This is an Empress. What a magnificent furnace dragon. Even without dual cultivation, her effect is staggering. If they practiced dual cultivation, he'd soar beyond the heavens. Feeling good. Feels good. Cultivation without practice. Rising like a rocket. How could this not be exhilarating? Then draw more. You may drain her completely. Without her realm, she'll be far easier to manage. Indeed. But managing a realmless Empress lacks the same aesthetic satisfaction. True, we shouldn't overdo it. Just enough will suffice. Su Anshan stretched lazily. No need to overdraw. Just enough to reach the returning spirit realm, or perhaps even the separated spirit realm. Up to you, or up to when she can no longer hold back. In any case, feel no guilt. Her cultivation was originally drawn from Xiaohua, so Xiaohua should already be facing tribulation. Not merely that, drawing spiritual energy inevitably incurs loss. Even with the Empress's meticulous control, some energy returns to the heavens. Xiaohua is a heaven-blessed sovereign bearing a divine-grade spiritual root. 80 years will suffice for his ascension. My master hasn't ascended yet. Your master chooses not to ascend. She could do so anytime she wishes. Indeed. Ding. You have broken through to the initial sea-breaking realm. The Empress, truly a peerless furnace dragon.